The apocalypse has arrived, and stronger than zombies, infected individuals are spread across the globe, making survival extremely difficult. Gym check-in successful. Reward, a body enhancement agent. Archery dojo check-in successful. Reward, a max-level archery experience pack. Storage room check-in successful. Reward, 10 cubic meters of storage space. After activating the apocalypse survival system, Sue-E found that survival became incredibly simple, with countless women eager to cling to him just to exchange for a small piece of bread. Chapter 1. Apocalypse Survival System. I'm so hungry. How can I be this hungry? Didn't I just eat and fall asleep? Sue-E opened his eyes, glanced around, and then instantly froze. He found himself surrounded by corpses and nearly congealed blood, with the air filled with a nauseating smell of decay and blood. Is this the end of the world? Waking up, had the world undergone a catastrophe? Sue-E wanted to vomit, but his body showed no reaction, as if it had gone numb. Beep, apocalypse survival system activation successful, soul fusion in progress. As a voice echoed in his mind, Sue-E lost consciousness. When he awoke, he realized he had crossed over to another time and space. In this time and space, the global catastrophe occurred 7 days ago, ushering in the apocalypse. The catastrophe struck on a Saturday evening around 7 or 8 o'clock. He had been doing sanitation work in the school cafeteria on the second floor, hiding in the kitchen with a few classmates and cafeteria workers to survive the initial outbreak, thus avoiding being bitten by the infected. However, with food running out, they had to venture out to find supplies. Unfortunately, before they could leave the cafeteria, they were suddenly attacked by the infected and all bitten to death. Sue-E was reborn due to his crossing over, otherwise he would have been just another corpse. Looking at the corpses all around him, Sue-E's breathing grew heavier. This was a truly cannibalistic world. No food, no water, no weapons, no shelter. Surviving was incredibly difficult. Fortunately, he had obtained the system. Apocalypse Survival System. He could check in anywhere and receive various rewards for doing so. The system stated that the rewards obtained were directly related to the check-in location. Additionally, he could earn survival points to upgrade his items. This meant he could not only survive, but thrive, becoming the best off in the apocalypse. Who could possibly live better than him? Thinking this, Sue-E couldn't help but touch his already flat stomach. Resolving his current hunger was the top priority. System, check-in. Sue-E silently thought. Beep, check-in successful. Reward, 1 portion of food. Survival points, 2 at that moment. Sue-E saw a tray of food appear before him. Just like the meals from the cafeteria before the apocalypse, it had meat and vegetables, fragrant rice, and a bowl of meat soup. Starving, Sue-E quickly grabbed it and took a bite of the rice, as he was just too hungry. Walking and eating, Sue-E arrived in front of the sterilizer, took out a pair of chopsticks, and quickly shoveled rice into his mouth. Occasionally, he heard distant screams. Clearly, some survivors had been found and bitten to death by the infected. The infected in this world were somewhat like zombies, but different in some ways. First, the infected's appearance would degenerate, resembling primitive apes. Secondly, the infected only consumed the hearts and brains of normal humans. They did not eat other parts. Moreover, not everyone bitten or scratched by the infected would turn into one. Only about 20 would. The infected made up 60 of the pre-catastrophe population. Now, the outside world belonged to the infected, and survivors could only cling to life. Living, simply living, was Sue-E's most basic wish at the moment. Only by living could he have the right to pursue other things. He quickly finished the food on the tray, even licking it clean, as his body was just too hungry. Now, there's only one check-in opportunity each day. I need to cherish it and not waste it. However, the system generously started with 3 check-in opportunities. Sue-E stood up. Each location could only be checked in once, and he could no longer check in at the cafeteria hall. However, the kitchen and storage room were separate spaces, and he could check in there. In the upper right corner of Sue-E's vision, some text appeared, so he took a look. Name, Sue-E. Survival points. 2 remaining check-in opportunities. 210 note. After completing 10 check-ins, the daily check-in opportunities can increase. After reading this, Sue-E couldn't help but ask, System, can survival points be used to enhance my combat power? No, survival points can only be used to upgrade physical items used in reality, such as weapons, materials, vehicles, shelters, etc. Sue-E nodded. Having this upgrade function was beneficial for his survival. Outside, another scream echoed. Sue-E walked toward the place where he had fallen, where some items lay scattered. He picked up a kitchen knife from the ground, planning to use it as his first weapon. Of course, just a kitchen knife wouldn't be enough. Fortunately, He could use survival points to upgrade it. As the thought crossed his mind, a line of text appeared on the knife. Can use 2 survival points to upgrade this kitchen knife to a fine steel cleaver. Upgrade. Sui did not hesitate and upgraded it immediately. Without a weapon, Sui felt uneasy even though he had never used a cleaver against anything. Having a weapon provided a sense of security. Beep. Upgrade successful. Sui found that the kitchen knife in his hand had instantly transformed into a 40-centimeter long cleaver, looking very sharp. System Black technology is indeed powerful. It can do this. Taking a deep breath, Sui felt more confident. If he couldn't survive with the system, that would be truly pathetic. I can't stay here too long, even though the infected haven't appeared yet. It doesn't mean they won't show up again. The 4th floor is the gym. I'll check in there first. Maybe I can get something to enhance my physical abilities? Perhaps there are other survivors on the 4th floor. Before I have enough power, it's better to team up with some strong individuals. Quickly, Sui picked up a mask and put it on his face. Since the corpses had not been dealt with, they emitted a nauseating stench. His body had been in this environment for 7 days and had somewhat gotten used to the foul smell. However, wearing a mask would lessen the odor. Sui cautiously stepped forward, heading outside. After 7 days, humanity had summarized some characteristics of the infected. The infected are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood and can detect it from a considerable distance. Their sense of smell is average, their hearing comparable to humans, but their vision is significantly diminished. The biting force of the infected is very strong, akin to that of a beast. They have sharp claws that can easily tear apart a survivor's body. Additionally, their strength has increased significantly. Fortunately, their speed has not improved and has actually decreased somewhat. Their stamina is insufficient for long distance. Running their explosive power is also average, but their strength is very strong, likely twice that of an average human, and some may be even stronger. Humans can rely on their speed advantage to evade attacks from the infected. The premise is that the number of infected individuals is relatively small and they are not surrounded. So when he reached the door, Sui did not rush to go out. Because the infected emit some faint kakaka sounds, which would be used to determine if there are any infected nearby. Leaning against the wall by the door, Sui listened to the sounds. Chapter 2 Reward. A body enhancement agent. At this moment, Sui suddenly heard some sounds. They were not made by infected individuals. It was clear that someone was speaking in a hushed tone. Just then, someone came down from upstairs, indirectly proving that there were no infected people above. Only a few survivors. Sui immediately felt happy and peeked out, whispering, "Hey, is anyone up there?" "Yes, there are people." Sui heard an excited voice, which belonged to a girl. "Then I'm coming up." Sui gripped his machete and headed upstairs. He had to be careful because there were corpses on the staircase, with rotten bodily fluids flowing everywhere. If he slipped, it could easily attract the infected, who were like zombies. Turning around the staircase, Sui saw a few people standing at the entrance of the 3rd floor, holding sticks and other makeshift weapons, watching him warily. He quickly scanned the group. There were 6 people in total, 4 girls and 2 boys, none of whom he recognized. However, he did recognize one of them. She was the famous rich girl and school beauty, Lingyu. At this moment, Lingyu looked pale and malnourished, her eye sockets sunken in. It was obvious that they hadn't had much food in the past 7 days. This was understandable. The gym probably had only some snacks, protein powder, and milk. There would be no staple food. Unlike the kitchen where Sui and the others had stayed before, which still had rice, potatoes, and some vegetables to fill their stomachs in the initial days. "Are there any infected people in the cafeteria downstairs?" one of the boys asked. Noticing that Sui didn't seem particularly starved, his eyes lighting up. "No, I just came out of the cafeteria," Sui replied, continuing to head upstairs. The group did not stop him. "There is no food left upstairs. It won't help you to go up," Lingyu kindly reminded him. "It's fine. I want to go up to observe and take a shower," Sui said as he continued his ascent. "Wait a minute. Is there any food left in the cafeteria on the 2nd floor?" another girl asked. "No, you could try looking in the cafeteria on the 1st floor," Sui replied before heading straight up, not wanting to waste time talking with them. These people had no food and looked so weak that they barely had any strength left. There was no value in banding together with them. So, Sui abandoned the idea of teaming up and pinned his hopes on signing in at the gym. Soon, Sui arrived at the gym. There were piles of equipment and corpses at the entrance, clearly the work of those people earlier. Sui squeezed in through a gap and entered the gym. He quickly glanced around and then silently thought, "System sign-in. Ding, sign-in successful. You have received a body enhancement agent. Survival points, 3. Upon hearing that he had received the body enhancement agent, Sue-E was overjoyed. The timing couldn't have been better. This body was inherently weak, which severely affected survival in the apocalypse. System, use body enhancement agent. In an instant, Sue-E felt countless warm currents surging through his body. After a while, he noticed some black impurities appearing on his skin. Sue-E felt his body becoming much lighter, and he sensed a significant increase in strength, as well as enhanced hearing and vision. Not wanting to rush into testing his strength, Sue-E only wanted to take a shower. He felt sticky and uncomfortable. Following the signs, he found a bathroom. In a locker he pried open, he found a clean set of sportswear and went directly to take a shower. After 7 days without a shower, along with the impurities he had just expelled, Sue-E had become quite unpleasant. After enjoying a nice hot shower, he changed into the clean sportswear and slung on an empty backpack. When he came out, he discovered that Ling Yu had returned to the gym at some point. Is there something you need? Sue-E felt that Ling Yu had come specifically for him. Although Ling Yu was very beautiful, evoking a desire to push her down, Sue-E had no such thoughts at the moment. Even though he had just eaten a full meal, his body had been hungry for 2 days, and he still felt very hungry. At this moment, any food was far more appealing than Ling Yu. Do you have a way to take me away? I have a lot of snacks in my car, and it's less than 150 meters from here. Ling Yu stated her intention directly. Sue-E squinted and looked at Ling Yu. Why me? He was curious about why Ling Yu would ask for his help. Did she think he looked good right now? Because you seem to be in good shape. You should have the strength to get the snacks. I just want 1/3, and the rest is yours. Bruce, I can take you to find my aunt. She's in a special operations team, armed and has established a shelter. I know the location, Ling Yu said calmly. Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, Sue-E became interested. The military indeed had established shelters, and on the first night of the apocalypse, they even received some text messages announcing the locations. However, they had been surrounded by the infected and had no ability to leave. But Sue-E knew that someone would definitely try to make it to the shelter. Ling Yu had a car, which was an opportunity. As long as the road wasn't blocked too severely, they could indeed drive away. I can only take you. My capacity is limited. Sue-E made his decision. If there were too many people, there would be too many variables. Ling Yu frowned upon hearing Sue-Yi's words. After a moment, she steeled herself, nodded, and agreed to Sue-Yi's request. She wasn't a saint. Staying behind would either lead to starvation or risking a venture out to search for food. But those few people had been surviving on water for several days. How could they protect her? Sue-E was different. He looked much better and was probably just recently out of food. After all, he had just come from the cafeteria, where there was definitely enough food. After seeing Ling Yu nod in agreement, Sue-E decisively said, no matter what happens, don't make a sound. If you make a sound, it will attract more infected. Don't worry, I know. I won't hold you back, Ling Yu said, gripping the sharpened metal rod tightly, her expression serious. What about them? Sue-E still worried that Ling Yu's previous companions might cause trouble. They're searching for food in the cafeteria on the 2nd floor. Let's hurry down, Ling Yu said, knowing there was definitely no food on the 2nd floor. Not being able to understand why she would feel safe with such people, she found it better to gamble with Sue-E. Let us go. Sue-E didn't procrastinate and headed straight down. As they passed the 2nd floor, Sue-E heard them complaining. He then walked directly toward the 1st floor, gripping his machete tightly. There might be infected downstairs, so he had to proceed with caution. Because there were corpses and bodily fluids on the stairs, they didn't move quickly. Crack, crack, crack. Sue-E heard a faint noise, and his expression changed. He turned to Ling Yu and made a shushing motion, then mouthed, "They're infected." Ling Yu's face turned pale, her teeth clenched, and she nodded while tightening her grip on the metal rod. Should we go back? Sue-E didn't want to go back. There was no food left in this place, and staying would only lead to starvation. Therefore, Sue-E decided to take a gamble. Taking a deep breath, he continued to move downward. Soon, he spotted an infected person. It was facing away from him, its body swaying slightly, with no other movements. Sue-E controlled his breathing, trying to keep his breath steady and not make too much noise. Then, he approached the infected person. Hunting infected individuals was a step he had to take. Otherwise, how could he survive in this apocalypse? Chapter 3. The path was blocked 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter, getting closer continuously. Sue-E raised his machete, gripping it tightly with both hands, and then swung it towards the back of the infected's neck. A head was directly severed by Sue-E. It surprisingly didn't take much effort. Sue-E smiled with excitement. He knew this was the effect of the enhancer, and it was better than he had expected. The infected person didn't fall. It just became stiff and remained standing there. He quickly scanned the area and didn't see any other infected individuals. He stepped back and waved to Lingyu. Lingyu hurried downstairs and soon saw the body of the infected person with its head chopped off. Decapitating someone was not an easy task. Ancient executioners were often very strong and might not even be able to do it in one blow. He didn't look like a strong person. He appeared rather thin. So, Lingyu was quite surprised. However, there was no time to dwell on this now. He was already heading outside. There were 3 more flights of stairs below, and Lingyu followed Sui down. "Wait for us," came a voice from the second-floor window. Although it was said in a hushed tone, Sui still frowned upon hearing it. "Hurry." Sui was worried about being delayed and urged Lingyu to move faster. This way, Lingyu started running. She didn't want to be killed by others either. After all, this was the apocalypse, and she was no savior. It was good enough to survive herself. Sui quickly caught up with Lingyu, as his stamina was better than hers, who hadn't eaten for days. "They're coming down, hurry," Sui said as he grabbed Lingyu's hand and ran towards the parking lot. A red Audi 8 came into view. Sui recognized it as Lingyu's car. Lingyu had the keys and pressed the button to unlock it as they approached. The car beeped, unlocking it. "Let's go," Sui said to Lingyu. Lingyu understood that Sui was worried she might take those few people with her. The two quickly got in the car, and Sui turned to glance back. Those people had already made it downstairs and were running toward the car. Lingyu successfully started the car without any issues. "There's a car in front with its door open. They might follow us," Lingyu said as she backed out. "Don't worry about it. Just go." "What about the snacks? Where are they?" Sui didn't want to be tricked. The box in the back contained fries, a box of milk, and a box of other snacks. These were originally meant for her to take back to the dormitory. Although Lingyu was local, she occasionally stayed in the school's dormitory. Sui quickly climbed to the back to open the box and check. "The infected have found us. They're coming towards us." Lingyu's voice trembled as she had just gotten onto the road. "Give me your backpack and just charge ahead. They're already monsters. Just knock them over." Sui opened the box and saw a whole box of chips. Then he opened the other box. It was a box of packaged snacks, everything you could think of. The last box was milk, which Sui also opened. Then he took off his backpack, buckled his seatbelt, and started filling his bag with milk and snacks. Who knows if the shelter Lingyu mentioned has fallen? Even if it hasn't, the armed forces there must be very limited. The apocalypse came too suddenly, without any warning. No country could effectively counterattack. If they could, they would have already started clearing out the infected, and wouldn't still be quiet now. In addition, Sui was also worried about the road conditions, fearing that the car might not make it to that shelter. So, they had to be ready to abandon the car and escape at any time. "Can you drive?" Lingyu pressed the gas pedal, and the car suddenly accelerated, charging forward. Sui couldn't help but wonder if signing in on the car would give him driving skills or something else. "Not yet. You drive, and I'll feed you." Sui thought Lingyu might want to eat besides being scared. So, he stuffed the milk and chips into Lingyu's backpack and tossed another box of snacks into the passenger seat, holding a bottle of milk. Sui returned to the front, buckled his seatbelt, and opened the chips, grabbing some to feed Lingyu. Lingyu's driving skills were quite good. She avoided dozens of infected people ahead and drove towards the school gate. Sui alternated feeding Lingyu chips and milk. After a while, Sui saw a silver-gray car following them through the rearview mirror. However, the car wasn't very steady. It seemed the driver hadn't learned much and was just forcing themselves to chase. After all, they were all college students, and only a small number had a driver's license. "Not good, it's all blocked in front." Lingyu's face changed dramatically upon seeing the situation ahead. "Can we crash through?" Sui turned to look. There were already infected people closing in from behind, only a few hundred meters away, and they wouldn't be long in catching up. "I'm afraid not. The airbags might deploy, and the impact could knock us out. The risk is too high, unless our chassis is very high. Movies and reality are two different things. I don't recommend crashing. We could take a detour or abandon the car and crawl over." Hearing Lingyu's explanation, Sui immediately made a choice. "There's a dormitory building over there. It's possible that survivors have blocked the road inside. We can abandon the car and climb over." Lingyu's eyes lit up upon hearing Sui's words because the possibility he mentioned was very high. If they weren't survivors, who would use 4 or 5 cars to completely block the road? "Pull over. The car might still be useful," Sui reminded, then lifted his backpack from the back. Hearing Sui's words, Lingyu accelerated and parked the car to the side. They each grabbed their backpacks and got out of the car. Sui also took the other box of snacks. This food could become their life-saving rations and shouldn't be discarded easily. I'll go first. After strapping on his backpack, Sui handed the box to Lingyu. There were still many miscellaneous items piled on the car blocking their path, making it not easy to climb over. Sui stepped back a few meters, then sprinted forward and jumped up. His jumping ability had also improved, allowing him to successfully climb onto the roof of the car. Lingyu reacted quickly, immediately handing the box to Sui. Then, Sui pulled Lingyu up onto the roof. Hurry, they might crash into us, Lingyu reminded. Jumping to the roof of the car opposite, Sui followed closely behind, and the two quickly made it across. After reaching the ground, the two ran forward. After running a short distance, Sui and Lingyu saw a group of infected individuals ahead. Boom! A loud crash came from behind. Sui turned around and saw that the vehicles had not been overturned. What should we do now? Lingyu's teeth began to chatter. Chapter 4. Climbing into the girls' dormitory. Accelerate and climb up that slope. The dormitory building is right above. If we can climb to the second floor through the drainage pipe, we'll be safe, Sui calmly said as he looked at the infected. Lingyu gritted her teeth and took a step forward. Then, Sui grabbed her hand. In the past, how could she have let a boy hold her hand like that? Now, she just wanted to thank Sui for not abandoning her and for being willing to pull her along to escape. Although Sui looked thin, his physical strength was really impressive and he ran very fast. Lingyu had no time to care about the situation of the people behind them. The two ran wildly and quickly reached the slope Sui mentioned. At this point, they were no more than 5 meters away from the group of infected. If they couldn't climb the slope smoothly in one go, they would be caught by the infected. If they were caught, the outcome would be having their hearts pulled out and their heads smashed. Thinking of this, Lingyu shivered. However, her body was being dragged by Sui as they quickly climbed the slope and reached the outside of the dormitory building. Outside, there was an iron fence. Sui threw the box over it and then started to climb. Lingyu began to climb as well. The iron fence wasn't high, just over a meter, and was mainly for show, so Sui easily flipped over it. The front might have been directly sealed off by the people inside the building, so I plan to climb directly to the second floor, Sui said while looking for a suitable place. The windows on the first floor had security screens, but the second floor didn't. As long as they reached the second floor, they could enter the dormitory building. Lingyu picked up the box and followed Sui. She had discarded all other thoughts and was determined to stick with Sui. This cold boy wearing a mask was strong and definitely someone reliable. Now that it was the end of the world, everything from the past was gone. Being alive was the happiest thing. To survive in a world full of monsters, one needed to have strong combat power. This boy could cut off a monster's neck with one strike, which already surpassed 90 of people. Even if she had to trade her most precious possessions for shelter, she felt it was acceptable. If she died, she would lose everything and suffer immensely. Lingyu didn't want to die. She wanted to live, even if it was a little harder. Let's go up from here. Don't worry about the box for now. Saying this, Sui climbed directly upward. Sui's speed was extremely fast due to his great strength. In less than 10 seconds, he successfully climbed to the second floor and jumped in a corridor. As Sui climbed a distance, Lingyu wedged her metal rod into her backpack and followed Sui. However, her physical stamina was not good, and she could only climb a short distance. Hurry up. That iron fence is about to be pushed over. Sui glanced back and then turned to check the situation in the dormitory. The door was closed, and no infected individuals rushed out. Sui then laid down in the corridor and reached out his hand to Lingyu. Lingyu had climbed halfway, while those infected had already pushed part of the iron fence down and were rushing toward her. Don't panic. Just a little higher, and I can grab you. Sui looked at the approaching infected with some concern. Can they climb? If they can, then the dormitory with security screens on the first floor is the only safe place. Lingyu used all her strength to inch upward, mainly because she hadn't eaten for several days. She was severely lacking in energy. On a normal day, she could have quickly climbed to the second floor. After all, Lingyu was someone who exercised regularly, and her stamina was much better than that of the average girl. Got it. Sui grabbed Lingyu's backpack and pulled her up. With Sui's help, Lingyu felt much lighter and quickly climbed to the second floor. After Sui dragged Lingyu into the corridor, she collapsed on the ground. Sui observed the infected below, watching them helplessly reaching up in rage, and he breathed a sigh of relief. They can't climb walls. I'm safe for now. For now, you eat something, and I'll check the dormitory. This is the girls' dormitory, and girls generally like snacks, so there might be some stashed away. Although Sue had filled a backpack, those snacks wouldn't last long. To survive, maintaining combat power is the most basic requirement. To keep combat power, one must eat enough at every meal. Food is the key to survival. Therefore, collecting food is very important. Carefully walking in, Sue quickly scanned the area. This was a 4-person room. Sue climbed up the bed ladder to take a look. Wanted to confirm if anyone lived in this dormitory. Since there were no people in any of the 4 beds, Sue climbed down from the bed. At night, they finally had a bed to sleep in. They also came in and ran to the opposite dormitory building. Ling Yu saw the movements of a few of her previous companions in the corridor and immediately reported back to Sue. She knew that those people must really hate her now. If she encountered them again, they would definitely seek revenge. Ling Yu was very aware of the darkness of human nature. If she hadn't been trying to rally the other girls during these days, she would have been toyed with by those few boys long ago. With the apocalypse coming, order has collapsed. Without constraints, everyone's malicious thoughts are magnified. In the past, there were moral and legal constraints, but now there is nothing, and people have no inhibitions and dare to do anything. As long as they don't provoke us, it's fine. Sue responded before starting to look for food. Ling Yu stuffed chips in her mouth while walking inside. At this moment, Sue had already found a bag of steamed cakes. This is a good thing. It can fill you up. Additionally, Sue found several chocolate bars and some spicy strips. My name is Ling Yu. What's your name? Ling Yu asked curiously, introducing herself. Oi. Sue changed his position and continued searching. So cold? Ling Yu thought. After all, she was the school beauty and had a pretty good reputation at school. How could she be rejected? However, seeing herself in the makeup mirror, she felt relieved. After 7 days without a full meal, she had lost her charm. How could she still be attractive? To protect herself, she hadn't bathed for 7 days and smelled terrible. It was no wonder she was being rejected. After understanding this, Ling Yu couldn't help but smile. Soon, the 4 positions were searched by the 2 of them. Sue found a bag of steamed cakes, 6 chocolate bars, half a jar of orange gummies, a bag of spicy strips, and a pack of blue ribbon. Ling Yu found 5 apples, a pack of seaweed, a box of chocolate pies, and a box of condoms. Chapter 5, I'm the Archery Club's vice president. The dormitory has lost power, and these power banks are dead too. Otherwise, I could charge my phone to see if I can contact my aunt. Ling Wei stuffed the items she found into an empty backpack as she spoke. Sue opened a wardrobe, looking for clothes he could wear. The temperature was dropping, and his clothes felt a bit thin. Some girls would bring back their boyfriend's clothes to wash by hand, so Sue wanted to take a chance. Hearing Ling Yu's words, Sue said, My phone just died 3 days ago. There is no network or signal. I even tried using the radio function on my phone, but I didn't pick up any signals. Instant noodles. I found a whole box of instant noodles. Sue exclaimed excitedly upon seeing a box of noodles in the wardrobe. He had been feeling down earlier, wondering how there was no instant noodles in the dorm when he had seen mini cup noodles in the trash can. It turned out they were stored in the wardrobe. Lingwa also opened the wardrobe and began searching again. However, after checking the remaining 3 wardrobes, she found nothing else. Even the men's clothes Sue hoped to find were absent. Lingwa picked out some clothes that fit her size and headed toward the bathroom. Sue packed everything away and walked to the dormitory door. He heard some noises outside, as if something had been knocked over. Sue pressed his ear against the door and heard a series of clicking sounds. Clearly, there were infected individuals in the hallway, and it sounded like there were quite a few of them. Sue certainly wouldn't go out until he understood the situation. Staying in the dormitory was relatively safe, and there was still plenty of food. He could last 3 to 5 days without any problems. Hearing the sound of water coming from the bathroom, Sue opened a drawer again and found a box containing a men's watch. It was probably a gift the girl had prepared for her boyfriend, but hadn't had the chance to give. Sue discovered that the watch had quite a few functions, so he put it on his wrist and glanced at the time. It was 16:38 in the afternoon, and it wouldn't be long until dark. Sue quickly scanned the dormitory building, curiosity showing on his face. He wondered what he would get for checking into the girls' dormitory, a beautiful girl, or some feminine products. Of course, Sue wouldn't waste his check-in opportunity here. The check-in opportunities could accumulate, and he didn't want to waste one in a girl's dormitory. Right now, the places he most wanted to check in were the armed police team, the archery range, the boxing gym, and the gym, places that could enhance his weapon and combat skills. However, for now, he couldn't go out. He didn't know if the school roads were all blocked. Additionally, it seemed that there was an archery club at the school, which Sue didn't know much about. So he planned to ask Lingwei about it once she finished her shower. Maybe there were other martial arts clubs as well. With this in mind, Su-yi had some ideas about his next actions. He opened a pack of cigarettes and walked toward the balcony. Normally, he rarely smoked unless his roommates offered him a few. However, in this world, the original owner of this body did not smoke. After lighting a cigarette, Su-yi noticed that some of the infected below had dispersed. The remaining infected were crouching, their heads swiveling as if they were sniffing something. Su-yi felt that they must be smelling blood. His expression changed. Women are creatures that bleed every month. So, coming to the girls' dormitory was indeed not a wise choice. He needed to leave here as soon as possible. If there were many female survivors, this place would continuously attract infected individuals surrounding it. If the number of infected increased, it would be impossible to leave, unless there was something to neutralize the smell of blood. Otherwise, a woman's menstrual cycle could be deadly, attracting large numbers of infected to launch an attack. After smoking a few cigarettes, Lingwei came out of the shower. The balcony had a full-length mirror, and as she dried her hair with a towel, she assessed her reflection. She looked much more refreshed after the shower, but her skin condition was quite poor. While showering, she had noticed that she had lost a lot of weight, and several areas had shrunk. Do you know that our school has an archery club? Su-yi didn't turn around, but flicked the cigarette in his hand. Yeah, I'm the vice president of the archery club. Unfortunately, my bow is at the club. Lingwei tossed her long hair and continued drying it with the towel. Su-yi was greatly surprised. He hadn't expected Lingwei to be the vice president of the archery club. Moreover, the original owner of this body hadn't he known this? Lingwei was the talk of the school. Being the vice president of the archery club should have been common knowledge. Actually, I just joined half a month ago and haven't played with the bow much. Lingwei continued the conversation herself. Is the archery club far from here? Besides the archery club, are there any other martial arts clubs at our school? Su-yi's previous self was a comic book enthusiast, only interested in fictional characters, and participating in school clubs had nothing to do with him, so he knew very little. Yes, they're all over by the gym, which is still a bit of distance away. Do you want to go get a bow? Lingwei thought Su-yi suddenly bringing this up meant he wanted to get a bow as a weapon. Indeed, a bow is an excellent weapon. Not only can it attack from a distance, but it also doesn't make much noise. Yes, long-range attacks are less risky than close combat. The speed and reaction of these infected are much slower than ours. Su-yi naturally wouldn't expose that he had a system. Moreover, bows indeed have many advantages. Like the crossbow guy in The Walking Dead. How cool is that? We are a traditional archery club. The president has a custom strong bow, which would be very effective for hunting infected. Lingwei was also swayed by Su-yi's words, regretting not having brought her bow to the trunk. Otherwise, she could use it now. Okay, let's see if we can drive to the gym tomorrow. After saying this, Su-yi flicked the cigarette but away. There are many other martial arts and sports clubs in the gym, and checking in there would definitely yield him many benefits. Back in the room, Su-yi climbed straight onto the bed, preparing to sleep. Lingwei saw Su-yi lie down immediately and breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, she thought Su-yi would ask her to do something. After drying her hair, Lingwei went to get some food for the balcony, taking advantage of the light before it got dark to eat more, so she could go to bed soon. Without electricity, there was no light at night. It was not easy to climb into bed. What if she accidentally climbed into Su-yi's bed? She was quite resistant to that kind of thing, unless it was mutual affection. Chapter 6 The Apocalypse is so dark, however, when the sky darkened, moonlight spilled into the dormitory through the glass door of the balcony. Lingwei, hugging her knees, felt a bit more at ease upon seeing this. Because of this, she could see if Su-yi made any moves. Alone in a room with a boy, she had never thought about such things before, nor would she accept them. But who could have imagined that she would end up sleeping in the same dormitory with a complete stranger under these circumstances? Even though they were sleeping in beds that were diagonally opposite to each other, which was the farthest distance in the dormitory, she originally wanted to hold on to something while sleeping, so at least if Su-yi came over and tried to do something, she could at least react. However, when she saw Su-yi sleeping soundly, she gradually gave up. If she didn't sleep now, it would be even more dangerous when Su-yi woke up in the middle of the night. So, she decisively lay down and covered herself with a quilt. After not having slept in a bed for 7 days and not having a good night's sleep for a day, Lingyu fell asleep within less than a minute. When she woke up the next day, it was already around 10 in the morning. Su-yi was sitting on the bed, flipping through a book. It felt so comfortable. She had slept so well. Lingyu happily sat up and stretched. Because her clothes were relatively short, A section of her pale pink waist was exposed. Let us consider when we'll go to the gym. Su-yi put down the book and glanced at Lingyu. Although it seemed safe here, Su-yi was very worried about the girls in the building getting their periods, leading to an accumulation of infected individuals downstairs. So, the sooner they left, the safer they would be. Once they arrived at the gym and checked in, he could part ways with Lingyu. "Isn't it safe here? Don't we need to rest for 2 days?" Lingyu felt that her body hadn't recovered yet, and going to the gym with Su-yi at this time was risky. "Safe?" Su-yi got out of bed and continued. "You should know that the infected are very sensitive to the smell of blood, right? This is a girl's dormitory. There's bound to be some blood smell. Isn't there?" Hearing Su-yi's words, Lingyu's expression changed instantly. She understood what Su-yi was referring to: menstruation, which every mature woman experiences every month and lasts about a week. "You won't abandon me, will you?" Lingyu began to panic because she couldn't change her physiological characteristics. She could delay it, but she couldn't completely eliminate it, unless she had her uterus removed. But there were no conditions for that now. If there were, many women would be willing to do it to survive. Su-yi looked at Lingyu and seriously considered it. At this moment, Lingyu was almost in tears. Without Su-yi, she didn't know how she would survive. That's right, this dormitory was temporarily safe. But that was only temporary. The food she had was limited. At most, she could last a week before running out. It was impossible for any national power to save them now. The only thing they could do was to save themselves. Without food, she would have to risk climbing to other dormitories to collect food. But she couldn't guarantee that every dormitory was safe or that every dormitory had food. Lingyu was about to say something when Su-yi spoke up. "Let us see how you perform. If you have enough strength, we can officially cooperate." Su-yi thought that the smell of one person's blood should be manageable. Lingyu was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly said, "I'm not just a pretty face. I can box, I can shoot arrows, I can drive, I can cook. I could do anything." Surviving alone was too difficult, and there was also the possibility of encountering other people, and she couldn't trust them. Now that there was no apocalypse, who knew what crazy or perverted things others might do? It's worth noting that there were many films and novels about apocalyptic themes. Although Lingyu wasn't particularly interested, she had seen some. The darkness of human nature was terrifying. She didn't want to keep testing others' humanity. After spending a night with Su-yi, Lingyu felt that he was a trustworthy gentleman. After all, no one knew what tomorrow would bring. And doing something crazy at this time was very common. Previously, many men had lusted after her body. Now, there would only be more, and they would be more direct and brutal. "Help! Help! Murder! Help me!" Suddenly, a cry for help came. "Ah, no, Godi, you dare to hide food from us. You bitch, go die." Grab her and throw her down to feed the monsters. "This ungrateful person dares to hide food from us. No, please. I can go to another dormitory to find food. Don't throw me down, please. No need, we could just eat you." Bang. Hearing this, Lingyu's back was drenched. They actually killed their own roommate, and they wanted to eat her? How could they do this? But could she save someone? Which dormitory were they in, and how could she get there? If she went, did she have the ability to save the other person? If she saved her, what would happen next? Would she survive together with her? Thoughts popped up in her mind, only to be rejected one by Lingyu. Just surviving herself was already good enough. How could she think about saving others? Being so self-righteous would probably get her abandoned by Su-yi, right? Thinking this, she glanced at Su-yi's expression. It was only the 7th day, and they were already thinking about eating people. Was there any difference from the monsters outside? Su-yi muttered, then began to organize his things. The things they could take were very limited, so they needed to choose carefully. He felt he could only carry one backpack to avoid hindering his running. If their movements were restricted, the danger level would increase. Stop daydreaming. This is the apocalypse. Don't have any unrealistic fantasies. If your heart isn't strong enough, you won't be able to survive. After organizing his things, he tried to take as many useful items as possible. One backpack would be carried directly, while another could be placed in his car. After Su-yi said this, he immediately began to organize his backpack. He put chocolate in his pocket, along with a pack of cigarettes, and placed other high-calorie foods into the backpack. He also packed some milk. Everything else was stuffed into another backpack, filling it to the brim. Lingyu also began to organize her things. One bag was for food, and the other bag held some other supplies like sanitary napkins. After everything was ready, Su-yi took a bottle of perfume from the table, preparing to conduct an experiment. If the results of this experiment were satisfactory, it would benefit their future actions. Chapter 7. Can we mask the smell of blood? Finding a pimple needle used by girls. He pricked his finger and let some blood drop onto a piece of paper, tossing it down. As the paper was about to hit the ground, several infected individuals below suddenly became excited. They had clearly sensed the smell of blood. Lingyu lay on the corridor, watching the situation beloo, still unaware of Su's intentions. Look, that infected person is coming too. It's more than 10 meters away, and it can smell it? Lingyu's face turned pale. He had only dropped 4 or 5 drops of blood, and he could attract infected individuals from over 10 meters away. He didn't speak, only silently watched below. Blood can attract infected individuals, so it can be used to draw them away and create an opportunity to escape. Lingyu noticed several infected people appearing within a few meters, and her expression worsened. If she were outside and happened to be on her period, countless infected would swarm in and tear her apart. He kept an eye on the situation below, observing the reactions of the infected. As time passed, the excitement of the infected gradually calmed down. He glanced at the time and said calmly, 18 minutes. That's how long the blood's attraction lasts. And this is just a few drops. If there were more, the effect would likely last longer. After saying this, he took out an acne needle again and handed it to Lingyu. Lingyu took the needle and without hesitation pricked her finger. He held out a piece of paper and instructed Lingyu to squeeze out some blood. Squeeze out more, he said coldly. At the same time, screams echoed from upstairs. They were coming in, all because of you. Why did you smash that bitch to death, causing a bloody smell? Now, they want to come in. What do we do now? Are we going to die here? I can't die. I can't. Climb to the next room. Hurry. Let us climb to the next room. Maybe there's food there. How do you know the door next door is closed? What if there are man-eating monsters next door too? Stop yelling. They want to come in. Our dorm door is made of iron. It's very sturdy. Stop making noise. Carry the person into the bathroom and wash away the blood. Then they want to break down the door. He felt that those people should be in the dormitory on the 3rd or 4th floor. The infected below did not smell the blood, but many infected upstairs did. He heard some movement in the hallway outside, and there was noise on the stairs. Clearly, they were attracted to the blood smell upstairs. Is it enough now? Lingyu glanced at There was already a lot of blood on the paper. That's enough, He said, taking a bead and placing it on the paper, then rolling the paper into a small ball. He threw it towards another corner of the building, a distance of about 10 meters. Soon, nearby infected began to approach the blood paper ball. The infected below also caught the scent and immediately moved in that direction. It worked. Should we leave now? Lingyu glanced at the situation below, suddenly feeling happy. This place is too terrifying. The girls here have gone crazy. Wait, don't rush. The experiment isn't finished yet. He wanted to see if perfume could mask the smell of blood. That was also the reason he initially looked for perfume, to see if it could resolve the blood smell. After all, he couldn't avoid getting injured forever. To survive in the apocalypse, one must prepare for various scenarios, including when injured. When he said the experiment wasn't finished, Lingyu obediently closed her mouth. In the apocalypse, obedient women are generally more popular. He calculated the time, wanting to know how long this blood paper ball would last. Hey, handsome, do you have food? A voice suddenly came from the 3rd floor. He looked up to see a girl peeking out. Just a little food. I don't care how you do it. As long as it's a bit of food, just a little. I really can't stand being hungry. Go take out the chips inside. He said to Lingyu. He didn't plan to take the chips with him since both of their backpacks were already full of other food. If he wanted to bring those chips, he would need another backpack, which would hinder his movement and increase risk, so it was better not to. Using food that couldn't be taken to help others without any risk was acceptable to The other person was right next door on the 3rd floor. So easily tossed the chips up, a total of 6 cans, all thrown up. Thank you. If you want to come over, you can come anytime. Lurian, keep my word, the girl gratefully said, while opening the chips and stuffing them into her mouth. Lurian? He felt the name was somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where he had heard it. Because she was very weak, her voice wasn't loud. He didn't respond. He had done what he could, and he didn't really intend to take advantage of her by giving her those chips. 29 minutes. That is a pretty long duration. He glanced at his watch, showing a hint of relaxation. I'll do the last experiment. You go cut the sheets and tie them together. We'll use the sheets to slide down. He assigned a task to Lingyu and then pricked his finger. Starting the last experiment, he squeezed some blood onto the paper, then took out the perfume and sprayed a few times. After spraying, Su Yi crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it at an infected person not far away. The infected kept sniffing, showing no particular excitement. It works. It seems the perfume has some effect, but I don't know how long it will last, Su Yi muttered to himself. Su Yi continued to observe, as Ling Wen needed time to tie the sheets. 15 minutes, and that infected person hasn't detected the smell of blood, which means the blood smell has been suppressed or altered by the perfume scent. With that, Su Yi felt more at ease. At least it had some effect. Given his limited conditions, he could only conduct such an experiment. Hey, handsome, where are you going? Lurian asked curiously. Staying in the dorm is much safer. Why does this handsome guy want to leave? No comment. Su Yi didn't want to disclose his intentions, even though Lurian posed no threat. But it's better to be cautious. If he made a mistake, it could very well cost him his life. A stranger, how could Su Yi trust? Even Ling Wei. Su Yi couldn't fully trust. He remained on guard. Chapter 8. No cannon fodder allowed. Ling Wei tied 2 ropes together, feeling that this would be safer. Soon, Su Yi secured the ropes to the railing, confirming they were sturdy before throwing the ropes down. You go down first, be careful, and then I'll throw the things down. You catch them, Su Yi said while putting on his backpack. Letting Ling Wei go down first meant she couldn't cut the rope midway. Although the distance to the ground was less than 5 meters, and they could slide down quickly, Su Yi still chose to be cautious and let Ling Wei go first. Okay, Ling Wei agreed without hesitation. She understood that Su Yi didn't trust her. However, she also realized that they had only just met yesterday. Although they had escaped together, it was normal not to trust each other with such little acquaintance. Her relationship with Su Yi was different. From the beginning until now, she had been the one accepting Su Yi's help. Therefore, she had trust in him. Now that the infected below had been drawn away, the risk of going down wasn't very high. If there really was a risk, she could still climb back up. With Su Yi's help, she climbed over the balcony and decisively slid down. Although it made some noise, it did not attract the infected. After safely landing, Su Yi threw his backpack down. Ling Yu decisively caught it. The two had a strong rapport. After tossing both backpacks down, Su Yi promptly flipped out and landed on the ground. Once on the ground, Su Yi pulled out the machete from his back and picked up the backpack on the ground. Then, the two climbed over the fence, preparing to head back to the street below and drive to the gym. At this moment, the infected had already discovered them and were closing in. Just then, a sound of metal clanging echoed from above. Hey, you monsters, look here, look here, Lu Ren shouted while banging on a stainless steel bowl. The infected below were instantly attracted by her and looked up, abandoning their pursuit of Su Yi and Ling Yu. Jim, Su Yi suddenly said 3 words. Lu Ren's eyes lit up, realizing that Su Yi was revealing their destination. However, she was somewhat confused. Was the gym really a place worth going? There was no food there. What would they do? Although the gym was large, how long could they survive without food? River, there's a river behind the gym. Are they planning to leave the city via the river? Exactly, it must be that way. Lu Ren felt she understood Su Yi's purpose and became happy. Wait until I regain my strength, and I'll leave from there too. Su Yi and Ling Yu had already disappeared from her sight, as her position was low and blocked by trees. Su Yi and Ling Yu had climbed onto a vehicle blocking the road, and there were no infected in sight on the other side. Her car was still parked by the roadside and had not been vandalized. The two successfully got into the car and placed their belongings inside. Let's go to the gym. There shouldn't be too many people there. Su Yi took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Earlier on the road, he had taken down an infected person head-on, so he needed a cigarette to calm his nerves. At the same time, Su Yi realized his machete was still a bit short and needed an upgrade. To upgrade it to a 1. Zwei Meta Tang Kniefe. He needed 6 survival points, but he currently had only 3 and couldn't upgrade it yet. However, once he reached the gym, he could check in. Completing the check-in would not only yield rewards, but also provide survival points, allowing him to upgrade the machete to a tang knife. Today, he had 3 check-in opportunities. As long as he reached the gym, he could use all 3 check-in chances. Naturally, he would have enough survival points to upgrade the machete to a tang knife. On the way, they encountered some infected, which Ling Yu deftly avoided. After about 20 minutes, their car arrived directly at the entrance of the gym building. Our archery club is on the 7th floor, but the door is blocked. Ling Yu glanced at the glass door of the gym building, where clutter was piled behind it, indicating survivors were inside. We can climb in from the back. I've done it before. It's not hard. Just drive the car around to the back. It's easier. Su Yi pointed in the direction. Soon, Ling Yu maneuvered the car to the back of the building. The car scraped against something, but she didn't care at all. After all, it was the apocalypse. Who cared about the condition of a car? Climbing onto the roof, he tossed the backpack inside before flipping it himself. There were bloodstains on the hall floor, but no bodies were in sight. You two, raise your hands, otherwise we'll have to shoot. A voice suddenly rang out. A group of people appeared in the corner of the hall, all holding bows, warily watching Su, Yi, and Ling Yu. Wang Fong, you're quite bold to point a bow at me, Ling Yu suddenly scolded. Ling Yu? It's really you. I'm so glad you're alive, Wang Fong said happily as he ran towards Ling Yu. Let us find a way to join them, Su, Yi whispered. His goal was to check in. Once he completed that, he would find a way to leave. These people didn't seem to be starting at all. They looked quite spirited. The key point was that they were all men. Not a single woman was present. Thus, Su Yi remained cautious around them. Hearing Su Yi's words, Ling Yu quickly replied, they don't seem right. I don't like them. Her voice was low. Only Su Yi could hear. Wang Fong, I'm so glad you're okay. We have some food in our backpacks. You could divide it among yourselves. Ling Yu wore a smile, appearing genuinely happy. Su Yi couldn't help but admire Ling Yu's acting. It was too convincing. He began to doubt whether what she displayed in front of him was real or just an act. That's great. We just ran out of food. This is Wang Fong. He glanced at Su Yi with a somewhat unfriendly look. This is Su Yi. He was hiding with me in the third canteen. We barely escaped here. Outside, it's full of man-eating monsters. The more survivors, the better. That way, we can gather food. Ling Yu introduced Su Yi. Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, Wang Fong pondered for a moment. He had to admit that what Ling Yu said made a lot of sense. To survive, they would definitely have to leave to gather supplies. Staying here would ultimately lead to death. Only by collecting enough resources could they hope to survive. If they wanted to go out, they needed cannon fodder. This Su Yi seemed very suitable for that role. Chapter 9. The rewards are too generous. My stomach doesn't feel well. I need to use the restroom. Su Yi suddenly spoke up. Yeah. Take this brother to see what good food we have, Wang Fong said, giving a boy a meaningful look. No need. I know where the restroom is on the second floor, Su Yi said, pressing his stomach and running towards the stairs. Wang Fong's expression darkened. But with Ling Yu nearby, he couldn't erupt, unless he was prepared to eliminate Su Yi directly. Thinking about needing Su Yi as cannon fodder, he held back. In Wang Fong's eyes, this frail Su Yi was easy to control. If he didn't obey enough, he could just beat him until he did. If that didn't work, he could always use women to bring him around. Right now, his thoughts were entirely focused on Ling Yu. In the past, he was Ling Yu's admirer, always pursuing her. But he knew very well that Ling Yu was not someone he could catch up to. However, things were different now. This was the apocalypse. Personal strength was everything. As long as one had enough power, they could do whatever they wanted, including being with any woman they desired. The women they controlled, after starving for a few days, would be more obedient than dogs with just a little food. They could play however they wanted. For Ling Yu, he had invested real feelings. Therefore, he still hoped to win Ling Yu's acknowledgement, making her fall deeply in love with him. So he didn't go to the second floor, but ran straight to the 7th floor. He encountered no one on the stairs, so he reached the 7th floor smoothly. After arriving, Su Yi found the archery club. The door was unlocked, and Su Yi directly opened it and walked in. Is anyone here? Su Yi called out as he entered. The area is divided into several sections: an office area, a storage area for bows and arrows, and an indoor shooting training room. The shelves and cabinets in the archery storage area are empty, and after seeing this, Su Yi directly headed towards the shooting training room. System sign-in. Su Yi thought to himself. Ding, sign-in successful, received archery experience pack. Survival points 5. He indeed gained archery skills. When he came in to sign in, he had guessed he might receive archery skills. But when he actually got them, he felt very excited. With his skill, his survival ability improved. Additionally, he surprisingly had 5 survival points, which was more than he expected. Now he should go sign in at the adjacent free fighting club. When he first arrived, Su Yi noticed that next to the archery club was a free fighting club, and in another corner, there was a fencing club, which he also wanted to sign into. As he walked out, Su Yi returned to the archery storage area. This place is also considered an independent space, and since there was no sign indicating it had already been signed in, it meant Su Yi could sign in here. Should he sign in here? Su Yi thought that signing in at this place could likely yield a bow. To be honest, he really wanted a bow. However, there were still those people downstairs. And if Sui got a bow, they would likely confiscate it, unless he left immediately, regardless of Lingyu. System, sign in, Sui made his choice. Ding. Sign in successful. Received 1 cubic meter of storage space. Survival points 20. Sui seriously suspected he had misheard. Storage space? He actually gained storage space? It really was storage space. System, let us go. Sui thought, and the chocolate in his pocket was transferred to the storage space. This storage space is not limited by the shape and size of objects. Anything, regardless of size or length, can be placed inside, only counting the volume. The total volume must not exceed 1 cubic meter. It can be said that this storage space can be maximally utilized without any waste. In reality, such a situation is impossible. One can only say the system is too powerful, too high-tech. It's so great. Having this makes things much more convenient. Sui was overjoyed. Although it was only 1 cubic meter, it was already quite powerful. With this much space, he could store several backpacks worth of supplies. Additionally, Sui discovered that the more beneficial the items obtained, the more survival points he would earn. Taking a deep breath, Sui calmed himself down. When he reached the office area, he saw a miniature crossbow model on a desk. With a flash of inspiration, Sui walked over and picked up the miniature crossbow model. Titanium alloy model, Lingyu. Sui read the laser-engraved words on the base. It turned out this was Lingyu's desk. He also picked up 10 exquisitely crafted crossbow bolts and then loaded one into the crossbow. Although this crossbow was small, its functionality was no different from a real crossbow. It could shoot, and it had considerable power. He shot an arrow at the desk, and the fine arrow penetrated 2/3 of the desk. With a thought, a line of text appeared on the titanium alloy model crossbow. You can use 30 survival points to upgrade it to a powerful crossbow. Sui was instantly thrilled, not expecting it could actually be upgraded. He glanced at the upper right corner. Sui survival points, 28 sign-in times, 1/310. He was only 2 points away from upgrading the crossbow. He stored the model crossbow in his storage space, took out a cigarette, lit it, and then walked out of the archery club. Free fighting or fencing? Sui chose fencing first since it was more practical. As long as he used a sharp sword, it was a very useful ability against both humans and infected beings. So, Sui headed towards the fencing club. The door was also unlocked, and Sui walked straight in. The layout here was the same as in the archery club. It started with an office. Sui searched around the office, but found nothing of value. Then, he walked to the storage area for swords and protective gear. These were all foils, which had no practical value, so no one took them. Sui picked one up and then had a thought. You can use 30 survival points to upgrade it to a samurai sword. So, Sui tried to store it in his storage space. Since he didn't have enough survival points now, he could wait until he had them to upgrade. Next, he picked up a set of protective gear and checked it. You can use 10 survival points to enhance the protective gear strength. Sui thought for a moment and stored 2 sets in his storage space. Then, Sui walked towards the fencing training room, preparing to sign in inside. However, when he pushed open the door, he saw some people huddled in the corner, none of them wearing a single piece of clothing. Without exception, they were all girls, each with bruises on their bodies, some severely injured with no part of them unscathed. Upon seeing Sui enter, these girls all trembled but forced some smiles on their faces. Clearly, they were all terrified from being bullied. Sui was shocked that those boys could be so beastly, and he couldn't help but think of Lingyu. If she had stayed, her situation would likely be the same. No, because she was very beautiful, she would probably face even more humiliation. Chapter 10. Don't expect others to save you. Sui's fists clenched tightly, then he slowly relaxed them. Such things are probably happening in every corner of the world. If women do not resist, then encountering such situations would be very common. Moreover, after the first time, it would lead to countless others. This is the cruel reality of the apocalypse. Besides the monsters outside that eat people, the people around you can also be devils. Although his body had been enhanced, and he had gained the archery experience pack, those scumbags numbered over 10, and Sui currently did not have the strength to take on so many. Moreover, even if he saved those girls, what would happen? Could they survive? Additionally, Sui had another doubt. What were the people in the gym eating for the past 7 days? This is a gym. There is no food here, unlike dormitory buildings where many people like to stock up on snacks and instant noodles. For the first 2 or 3 days, they could survive on water, but not eating for 7 days is absolutely not compatible with their current state. They must have been eating something every day. What were they eating? Sui dared not ask, fearing he would get the answer he dreaded. System, sign in. He closed his eyes and silently thought. Ding! Sign-in successful. Received fencing experience pack. Survival points 5. After completing the sign-in, Sue-E turned and left. The sign-in opportunities had been reset, and he would have to wait until tomorrow to gain another chance to sign in. Save us, please, save us. A girl saw Sue-E not coming to torment them, but turning to leave, and immediately realized that Sue-E might not be with that group, but rather just arrived. Sue-E stopped, turned to look at those girls, and said, "It's already the end of the world. Don't expect anyone to save you besides yourselves. You. How can you be so heartless, without any compassion? Exactly, we are girls. How can we possibly fight against those boys? You're clearly as timid as us, a coward." Sue-E was speechless upon hearing some girls' words. He was glad he didn't save them. If he had, they might complain that he came too late, or that he didn't make sure they were fed. There were more than 20 girls united together, and while he couldn't say they could completely deal with those scumbags, at least they could ensure they weren't bullied. Without saying another word, Sue-E left directly. He was sure they didn't even have the courage to leave this place. After leaving, Sue-E headed for the staircase. He wanted to see what clubs were downstairs. It was the end of the world, and the more abilities he could master, the better. The gym was still very safe. No infected people had rushed in, and he could stay there for a few days, checking out suitable places to get what he wanted. Just as he reached the 6th floor, he ran into Ling Yu and Wang Fong, who were coming up. "Sue-E, didn't you say you wanted to check out the archery club to see if you could practice archery? I'll take you. This pink one is my bow." Ling Yu happily waved the pink bow in her hand. Sue-E remembered that this bow was previously carried by Wang Fong. He didn't expect it to be Ling Yu's bow. "Wang Fong, have someone bring a light bow for Sue-E to try. Let us see if he has any talent for it." Saying this, Ling Yu glanced at Sue-E. She only trusted Sue-E now and naturally hoped he could quickly master the shooting skills of a traditional bow. His machete had already been taken away by Wang Fong, and now Sue-E had no weapons. However, Ling Yu would find a way to get Sue-Yi's machete back. If possible, she hoped to leave the gym tonight and find a way to go to her aunt's place with Sue-E. That place was safe. After all, those infected outside could be killed. Besides large-scale destructive weapons like missiles, there was nothing more effective than firearms. Mastering firearms meant mastering safety. Wang Fong's expression changed. He didn't like Sue-E and didn't want him to master shooting skills. But at this moment, he didn't want to anger Ling Yu. "Atun, your bow is the lightest. Let the new brother try it and teach him how to shoot. We'll go to the yoga club on the 6th floor." There was a group of women on the 7th floor, and Wang Fong didn't want Ling Yu to find out. "Okay, you all go ahead." Ling Yu agreed directly, but she felt there was something going on the 7th floor. After all, she still had an office in the archery club, and Wang Fong actually wanted her to go to the judo club. "That is troublesome for you." Sue-E smiled slightly, making a gesture for her to go ahead. Yi Junbin expressionlessly led Sue-E upstairs toward the archery club. Upon entering the archery club, Yi Junbin didn't notice anything unusual. They had already taken everything that could be taken from the archery club. "As fellow alumni, I advise you that Ling Yu is our boss woman. Don't have unrealistic fantasies." Sue-E was slightly taken aback, then said, "I understand, and right now, staying alive is the most important thing." "That is good to know. Try it out and see if you have any talent for archery." Saying this, Yi Junbin handed the bow to Sue-E. He didn't demonstrate anything and stood silently behind Sue-E. Sue-E pretended to be talentless for over 10 minutes, then followed Yi Junbin back downstairs. Taking this opportunity, Sue-E checked out the clubs on the 6th floor. Besides Taekwondo, the others were all dance, art, photography, yoga, etc., which had no value for Sue-E. Therefore, he currently felt that the only 2 clubs that had some value were mixed martial arts and Taekwondo. The absence of a traditional martial arts club left Sue-E feeling frustrated. "How about it? Can you shoot accurately?" As soon as she entered the yoga club, Ling Yu hurriedly asked Sue-E about the situation. "Not at all. He has no talent. After shooting for so long, not a single arrow hit the target, and his hand is a bit strained." Yi Junbin preemptively spoke before Sue-E had a chance. "What a pity. It seems you're still more suited to using a machete. Here, let me return this machete to you." Wang Fong pretended to be regretful as he handed the machete back to Sue-E and then patted Sue-E's shoulder. "Thank you, Brother Wang." Sue-E happily accepted his machete. "Let us go. I'll take you to rest. I just discussed with you that tomorrow we'll go out to gather supplies. We can't just keep hiding in the gym like this." Saying this, Wang Fong wrapped an arm around Sue-E and took him out. It was obvious that Wang Fong wanted to separate Sue-E from Ling Yu. not allowing them to stay together. Moreover, Wang Fong planned to send Su Yi out as cannon fodder tomorrow to gather supplies. If necessary, he would take the opportunity to kill Su Yi. Wang Fong believed that if he killed Su Yi, he could quickly deal with Ling Yu. Chapter 11. Who Can Act? Su Yi was taken to the corner of the anime club, which was quite clean but not large. After entering, Wang Fong gave Su Yi a dismissive look. Su Yi, have you slept with a woman? The food was brought by Su Yi and Ling Yu. He wasn't foolish enough to use food to entice Su Yi. Regardless of the era, power, beauty, wealth, and fame are what most men pursue. Wang Fong couldn't offer anything else right now, but he could offer women. After all, he had locked up more than 20 women in the fencing club on the 7th floor. Casually bringing one to win Su Yi over wouldn't be considered a loss for him. After all, he had already played with them. In Wang Fong's view, those superficial women were only fit to be used for release. Playing with them a few times became boring, making them most suitable for winning over subordinates. Moreover, once sent out, they would be supported by the other party. If Su Yi truly had good skills and could gather supplies back, he would mind letting Su Yi stay and work for him. And no, Su Yi swallowed hard, looking quite greedy. Acting? Who can't? Those young, fresh faces could just use filters. Being this handsome, his acting skills should be on point. Perform well tomorrow, and when you come back, I'll arrange for a woman for you. You can sleep with her however you want. Saying this, Wang Fong patted Su Yi's shoulder, his eyes becoming increasingly lecherous. Don't worry, Brother Wang. I will definitely gather more supplies tomorrow. Su Yi patted his chest to assure him, looking eager. You'll definitely do well. You look particularly bold and meticulous. There are monsters outside, and you dare to take you to escape to the gym. Gathering some supplies shouldn't be difficult for you. Wang Fong smiled happily, though this was merely surface level. It was truly hard for him to believe in Su Yi. After all, going outside was very dangerous. People could die. Some were so terrified of going outside, fearing being bitten to death by monsters, that they hanged themselves. At this moment, it was difficult for Wang Fong to believe anyone would be willing to go outside to gather food, unless there are huge benefits to be gained. You rest well here. These 2 buckets of instant noodles are your meals for today. Tomorrow morning, I'll arrange for someone to go out with you to collect supplies. When Wang Fong came over, he brought 2 buckets of instant noodles, wanted to test Su Yi's reaction. Brother Wang, these noodles are too small. Won't they be enough? Su Yi immediately showed some displeasure. Wang Fong still wore a smile, suppressing his inner anger, and gently said, This is just lunch. It should be enough. Don't worry. There are 2 more buckets for dinner, and I'll have someone bring them over shortly. I'm always generous with my people. I would never let anyone suffer. The reason I can be the president of the Archery Society is because of this virtue. That's why everyone voted for me. Su Yi then nodded in satisfaction and said, That's enough. 2 buckets are sufficient for a meal. The conditions can only be like this now, and I understand. Wang Fong patted Su Yi with satisfaction, saying, You are reasonable and straightforward. All right, rest well, conserve your energy, and tomorrow we will go out to collect supplies. With more supplies, we won't have to worry about not having enough to eat. After Wang Fong left, a shadow crossed his face. After leaving, he had someone deliver instant noodles to Su Yi and also instructed to keep an eye on Su Yi to prevent him from running around. Su Yi looked at the time. It was only 11:32, and lunch would be served soon. Without electricity, there was no way to boil water for the noodles, so he could only eat them dry. Su Yi had a window, so he could see the situation outside. There were more than 30 infected individuals outside the stadium. They clearly hadn't smelled any blood and were just wandering around the square. Overall, there were relatively few infected in this area. Su Yi thought about another direction and looked at the river behind the stadium. He wanted to climb over the fence to leave the school and then escape along the river. The resources at the school were quite limited. The city's resources were much more abundant. With the population sharply reduced, the stores and supermarkets in the city had plenty of supplies, as long as one had enough courage. They could obtain a lot of resources. Without enough supplies, survival was impossible. If the survivors in the school didn't leave soon, they would eventually starve to death. Perhaps some could survive for a while by eating meat, but that could easily lead to infighting, causing people to see those around them as food, which could drive them to madness. Su Yi definitely couldn't accept eating the flesh of his own kind. So he planned to complete the check-in tomorrow morning and leave quietly while everyone was distracted. Being with a group of demons made Su Yi restless. After finishing the 2 buckets of small instant noodles, Su-yi lay down to rest. He definitely couldn't sleep, but he honestly lay in the corner. This place was not easy to be hit by a hidden arrow. If someone wanted to attack him, it would be easily noticed. Su-yi had no trust in Wang Fong, so he had to be on guard against him and others. However, the most frustrating was Ling Yu. She wanted to stay close to Su-yi, but Wang Fong completely disagreed. He was sure that Ling Yu wouldn't dare to turn against him, testing her patience. Ling Yu really didn't dare to turn against him, as all the boys in the school had been subdued by Wang Fong, and she couldn't rally them in such a short time. Additionally, she noticed that those boys looked at her very directly, with a strong sense of aggression. If it weren't for Wang Fong, those boys might have acted on their impulses. She deeply realized how dangerous it was for girls in the apocalypse. Not only did they have to guard against the biting infected, but they also had to be wary of men who openly displayed their desires. In the meantime, she took the opportunity to go to the restroom to find Su-yi. Seeing Su-yi safe and sound, Ling Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Ling Yu suspected that Wang Fong and his group were just like the few girls in the girls' dormitory, already starting to consume their own kind. There was no food in the gym that could sustain 20 or so people for 8 days, apart from eating their own kind's flesh. She couldn't think of what Wang Fong and the others relied on to survive until now. Wang Fong and his group didn't look like people who had been starving for days. None of them appeared emaciated. To Ling Yu, this place felt like a den of devils. Unfortunately, she and Su-yi had no way to communicate. Whenever the 2 of them spoke, there would be others present. So Ling Yu planned to sneak away early tomorrow morning at dawn. If Su-yi was perceptive enough, he should also escape from here. She had already figured out that after escaping the stadium, she would drift down the river to the city and then look for her aunt and father. She felt that her aunt and parents should be in the same place. Returning to their side would make her feel safer. Everyone else, except Su-yi, was too terrifying. All potential demons. Every minute was torment for Ling Yu. So after dinner, Ling Yu said she was tired and wanted to sleep. In the first half of the night, she indeed slept, but in the second half, she woke up. Thanks to the moonlight, she could see clearly and it was convenient to move. Chapter 12. Shoot the Beast Wang Fong. Ding. Check-in count 1. After midnight, Su-yi heard a prompt. He had slept too deeply the night before and hadn't heard it. Now he realized that as long as it was past midnight, the check-in count would be issued. Su-yi sat up and noticed someone standing at the door, unmoving. Obviously, the person watching Su-yi had fallen asleep against the wall. Su-yi turned his back and took out the toy crossbow from his storage space. With a thought, he silently said, "System, upgrade the crossbow." In an instant, the toy crossbow in Su-yi's hands transformed into a regular-sized crossbow, and the toothpick-sized crossbow bolts turned into 10 normal-sized bolts. Made of titanium alloy, this crossbow was very lightweight. It also had a regular scope, making it a very powerful weapon. At the very least, it could kill most traditional bows in an instant. Su-yi examined the crossbow bolts. They were very sharp and should easily penetrate both human and infected bodies. Kill. To be honest, Su-yi wasn't mentally prepared for that yet, unless it was for self-defense. Right now, he couldn't bring himself to kill someone proactively. Cocking the crossbow was somewhat strenuous, but this crossbow had a foot stirrup to assist in the process. Su-yi's body had been enhanced with a stimulant, so he didn't need the stirrup. He pulled back the string directly and loaded a bolt. After finishing, Su-yi stored it back in his storage space. With just a thought, it could appear in his hand, making it very convenient. He could shoot it immediately without wasting time loading it. Holding a machete, Su-yi walked toward the door. He wanted to check in at the combat club, and after completing the check-in, he could hide on the first floor or even wait in a car outside until dawn to escape through the river. Su-yi tiptoed out, not waking the person watching him. Just as he reached the staircase, he saw a familiar figure. Su-yi hurried forward and covered Ling Yu's mouth. "You wait for me in the first floor hall. I'll come down shortly." Su-yi whispered something in Ling Yu's ear. He didn't expect that he and Ling Yu would be so coincidentally matched. As soon as he came out, she also managed to sneak out. Moreover, she was carrying a bow, indicating that she was prepared to escape overnight. Perhaps it was because she had discovered something. He estimated that she might want to find him. Ling Yu's lips moved a few times, but no sound came out because Su-yi was covering her mouth. The 2 of them were very close, causing Ling Yu's heart to race and her face to flush. Su-yi felt a slight itch in his palm, then withdrew his hand and turned to go upstairs. They were currently on the 6th floor, so all they needed to do was get to the upper floor. Su-yi quickly went upstairs and arrived at the combat club. In the corridor, he heard some noises. It was obvious that some boys were messing with the girls in the fencing club. Many students in college were night owls. It was only a little past midnight, so it was normal not to be asleep. He carefully made his way into the combat club and found a training room. System, check-in. He silently thought. Ding, check-in successful. Received combat experience package. Survival points, 5. After receiving the reward, he immediately left the combat club and headed downstairs. Concerned that his footsteps might disturb others, he walked very lightly and slowly. Ling Yu was pacing under the window where they had entered, looking somewhat anxious. After all, she didn't know why he had gone upstairs and was worried that he would be discovered by Wang Fong and the others. Ling Yu, what are you doing here by yourself? A voice rang out, causing Ling Yu's body to stiffen. Wang Fong, do I need to report to you about what I'm doing? Ling Yu retorted directly. After all, she had already decided to leave, so there was no need to maintain a facade of cordiality with Wang Fong. Just as she was about to draw the longbow on her back, Wang Fong and his two subordinates had already drawn their bows, aiming at Ling Yu. Don't move, or I fear their arrows will pierce your body. You want to run? Why? Can't you stay with me? I can protect you. Wang Fong didn't understand why Ling Yu wanted to escape. He felt that he hadn't shown any weaknesses that would make her feel scared of him. Protect me? Goof. You just want to sleep with me. Don't make it sound so nice. Ling Yu glared at Wang Fong, realizing that she had no chance to grab her arrows now. I've liked you for a long time. Everyone in school knows it. Yes, I'm lusting after your body. But that's because I like you. Isn't that normal? Ling Yu, the world has changed. Outside are monsters that eat people. Stay with me. I will protect you, treat you well, and give you the best things. As he spoke, Wang Fong moved closer to Ling Yu. He could not let her escape. He wanted to have Ling Yu. This time, he decided to use violent means. A woman, once you break through a certain point, can easily win her heart. If Ling Yu stayed, he would be willing to spend some time slowly winning her over. Unfortunately, now he could only resort to the most direct and brutal methods. The monsters outside eat people. Don't? Ling Yu took 2 steps back. She was waiting for Yi to appear. After all, Yi had told her to wait for him downstairs, and he should be arriving soon. These people were definitely no match for Yi. Wang Fong's body stiffened, and his pupils involuntarily shrank. How do you know? This was their secret. A secret they dared not tell Ling Yu. Yes, we have eaten some meat, but we didn't kill anyone. She committed suicide. We just wanted to survive. Should so many of us starve to death here? Wang Fong's face twisted in rage, and he lunged at Ling Yu. She knew this secret. Either she would be made to eat human flesh as well, or he would tame her like he did with other girls. Wang Fong only wanted to capture Ling Yu now, tie her up, and have her body. Crouch down. Suddenly, Yi's voice rang out in the hall. Ling Yu instantly reacted and crouched down. A crossbow bolt shot through Wang Fong's neck with a whoosh. Wang Fong clutched his neck, making a choking sound. His 2 subordinates quickly turned around and saw someone rushing towards them. They immediately aimed their bows at Yi, but Yi suddenly slid, avoiding the arrows while knocking one of them down. When the other one tried to draw his bow, Yi hit him in the stomach, causing him to scream in pain. Then Yi punched the other person on the head and seized his bow. Quick, climb out the window. The infected will soon smell the blood. Yi saw Ling Yu picking up his crossbow and immediately reminded her. Chapter 13. Am I not tempted? Without saying a word, Ling Yu climbed up the concrete platform, threw her bow outside, and then climbed out. After Yi knocked the other person down, he took their quivers and bows, including Wang Fong's longbow and quiver, and stored them all in his storage space. Yi, hurry, the infected are coming. Ling Yu urged as she got into the car. Yi quickly climbed out and then jumped into the car. As soon as he got in, Ling Yu stepped on the gas and accelerated toward the wall. They actually eat human flesh. It's terrifying. I'm so glad we escaped. Ling Yu felt a lingering fear. Just thinking about Wang Fong's terrifying face made her shiver. Yi, thank you. You saved me again. If it weren't for you, I would have been caught by that beast. That kind of cannibalistic freak deserves to die. Yi felt that as humans, there should still be a bottom line. Eating one's own kind. What difference is there from beasts? For the first time killing someone, Yi was actually very scared. He felt something was off all over. His mind kept replaying the scene of the crossbow bolt piercing Wang Fong's neck and the blood spraying. After Wang Fong fell, his body kept twitching. These images kept assaulting him. Yi, get out of the car, hurry. Ling Yu parked the car behind the wall and got out. Noticing that Yi was still dazed in the car, she shouted. Infected individuals were already approaching, and under the moonlight, she couldn't see clearly. She was worried about hidden infected nearby. Su-Yi heard Ling Yu's call and finally reacted. After getting out of the car, Su-Yi jumped on a hood and quickly climbed up the wall. Outside the wall was a river. Come up. Su-Yi reached out his hand to Ling Yu and pulled her up. There were sharp stainless steel pipes sticking out on top of the wall, which could easily cause injury if one wasn't careful. With Su-Yi's help, Ling Yu also climbed onto the wall. Should we jump into the river now? Or wait until dawn? Ling Yu glanced at Su-Yi, seeking his opinion. She felt that her strength was much weaker compared to Su-Yi, so naturally, she should follow his lead. Let's wait until dawn. The situation in the river is still quite complicated. Those timid cowards in the gym definitely won't dare to come out. As long as we aren't attacked by the infected, we will be safe. Su-Yi thought it was dangerous to jump into the river now. If they didn't choose the right spot and got injured while jumping down, it would be troublesome. If they accidentally broke a bone, that could be fatal. Injuring muscles and bones takes 100 days, and now it's the apocalypse. If mobility is restricted, it becomes very difficult to survive. Su-Yi, will animals also be infected and turn into infected beings like humans? Ling Yu turned her head to glance at the river behind her and asked with some concern. Probably not, Su-Yi replied somewhat evasively. Who knows if animals can be infected or mutated? Regardless of whether it happens or not, there are no options left. After all, if anything threatens my life, Su-Yi would not hesitate to kill it. I wonder if any humans among us will mutate and gain superpowers. Movies and novels often depict it this way in apocalyptic settings. Looking at the slowly approaching infected, Ling Yu particularly wished she had extraordinary powers. Hearing Ling Yu's words, Su-Yi couldn't help but touch his nose. Although he wasn't a mutant or anything, he had acquired a system that was more powerful than superpowers. Of course, I know this is actually a kind of hope for humanity when facing the apocalypse with helplessness. But right now, I really wish I could have that kind of extraordinary ability. Then I could survive in this world. Ling Yu looked up at the moon in the sky. After experiencing what happened with Wang Feng, she realized more and more that relying on oneself is the most practical. Human hearts are difficult to read, and it's hard to trust others completely. Moreover, it's not just about not being able to trust others. They also can't fully trust you. Just like Su-Yi, he has always been on guard against her, hasn't he? Actually, the infected in their current state aren't particularly terrifying. They're still quite easy to deal with. Su-Yi looked at the infected below and felt they were no longer that frightening. Ling Yu rolled her eyes and said, "What is easy for a master like you is another matter for others. A single knife can cut off an infected's neck, but not everyone can do that easily. Even with targeted training, it's not something that can be achieved in a short time." Getting carried away, Su-Yi awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. Because he had injected a body enhancement serum, he was now much stronger in terms of power, speed, and reaction ability than an average human. With such strength, the infected really weren't that scary to him. But it was completely different for ordinary people. Killing an infected might require several strikes to the neck. If they hadn't managed to cut through, another infected might leap up and pierce your chest. Is that easy? That's why Ling Yu had such complaints. She was sure that even a regular SWAT officer might not be able to handle things as easily as Su-Yi. After a moment of silence, Su-Yi took out a cigarette and lit it. After all, there was nothing to do while squatting here, and the infected below hadn't left. Otherwise, they could just return to the car and wait until dawn to leave. Just as he lit it, Ling Yu took the cigarette away. She took a puff, coughed a couple of times, causing 5 or 6 infected below to get excited and claw their way up, wanted to eat the two of them. Unfortunately, they couldn't climb walls. If you can't do it, don't waste it. My cigarette has already been ruined by those beasts. Saying this, Su-Yi snatched the cigarette back and put it in his mouth. Ling Yu's face flushed as she couldn't help but think of the moment in the gym when Su-Yi covered her mouth. At that time, they were very close, like a pair of intimate lovers. Previously, she had never had such an experience with a boy. Su-Yi, if I keep following you, would you agree? Ling Yu suddenly spoke up. Su-Yi was taken aback and tilted his head. He noticed that the curve of her hips was particularly alluring while she was squatting. Aren't you going to find your aunt and family? Su-Yi blew out a smoke ring, contemplating Ling Yu's suggestion. Was he attracted to her body? Of course he was. Not only was she beautiful, but her skin was also particularly good, and her figure was top-notch. Her title as the school flower was universally acknowledged. Not just a self-proclaimed title by a few boys. Countless boys in the school were attracted to her. Even ordinary boys couldn't help but feel drawn to her. And Su-Yi was no exception. But being attracted was one thing. Everyone knew Ling Yu was hard to pursue. Her difficulty level comparable to an ordinary person chasing a top female star, achievable only in dreams. Now that she asked this question, it was almost equivalent to giving Sue-Yi a chance to realize it. So, he was genuinely a bit moved. Chapter 14. Received new information. Ling Yu sighed and shifted her hips. Squatting for too long makes the legs numb. Of course I want to find them. But I'm worried something might have happened to them. If nothing had happened, they should have sent someone to rescue me, but it's already been 8 days. This sudden change came too abruptly, without any warning. People around could turn into infected beings in the blink of an eye. Perhaps they had already become infected. Ling Yu was very reluctant to admit it, but her rationality told her that these situations were very likely to happen. After all, she was the only daughter in her family, and her father had a group of capable bodyguards by his side. If nothing had happened, it was impossible for them not to send someone to look for her, right? 8 days had passed, and they were still in the same city. Although the school was located in a suburban area, it should be easy to reach her school from the river, right? Unless something went wrong. With 60 of the global population turned into infected beings, she didn't believe her parents wouldn't turn into infected beings. In a message her aunt sent her, there was no mention of her parents, which likely meant that something had happened to them. However, after almost experiencing a life-and-death situation, Ling Yu had gained some clarity about certain things. Thus, she wanted to hold on to Sue-Yi's leg tightly. With Sue-Yi, she felt secure and safe. Sue-Yi flicked the cigarette but away and brought his gaze back from the distance. He wouldn't stay in one place for too long because he needed to check in at new locations. He couldn't linger in one area for long. Regular places for check-ins were too wasteful. He might not even stay in this city for a year. To become stronger, he needed to run through every corner of the city, searching for suitable places to check in. You can follow me for a while, but I want to travel across the country, so I can't always take you with me. Travel across the country? Are you serious? Ling Yu blinked and looked at Sue-Yi with a puzzled expression. Seeing Sue-Yi nodding at her, Ling Yu didn't know how to respond. Dude, it's the apocalypse now. With billions of infected beings spread across the globe, you're saying you want to travel across the country? Are you crazy? However, she saw that Sue-Yi didn't seem to be joking. He was very serious. Now that it was the apocalypse, the idea of restoring the world to its former state, where one could see other places from home, was no longer possible. Anyway, since it was already the apocalypse, one might as well live a little more freely. Who knows which will come first, accidents or tomorrow? I haven't even seen the beautiful mountains and rivers of our country. Now I can go wherever I want without needing tickets. Isn't that pretty good? The more Sue-Yi spoke, the more he felt it was a good idea. He wondered if signing in at places like Wudong Mountain, Shaolin Temple, and Longhu Mountain would grant him some incredibly powerful martial arts. Sue-Yi, is my charm really that small? Ling Yu said, a bit displeased. Small? Sue-Yi turned to take a look. It's quite large, not small at all. Upon seeing where Sue-Yi's gaze landed, Ling Yu's face instantly turned red. Then why did you refuse me? Don't you want to? Ling Yu felt like she had socially died after saying such bold and shameless words. She couldn't believe she had said something so daring. Sue-Yi suddenly leaned closer to Ling Yu, startling her and nearly causing her to fall off. What are you doing? Ling Yu panicked, her heart racing. What do you mean? Of course I want. Sue-Yi grinned, looking at Ling Yu under the moonlight. With her face slightly flushed, she appeared particularly alluring. He was indeed tempted, but for now, he could only think about it. There were still infected people observing below. Wanted to eat their hearts, wanting to eat their brains. Sue-Yi's teasing left Ling Yu too embarrassed to speak. She just wanted to hide underwater. She naturally understood Sue-Yi's meaning. After a while, Ling Yu slowly regained her composure, her gaze becoming more resolute. It was already the apocalypse. Did they still need to live like before? Just as Sue-Yi said, who knows which will come first, an accident or tomorrow. Live freely, leave no regrets, and maintain their bottom line. After coming to this realization, Ling Yu boldly glanced at Sue-Yi. To be honest, Sue-Yi was quite handsome, although somewhat delicate. However, the strength and ability he exhibited had nothing to do with his delicate appearance. Because of her growing fondness and gratitude towards Sue-Yi, Ling Yu found him even more attractive. Additionally, there was a mysterious aura about him that made him more alluring. The more she looked, the more her heart raced. Who said only men desire women? Women can also desire the men who make their hearts race. At that moment, Ling Yu found herself somewhat infatuated with Sue-Yi. Sue-Yi, they left, seemingly attracted away. Ling Yu noticed that the infected people below seemed to have caught a whiff of something and suddenly turned to head towards the gym. Su Yi noticed it too and casually remarked, maybe they caught a whiff of blood. There might have been an internal conflict over there. Or someone might have disposed of Wang Feng's body. In any case, it's a good thing those infected left. We can hide back in the car and wait until dawn to leave. Otherwise, squatting here all night on the wall would be uncomfortable. After more than 10 minutes, Su Yi jumped onto the car roof and then back to the ground. You should take a nap. I'll keep watch for a bit, Su Yi said to Ling Yu, then took out his phone to start charging. Since they were going to abandon this car anyway, it didn't matter if it ran out of battery. Ling Yu saw this and quickly took out her own phone. I actually forgot the car could charge. I'm really so silly. Seeing Ling Yu complain about herself, Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle. It was quite normal, really. The sudden changes in the world had thrown their lives off track. And it's understandable to not react immediately. When Ling Yu saw the charging symbol light up on her phone, she could no longer sleep. Many of the current phone base stations operate on solar power, which can maintain low-power operations, while it might not be able to make calls. There's a good chance she could receive messages. 2 minutes later, Ling Yu's phone turned on. Ding, ding, ding. I received a message. It might be from my aunt. Ling Yu instantly perked up, but she didn't shout too loudly, maintaining some caution. Su Yi was also curious about what message Ling Yu had received. As he powered on his phone, Ling Yu had already opened her text messages. She quickly scanned through them. There were 3 messages in total, all with the same content. She then handed her phone to Su Yi so he could take a look at the message. Upon seeing it, Su Yi's expression changed, because it revealed a new crisis. Chapter 15. Someone set a trap to capture people. Animals have mutated, and they are much stronger than the infected. Su Yi, can we still walk through the river? Ling Yu frowned, growing worried. It said only a small number of animals have mutated, so don't panic. Besides, the survivor camp is still expanding. Right by the city government. We can still go there. Maybe your aunt and family are at the survivor camp. Unlike me, my family is back home, and I can no longer contact them. Su Yi was a time traveler. How much emotional attachment could he have to the parents of this body? Moreover, they were ordinary people, so the probability of them surviving was quite low. If animals have mutated, then humans might also mutate, right? Ling Yu avoided the previous heavy topic. After all, her parents likely also became infected. Discussing this topic had no practical significance other than bringing her sorrow. Mutated creatures were the real variable affecting their survival now. Theoretically, that is how it is, but who can guarantee that such mutations are a good thing? What if they became very aggressive like those infected? This was really hard to say. After all, they hadn't mutated themselves, nor had they encountered any mutated humans or animals. Don't think too much. Sleep. We have to set off tomorrow. Su Yi placed his phone in front of him and reclined his chair. If Ling Yu didn't sleep, he was ready to sleep. For now, the car was still relatively safe. If something really happened, they could start the car and escape immediately. Ling Yu bit her lip and glanced at Su Yi. Is your heart really that big? Can you really sleep? After looking at her phone for a while, Ling Yu also lay down. There was really nothing else to do. Without network access, she couldn't do anything. Unknowingly, Ling Yu fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already bright outside. However, Su Yi was not in the car. Ling Yu panicked, quickly checking the back seat for Su Yi before rushing out to find him. She only relaxed when she saw Su Yi on top of the wall. Just now, she was really worried that Su Yi had abandoned her, leaving her to face this terrifying world alone. Let us get ready to set off and see what else you have in the car that we can use. Saying this, Su Yi jumped down, ready to look for some supplies. After searching around, Su Yi found 2 bottles of water and a bottle of car air freshener. One could only say that Ling Yu's car was too clean, with hardly any clutter. The two climbed over the wall and walked a short distance down before jumping into a pool in the river. Then they began to drift downstream. The river's depth was sufficient, allowing them to float along. However, the water was quite polluted with a foul smell. But to escape, they had no choice but to endure it. With their mouths closed and heads tilted back, they tried to keep the water from touching their lips. They successfully drifted for more than half an hour before suddenly stopping, because there was a large group of infected people in front of them, blocking the entire river channel. Su Yi, how could there be so many infected people in the river? What should we do now? Ling Yu grabbed Su Yi's arm, her eyes scanning for a place to climb. Su Yi turned and headed upward. There were stone steps above that could lead to the riverbank. The river channel here was entirely made of concrete, making it very difficult to climb out without a ladder or rope. Move faster, they've already spotted us. Su Yi urged. As for why those infected appeared in the river, it was likely because something attracted them there, or someone had thrown them into the river. The former was manageable, but the latter was not good. Few normal people would bring a large number of infected to the river. After all, everyone avoided them. So who would actively provoke them and then throw them into the river? The resistance in the water affected not only Su, Yi, and Ling Yu, but also those infected. The two reached the stone steps and quickly climbed up. As soon as they got up, Su Yi's expression changed. Two people walked out an alley, each holding a modified nail gun, directly aiming at Su, Yi, and Ling Yu. Wow, our big brother is amazing. There are indeed survivors coming from the river. Hee hee, looks like they are two college students. This girl is so beautiful, much prettier than the ones we caught. TSK, TSK. Her figure is really good. I just want to grab it. The two lewdly looked at Ling Yu, as her clothes were completely soaked and clung to her body, outlining her alluring figure. One of them shook the nail gun in his hand and said viciously, "Kid, raise your hands and don't move. This is a gun, a deadly gun. If you don't want to die, be obedient. If you're sensible, you can join us. There's meat to eat and women to play with, got it?" Su, he really didn't expect that there were people setting a trap here to catch others. He was 100% sure they wanted women, not men. If they truly wanted to recruit him, they wouldn't have spoken such insulting words about Ling Yu in front of him. Once they got to their camp, they would kill him. He and Ling Yu were together. How could he let them toy with Ling Yu and then join them? As long as one wasn't brain dead, they would believe their words. Besides, they said joining them meant having meat to eat. Weren't they talking about eating their own kind? Toying with women until they were dead and then eating their flesh? These people were more terrifying and disgusting than the infected. How could Su let these beasts threaten him? While raising his hands, he pleaded, "Big brother, I have chocolate. I can give it to you. Just let my girlfriend go. Take it out. Quickly take out the chocolate." One of them became ecstatic, reaching out towards Su excitedly. At the same time, he moved closer, pressing the gun against Su Yi's head. "Okay, I'll get it. I'll get it now." Su Yi took out the chocolate from his storage space and pulled it out of his pocket. Upon seeing the chocolate, the man's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to reach out to grab it, Su Yi's other hand wielded a machete, striking down and directly severing the man's hand. The speed was incredibly fast. Before the other man could react, Su Yi had already swung the knife toward his arm. Clean and quick, astonishingly so, blood sprayed everywhere, splattering all over Ling Yu. One man let out a shriek, while the other could no longer make a sound. He clutched his neck with one hand, trying to stop the blood from gushing out. Chapter 16. Su Yi, the decisive killer. Ling Yu was directly stunned. She did not expect Su Yi's counterattack to be so swift and so bloody. Seeing such a scene, her mind went blank. "Pick up the gun, let us go," Su Yi shouted after cutting down the man who tried to escape. At this moment, Ling Yu finally reacted. Her face pale as she glanced at the severed hand on the ground, fighting back the urge to vomit, then hurriedly picked up the two nail guns from the ground. Su Yi was checking their bodies for bullets. After all, having just guns was meaningless. After a search, Su Yi found a total of 9 bullets and dozens of nails. The bullets were too few, and Su Yi felt a bit disappointed. "Let us go this way." Su Yi took a gun from Ling Yu's hand and dashed upward. The two hadn't run for long when a group of people appeared behind them. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots rang out from behind, but neither Su Yi nor Ling Yu was hit. Su Yi spotted an alley and decisively pulled Ling Yu into it. This area was an urban village, filled with self-built houses and densely packed, making the terrain rather complex. Because both of them were covered in blood, some infected sensed the smell of blood. "Give me the gun. Take off your coat. Hurry." Su Yi saw 2 infected ahead and raised his gun to shoot. Bang! A shot to the head. Su Yi had received an archery experience package, so his shooting accuracy was quite high. The other infected was close, less than 5 meters away. Otherwise, with this little modified nail gun, it would have been impossible to shoot someone in the head. After firing 1 bullet, he needed to reload, but Su Yi didn't reload. He grabbed the other gun that Ling Yu handed him. Bang! Another shot, and Su Yi killed the other infected as well. Ling Yu had already taken off her blood-soaked clothes and wiped some blood off her face, just as she was about to throw the clothes away. Su Yi took them from her. He tossed the clothes onto the infected's corpse and dashed into the alley where the infected had just appeared. "Here, the door is open. Let us go upstairs." Su Yi was delighted to find that the door of a house was open. Without saying a word, he rushed in. Ling Yu followed and decisively closed the door behind them, because there were still people chasing them. Just as the door closed, they heard voices outside. "Keep chasing. We must kill those too." It doesn't matter if the king of heaven comes. I have to kill them. Boss, they left their clothes here. They must be trying to lure zombies. I just don't know where they are hiding. Search every building. Kill the men and keep the women for fun. Hearing them leave, Sue-E quickly locked the door. The first floor was a hall with 3 electric bikes parked and some items piled up. Sue-E handed both nail guns to Ling Yu. Using guns would expose their location. Holding the machete, Sue-E headed upstairs. This house wasn't very large. Only about 50 to 60 square meters, with 2 rooms on the first floor. There should be no infected inside. Otherwise, they would surely smell the blood on Sue-E and Ling Yu. When he reached the second floor, Sue-E saw that the doors to both rooms had been pried open. He took a look. Both were bedrooms, already rummaged through, clothes strewn everywhere. And he didn't see anything valuable. He didn't know if it was done by the people chasing them. Sue-E then went up to the 3rd floor and found the situation was the same. The building had a total of 6.5 floors, all of which had been ransacked, leaving no food behind. The half-floor balcony was the kitchen, which had 3 stoves and 3 refrigerators. Unfortunately, the refrigerators were empty, and the kitchen only had a few scattered grains of rice, nothing else. What should we do now, Sue-E? Those people are still looking for us. And there's no food here, Ling Yu said anxiously. After all, their food had been taken by Wang Fong and his group, and they hadn't brought any food when they escaped. Don't worry, the houses here are densely packed. We can jump from the balcony to another house to search for food, Sue-E reassured Ling Yu, then started to head downstairs. We're covered in the smell of blood. Let us find some clothes first, then take a shower to wash it off. Ling Yu nodded, and images of Sue-E attacking people flashed in her mind, making her stomach turn. However, she didn't vomit because she knew she had to adapt to this situation. Otherwise, it would lead to her own demise and that of others. After they went downstairs, Sue-E pushed open one of the rooms on the 6th floor. The room had a strong 2-dimensional style, filled with many figurines. It seemed mostly untouched, as the door hadn't been forced open. A rack was full of various clothes, and the walls were covered with photos of the clothes owner. The photos were beautifully taken, with excellent editing skills. She's definitely a girl. The wardrobe is filled with normal clothes. Ling Yu, you can find some clothes to wear here. I'll go downstairs to find some clothes and take a shower. There was a bathroom just outside the room. Every floor had one except for the first. On the 5th floor, Sue-E found a set of thicker clothes in a large room, as it was already getting colder, with New Year's approaching. Fortunately, the building had solar water heaters. So Sue-E and Ling Yu took a comfortable hot shower, washing off the smell of blood and the stench from the river. After changing clothes, Sue-E picked up one of the nail guns. It was hardly modified, so its power was quite average. As a thought crossed his mind, words appeared. You can use 20 survival points to upgrade it to a standard pistol. 20 points just to upgrade to a standard pistol? Sue-E frowned. This was a huge waste of survival points, especially since it required ammunition. There were only 9 rounds left, and it needed to be used with nails. Upgrading didn't seem worthwhile. Even if he had 20 points, he wouldn't waste them on this. After loading the bullets and nails, Sue-E prepared to put them into his storage space. He hesitated about whether to take out the 2 buckets of instant noodles he hadn't eaten from last night. Taking them out would expose his storage space, which was a secret he didn't want to reveal to anyone. Not to mention that Ling Yu wasn't his woman yet. Even if she were, he wouldn't disclose that he had a storage space. Human nature couldn't withstand testing, and Sue-E didn't want to be set up by anyone. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly heard Ling Yu calling him softly. Come in. Sue-E put down the 2 nail guns. Ling Yu pushed the door open, wrapped in a bath towel. The towel had a pattern of 2 anime girls kissing. Is this a temptation? Sue-E thought. Miss, there are still people looking for us outside. We don't have time for romance. Sue-E, I found food. A lot of food. Ling Yu excitedly ran to Sue-E's side, reaching out to pull him. Since Sue-E was sitting on the ground, Ling Yu had to bend down to reach him. As she bent down, a glimpse of white skin was revealed. It was large, pink, and alluring. Sue-E couldn't help but lick his lips, feeling a bit hot. He thought Ling Yu must be doing it on purpose. Even if you're excited, you should have enough time to put on some clothes before coming down, right? However, it was the right time for deeper exchanges. So Sue-E suppressed his thoughts. You should go change into some clothes. Having food is a good thing. I'll see if I can find a backpack. Sue-E said, tucking the gun into his waistband and starting to search for a backpack. Peeking at Ling Yu? That wouldn't do. Her legs were particularly long. The towel that others could wrap around their knees only reached halfway up her thighs. Besides, her skin was exceptionally fair, with a pinkish-white hue. Her legs were perfectly straight, the kind that made one want to keep touching. Ling Yu bit her lip, her face flushed. She didn't expect Su-yi to have such self-control. However, this only strengthened her resolve to win him over. A man like this could be snatched away if she didn't act. She turned and skipped upstairs. Knowing Su-yi's attitude, she just needed to wait for the right moment to push him down. Thinking about pushing Su-yi down made Ling Yu excited, feeling her heartbeat quickening and her body becoming more sensitive. Back upstairs, Ling Yu glanced at the two large drawers pulled out from under the bed. They were all filled with instant noodles from various places and brands. There were bag, bucket, and box noodles, making it feel like an instant noodle store. It could be said that the girl living here, well, she could also be a cross-dresser, definitely loved instant noodles to collect so many different brands and flavors. She had roughly counted at least 30 types. She found a new pair of stockings and some sexy lingerie. Something sexy inside and plain outside. Looking beautiful and dressed well could easily attract trouble when outside. She also found a lightweight ski suit that not only kept her warm, but was also very convenient. Its material was waterproof and windproof. She didn't close the door and wasn't worried about Su-yi barging in. Perhaps she was even hoping he would. Unfortunately, Su-yi didn't do that. Su-yi searched a few rooms and found 3 backpacks before heading back to the 6th floor. Su-yi, what do you think of this outfit? It's from an Assassin's Creed character and is made quite well. Do you want to wear it? Ling Yu excitedly said as she pulled out a costume. Su-yi glanced at Ling Yu and couldn't help but say, "Do I look like a middle schooler?" He was a traveler, not the original owner, so how could he wear such clothes outside? I think it looks cool, and you're handsome. It would definitely look good on you. Why not try it? Ling Yu believed Su-yi would look particularly good in it. After all, she also had a bow for him, which would make him look even cooler. Let us pack the food into the backpack. We need to be ready to move. Su-yi tossed a backpack to Ling Yu and then walked toward the instant noodles. With so many instant noodles, Su-yi felt much more at ease. He didn't want to waste his chance to sign in on food. It was best to collect a batch and store it in his own storage space. A cubic meter of space can store quite a lot of food. For one person, it would be no problem to last 10 days to half a month. Unfortunately, there's no electricity anymore. Otherwise, they could just eat instant noodles. Ling Yu said as she packed her backpack. The kitchen upstairs has a gas cylinder, which can be used to boil water or cook instant noodles directly. Su-yi quickly filled his backpack, as he didn't have the same picky taste as Ling Yu. Is there gas in the gas cylinder? Ling Yu was suddenly surprised. Upon hearing this, Su-yi couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. But upon reflection, he could understand. After all, Ling Yu's family is very wealthy. She probably had never seen a gas cylinder before. Go upstairs to check if there are people on the balconies of other houses. I'll finish packing this backpack and join you. Saying this, Su-yi handed a nail gun to Ling Yu. Ling Yu nodded and didn't think much of it. Once Ling Yu went upstairs, Su-yi quickly filled another backpack with instant noodles. There was still half a pack of instant noodles left in the drawer, which he stored in his space. Only then did Su-yi carry both backpacks upstairs. I checked. There's no one. Maybe they went to search other places. Ling Yu reported immediately upon seeing Su-yi. That's good. Keep watch while I cook the noodles. Su-yi also brought a few extra packs of instant noodles upstairs. He and T had dinner last night, so he was already hungry. Ling Yu was a bit better off, but hadn't eaten breakfast yet. After about 10 minutes, a pot of delicious instant noodles was ready. It smells so good. I never knew instant noodles could smell this nice. Ling Yu swallowed, already craving it. When people are hungry, everything they eat seems delicious. Su-yi served a large bowl to Ling Yu. Although she had something to eat over the past 2 days, she still looked a bit emaciated. Half an hour later, the entire pot of instant noodles was devoured by Su-yi and Ling Yu. Su-yi noticed that his appetite had increased significantly. He ate as much as he normally would in 2 meals at once. He suspected it might be due to the body enhancement agent he injected. After all, with greater strength comes greater consumption. With higher consumption, the energy needed also increases. Ding, ding, ding. Both of their phones suddenly rang. Text message. Su-yi and Ling Yu promptly took out their phones to check the new messages. Attention, all survivors. Do not eat the flesh of the infected. Consuming it will convert you into an infected. Shelter number 1 in Yintian City is open to all survivors. We welcome everyone to join us in combating the disaster. The address is at the former city government location. Upon seeing the content of the message, Su-yi couldn't help but frown. People have eaten the flesh of the infected. That meat was already blackened and looked severely dehydrated. How can anyone eat the flesh of the infected? Don't they fear becoming infected themselves? Chapter 18. Have you ever thought of gathering followers? With mixed feelings, Sue switched his phone to vibrate and put it away. It goes without saying that the camp must have discovered that someone was eating the flesh of the infected and found that those who did had turned into infected themselves. Perhaps many people have done this. He wondered if the meat of mutated animals was also inedible. Sue muttered. He had originally thought that if he hunted mutated animals in the future, he would try eating their meat. After receiving this message, he no longer dared to experiment, unless he was certain it wouldn't have side effects. Should we rest a bit and leave later, or stay here overnight? Linghua also switched her phone to vibrate, even though the phone's battery could only last 3 to 5 days. Did you see that signal tower over there? Sue walked to the balcony and pointed to a signal tower on a distant balcony. I see it. Do you want to? Linghua thought for a moment and continued. A solar power supply module? She recalled that Sue had brought up a toolbox earlier and figured he wanted to take something apart. Sue snapped his fingers and smiled. Smart. That thing will be useful for us. With it, we can keep our phones charged. The distance to the camp is still far, and the journey might not be safe. We need to keep receiving information. Otherwise, we might miss some vital intel. Linghua walked over to Sue and took a deep breath. If it's too far, we could just find a relatively safe place to stay. Right now, there are few people and plenty of supplies, so it should be easy for us to gather enough supplies to last a few months. Linghua felt that relying on each other, she and Sue could survive without too much difficulty. Sue was very strong, and the weaknesses of the infected were also obvious. Besides, since the infected need to eat, they should die if they starve, right? Maybe in a few months, many infected would starve to death. By then, we will be safe. Hearing Linghua's words, Sue couldn't help but shake his head. She was too optimistic. She was thinking too simply about this global disaster. From the moment Sue received the information about mutated animals, he knew that it was impossible to return to how things were before the apocalypse. However, there was no need to discourage Linghua at this time. Doing so would only affect her mindset. If her mentality broke down, it wouldn't be good for Sue either. After going through several life-and-death situations, they had gradually built some trust. Naturally, Sue hoped Linghua would live well. In life, it's impossible to go without friends. When the world collapses, both friendship and love need to be rebuilt. Sue also yearned for familial ties. However, his father was not in this city, but in a small county in another province. Of course, Sue would definitely go back once. If his parents were still alive, he would make sure they lived without worry. Let us go. Put on your backpack and be careful. I'll go first. When it's safe, you can throw this backpack over. Saying this, Sue put on his backpack and handed the third one to Linghua. He climbed onto the railing and jumped to the opposite balcony. The distance was only over a meter, so it was easy to jump to the other balcony. The houses here are all like this, with no obstacles. After landing on the opposite balcony, Sue checked the situation. Linghua threw the third backpack to Sue and then jumped over. As Sue jumped to the third house, an infected suddenly rushed out. It must have been trapped on the balcony, otherwise it wouldn't have stayed there. Sue went straight up and knocked it to the ground, then chopped off its head. The infected only die when their heads are cut off or their brain's nerve center is destroyed. After killing the infected, Sue signaled Linghua to throw over the backpack. Just like that, the two of them kept moving across the balconies until they finally reached the balcony where the signal tower was located. Once they arrived, Sue first checked the area to ensure there were no problems, then took out the nail gun, bullets, and nails. Sue demonstrated how to install the bullets and nails, then handed them all to Linghua. You guard the door to prevent anyone from sneaking up on us from stairs. Linghua nodded and said seriously, don't worry. I will block the door and won't let anyone come up. After saying that, Linghua took off her backpack. She was also carrying a bow and arrows, which could be used to attack enemies. Normally, they wouldn't discover us unless they happened to search this building or spot us from another balcony. Sue said while opening the toolbox. There was also a possibility that their base was in this building. If that were really the case, Sue wouldn't have anything to say. The solar panels were quite large, but fortunately, they were made of flexible material and could be rolled up. Otherwise, it would be difficult to carry them away. The solar panels were connected to a battery, which was a graphene battery. The battery looked like the outdoor 220 mobile power supplies found on Earth, a black box. The battery technology in this world was more advanced, with a larger capacity and multiple output voltage modes. Before the apocalypse, stealing such batteries would result in a direct 5-year sentence. Now, no one was watching Sue. If he could take them, he could dismantle all 4 sets of batteries here. Soon, Sue had dismantled 2 sets. One set was naturally placed into his storage space. Although it took up some space, Sue felt it was worth it. The instant noodles were not fully packed, so there was just enough room for a set of batteries. Throughout this process, Lingyue kept her eyes on the stairway, so she didn't notice that Sue had put a set into his storage space. Sue walked over to Lingyue, set down his things, and said, "It's done. Let's find a suitable way to leave." "Are we leaving now? Other places might not be safe either. There could be people who kill their own kind," Lingyue replied. "It's too far from here to the city, and our strength is too weak." "Sue, haven't you thought about gathering some subordinates? Those trash can do it. Why can't you? If we have a team and weapons, it would be much easier to get to the city." Lingyue felt that leaving now was still too risky, and with just the 2 of them, they wouldn't be able to confront others. With dozens of people, it would be completely different. Besides, going to the official shelter in a group should be attractive to many people. Many might not even know that their phones could still receive messages or that the government had already established shelters. If they knew, they would likely band together to head to the shelter. Chapter 19. Discovering a survival artifact, Sue admitted that Lingyue was right. If they headed to the government together, many people would join. The government still held some credibility, and most people were willing to trust it. Sue was powerful. If he showed a bit more ferocity, he could indeed intimidate others. Those who gathered subordinates did so mainly through strength, food, and women. Of course, some used faith and brainwashing methods. The more chaotic the world became, the easier it was for various fallacies to thrive and tempt people. Honestly, I'm not interested in any of that. I find socializing a bit tedious, let alone managing a group of people. However, to go to the shelter, I think it's still possible to gather a group to head there together. He needed to check in at different locations, and this place was obviously not suitable. At least, Sue didn't see any valuable buildings. Ordinary residential buildings and shops along the street were just typical snack and clothing stores. Checking in at these places would be a waste of the daily check-in opportunity that only increased once a day. Currently, Sue needed to wait 5 more days to fill up his check-ins to 10. After that, he would receive 2 check-in opportunities daily, providing more options. "Well, if you find it troublesome, you can leave the management of the people to me. You just need to focus on me," Lingyue said, throwing Sue a flirtatious glance. She felt that having weapons and subordinates would make her feel more secure. The infected outside were indeed not difficult to kill, as long as suitable weapons were made. They could be taken down. The infected had almost no intelligence and merely followed their instincts. A bit of blood could lure them into traps designed for them. The most terrifying thing, however, was humanity itself. Whether in the gym or here, the crises they faced were caused by humans. It was truly ironic. First, we need to take out the leader of this group and then subdue them, Sue decided. Since these people wanted to kill him, he had to fight back. It wasn't Su Yi's style to just turtle up when bullied. Upon hearing Su Yi's decision, Lingyue immediately became happy and indignantly said, "Good. Those people dare to set traps to harm others. They might have already caught many girls using similar methods. Therefore, their leaders deserve to die." Lingyue still had a sense of justice deep down, especially against those who bullied the weak. Back in school, she loved standing up for the oppressed. Because her family was wealthy and powerful, no one dared to challenge her when she defended those who were bullied. In the past, she relied on her parents' influence to help others. Now, she could rely entirely on her own strength to help others, which excited her even more. Su turned back to Lingyue and said, "You keep an eye here and be careful. I'm going downstairs to see if there's anything useful." Lingyue nodded, handing one of her guns to Su, but he shook his head to refuse. Lingyue then took off her hunting bow, set it aside, and walked to the edge of the balcony. She didn't recklessly stick her head out to look, but listened first. If there were people searching nearby, there would definitely be some noise. Seeing Lingyue's cautious demeanor, Su turned around with satisfaction and went downstairs, preparing to gather some supplies to deal with that group. As he descended the stairs, Su took out his crossbow, knocked an arrow, and then proceeded downstairs. It wasn't easy to find their camp during the day, but it would be easier at night. They might not have power equipment, but it was impossible for them not to have a fire. As long as there was light, it would be easier to spot them. After going downstairs, Su heard some noise coming from a room. The door was locked from the inside, and there were bloodstains on the doorknob. Su leaned against the door to listen and heard a clicking sound. Inside was an infected person trying to get out. He twisted the doorknob and found it wasn't locked. So, he put down the crossbow and took out his machete. When he pushed the door open, he felt resistance. He exerted force and pushed hard. As he entered the room, the infected person wearing men's clothing had already fallen to the ground. It had just turned over to get up when Su Yi's machete came down, severing its head, and it instantly fell silent. Su Yi then began to search. Clearly, this infected person must have bitten another person in the room when the disaster first occurred, but the bitten person escaped and locked the infected inside the room. This also means that the room has not been searched by anyone, and it is likely to find valuable items. It is a small suite, about 50 square meters. The small living room, which doubles as the dining area, is quite messy, with broken bowls and glass scattered on the floor, and the table has been overturned. It goes without saying that there must have been a struggle between the infected and the survivors here, which caused the chaos. Sui quickly scanned the room and found 2 bedrooms, a small kitchen, a bathroom, and a storage room. Sui walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. A foul smell hit him as the items inside had already rotted due to the lack of electricity. Sui opened other cabinets and found a small bag of rice and several tubes of noodles. These are good finds, and Sui moved them to the living room. Then, he entered the bedroom to continue searching. Good stuff. He didn't expect to find drone. After entering one of the rooms, he discovered an open black box containing a drone. This is the latest model from the world's best drone brand, Fei Shun, worth 880,000 military grade, with a payload of 30 kilograms and a battery life of 4 hours. In Su Yi's memory, he had seen the promotional materials for this drone, the Silent God. It is equipped with an intelligent noise cancellation system, making it very quiet during flight, going silent beyond 5 meters. This person must have just unboxed it and then encountered the disaster, right? Su Yi took it out. The Silent God is actually not very large, just slightly bigger than the DJI Mavic 2002 on Earth, and with 2 large batteries, it only weighs 18 pounds. This Silent God features a dual gimbal design and comes with a fixed lens supporting up to 3 lenses. Its maximum transmission distance is 15 kilometers, and with this, Su Yi can scout movements within a 15-kilometer range. This thing is definitely a survival artifact in the apocalypse. With the Silent God, it will be much easier for Su Yi to find those who set traps. Su Yi did not expect his luck to be this good, finding such a powerful artifact. Chapter 20. Using aerial advantage to ambush the opponent. After taking out the Silent God, Su Yi discovered 4 black suitcases beneath the large box. After taking them out and opening them, he found one containing 4 spare batteries, another with lenses, including a thermal imaging lens. There was also a large foldable remote control, with a screen much larger than the original integrated screen remote. The last one was not a box, but a charging manager for the drone, ensuring stable charging voltage. And it also acts as a portable power bank, capable of charging 6 batteries 4 times when fully charged. With so many items, it already requires a cubic meter of space to accommodate them. It truly is a powerful artifact, but very difficult to carry. Su Yi couldn't help but sigh. This item is great, but inconvenient to transport. Even if he had his own team, it wouldn't be very convenient to carry this. If only he had a smaller model, like the DJI Mavic, he could barely manage to take it now. Su Yi looked at the Silent God, placed on the bed, and began searching the room. Anyone who could spend 880,000 on a Silent God must be a drone enthusiast. Perhaps he has other drones. After opening a cabinet, Su Yi saw a pink, high-tech box. On the box, there were Fei Shun S-wings. Wow, this is a wealthy person. There's even a limited edition pink Fei Long. The Fei Long is similar to the DJI Mavic 2, but more advanced, being one of Fei Shun's flagship products. Without hesitation, Su Yi grabbed the limited edition pink Fei Long box. It weighs no more than 10 pounds, making it relatively light. The box is made of pure titanium. It is not cheap. Therefore, the official price for the limited edition pink Fei Long is 660,000. Upon opening it, he found a pink drone, 6 batteries, a remote control, a charger, and 2 sets of propellers. The pink Fei Long comes with 2 lenses, 1 fixed thermal imaging lens and 1 detachable high-definition lens. The transmission distance of the pink Fei Long is 8 kilometers, which is also quite impressive. The Silent God is hard to carry, but the pink Fei Long poses no problem. Su Yi took the pink Fei Long to the hall and closed the door. He really wanted to take the Silent God with him because it was so amazing. especially when he wants to venture out alone in the future. The Silent God would be very useful. Unfortunately, Su Yi's storage space is limited. So, he planned to check in at the storage room of this small suite at night to see if he could obtain more storage space. If possible, he would be able to take the Silent God with him. In another room, he only found some candies and cola. Nothing else of value was there since it was a little girl's room. Finally, Su-Yi entered the storage room, using his phone as a flashlight. He prepared to look for anything useful. However, he was disappointed. Inside were just some wine, shoes, a ladder, and a toolbox among other miscellaneous items. Su-Yi thought for a moment and cleared everything out because he wanted to check in at this place after midnight. If there were items inside, they might affect the rewards of checking in. What Su-Yi needed most was storage space, whether for storing the Silent God drone or food. Storage space would be very valuable. However, while clearing out, he did find some useful items. Power strips, light bulbs, these still had some use, and Su-Yi collected them. Once he checked in at the storage room and obtained storage space, he could put them away. After doing all this, Su-Yi brought the pink Fei Long to the entrance and began searching downstairs. Su-Yi discovered that the entire first floor had been looted by others, and he did not find anything valuable. So, he took the pink Fei Long back upstairs. Su-Yi, why are you carrying a pink box? What is it? Ling Yu asked, puzzled. A drone. Su-Yi set the box down and opened it. A drone? Great, we can use it to find those scum-s camp. Ling Yu was instantly excited and moved closer. Yeah, it will be a big help to us. Su-Yi installed the propellers and batteries. The operation was simple and very easy. After turning it on, Su-Yi found that the battery still had 80, so it was fully usable. He pressed the power button on the drone and then turned on the remote control. Although it was foolproof operation with an intelligent flight system, Su-Yi still prepared to practice a bit. The noise was quite loud. Ling Yu had never played with drones before, so when the pink Fei Long took off, she noticed the noise was still quite significant. Su-Yi also realized that the sound could attract those people. After practicing for a while, Su-Yi gradually got the hang of it. It really was foolproof operation, equipped with an intelligent flight mode. So, Su-Yi controlled it to move to different locations. Bang! A gunshot rang out from downstairs. Sure enough, they found us. Boss, they're up there, they found a drone, damn it. Idiot, who told you to shoot? Fool! If you hadn't shot, we could have sneaked up and killed them directly. Shut up, you idiots. Go up this building, and you others go over there. Su-Yi activated the infrared function and quickly saw the number of people below. There were a total of 9 people, and they were on the move. Ling Yu squatted beside Su-Yi, almost pressing against him to see the screen in his hand, excitedly saying, with this drone, it's simply amazing. We can see their movements. Seeing those people crashing into a distant building, Ling Yu teased. These fools, they think we are in that building over there. Su-Yi controlled the drone, making it hover above that house and increase the altitude to get a better view. Let's go. We will ambush them from that balcony. Su-Yi handed the remote control to Ling Yu and rushed into the balcony door. After taking out his crossbow, Su-Yi returned to the balcony. Here, use this crossbow. Give me your bow. Su-Yi handed the titanium alloy crossbow to Ling Yu. Although Su-Yi had never seen Ling Yu shoot a bow, she mentioned that she had only been to the archery club for half a month and hadn't shot much. Therefore, her archery skills were definitely not as good as his. Su-Yi had received an archery experience package and was already quite skilled in archery. You actually found this, Su-Yi. Your luck is too good. Thank you. As she spoke, Ling Yu gave Su-Yi a kiss on the cheek. Hey, this is borrowed, not a gift. Chapter 21. Encounter with mutated creatures. Although Su-Yi's storage space still had 3 other bows and some arrows, it was not convenient to take them out. So, he used Ling Yu's bow. Let's go to that balcony, take out one at a time. After strapping on the quiver, Su-Yi jumped to the opposite balcony in the first instance. This place was less than 10 meters from the target balcony. This distance was enough to take out those people. They also brought nail guns, but those things had low power and poor accuracy. In Su-Yi's view, they were far inferior to the compound bow in his hands, not to mention the sniper crossbow Ling Yu was holding. To be honest, Su-Yi really didn't want to give such a good crossbow to Ling Yu. After all, he had spent 30 survival points to upgrade it. The two crouched under the concrete railing of the balcony, watching the screen on the remote control. Soon, 4 figures appeared on the adjacent balcony. Su-Yi made a shooting gesture, then placed an arrow on the bow and drew it back. I'll shoot the one in red, you pick another. Su-Yi whispered. Ling Yu nodded, took a crossbow bolt, and bit in her mouth, preparing to switch later. She held the crossbow, waiting for Su-Yi to rise. Su-Yi quickly stood up, aimed, shot, and completed the action in one go, like a skilled archer. After shooting one arrow, Su-Yi drew another arrow from the quiver and aimed at another person. Ling Yu's attack wasn't as quick. She took some time to aim before pulling the trigger. When she hit her target in the head, she saw another person get hit in the back by an arrow. Bang! Bang! As the two gunshots rang out, Ling Yu and Su-Yi ducked down just in time. However, Su-Yi quickly picked up the nail gun from the ground. Just now, Su-Yi and Ling Yu had killed two and injured one. The person Su-Yi shot with the first arrow fell directly off the balcony and died instantly. The second arrow also hit the back, but it seemed not to have hit the heart, so he could still turn around and shoot. Bang! Bang! Su-Yi held dual guns. Both shots hit the target in the chest. The two fell down, their eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. Is this really a human? In the blink of an eye, 3 kills. Is Ning the legendary Soldier King? Unfortunately, they can no longer hear the answer. Their chests were instantly stained red. Falling onto the balcony, after finishing shooting, Su-Yi crouched down to reload bullets and nails. Fortunately, the close distance allowed him to shoot down the remaining 2 people. Ling Yu had already loaded her crossbow bolts, her fingers marked with red marks from the bowstring. Through the remote screen, she saw the 2 people on the opposite side still twitching, the balcony stained with blood, and Ling Yu couldn't help but glance at Su-Yi. Strong. Su-Yi is really too strong. Su-Yi, you have superpowers, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to be this strong. You've never shot an arrow, but every shot hits the target. You're a college student. Even if you're a military student, you couldn't be this amazing. Ling Yu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Su-Yi, as if she was about to strip him naked and ride on top of him. Su-Yi opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain. His performance was indeed impressive, something an ordinary college student couldn't possess. Yes, I do have certain abilities. Ling Yu immediately pressed her finger against Su-Yi's lips and threw him a flirtatious glance. You don't need to explain. I know you still don't trust me. But as long as you have a functioning brain, you would figure it out after a few days together. And I don't think you need to hide it. This is the apocalypse. Strength is everything, and it's your greatest reliance. As long as you show it, others will only admire you and want to cling to you for your protection. I know you worry that someone might want to capture you for research. But when your strength is strong enough, who can take you away? Now, you should show your superpowers and quickly gather some followers. As for those with ulterior motives, just crush them. Why should you risk your life for everything? You can let others do it. In this apocalypse, there are many people willing to risk their lives for a meal. Ling Yu continued, feeling that Su-Yi was too cautious. Caution is fine, but it depends on the situation. Sometimes you need to be aggressive, even exaggerate your own strength. Su-Yi looked at Ling Yu and had to admit that she had a point. Strength cannot be hidden. After all, his power, speed, and reaction ability had far surpassed that of ordinary people. Indeed, as long as one isn't foolish, they would suspect that Su-Yi had mutated and gained extraordinary powers. It's important to note that outside, there are infected mutants everywhere. It is quite easy to accept that humans have mutated and gained extraordinary strength. When did you start to suspect? Su-Yi looked at Ling Yu's passionate gaze. Just now, I thought you were amazing. You don't need to doubt it. I'm attracted to you because you're strong and give me a sense of security. Ling Yu openly admitted that she was moved by Su-Yi's strength. It was when you shot the arrow that I realized. You had never touched a hunting bow before, and Wang Feng's underlings also said you had no talent for archery. The only explanation is that you mutated or awakened. Su-Yi touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. You think too simply and naively about others. However, he is not some kind of awakening, nor has he undergone any mutation. He simply has a system. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's meow made Su-Yi's scalp tingle. The sound was too loud, far exceeding what a cat could produce. On the remote screen, Su-Yi saw a black cat the size of a tiger biting one of the corpses on the opposite balcony. A mutated beast. Su-Yi's pupils constricted as he covered Ling Yu's mouth. At that moment, Ling Yu also saw the remote image, and her eyes widened in shock. A cat the size of tiger? The two of them dared not move, cold sweat trickling down their backs. This creature was clearly not easy to deal with. Just then, another balcony door was kicked open, and several people rushed out. Lao Lu, Xiao Yi, a Bing, glasses, where you guys? What responded to them was a massive shadow. The black cat arched its body and leaped towards them, attacking immediately. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire rang out as those people retaliated decisively. Chapter 22. Decapitate the mutated cat. However, what followed were only screams. Su-Yi and Ling Yu witnessed the entire process, watching as the mutated black cat effortlessly killed those 5 people. The whole process took less than a minute. The 5 were bitten in the neck and torn apart by claws. The mutated black cat had also been hit by many bullets, with blood holes all over its body. One person had a homemade shotgun that sprayed a lot of steel balls, and another had a standard pistol, firing 6 shots, all hitting the mutated black cat. Even so, they failed to kill the mutated black cat. Strong, extremely strong. This mutated black cat was stronger than a tiger. If a tiger were hit by a nail gun, a homemade shotgun, and a standard pistol like that, it would have been taken down long ago. But the mutated black cat did not. It killed all those people. Too brutal. Su-Yi and Ling-Yu dared not move, fearing it would attack them. Although Su-Yi possessed considerable strength, he felt he was still far from being able to face a mutated beast. Perhaps he could luck out and kill the opponent, but he would definitely be seriously injured. This was the apocalypse. There was no medical care to speak of. Being seriously injured was equivalent to a death sentence. Ling-Yu looked at Su-Yi, not daring to make any other moves. After all, animals have very keen hearing and can easily detect sounds. Su-Yi could only see Ling-Yu asking him with her eyes what they should do next. Su-Yi opened his mouth, but made no sound, shaping his lips to say, "Wait for it to leave. Once it is full, it should leave. If necessary, they could use the drone to lure it away." Thinking this, Su-Yi glanced at the screen. There was 53 battery left. If it hovered for too long, it might not last much longer. Su-Yi planned to control it to fly over another balcony. If they could lure the mutated black cat away directly, that would be even better. As the drone moved, the black cat merely looked up for a moment, then ignored it and continued to tear at the corpse. Su-Yi saw blood flowing from the mutated black cat's body through the screen, and a hint of relief appeared on his face. It might bleed to death, right? If it dies from blood loss, that would be the best outcome. Soon, under Su-Yi's control, the drone hovered above another balcony's concrete water tower. From this position, they could still see the mutated black cat. To save power, Su-Yi turned off the high-definition camera and left the infrared camera on. With the infrared camera, he could more clearly know whether the mutated black cat had died. As long as its temperature dropped, it would mean it was dead. To this end, Su-Yi activated the temperature measurement function. It must be said that the power of technology is formidable. If given time, perhaps in a decade or so, humanity could eliminate the infected and mutated beasts, restoring peace to the world. Ling-Yu sat beside Su-Yi, resting her head on his shoulder, her arms wrapped around his. The two of them looked like a couple. Ling-Yu felt particularly safe holding on to Su-Yi like this. In the past, she had fantasized about finding a boyfriend to fall in love with, watching the sunrise and sunset together in beautiful places. She just never expected to be cuddling with Su-Yi in such a situation. Behind them was a terrifying mutated black cat that could take their lives at any moment. However, Ling-Yu was not afraid because Su-Yi was by her side. Suddenly, Su-Yi restarted the drone. A few minutes ago, after eating, the mutated black cat had lain down to sleep. Its temperature had only dropped by 3 or 4 degrees, and Su-Yi thought it might be holding on. But unexpectedly, just now, the black cat's temperature began to drop rapidly. So, Su-Yi wanted to test it. If the black cat was truly dead, they would be safe and could escape this calamity. The strength of the mutated beast made Su-Yi reconsider some things, whether to leave in a hurry or stay here for a few days. He could indeed sign in and needed to go to some special places to do so. However, the opportunities to sign in only increased once a day, which was too little. Even if he reached some special places now, the number of sign-in opportunities would still be severely insufficient. It would be better to stay for a while, accumulate some sign-in opportunities and survival points, and also gather some people to form a small team. Ling-Yu was right. Desperate tasks could be left for others to do. As the drone approached, the mutated black cat's temperature continued to drop. It had fallen from an initial 45 degrees to 15 degrees. With such a rapid drop, Su-Yi felt it must be dead. Ling-Yu had already released Su-Yi's arm, but did not move away, still close to him, staring at the screen. She also saw the originally red, mutated black cat gradually turning green, its temperature dropping sharply. Soon, the drone got close to the mutated black cat. When it was just over a meter away, the black cat lifted its head slightly, seemingly wanting to stand up. However, it did not stand. It merely moved its body a little. "It's dead, it's about to die," Su-Yi exclaimed in delight. Su-Yi handed the remote control to Ling-Yu and took out his machete. "Su-Yi, be careful," Ling-Yu said as she held the remote control and aimed her crossbow at the mutated black cat. Su-Yi nodded, jumped onto the opposite balcony, and quickly approached the mutated black cat. Then Su-Yi struck the mutated black cat's neck with his knife. The mutated black cat twitched a few times and then made no further movements. Su-Yi let out a sigh of relief and then struck again, directly decapitating the mutated black cat. Only by completely severing its head could Su-Yi feel at ease. Lingyu also came over, glancing at the head of the mutated black cat. She did not expect that a cat, after mutation, could become so large, comparable to a tiger. Lingyu examined the wound and then said, Su-Yi, this meat looks very normal and fresh. It should be edible, right? Perhaps eating it could enhance strength? Lingyu wanted to become stronger, and only by becoming stronger could she qualify to stay by Su-Yi's side. Beauty was the least valuable thing in the apocalypse. Ability and strength were what truly mattered. Su-Yi definitely didn't like flowers in a vase, because that day, in the girls' dormitory, that Lu Ran was a bit more beautiful than herself. Lu Ran, a new student at their school, was also the new generation's campus belle. Lingyu actually knew her. But at that time, she didn't say anything. After all, she couldn't even take care of herself. How could she have the ability to save others? Su-Yi had the ability, but he didn't have any feelings for Lu Ran, nor did he try to save her. He only gave her some chips that couldn't be taken away. This further proved that beauty meant nothing in Su-Yi's eyes. Lingyu didn't want to be abandoned by Su-Yi, so she had to become stronger. The corpse of the mutated black cat sparked some ideas in Lingyu. Chapter 23. Crazy Lingyu, that might not be the case. What if consuming it turns someone into an infected person or has some other side effects? Su-Yi wouldn't take that risk. This was a mutated beast, not a normal animal. Su-Yi jumped to another balcony and searched for their nail gun, bullets, and nails. Although he couldn't use them, they could be useful for others. If he was going to recruit followers, he needed weapons. Finally, Su-Yi arrived at the corpse with the standard pistol. He was still wearing a bulletproof vest and an explosion-proof helmet. However, Su-Yi didn't believe this equipment belonged to him. He guessed it must have been stolen. Without saying a word, Su-Yi took off the bulletproof vest and explosion-proof helmet. They were all covered in blood and needed to be soaked and washed before wearing them outside. While searching the body, Su-Yi didn't find any bullets. Therefore, that police pistol was no different from scrap metal. There was also a hunting shotgun. Su-Yi found that the person had some gunpowder and steel balls. However, if mishandled, it could explode, which was quite dangerous. Unless Su-Yi was willing to use survival points to upgrade. Lingyu, what are you doing? Su-Yi returned after searching and found Lingyu gnawing on the head of the mutated cat. He immediately drew his machete and pointed it at Lingyu. Mutated? Crazy? I want to try if eating this meat can make me stronger. That's what the books say. Lingyu chewed on the raw meat a few times before swallowing it. Eating raw meat made her want to vomit, but she held it in. She forced herself to endure it to become stronger. Are you crazy? Did you forget that text message? Do you want to become a monster like the infected? Novels are novels. Reality is reality. You're crazy. Lingyu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and revealed a happy smile. Su-Yi, you care about me. You care about me, right? You must have feelings for me too. I want to become stronger. I want to live. Su-Yi, I want to live. If I stay like this, it will be too hard to survive. I will only drag you down. Yes, it's possible that I will become a monster. But I believe my luck isn't that bad. Maybe I can become stronger? Look at this meat. It's very fresh, no different from normal animal meat. The smell is quite strong. Su-Yi, you should go back. I'll stay here. If I really become a monster, you can kill me. Saying this, Lingyu raised the cat's head again and tore off another piece of raw meat. Seeing Lingyu's manic state, Su-Yi's lips moved. However, he didn't say anything. If he didn't have the system, perhaps he would be like Lingyu? There were still some ways to deal with infected humans, but against mutated beasts, they were truly weak. Even with a gun, they couldn't compete, which was incredibly despairing. Needless to say, Lingyu was stimulated. System, can the meat of these mutated creatures be eaten? Su-Yi thought to himself, hoping the system would respond. Unfortunately, half a minute passed, and there was no response from the system. Su-Yi, can you help me split this head open? I want to eat some brains. After eating some of the meat, Lingyu didn't feel anything and thought maybe eating meat wasn't the solution. Su-Yi took the head of the mutated cat and placed it on the ground. After all, Lingyu had already eaten. If something happened, it couldn't be avoided. Might as well let her experiment to the end. Holding the knife with both hands, Su-Yi struck down with force. The bones were very hard. He had to strike several times before he finally split it open. The blade was bent, and there were several notches. Lingyu pried open the brain of the mutated cat and pulled out its brain. Oh, this bead. Ling Yu discovered a yellow bead. She squeezed it. It was somewhat soft. With a glint in her eyes, Ling Yu popped the bead into her mouth. She felt that this bead might be something that could change her fate. Su, you should leave first. You can change the batteries for the drone and observe me from a distance. If I become a monster, just kill me. Su said nothing, silently took the drone, leaped over several balconies, and returned to the building where he found Jing Shun. After replacing the batteries, Su took everything back to the small suite. Using the solar charging system's mobile power supply, he charged the batteries from the Powder Dragon and plugged in Jing Shun's battery to charge as well. After doing all this, Su remotely started the Powder Dragon and sent it near Ling Yu, landing in a suitable spot. In the video, Ling Yu lay beside the body of the mutated cat. She made a gesture to the camera, then put on a hat, adjusted her posture, and closed her eyes. Waiting for a result. Su sighed silently, then took some rice from the rice jar and cooked some rice porridge in a pressure cooker. He rummaged through the fridge for a few unopened pickled vegetable packages, rinsed the outer packaging, and brought them back to the living room. After tidying up a bit, Su took out his phone and glanced at it, hoping to receive information about whether the meat of mutated beasts was edible. He indeed had developed feelings for Ling Yu. Her performance along the way had been excellent, completely not a flower vase. Such a capable and beautiful girl was not easy to possess, regardless of which world Su was in. Su naturally hoped Ling Yu would be fine. As long as she was safe, it didn't matter if she became stronger. She lay there, and nothing unusual happened. After the porridge was done, Su didn't eat dinner until 5 o'clock. There was still no movement on Ling Yu's side. If it weren't for the fact that he could see her temperature hadn't changed, Su would have worried that something had happened to her. He had no interest in learning about the survivor camps. After eating his fill, he took the remote control into the small room, crawled into bed, closed his eyes, and began to sleep. After midnight, he could get up to sign in. Ling Yu's side was very calm. Perhaps the meat of mutated animals was indeed edible and had no side effects. After all, she had been digesting and absorbing it for several hours. If something really went wrong, it should have happened by now. Perhaps, when Su wakes up from his sleep, Ling Yu will still be as usual. If the meat of mutated animals is edible, it is indeed good news. After all, meat is very important as it provides ample protein and energy. Su really needs meat right now, but he hasn't even found canned meat. So Su hopes that the meat of these mutated creatures can be consumed, so he can collect some and store it. This answer may be revealed when dawn breaks. Chapter 24. Did I really gain superpowers? In the middle of the night, Su was suddenly awakened by a mournful scream. Ling Yu. Su sat up straight, thinking that the one screaming might be Ling Yu. He quickly took out the remote control, only to find the screen completely black. The power was out, and it had shut down automatically. Su pulled out his phone to take a look. It was already 3:25 a.m. He hurriedly turned on the flashlight and rushed to another room. The blades of the Quiet Spirit drone had already been installed. Su took 2 batteries and the remote control off the charging station, installed the batteries, and then carried the Quiet Spirit drone toward the balcony to check on Ling Yu's situation using the drone's night vision mode. The drone's built-in camera has a night vision mode, which is very expensive, hence the term quasi-military drone. Before going out, Su suddenly turned around and entered the storage room. System, sign in. The sign-in process was quick, just a few seconds. Sign-in successful. Gained 3 cubic meters of storage space. Survival points, 30. 3 cubic meters of storage space? Su was overjoyed. He never expected to gain such a large storage space. The survival points also increased by 30 points. This sign-in was truly rewarding, and he didn't waste his time clearing out the storage room's contents. The screams outside continued, and Su rushed to the balcony. Setting up the Quiet Spirit drone, he quickly had it take off and head towards Ling Yu's direction. It was indeed very quiet, hardly making any sound. Su said with mixed feelings. After all, the Quiet Spirit drone was quite impressive, which was a happy thing. However, Ling Yu's situation made Su anxious. Because it was very high up, Su saw Ling Yu's figure before the drone reached her. She was rolling on the balcony, seemingly in great pain. Glancing at the temperature, it had risen to an astonishing 50 degrees. Her actual body temperature was probably even higher. If a human had this temperature, they would have long been unable to survive. Watching Ling Yu on the screen, Su clenched his fists. Other than watching, he could do nothing. Perhaps you will turn into a monster soon? Don't worry, I will help you find peace and then find a place for you to rest in peace. Saying this, Su-Yi took out a machete with many notches from the storage space. With a thought, words appeared on the machete. Upgrade to a 12-meter tang, Dao, requires 7 points. The extra point likely appeared due to the notches. Upgrade. Points. 7. A prompt popped up and then disappeared. This prompt had never appeared before. The machete in his hand had transformed, becoming a tang Dao that reflected the moonlight, looking quite extraordinary. Su-Yi flicked it with his finger, producing a crisp sound. Then, Su-Yi looked at the system interface. Su-Yi survival points, 31 sign-in times, 0, 610. There were still 31 points left. Should he spend 20 points to upgrade the nail gun? After some thought, Su-Yi decided against it. It was too expensive and wasteful. Su-Yi returned downstairs. Now he had 4 cubic meters of storage space, which could hold a lot of things. He put all the accessories of the Quiet Spirit drone into the box, receiving them into the storage space. Additionally, Su-Yi stored the food from the 3 backpacks they collected earlier into the storage space. He also put the rice, noodles, power strips, light bulbs, and wires into his storage space. He also stored the second solar charging system. Su-Yi directly put on the clean, bulletproof vest from the bathroom and donned the blast helmet as well. Upon reaching the balcony, Su-Yi also stored the box of the pink flying dragon, planning to put it away after resolving Ling Yu's situation. After confirming that he hadn't missed anything, Su-Yi leaned against the balcony and continued to watch Ling Yu on the screen. She was still screaming and rolling. Although there was still some moonlight, Su-Yi didn't dare to act rashly. It was best to wait until dawn to take action. As time passed, Ling Yu's screams gradually became quieter. Su-Yi noticed that the extent of her rolling also decreased, and eventually, her screams ceased, and Ling Yu sat up directly. Just when Su-Yi thought Ling Yu was fine, she suddenly lunged at the corpse of the mutated black cat. She tore into it, biting it furiously. Additionally, Su-Yi noticed that her nails seemed to have become extremely sharp, easily slicing through the mutated black cat's skin and starting to eat its flesh. Has she completely turned into a monster? Su-Yi felt a chill down his back, hesitating whether to leave while Ling Yu, in her mutated state, hadn't noticed him. In the end, Su-Yi still didn't move. After eating for about 10 minutes, perhaps feeling full, Ling Yu stopped. She looked at her nails and, after a while, walked towards the pink flying dragon. Is it no power? Ling Yu muttered, pressed a button, and found that it indeed had no power. Then, Ling Yu pulled out her phone and checked the time. It was 5:09 a.m., nearly 2 hours until dawn. Su-Yi was ecstatic when he saw Ling Yu looking at her phone. If she had turned into a beast, she definitely wouldn't be checking her phone. Ling Yu, how are you? Are you okay? Upon hearing Su-Yi's voice, Ling Yu immediately brightened up and said to the pink flying dragon, "It's fine now. It seems I have gained superpowers. Isn't it out of power? How can you still see?" Su-Yi's eyes widened upon hearing Ling Yu's words. "This is possible? Did you really gain superpowers? Really? That's great. I didn't expect you to succeed. There's a drone above your head. The pink flying dragon has been out of power for a long time." Only then did Ling Yu look up and see the shadow above her. "Is it silent?" "Yes. Only the sound is a bit off my ears." Ling Yu noticed that her ears were moving. Moreover, she found that her night vision ability seemed to have improved significantly. Su-Yi, holding the Tang Dao and the remote control, quickly jumped over several balconies and reached Ling Yu's side. "How is it? Do you feel anything strange? I just saw you lunging to bite the mutated black cat, and I thought you had turned into a monster." Ling Yu took off her hat, stuck out her tongue, and said a bit shyly, "Sorry for scaring you. I was too hungry at that moment. It felt like I would faint if I didn't eat, so I lunged to eat the meat. Do you feel anything special? It seemed like you were in a lot of pain during the process." Su-Yi curiously asked, since there didn't seem to be any change in Ling Yu's appearance. Ling Yu extended her finger, and then her nails turned black and elongated a bit, looking particularly sharp. Su-Yi thought to himself that he seemed to have gained some abilities of a cat, with enhanced hearing and night vision. No, it was more than that. Su-Yi muttered in his heart. Chapter 25. Come on, give it your all. Because Su-Yi saw that Ling Yu's eyes had also changed, looking particularly enchanting. Fortunately, her ears were still normal, and she hadn't grown a tail. Otherwise, she would have turned into a cat girl. Of course, if she did turn into a cat girl, Su-Yi would be quite happy. Additionally, he felt his reaction time, strength, and speed had all improved. Ling Yu appeared very excited as she said this. "It seems you really succeeded. Perhaps the key to making you stronger is that orb," Su-Yi said while starting to prepare to cut up the mutated black cat's corpse. It turned out that the meat of mutated creatures was generally safe. After cooking, it should be even safer. Su-Yi, are we taking this meat? Ling Yu guessed Su-Yi's intention when she saw his actions. Yes, this meat should be safe. Right now, meat is a good thing and very precious. Su-Yi explained as he used a tang knife to slice open the mutated black cat's fur. Indeed, it's a pity we can only take a portion. Ling Yu naturally knew that this meat was valuable. No, I could take it all, because my ability is related to my storage space. I can probably store 3 to 4 cubic meters of items, Su-Yi explained. His real reliance was on the system, the sign-in system. The storage space was just one aspect, and exposing it to Ling Yu was acceptable. After all, she already knew that Ling Yu had gained supernatural abilities. Letting her know he had storage space was also beneficial. Ling Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. This ability is too exaggerated. I'm envious. A storage space that can carry supplies with you. No wonder I sometimes didn't see where you put your machete. Ling Yu didn't continue speaking. This was Su-Yi's biggest secret, but now he had already shared this secret with her. So, does that mean Su-Yi completely trusts himself now? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Ling Yu's face. Su-Yi's storage space was incredibly useful. He could store food in it. 3 to 4 cubic meters was enough to last a long time. Moreover, he could consume and replenish at the same time. This ability, regardless of the era, was extremely powerful. The operational space was vast. It just depended on how one utilized this storage space. Can space increase? Ling Yu suddenly asked. Su-Yi shook his head and replied, it probably can't. That's still very powerful. A storage space, I want to have one too. Ling Yu looked at Su-Yi with envy. Go downstairs and see if there is an induction cooker, and collect some smaller pots and pans. Su-Yi assigned Ling Yu a task. He now had 2 sets of solar charging devices, and he also planned to dismantle the 2 sets of solar charging devices over there and throw them into the storage space. It goes without saying that the storage space would still increase. Su-Yi was worried about insufficient power if he wanted to cook without 4 sets of batteries. Anyway, there was enough space now. He didn't actually need to use too much space for food. Because it was still the early stages of the apocalypse, resources were still abundant. The reason there was nothing nearby was that it had been scavenged by others. The residential building they were in should have not been collected. While Ling Yu went to gather supplies, Su-Yi began cutting up the mutated black cat's corpse. The skeleton took up too much space. So Su-Yi cut the meat off instead of storing the whole thing in a storage space. After half an hour, Su-Yi had stored all the meat in his storage space, not even leaving out the brain matter. Then, Su-Yi replaced the battery of the silent spirit drone and put it back in a box. If he needed to use it next time, he could just take it out directly. The silent spirit drone still needed to be used, and its battery was durable, so it could be used for now. There were other survivors nearby, so Su-Yi had to be cautious. Su-Yi, no one has searched downstairs. There are quite a few items. Should you go down to collect them into the storage space, or should I carry them up? Ling Yu casually walked over to Su-Yi, holding a crossbow with one hand. After glancing at the skeleton of the mutated black cat, seeing that all the meat had been removed, she knew Su-Yi had stored it all in his storage space. I'll go down. You go over there and dismantle those 2 solar charging systems. Saying this, Su-Yi handed the remote control for the silent spirit to Ling Yu. After going downstairs, Su-Yi saw the door to the room was open. The induction cooker, pots and bowls, and other utensils were all packed in a plastic box, along with some seasonings neatly organized. Su-Yi directly stored them in his storage space, then put the rice, oil, and flour next to it into the storage space as well. Exiting this room, Su-Yi turned to go to other rooms. They were all filled with food and seasonings. Su-Yi didn't take any of those, only grabbing a kitchen knife, planning to upgrade it for Ling Yu's use. By the time he reached the first floor, Su-Yi had only taken a small rice cooker. He didn't take anything else. Space was limited, and he needed to leave some space for backup. He couldn't really fill his 4 cubic meters of storage space. Now, Su-Yi had already used more than 3 cubic meters. Once he stored the silent spirit drone and the 2 sets of solar charging systems, only a little space remained. The storage space was severely insufficient. Su-Yi decided to find a larger storage room to sign in. Perhaps he could obtain a larger storage space. It must be said that this kind of upgradable storage space was indeed very satisfying. When he returned to the balcony, it was already getting light outside. Ling Yu had also dismantled the 2 sets of solar charging devices and brought them over. Su-Yi took out the box containing the kitchenware and the small rice cooker. After plugging it in, Su-Yi put some meat into the small pressure cooker, preparing to make some mutated cat soup and cook some rice. Ling Yu watched Su-Yi do these things, finding it quite unbelievable. Because someone had fallen from the balcony yesterday, attracting a horde of infected below, blocking the alley. The upstairs and downstairs were completely two different worlds. After Sue-Yi got everything cooking, he jumped to the opposite balcony and took off his bulletproof vest and anti-explosion helmet. He waved to Lingyu and said, "Come on, let's spar and see your strength." Lingyu immediately became interested. She also wanted to know how strong she was. So, she jumped to the opposite side of Sue-Yi. This balcony was relatively large, about 70 to 80 square meters, enough for them to showcase their abilities. "You better be careful. I've learned free fighting and taekwondo," Lingyu said to Sue-Yi, twisting her neck. "Come on, give it your all." Sue-Yi became even more interested. He didn't expect Lingyu had learned free fighting. He wondered who was stronger, her or himself, who had obtained free fighting through the sign-in. Chapter 26. Delicious mutant beast. Lingyu took off her coat, assumed an offensive stance, and then took a deep breath. With a push of her legs, she leaped up, her fist heading straight for Sue-Yi's head. Bang! With a dull sound, Lingyu's body was sent flying. She had taken a kick from Sue-Yi to her abdomen. "Too weak, come again." Sue-Yi beckoned to Lingyu with his finger. "Huh." Lingyu quickly got back on her feet and charged towards Sue-Yi again. Once more, she was sent flying, unwilling to accept defeat. Lingyu charged at Sue-Yi again and again, but the number of times she was hit decreased. It could be said that she was gradually adapting to her strength, speed, and reaction time. However, even so, there was still a certain gap between her and Sue-Yi. At least until now, Sue-Yi had not been hit by Lingyu even once. Moreover, Sue-Yi had not used his swordsmanship. Otherwise, Lingyu would have lost even worse. The two fought for an hour, both drenched in sweat. "How are you doing?" Sue-Yi reached out his hand to the fallen Lingyu. "I'm fine. Just a little flesh wound." Lingyu grabbed Sue-Yi's hand and stood up. Taking advantage of the moment, she pressed her body against Sue-Yi. "You seem to have grown a bit taller." Sue-Yi wrapped his arms around Lingyu's waist, pulling her in tighter. Lingyu also noticed. And then she took the initiative to kiss him. The two exchanged saliva for a while before parting. They had to separate, otherwise they would suffocate. "You seem quite skilled. Got a story?" Lingyu pinched her tingling lips. "Yes, I could talk for 3 days and nights nonstop. But you seem inexperienced." Sue-Yi smiled proudly. "Of course. This is my first kiss." Lingyu pouted. Although she was curious about Sue-Yi's past, she didn't care much. If they were to dwell on the past, they wouldn't be able to share a future together. "Understood." Sue-Yi grabbed Lingyu's perky bottom and then put away the bulletproof vest and helmet on the ground. "Let's go, it's time for breakfast. After eating, we'll take a shower and look for those survivors." With that, Sue-Yi returned to the balcony opposite. Both of them were already quite strong, and they were confident in dealing with ordinary people, especially since Sue-Yi now had a bulletproof vest and a bomb-proof helmet. They felt even more secure. Opening the pot, the aroma of meat wafted over, making both Sue-Yi and Lingyu involuntarily swallow. "It smells so good. I've never smelled such fragrant meat soup." Lingyu took a deep sniff. "It is really fragrant. Maybe it's just that we haven't smelled meat for so long." Sue-Yi picked up a seasoning box and added some salt. Then, he scooped out 2 large bowls with a spoon. Lingyu had already obediently gone to serve rice, eager to drink the meat soup and eat the mutant beast meat as soon as possible. "It's so delicious, incredibly tasty." Sue-Yi could hardly believe it. "Yes, this meat is particularly good. It feels like my tongue is going to swallow it." "Sue-Yi, we are so lucky. In a world full of monsters, we can still drink such delicious soup and eat meat with fragrant rice." Lingyu instantly became chatty, talking nonstop. "Oh my god, I'm eating so much now. I've eaten 3 big bowls of rice and drank 2 bowls of soup." After eating her fill, Lingyu patted her round belly, ready to wash the dishes. Since Sue-Yi cooked, she had to do something too. She couldn't let Sue-Yi do everything. "Our appetite has indeed increased. Perhaps it's because our bodies have become stronger. Plus, we just fought for more than an hour, which consumed a lot of energy." Sue-Yi thought that normally they shouldn't have such a large appetite. Otherwise, it would be too hard to sustain. After all, food was scarce during the apocalypse, and having a particularly large appetite was really not a good thing. After washing the pots and bowls, Lingyu organized them. Watching Sue-Yi put them into the storage space. The sudden disappearance felt magical to Lingyu. After confirming that nothing was left behind, Sue-Yi replaced 2 batteries in the silent drone, and then the two began to control it to search for survivor gathering points. They found one, a large villa surrounded by many obstacles, with only one way in and out. There were people on the balconies of the 2 nearby, houses keeping watch. It should be there. Since the flying height was quite high, no one noticed the silent drone above them. After letting the drone hover, Su, Yi, and Ling Yu moved closer along the balcony. Ling Yu held a crossbow, while Su, Yi had a longbow. Using a nail gun would alert others, so using a hunting bow and crossbow was the best choice. The two quickly approached, using the real-time images captured by the drone to avoid the few people keeping watch on the balcony. Soon, they reached the nearby balcony. Should we kill them? Ling Yu leaned close to Su, Yi, and whispered, "No need, just threaten them to surrender. You stand behind me and lock onto them with your crossbow." Yi, wearing a bulletproof vest and bomb-proof helmet, was confident that even if they shot, they couldn't kill him. At most, he would get slightly injured. Ling Yu signaled with her fingers and then took out a crossbow arrow, biting it with her mouth. In fact, if they really wanted to kill them, it would be very simple. They could jump directly to the opposite balcony while they were not paying attention and cut their throats. Sui could use a machete, and Ling Yu could use her nails. Raise your hands, or I'll shoot through your heads. Sui suddenly stood up and threatened. The two watchers froze and immediately raised their hands. They didn't even have a nail gun, just two watermelon knives. What about us? A crossbow and a longbow. It looked deadly. Many people had already died in their stronghold, all of them disobedient and arrogant. The remaining ones were more compliant. Good, hands on your heads, Su-Yi said, and Ling Yu jumped over the balcony to the opposite side. Su-Yi followed, and the two moved in perfect sync. How many people do you have here, and what weapons do you have? Su-Yi put down his bow and began to interrogate the two. There's still 38, no? 29 people left, with 19 women and 10 men. Big brother, we were all forced here by a group of bandits. We are all good people. As he spoke, the man's eyes turned red. It was unclear whether he had suffered some grievance or was just a good actor. Do you know about a group of people who had nail guns, and their leader was wearing the same bulletproof vest as mine? Su-Yi pointed to his clothes and then pulled out a nail gun from his back, aiming it at the man's head. Thud. The man immediately knelt down in front of Su-Yi. Chapter 27. Breaking into the villa stronghold, the kneeling man trembled in fear. Thinking that since the bulletproof vest was worn by Su-Yi, it must have belonged to someone Su-Yi killed. That was Big Boss Zhuang. He forced us to stay here. If not, we would have gone to the official shelter. Another reaction wasn't slow either. After kneeling, he immediately shouted, "Big brother, we were really forced. That person surnamed Zhuang is not human at all. He relies on having a gun and goes around searching for survivors, even threatening a beautiful policewoman, snatching her gun and killing many people, harming many girls. He is simply inhuman. Big brother, you are so strong. You must kill that surnamed Zhuang. He really is not human. He even eats the flesh of his own kind. What's the difference between him and a beast?" Su-Yi squinted his eyes. These two people were quite quick to react. "How many regathering points are that Zhuang's lackeys? Since you've killed some, then clean them up and wash away all of Zhuang as people. There is only one left, just one. Big brother, I can help you trick him out. And then you shoot him with an arrow, and we'll be free." One of them raised his hand, looking eager to show off. "All right, let us see your performance." Su-Yi agreed. Trick himself? Su-Yi wasn't worried because these people were too weak. It wasn't difficult for Su-Yi to kill them, especially with Ling Yu and himself together. "Big brother, don't worry. The only one left here has a nail gun, and the others are all coerced. They're not Zhuang's underlings." That person smiled obsequiously at Su-Yi, then took a few steps back and turned to go downstairs. "You watch him. I'll go down and kill that person." Saying this, Su-Yi put away his bow and drew his tang knife. Killing that person head-on with the tang knife would be the most intimidating, allowing them to know how strong his combat power was. This way, when he took them in, they wouldn't have the courage to plot or deal with him. The other person didn't expect Su-Yi to not use the bow, but to draw the tang knife and run down directly. Is he crazy? Going to deliver his head? Even if you were wearing protective gear, you would still get hurt. "Chuang-ge, you're back. Brother Zhuang is back. Come out quickly." The person who ran to deceive Chuang-ge didn't know Su-Yi was following. He thought Su-Yi was aiming with a crossbow from the dark upstairs. With that person's shout, a small figure soon walked out of the villa. He was holding two nail guns, followed by two others. However, the two people didn't have guns. Each was holding a steel knife. The person called Chuang-ge frowned, suspiciously saying, "Are they really back?" The boss and the others came back after a whole day without sending someone back. Really? They were blocked by the infected outside and are trying to figure out how to lure the infected away. The deceiving guy spoke convincingly. Outside, there were indeed many infected people blocked by the nearby obstacles. Otherwise, they would have rushed into this safe area long ago. Chuanga looked at the distant infected who were blocked and clawing at the air, his brow furrowing as he said, "These monsters are also crazy. No one knows where they came from, blocking us from getting out." While speaking, he walked towards Su Yi's position. As the distance closed, Su Yi stood in the darkness, tightening his grip on the tang knife. Then, he charged at the other side. Seeing someone in a bulletproof vest wearing an anti-explosion helmet, Chuanga was initially delighted, shouting, "Boss!" But he immediately realized something was wrong and quickly aimed the nail gun at Su Yi. Bang! A slash cut through, and a column of blood shot into the sky. Chuan Ji's head was directly severed by Su Yi, blood spraying out. The infected instantly went crazy, screaming. The person who had come down to deceive Chuanga was so scared he urinated his pants. So violent. Too violent. One slash, and the person's head was chopped off. There were no such bloody scenes on TV. The two people with knives were also frightened, directly kneeling down to Su Yi. "Be big, brother. Spare us. We're not bad people." Su Yi picked up the two nail guns from the ground and searched their bodies for bullets and nails. He found a whole box of bullets, 100 pieces. So many bullets surprised Su Yi a bit. No wonder he needed a waste bag to carry them. "Su Yi, awesome." Ling Yu shouted at Su Yi. That move just now was so beautiful. He first dodged the steel nails from the nail gun, then dashed to the side of that person, and with a swing of his knife, he chopped off the person's head. If it were her, she definitely couldn't have done that. Su Yi cleaned the blood off the tang knife and was very satisfied with it. Sharp. After chopping off a head, there wasn't even a dent. He sheathed it on his back and picked up the two steel knives from the ground. These are machetes made from car steel sheets, very hard. "Get up, throw the body to those infected." Su Yi thought it was better to let the infected handle the body. Leaving it in the yard wasn't a good idea. Okay. The two looked at each other, stood up, and walked toward the fallen body. Ling Yu also came downstairs, her eyes still showing some excitement. They had finally taken down a stronghold, allowing them to move faster toward the city's #1 shelter. Regardless of whether her parents and aunt were in trouble, Ling Yu still wanted to confirm for herself. After gaining strength, Ling Yu's confidence had increased a lot. Su Yi and Ling Yu entered the villa, with the two people watching the surroundings walking in front. Soon, they brought Su Yi and Ling Yu to a small room on the 3rd floor. After pushing open the door, there was a person tied to a chair, facing away from them. Her mouth seemed to be stuffed, only making muffled sounds. "Don't be afraid. We're here to save you." Rescuing the female police officer was suggested by Ling Yu, so she would thank them and stand with them. To take over the people here, they naturally needed manpower. The female police officer had received professional training, and her skills and courage were unmatched by ordinary people. She would definitely be a quality subordinate. So, Su Yi let the two people take him to rescue the female police officer first. Hearing Ling Yu's voice, the person quieted down. Su Yi walked up to untie the ropes, and Ling Yu went around to prepare to remove whatever was stuffed in her mouth. Little Aunt, how is it you? How could you?" Ling Yu was directly stunned, not expecting that the person tied up here was her own aunt, Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang also didn't expect that the one coming to save her was her own niece, who was like a sister to her. Chapter 28. You are free water. Give me water. Ling Shuang had been starving for 3 days, with only a little water each day. That Zhuang wanted to force Ling Shuang to submit in this way, coercing her to obediently take off her clothes and beg him. Therefore, Ling Shuang didn't immediately explain to Ling Yu. She just wanted to drink a little water now. Only then would she have the strength to explain anything to Ling Shuang. Su Yi took out a large bottle of milk and handed it to Ling Shuang. Seeing the short-haired Ling Shuang, Su Yi was momentarily stunned. Is she really not your sister? Because Ling Shuang didn't look very old. Su Yi found it hard to believe she was Ling Yu's aunt. "My little aunt is only 5 years older than me. She really looks like my sister," Ling Yu explained on the side, watching her aunt desperately gulp down the milk with great concern. "She must have come to save you, but then got trapped by those infected in the river and was captured by that boss Shuang." Su Yi voiced his speculation. Ling Shuang, who was frantically drinking milk, brightened up, raised her hand, and gave Su Yi a thumbs up. Clearly, Su Yi's guess was correct. "Aunt, my parents are fine. They're all fine," Ling Shuang said, continuing to drink milk. She was both hungry and thirsty. At this moment, Su Yi handed a pack of steamed cake to Ling Yu. "Be careful. Don't let your aunt overeat. It will harm her health. I will go out to handle things here. You stay here." With that, Su Yi went out and closed the door behind him. The two people outside were still somewhat anxious. After seeing Sui come out, one of them asked, "Boss, I know where the food is stored. It's in Boss Zhuang's room, usually guarded by Brother Chuan. First, take me to see where the others are locked up." "Didn't you say there are 10 men? What about the other 5? So far, Sui had only seen 5. One had his head chopped off by Sui, and 2 had gone to dispose of the bodies. They had all gone out to gather supplies and search for survivors. Either their children were controlled, or their wives were controlled, and Boss Zhuang forced them to collect food. Brother Chuan had sent them out early this morning, and they would return by noon." Sui nodded. This indeed counted as a means of controlling others. However, he couldn't understand why they had to control them in such a way. Under the guidance of the two, Sui kicked open a door. The lock was reinforced, but it didn't stop Sui. He used his Tang Dao to cut the iron chain and then kicked the door open. The people inside screamed, clearly frightened. Inside were women and children. Some were dressed, while others were not. Sui also noticed that those who were dressed were tied up, while those who were not were free. "You are free now. Quickly put on your clothes and come out for food," Sui said, then turned to the door across the hall and broke it open in the same manner. Inside was piled high with various foods, an astonishing amount. The two who had gone to dispose of the bodies also returned upon hearing Sui's commotion. "Come get food," Sui said as he stood at the door, then went to look for food. He found several boxes of steamed cake and milk, which he moved to the entrance. There was too much food. Even if Sui emptied his storage space to store it, he wouldn't be able to fit even 1/10 of it. It could only be said that Boss Zhuang had collected a lot of food, enough for them to survive for a long time. Perhaps the food here was not the only stash. Other rooms might still hold more. After all, he had locked people up, so naturally, he didn't have to worry about it being stolen. "Big brother, are these all for me?" After receiving 2 boxes of milk and a bag of steamed cake, one of them couldn't believe it. "You two will share? This is just lunch. There will be dinner later. Stick with me. You won't go hungry," Sui explained, and then took out another portion. "Big brother, you are a bodhisattva. Those beasts before never treated us like humans, giving us only a little bit each day, and made us move this and that. Yeah, big brother, compared to those people, you are a living bodhisattva. Rest assured, my life from now on belongs to you, Lin Wenkai. You can ask me to do anything as long as I can eat my fill every day." "Me too. I'm Wan Ran. Big brother, feel free to give me any orders. If I frown even once, I'll be bitten to death by the monsters," said one of the body movers. Sui said nothing and silently pulled out a cigarette and lit it. The 4 men quickly tore open the bags, shared the cake, and sat against the wall to eat. They were indeed starving every day, mainly relying on drinking water to fill their stomachs, as Boss Zhuang intended to wear them down and then completely subjugate them. After a while, a woman walked out from the opposite door, peeking her head out, her eyes filled with fear. Sui glanced at her and said, "Come over and get food." 2 people in a group. She seemed surprised to hear Sui's words, momentarily stunned before reacting. "Xiaoxue, come here." After a while, she came out holding a 6 or 7-year-old child and approached Sui. "One for each." Sui handed a bag of steamed cake and 2 bottles of milk. The woman quickly glanced at the few men sitting on the ground, who were devouring their food. She swallowed hard and accepted the items. "Thank you, big brother." The little girl followed suit. "Thank you, brother. All right, go eat on the side. Don't eat too fast, or you'll choke," Sui said as he patted the little girl's head. The woman quickly pulled the girl to the side, then tore open the bag, took out a steamed cake, and handed it to the little girl, then inserted a straw into the milk. "Xiaoxue, eat. Your dad will be back soon, and you can be together." Saying this, she stroked the girl's head, tears involuntarily falling from her eyes. "Thank you, Animo. You eat too. We have so many cakes now," the little girl said obediently. Mo Xiaohong stood up and walked to the door, saying, "Sisters, come out to get food, 2 in a group. Don't rush. Everyone will have a share. After you get it, eat outside. Don't block the passage." Hearing Mo Xiaohong's words, Sui couldn't help but look at her again. This woman was somewhat extraordinary, remaining so calm and composed. After speaking, Mo Xiaohong took Xiaoxue to the corridor outside. With Mo Xiaohong's words, women began to come out one after another to get food. Many appeared anxious, even after receiving food, as they were worried about the future. Chapter 29. Why stop? After a while, Ling Yu and Ling Shuang also came down. Seeing the emaciated people squatting in the corridor eating, they realized these people had been starved. "Those people are truly scum. It's a good thing you 2 killed them." Otherwise, who knows how many more would have suffered, Ling Shuang said coldly upon seeing them. Ling Yu thought of those in the school gym and said, there may be many such people. Ling Shuang agreed. Without the law, everyone has lost their restraint. Things that were once unthinkable are now being carried out even more harshly. Sui, thank you for saving our little Yu. I want to say too much in gratitude. From now on, I, Ling Shuang, will follow your lead. Ling Shuang said proactively after seeing Ling Yu. No need to be polite. We are helping each other. Sui smiled slightly, genuinely happy for Ling Yu. Not only had she reunited with her aunt, but she also received news that her parents and family were safe. At the same time, Sui also understood that it was highly likely Ling Yu would not venture out with him. He knew that the two of them could only have a short-term romance before they had to part ways. Sister Shuang, what is the situation at the official shelter? Sui actively asked, directly in front of everyone. Upon hearing Sui's words, everyone stopped and stared at Ling Shuang. The situation is good. There are now over 6,000 survivors in the shelter, and the management is relatively stable. The survivors are also stable, and no one is going hungry. I was just thinking about discussing how to lead everyone to the shelter. I came up along the river, and the journey was mostly smooth, except for encountering those perverts here who blocked the river by luring the infected into it. So, we can still take people along the river to shelter number 1. Ling Shuang finished speaking in one breath and then looked at Sui, knowing that her niece, Ling Yu, had already tied her heart to him. Just a moment ago, when the two were chatting upstairs, Ling Yu's eyes sparkled when she mentioned Sui. Do you want to go to the official shelter? Sui glanced at a few men squatting in the corner. Big brother, whatever you decide, we all support you, Lin Wenkai said flatteringly. Wan Ren nodded vigorously and added, yes, we follow Big Brother. The people at the official shelter may not be as generous as Big Brother. I want to follow Big Brother. Ling Yu, come with me for a moment. Sister Shuang, I leave this to you. With that, Sui handed 2 nail guns to Ling Shuang. For the sake of food, some people could do anything, and Sui had to be cautious. Just now, he sensed something else from Ling Shuang's words. The management is relatively stable, which indicates that it is not truly stable, and conflicts must have occurred. In this apocalypse, are they still fighting for power and profit? Is such a shelter really safe? Ling Shuang took the nail guns from Sui and said, you all be careful. Sui then headed downstairs. Ling Yu quickly followed, and the two reappeared on the balcony they entered through. Have you told your aunt about us having abilities? Sui stared into Ling Yu's eyes. This answer would determine his next decision. No, this is our secret, our means of survival. I wouldn't easily tell even my parents. Sui, I'm not foolish. This is the apocalypse. Humanity has become darker, and our experiences prove that. How could I be foolish enough to reveal everything? I didn't even mention the drone. Just said you're from the archery club and the free fighting club, and that you've practiced martial arts since childhood and are very strong. Hearing Ling Yu's words, Sui stepped forward and hugged her slim waist. I suspect the official shelter is not stable. Internal strife may be quite intense. Moreover, survival is tough. Otherwise, why would your aunt come out alone to find you? Also, I found 2 submachine guns in the room, both without bullets. They should belong to your aunt. Our secret should indeed not be disclosed. Saying this, Sui took out the 2 submachine guns for Ling Yu to see. Not having bullets would trouble others, but might not trouble Sui. He believed he could use survival points to upgrade the nail gun bullets to submachine gun bullets. Both guns were equipped with silencers, which were quite valuable. Using guns against the infected is indeed the quickest way. As long as you hit the head, the infected will die. So, do we still need to go to the shelter? Ling Yu became a bit flustered. Of course, not only do we need to go, but we also need to control the shelter in our hands. With that, Sui kissed Ling Yu. After a long time, the two finally released each other. Sui then put away the silent drone. Its battery had also been drained quite a bit, and it wasn't really needed to check the nearby situation at the moment. While Sui was retracting the drone, Ling Yu adjusted her clothes. Sui, I thought you had no ambition. We have abilities. Why can't we manage the shelter? We have strength. Why should we live under someone else's roof? Why should we work for others? You're right. We should control the shelter ourselves. Following us will at least ensure everyone has enough to eat, and women won't be treated like slaves. At least they can live with dignity. Ling Yu was not a ruthless person, nor had she changed because of the apocalypse. Perhaps it was because she had good luck and hadn't encountered anything bad. Later, when she met Sui, being protected by him made her feel that people should still have humanity and shouldn't live like beasts. So, you need to first control the people here. I'm not good at this. I'll leave it to you, okay? Saying this, Su-Yi pinched Ling Yu's cheek. He could not stay in one place for too long. If he could keep getting stronger, why stop? Moreover, having strong power would allow him to come and go freely and protect the people he wanted to protect. Once he completely controlled shelter number 1, it would also be the day Su-Yi left this city. 3 months. Su-Yi would stay in this city for a maximum of 3 months. After 3 months, his strength should be enough for him to return to his hometown and see if his parents in this world were still alive. I'll give it a try. It should be similar to managing a company. After Ling Yu finished speaking, she was just about to kiss Su-Yi when she heard a noise. So she decisively picked up the crossbow that was resting on the railing and aimed at the distance. Come out. I can't hear you. You few better come out, or we won't be polite. Ling Yu's ears twitched, and Su-Yi couldn't help but think of cat ears. Chapter 30. Join our team. Indeed, it felt very much like a cat. Moreover, Su-Yi didn't hear any sounds. So, it was very likely due to Ling Yu having the ability of a mutated cat. Her footsteps were also particularly light, almost inaudible. It wasn't that she was deliberately controlling it. It seemed to be an instinct. Su-Yi couldn't help but wonder if he encountered a mutated beast and ate that kind of bead in its brain. Could he also gain such abilities? Sure enough, after a moment, a few people walked out from 3 balconies away, all raising their hands. Who are you? And how did you end up in our base? Are you new recruits? We are responsible for collecting supplies. One bearded middle-aged man raised his hands and asked loudly. Su-Yi lowered Ling Yu's crossbow and shouted, "We have already killed that bunch of Zhuang Laoda. Now we are in charge of this base. If you want to see your families, bring the supplies over." The expressions of those people changed instantly, not expecting 2 young people to be so powerful as to kill Zhuang Laoda and his scum. It is known that Zhuang Laoda not only had nail guns, but also shotguns and police handguns. They actually killed Zhuang Laoda? Was a gunfire yesterday during Zhuang Laoda's battle? 11 people. Could it really be just these 2 who did it? That was terrifying. Su-Yi guessed that these people definitely didn't have guns. At most, they only had knives. Soon, they carried 5 burlap sacks to Su-Yi and Ling Yu. Su-Yi opened a sack to take a look. It was all food, rice flour, and some snacks. The middle-aged man bent over in a flattering manner and said, "Big brother, this is the food we collected over the past 2 days. We have cleared everything nearby. If we want to collect more, we have to go to farther places. Before, Boss Shuang promised us that once he collected everything, he would let our families go." Su-Yi sneered and said, "What he said has nothing to do with me." "What? Do you want to go down and chat with that Boss Shuang? I can help you with that." As he spoke, Su-Yi took out a handgun and cocked it. "It's a misunderstanding, big brother, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't mean that." The middle-aged man quickly knelt down. Isn't that right? You know it in your heart. All right, get up. We don't do things like that, scum." With that, Su-Yi turned and left, not even bothering to tell them how to deal with the food. Ling Yu followed in Su-Yi's footsteps, thinking that Su-Yi's earlier claim of not being good at these things was just to comfort himself. He clearly did very well, directly establishing his authority, leaving others unable to discern his thoughts. This way, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. A gun without bullets could accomplish this. How could a person like him not understand how to manage these people? He was just too lazy to care. Leaving behind 5 people who looked at each other in confusion, Su-Yi and Ling Yu went straight downstairs. "Old Meng, what should we do now?" A man in his 30s glanced at the middle-aged man, momentarily unsure. "What else can we do? Are you going to abandon your family? Let's go move the stuff down." No matter where they ended up, there would always be people collecting food. The infected outside weren't that terrifying. They were easier to deal with. As Meng Qitong tied up the sacks and hoisted one onto his shoulder, he said, "The infected may seem scary, but they're not difficult to handle. As long as we stay bold and careful and cooperate well, we can always manage with the terrain. But humans? That's another story. Dad, Dad." Just as Meng Qitong reached the bottom of the stairs, he heard a voice calling for him. "Xiao Xue." Meng Qitong threw the sack to the ground and shouted excitedly. Then, Meng Xue came running down from upstairs. When she reached the bottom, she jumped into Meng Qitong's arms, overjoyed. Meng Qitong tightly embraced his daughter and looked up. Su-Yi was standing on the 2nd floor, lighting a cigarette, seemingly indifferent to his daughter running downstairs. "Brother," Mo Xiaohong shouted and hurriedly ran down as well. "Husband, uncle, brother Hui." Several people shouted while rushing downstairs to reunite with their families. The rest silently moved to the corridor, watching the 10 people below embracing each other. envious. In the apocalypse, having your family is such a happy thing. Their families were gone. Some were bitten to death by the infected, some had turned into infected themselves, and others were killed by other humans. In short, they were all alone. The sight brought tears to the eyes of those women. He felt a bit moved inside as he thought of his parents in another world, and also of the parents in this world. And then he took a deep drag from his cigarette. Ling Yu noticed Su Yi's gaze and picked up a loudspeaker. This loudspeaker was found by Ling Shuang from the room where the food was stored. She had heard Boss Shuang use it to make a woman moan, which was quite perverse. So she brought it out. I have a few things to say to everyone. We are preparing to head to the official shelter. Anyone who wants to join us can join our team. Our team does not support freeloaders or cowards. Joining us means you must confront the infected, regardless of gender. If you don't want to join, we won't force you. Most of the food here can be left for you. Those who join our team will be treated fairly. We will never let you go hungry, nor will we treat you as cannon fodder. That's it. Think it over and give us a response by tomorrow morning. After speaking, Ling Yu put the loudspeaker away. Boss, I want to join. Wan Ran immediately came out to express his stance. If he hesitated, he would lose the chance to be the first lackey. So, he decisively stood up, knowing that Su Yi and Ba Shuang were not the same kind of people. Following Su Yi, at least he wouldn't go hungry. After so many days of hunger, Wan Ran felt he couldn't stand it any longer. The other three quickly expressed their intentions as well, all determined to follow Su Yi. Just 2 people could take down 11. How strong must such a powerful person be? Why not cling to the thigh of such a strong person instead of waiting to die here? There was plenty of food here, but how long could it last? Eventually, it would run out. After it was gone, wouldn't they still have to go out to search for food? Going to the official shelter would surely be more stable than staying here, right? The infected outside were increasing in number. If they stayed any longer, perhaps one day the barriers would break and they would ultimately be torn apart by the infected. Chapter 31. Nothing is more important than being alive, okay? You all come with me to the basement to clean up the storage room. Su-Yi agreed to their joining and then assigned a task. That night, Su-Yi planned to sign in again, as the storage space was severely insufficient. He wanted to sign in for more storage space. The villa's storage room was quite large, and Su-Yi hoped to obtain an even bigger space so he could carry more supplies, equivalent to having a mobile warehouse. No one knew why Su-Yi wanted to clean the storage room, nor did anyone question it. Everyone was contemplating their own future. Stay or join Su-Yi and leave together. Would staying really be safe? What would they do when the food ran out? If they joined, they would have to face the infected together. It was indeed a very difficult choice for them. Xiaoya, come here. Ling Shuang called out and walked toward the bedroom where the food was stored. Ling Yu followed, guessing that her little aunt, like her sister, had something to say to her. Once inside, Ling Shuang shut the door. Xiaoya, have you and that Su-Yi already? Ling Shuang's face turned red. Although she was already 25 years old, she had never been in a relationship. She only understood a little about matters between men and women. Not yet, little aunt. Why are you getting so gossipy? Ling Yu felt a bit shy, even though they used to talk about everything. Curious. By the way, was the announcement just now the result of your discussion? That was what Ling Shuang really wanted to ask. The earlier question was merely to confirm the extent of Ling Yu's relationship with Su-Yi. After all, they had been together for 3 or 4 days. Yes. After answering, Ling Yu immediately followed up, little aunt, what do you think is the most important thing right now? Of course it's to stay alive. Nothing is more important than being alive, Ling Shuang answered without hesitation. Ling Yu nodded in satisfaction. Her little aunt was still quite clear-headed. In the apocalypse, the most basic need is to survive. What we're doing is also to survive, to let everyone live. Staying here will definitely lead to death in the end. If not bitten to death, then killed by those around them. Little aunt, you must know that the infected are very sensitive to the smell of blood, right? The smell of blood excites them and makes them hyper. There are so many infected people gathered outside right now. Do you know why? Ling Shuang thought for a moment, and then her expression changed. After all, she's also a woman. It's because of their period. Ling Shuang provided the answer. Ling Yu nodded, tore open a packet of candy, popped one in her mouth, and then said, that's right, I've observed that there are only 2 or 3 now. Once they spend more time together, their cycles will gradually synchronize. By then, the infected will definitely come rushing in. So, I'm also saving their lives. This world is no longer suitable for the weak. Aunt, how many can you protect? In a shelter, don't we need survivors to go out and gather supplies? The earlier it is, the easier it is to collect supplies. It becomes difficult later on when you want to gather. Even if you want to reproduce and be self-sufficient. You have to survive the first few months, right? Moreover, I suspect that the infected are gradually becoming stronger and will be increasingly difficult to deal with. Not to mention, there are also mutated beasts. And if we want to survive, relying on our own strength is too thin. We need our own team. It's already a dark age. Many previous ideas are outdated. We must learn to adapt to this era to survive and let more people live. Think about it carefully. I can probably guess the things you want to say. But do you really think you can still survive the old way? After saying this, Lingyu left. She wanted to be with Su-Yi. Even if it was just to watch him or hold his hand, she would feel very happy and at ease. When she got downstairs, the 10 people in the yard were talking to Su-Yi. They joined in. Lingyu glanced at the little girl next to Su-Yi and asked happily. The fact that those 5 people dared to gather food outside shows they have the ability to deal with the infected. This is stronger than her. At least, she hasn't killed any infected herself. With their joining, the team now has core members. Well, they're not foolish. Staying here means certain death. After Su-Yi finished speaking, he rubbed Meng Shue's little head. What's your name? Lingyu squatted down and handed candy to Meng Shue. My name is Meng Shue. I'm 7 years old. Sister, you are so beautiful. Are you my brother's girlfriend? Meng Shue blinked her big eyes and curiously asked. Yes. How do you understand these things? Lingyu didn't know what to say. Su-Yi smiled and said, Today's children mature early, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's the ones who don't understand that are troublesome. If they're unruly kids, they might sometimes endanger a whole group of people. Fortunately, this Meng Shue is very well-behaved and sensible. Most of the items moved out of the underground storage room were rice, millet, potatoes, and other foods that can be stored for a long time. In fact, the group, led by Boss Shuang, had already asked the people in the villa to clean out the storage room and take out the best wines to store these foods. Su-Yi had them move the food into the hall upstairs for stacking, with no further arrangements. Lingyu, being very sensible, didn't ask anything. After playing with Meng Shue for a while, people started coming to Lingyu, expressing their desire to join her team. Lingyu didn't tell these people that leaving here was actually quite simple. They could directly reach the downstream area of the river by leaving from the balcony. There were hardly any infected, and they could follow the river downstream, reaching near shelter number 1 in 6 or 7 hours. Only by making them feel that the outside is very dangerous would they have the courage to join at this time. When faced with the infected, they would dare to pick up weapons. Anyway, she didn't specify that they would leave tomorrow. She just asked them to make a decision before then. Before leaving, she definitely needed to help these people build their courage. The outside was full of infected, and it was a good opportunity to practice. More and more people joined, and the storage room was quickly cleared out. By evening, only 5 people had not joined. Lingyu felt that these 5 were very likely wanted to stay here. She respected their choice and wouldn't persuade them. After all, they were all adults and should be responsible for their choices. She wasn't a savior. She couldn't save the world or everyone. Chapter 32. Regaining storage space after dinner. Su-Yi had people dismantle the door of the villa. They used a high-temperature spray gun found inside the villa. Once dismantled, it became long rods. There was a pickup truck parked in the villa, which also had a cutting machine and a generator. Wan Ran said these were brought by Boss Shuang and his group. Boss Shuang used to do renovations before the apocalypse, and his subordinates were all his workers. After having the cutting machine and generator moved to the storage room, Su-Yi began cutting those long rods to transform them into weapons of more suitable lengths while sharpening them. At this moment, everyone understood why Su-Yi had them clear out the storage room. To make weapons, Su-Yi spent an entire night processing and produced 30 sharp iron spears. After finishing, he had people clear out the stuff from the storage room again. Then, Su-Yi had everyone go to sleep. Lingyu looked at the iron spears and felt they should be quite effective, so she asked, Su-Yi, should we let them take these iron spears to the door to kill the infected tomorrow? Su-Yi nodded. He and Lingyu had the same idea. Yes. If they don't practice, they will go weak in the knees when faced with an infection attack. If they're scared even by this, there is no need to bring them along. Whenever they are ready, they can leave. Once they leave here, there may not be another chance for such practice. Starting tomorrow, you will take them to kill the infected. Be careful not to reveal all your strength. Lingyu nodded. Knowing Su-Yi intended for her to demonstrate her strength and establish authority. All right, go rest. Tomorrow will likely be tough. With that, Su-Yi patted Lingyu's head and gave her a kiss on the face. What about you? Lingyu hugged Su-Yi. I'll keep watch. There are too many infected outside, and I'm not at ease if I don't keep an eye on things. Tomorrow, when you take people to hunt the infected, I'll catch up on sleep. Su-Yi explained. Ling Yu clung to Su-Yi and whispered in his ear, "Don't you want to?" After saying this, Ling Yu's face turned red all the way to her neck. She felt shy, but also excited. It seemed like her whole body had changed. She wanted to, but it wasn't appropriate. So, she could only restrain herself. "Okay, go to sleep obediently, be good." Saying this, Su-Yi gave Ling Yu's cat-like bottom a firm pat, feeling its bounce. Indeed, it was hard to resist, but the safety of the base was more important. He didn't trust anyone else to keep watch. "All right, I'll go to sleep, you stay safe." Ling Yu decisively kissed Su-Yi and then went upstairs. Ling Shuang had already gone to bed, and the others in the base had also gone to rest. After all, they hadn't been living well before, often waking up hungry or startled. Now that they were full, they could sleep soundly. How could they still be wandering outside? Anyway, Su-Yi and Ling Yu hadn't asked them to keep watch or do anything else. The night was not quiet. Outside were the cries of the infected. Su-Yi waited for midnight, while keeping an eye on the increasing number of infected outside. They were gathering more and more, and it was indeed possible they might break through. After dinner, Su-Yi had the people of the base move some items to reinforce the barricades. As long as they got through tonight, Ling Yu would lead a team to clear out the infected starting tomorrow. Su-Yi didn't mind staying here for a few days since he still hadn't accumulated enough opportunities for the sign-in. With nothing to do, Su-Yi could only smoke to pass the time. Ding, sign-in count 1. After midnight, Su-Yi heard a notification. Smiling, he turned on the flashlight on his phone and headed toward the storage room. Before entering, Su-Yi took a deep breath. System, sign in. I wonder if I'll get storage space? Sign in successful. Gain 6 cubic meters of storage space. Survival points 60. 6 cubic meters of storage space? Su-Yi couldn't help but laugh upon hearing the reward. 10 cubic meters. He actually had 10 cubic meters of storage space now. That was amazing. This confirmed his guess that the larger the space for sign-in, the larger the storage space gained. Su-Yi walked away from a storage room and returned to the hall. He wasn't in a hurry to put food into his storage space. 6 cubic meters was enough to store a lot of food. Next, he would use the sign-in opportunities to improve his strength. While having more storage space was good, improving strength was more important. Without strength, just having storage space wasn't enough. This world had not only infected, but also mutated beasts. If Su-Yi encountered them now, even using all his means, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Strength was everything. Time passed little by little, and the sky gradually brightened. Although he hadn't slept all night, Su-Yi didn't feel tired and was still very energetic. He felt this was the benefit of having improved his strength. After a while, Ling Yu and the others gradually got up. After washing up and getting food, it was already 7:30 a.m. Ling Yu sent Su-Yi to sleep, and he didn't need to worry about other matters. At the base, everyone except Meng Shui had received an iron spear. The last 5 people were persuaded by others and ultimately chose to join. After all, with only 5 women, how long could they survive if they stay behind? The infected were not terrifying, and the 5 of them were quite qualified to say so. Let me demonstrate for you. It's actually not that difficult to stab an infected. Saying this, Ling Yu thrust the iron spear forward, directly piercing an infected's forehead. Their muscle and bone strength were indeed weaker than that of humans. As long as you use some force, you could do this. Come on, you try first. Ling Yu pointed to a girl. What are you afraid of? They're all blocked. They can't hurt you at all. If you can't even deal with the infected like this, you won't last a few days. Stab, aim, and stab hard. If you don't even dare to look, how can you possibly kill it? One by one, they gradually overcame their fear, raised the iron spears, and stabbed at the infected. They found that the infected were indeed not hard to deal with. If one stab didn't work, they could stab a few more times to kill the infected. Until nightfall, everyone was busy stabbing the infected, taking turns to fight. Overall, Ling Yu was quite satisfied with their performance. By the end of the day, they had killed over 100 infected. However, the number of infected outside did not decrease, but continued to increase as more infected were moving toward them. Chapter 33. Upgrading is controllable. Su-Yi slept until after 2 in the afternoon. After waking up, he had some bread and then went to take a shower. Because of the solar water heater, Su-Yi enjoyed a hot shower. After showering, he glanced at the system interface. Survival points, 91 sign-in count, 0, 7, 10. Then, he took out the box of bullets. With a thought, Su-Yi saw 2 lines of text. Can use 10 survival points to upgrade to 58mm bullets. Can use 20 survival points to upgrade to 58mm armor-piercing rounds. It really could be upgraded according to my thoughts. Su then thought again. Can use 50 survival points to upgrade to 10 standard grenades. Can use 300 survival points to upgrade to rockets, no launcher. Can use 500 survival points to upgrade to precision-guided bombs. System, you're amazing. A bullet can be upgraded to a missile. However, 500 survival points. I might not accumulate that much even in 10 years. Sui quickly made a choice. 10 survival points, the 100 small bullets for the nail gun in Su Yi's hand turned into standard bullets. Both the submachine gun and the pistol he found could use this caliber of bullets. Moreover, it only cost 10 survival points, which wasn't too expensive at all. Sui also found 5 boxes in Boss Zhuang's room, but he didn't rush to upgrade. He could upgrade when needed. There was plenty of time. Survival points should not be spent recklessly. Sui felt they should only be used when absolutely necessary, and it was best to save them for emergencies. To use for survival if needed. After taking out the gun and magazines and loading the bullets, Sui put them all into his storage space. After taking care of these matters, it was already 3 p.m. When Sui opened the door, he heard some sounds. Ling Yu was still leading people and practicing killing the infected and hadn't stopped at all. Sui silently took out a cigarette and lit it, then went up to the balcony of the opposite room. There were no guards upstairs. So Sui wanted to wander around the nearby balconies and use the drone to check the situation around, to find places worth signing in or gathering supplies. Ling Yu saw him and just nodded in acknowledgement. She was considerate and didn't come over to ask Sui what he was planning to do, not wanting him to feel constrained by her. After reaching the balcony, Sui quickly jumped over several balconies and took out the quiet drone. He also wanted to find a relatively safe route so that evacuation would be much safer. Across the riverbank was a newly built residential area, still under construction, and there were very few infected. However, there was no bridge leading to the other side. There were still quite a few infected in the alleys below. The safest way was still to go through the balconies. After clearing away some obstacles, it was also very convenient to pass through the balconies. After an hour of scouting, Sui returned to the camp. When he came back, everyone was slumped on the ground, looking listless. Only Ling Yu was energetic and still hunting the infected. Sui said, "The bodies have piled up outside, making them climb to a higher position. I think we need to lure them away and then clear the bodies." Ling Yu retracted her spear and said heroically, "Yes, it really needs to be done." Sui nodded. If this continued, there might be infected individuals breaking into the stronghold at night. It was a bloody sanitary pad. Take it off, and I'll throw it far away to attract them. Sui looked around at everyone. 2 women blushed and raised their hands. "You two go, find a plastic bag to pack it for me." The rest prepared to move the bodies outside later, blocking a few passages with them to control the number of infected. After a while, Sui took the plastic bag to the balcony. After a few minutes, the infected turned around and squeezed away into the distance. Ling Yu jumped out first, and the others followed one after another. The stronghold would not be safe if these bodies were not cleared away. Moreover, after a day of training, they were no longer so afraid of the infected. Besides, since Ling Yu rushed out first, who knew what would happen if they didn't act? At the beginning, the group led by Boss Zhuang killed 7 or 8 people and threw several out to feed the infected because they didn't follow orders and argued with Boss Zhuang. In the apocalypse, while murder is still a crime, who is there to enforce it? Everyone, move a bit faster. We want to block this passage. Sui ran out from another building. All the places had been blocked before, but now they had been breached. Therefore, Sui planned to pile those obstacles in the alley the infected had just left. Some people moved bodies, while others moved various debris. After about 10 minutes, they had built a high wall in the alley. Then, they blocked the other 2 alleys again, creating more buffer zones for the stronghold. After completing this work, it was getting dark. Everyone returned to the villa, collapsing on the floor, completely exhausted. Sui distributed food to everyone. In addition to bread and milk, each person also received a pack of ham sausage. They needed to eat meat. After such a huge consumption today, they definitely needed it. After distributing the food, Sui took Ling Yu to the balcony, saying they were going to keep watch. In reality, the 2 went upstairs to eat. Sui had cooked dinner in the afternoon, a pot of rice and a pot of mutated beast meat. This was a secret between the 2 of them, and Sui didn't plan to reveal it for now. Ling Yu had the same thought, although Ling Shuang was her aunt. She didn't want Ling Shuang to know about it. Because Ling Yu knew that if Ling Shuang found out about this information, she would report it to her superiors immediately. There was no way around it. She joined the army at 18, and her mindset was hard to change. The problem was that there was no longer a concept of a country. The object of her loyalty had changed. Ling Yu would tell her parents, but would not tell Ling Shuang. Have you noticed? Eating regular food makes us hungry easily. But eating mutated beast meat does not. Ling Yu expressed her doubts while eating. Sui nodded and said, yes, I have noticed. Perhaps it's because the meat of the mutated beasts contains more energy. Maybe continuously eating mutated beast meat can make us stronger. Ling Yu took a sip of soup and burped. I wonder if there are other mutated humans at shelter number 1, and if they have powers like yours? Ling Yu felt that Sui was the one who had mutated, different from her who had eaten the mutated cat brain bead. This was a question Sui couldn't answer. After all, he hadn't mutated or evolved. He just had a system. Chapter 34. Abnormalities at Shelter No. 1. Ling Yu wanted to take control of the shelter, naturally hoping that there would be no mutants appearing in it, because that would create greater resistance. Moreover, one mutant would be fine. She and Sui could suppress it together. But if there were several, it would be a different story. After the two had eaten their fill and cleaned up, they lingered on the balcony for a while. After their jaws ached, Sui told Ling Yu to go to sleep. She had fought all day and really needed a rest. Although they hadn't had deep conversations, their relationship had warmed to the point where they could be honest with each other at any time. Sui also returned to the villa, set up a chair on the second floor, and took out his phone to pass the time. The night was calm, but later, some infected broke through the outer barriers and approached the villa. Fortunately, the infected still couldn't climb. By the time Ling Yu and the others got up, had breakfast, and started dealing with the infected, Sui went to sleep. He usually woke up around 3 or 4 in the afternoon and then went out to check the situation. This kind of life continued for another 3 days. Sui didn't want to leave early, but the people here still needed to train for a few more days. Their bodies also needed time to recover. Ding, sign in, count 1. Sui perked up at the sound. Today marked the 16th day since the disaster, and Sui had been in this world for 9 days. He glanced at the screen. Sui, survival points, 81 sign-in count, 710. It should be time to leave. He had stayed for another 4 nights. He was supposed to leave yesterday, but Ling Yu got her period and felt uncomfortable, so Sui stayed another day. Suddenly, an unusual sound came from outside. Glancing at the infected, Sui frowned. One infected had climbed over the obstacles and entered the villa area. Sui fixed his gaze outside, and soon noticed a second infected about to climb in. Without a second thought, Sui grabbed the loudspeaker and shouted, "Get up! Everyone get up! The infected are coming in!" The first to rush out was Ling Yu, who shared a room with Ling Shuang, and like everyone else, they had locked the door. Moreover, everyone slept in their clothes. The reason for this was to prevent unexpected situations like this. "Get up! Everyone get up!" Ling Yu began calling people, preparing to get everyone in a battle. Sui drew his tang knife and rushed into the villa, decapitating the 3 infected that had climbed in. Everyone was awakened and, knowing the situation, did not panic. This indicated that the training over the past 4 days had made them accustomed to it. "Grab your backpacks and weapons, we are retreating." After saying this, Sui dashed into a room in the first floor hall. Over the past few days, Sui had collected some backpacks while going out. They would definitely need to carry some food when leaving, so that they wouldn't go hungry in case of any emergencies. After entering the room, Sui began to store things in a storage space. This room contained food such as rice, flour, rice noodles, and potatoes. After packing 5 cubic meters, Sui stopped. The people upstairs also came down one after another, each carrying a backpack and holding iron spears. Meng Qitong held his daughter, his face filled with worry. The infected had indeed been evolving. Now they could climb. Ling Yu watched as one of the infected crawled in, and without hesitation, she rushed forward and shot it dead. "Let's go to the balcony of this building," Sui pointed, leading everyone to the balcony. He was the last to enter, locking the iron door behind him. "Let's squeeze together and hold out for 1 night. We'll evacuate first thing in the morning," Sui said, taking position at the door. The moonlight at night was already very dim, making it impossible to evacuate. So they had to wait until dawn. "Xiaoya, you should rest too. I will guard this place with Sui." Ling Shuang stood behind Sui. "Sister Shuang, you should rest. I'm here, and everything will be fine. If anything happens, I will call everyone." Sui refused Ling Shuang. So, Ling Shuang was taken away by Ling Wei. During the night, Although there were continuous infected trying to break into the villa, they could not breach the door in front of Sui. As soon as they got close, Sui would stab them to death. The next day, the sunlight dispelled the darkness. By around 7 o'clock, everyone gradually got up. After breakfast, they gathered on the balcony. I've already scouted the route. Everyone follow me, Sui said, crossing the balcony and starting to move. Everyone followed Sui's lead, heading downstream along the river. They had long wanted to escape this place, which felt like a nightmare to them. Hunting the infected every day left them exhausted, and the smell was particularly disgusting. Thanks to Sui's careful planning of a safe route and setting up obstacles, the journey was particularly safe. Soon, they reached the riverbank from a building and quickly entered the water via a ladder. The river was very cold, but everyone's hearts were burning with hope. The official shelter was definitely safe. They moved quickly downstream, both walking and floating. Along the way, they encountered some infected, all of which they killed. By 3 in the afternoon, Sui and the others successfully reached the dam that Ling Shuang mentioned. Ling Shuang, let's go take a look, Sui said, taking off his longbow from his back and preparing to climb the stone steps to check the situation. After so many days had passed, they still did not know what had happened to the shelter. The others also climbed up onto the riverbank, began to take off their clothes, and wrung out the water. After Sui and the others climbed the stone steps, they looked at the street, which was quiet, with no sign of people or infected. It seemed safe. A tank? Suddenly, Ling Shuang exclaimed. Sui also saw it. A tank was coming from the distance. How could a tank appear? Is the military here to rescue us? Ling Shuang looked in the direction of the tank, which was exactly where the shelter was located. If that's the case, the shelter should have sent a text message to everyone in the city, but we haven't received a single message. Sui thought it would be unwise to be too optimistic. Just because there was a tank didn't mean the military had come. However, it was also possible that although 40 of the population had turned into infected, the military, with their weapons, would be the easiest to control the situation. Once they controlled the situation, they would start rescuing people. I'll go ask. After all, I'm a special police officer. Ling Shuang decided to clarify the situation because guessing here was pointless. Sister Shuang, there's no rush. Wait for the tank to leave, and then it's better for you to inquire the shelter. Sui held Ling Shuang back and persuaded her. Chapter 35. The military in the apocalypse. Ling Shuang knew Sui was cautious, so she nodded in agreement. The 3 of them retreated. In front, a tank was clearing the way, followed by 2 armored vehicles. Indeed, looked very military. However, Sui was still uneasy. To put it bluntly, Sui did not trust others. It seemed that the shelter might have encountered some issues, so once everyone went up, they would hide in a nearby building and wait for Ling Shuang to confirm that the shelter was safe before heading there. Is everyone okay with this? As soon as Sui finished speaking, someone came out to express their opinion. Brother, you're wise. We'll follow your arrangements, no objections. Who knows what the situation at the shelter is now? What if the people inside are like Boss Shuang? It's better to be cautious. Being careful is the only way to survive in this chaotic world. Although Wanran was flattering, it was not entirely insincere. At least in his view, Sui's caution was very necessary. They had been together for so many days and knew Sui and Ling Yue's temperaments. Following them meant they could eat well every day without going hungry or being bullied. Such a leader was extremely rare in the apocalypse. Others nodded in agreement, feeling that Wanran's words made a lot of sense. After experiencing Boss Shuang and then having Sui and Ling Yue, the difference felt like heaven and hell. Naturally, they trusted Sui and Ling Yue immensely. In these past few days, Ling Yue had led them in hunting the infected, making them realize that having strength was the best guarantee for survival. All right, let's go up. With that, Sui reappeared on the street. Soon, they rushed into a shop. It was a clothing store, but all the clothes had been cleared out. After all, this place was closest to the shelter, and at the beginning, all the supplies in this area had been moved to the shelter. All the nearby streets had been emptied. This is a walkie-talkie I found a few days ago. I don't know if you can receive anything after you go in. And here, SA handgun for you. It has 7 bullets. Sui said as he handed the walkie-talkie and handgun to Ling Shuang. Just say you're alone. Don't reveal us. First, inquire about the situation. And once you confirm it's safe, contact us. Sui carefully instructed as it concerned their safety. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Ling Shuang felt Sui was too suspicious of the authorities and overly cautious. But given that Sui had saved both Ling Yue and her life, she could comply with his request. After Ling Shuang left, Ling Yue approached. Do we need to use a drone? Su, he shook his head, saying that they still didn't know the situation here, so they shouldn't recklessly deploy a drone. I hope everything is peaceful, Su Yi remarked. Then he and Ling Yue entered the shop, hiding with everyone in a corner, waiting for the outcome. Ling Shuang walked toward the shelter and noticed many people patrolling. Zhang Yang, Zhao Kai. Ling Shuang spotted two familiar figures and immediately called out, Captain Ling. The two were overjoyed, as Ling Shuang had been gone for many days, and they thought she was dead. They never expected her to return safely. Just as they were about to rush over, they were stopped. Stop! You're abandoning your posts. A person in military uniform halted them. The two immediately stopped and saluted. Report, outside is our captain, Ling Shuang. The soldier furrowed his brow and immediately recalled, asking, Is it the female special police officer who left the camp 8 days ago to look for her relatives at the school? Yes, sir, that's her. She's our captain and stronger than all of us, Zhang Yang explained somewhat flatteringly. Being able to stay outside for so many days shows some capability. She can return to the team. You guys tell her about the current situation at the camp and the new regulations. Thank you, sir. Zhang Yang and Zhao Kai immediately saluted and then rushed towards Ling Shuang. Captain Ling, it's really great that you're okay. We thought something had happened to you, and were worried the whole time, Zhang Yang said excitedly as he ran up to her. What happened while you were outside? What's the situation at the shelter now? Has the military taken over? Ling Shuang glanced at the others, feeling a bit confused. Shouldn't Zhang Yang and the others be out collecting supplies or clearing out infected individuals? Why were they standing guard here? Yes, our shelter has been taken over. Over 500 people have come, and the management of the tribe has now turned into the leadership of the End Times Army, Zhao Kai whispered. End Times Army? Leadership? Ling Shuang's pupils constricted as she immediately sensed something was wrong. Regular military forces have their own designations and would certainly not change them randomly. A name like End Times Army could never be a legitimate military unit. They have betrayed. They must have betrayed. Otherwise, how could they have chosen such a name? Su Yi's concerns were not unfounded. The shelter had indeed undergone a drastic change. Leave? It seems we can't leave now. Those soldiers are still watching us, Zhao Kai, Zhang Yang. If she dared to make a move, it would jeopardize them and their families. What about my parents and my brother and sister-in-law? Are they okay? Ling Shuang hurriedly asked, wanting to know about her family situation. They're fine. Although the camp has been attacked by mutated beasts several times, they have all been repelled, and the people in the shelter are safe. Captain, here are the new regulations. Please take a good look. The commander of the End Times Army just said you can return to the team. After returning, you'll be responsible for guarding, and at least you can receive a portion of rations, enough to support a family. As he spoke, Zhang Yang took out a piece of paper and handed it to Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang took a look and then frowned even tighter. She didn't look much at the rest. She saw the word kill. Although it's not wrong to use severe measures in chaotic times, this was excessively violent. Conceal weapons. Kill. Conceal food. Kill. Form factions privately. Kill. Disobey orders. Kill. After reading this, Ling Shuang felt an immense weight on her heart. Joining such a shelter would merely make her a tool for those people. Therefore, she regretted it. However, her family was still inside. Right now, she had no choice but to compromise. So, she took out the gun she had on her and handed it to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang silently accepted Ling Shuang's sidearm and then stepped through the gate with her. Outside the shelter, there was already a low wall. Once the supplies were sufficient, it would continue to rise. In their view, although the End Times Army was quite harsh, at least their firepower was strong enough to repel powerful mutated beasts, ensuring everyone's safety. Eating a little less and living a bit harder was nothing. As long as they endured, they would get through it. Once the End Times Army cleared out the infected in the city, everyone could return to a normal life. Chapter 36. Evolver report, sir. I only have a handgun on me. The other weapons have been lost. Ling Shuang stood before the man and saluted. Li Rui, the deputy commander of the End Times Army. Welcome back. Saying this, he handed her a military rifle and continued. Now, this is your weapon. You are now the captain of Security Team 3 and can receive 4 portions of rations a day. You will report directly to me from now on. It was clear that Li Rui wanted to win Ling Shuang over. After all, to survive in the end times, relying solely on oneself was not enough. One needed many subordinates to survive and thrive. Moreover, although Ling Shuang wore a bomb-proof helmet, her pretty face could not be hidden. He had never dealt with such a beautiful woman before. Ling Shuang did not expect that the person before her was actually a senior officer of the end times army. His gaze held an annoying possessiveness. Is this really a soldier? Ling Shuang felt that these people were not soldiers at all. But could she ask? No, because her family was still inside the shelter. Everyone else had compromised. What could she change alone? Now she finally understood the deeper meaning of Su Yi's words that not only the world had changed, but also human hearts. Thank you, Commander. I will definitely use the gun in my hand to protect those behind me. Ling Shuang took the gun and saluted. Zhang Dafu, take Captain Ling to see her family and get 4 portions of rations for her. After completing these tasks, take her to Security Team 3 and help her familiarize herself with the job processes. After saying this, Li Rue turned and left. He still needed to patrol the entire camp. Yesterday, they had just repelled several mutated beasts, and there was a gap in their defenses that needed to be sealed quickly. Otherwise, his violent-leaning leader would not spare him. Ling Shuang knew that the other party wanted to separate her from her former subordinates. But at this moment, she had no other way. Follow me. A dull voice rang out. Ling Shuang did not hesitate and directly followed the person, walking towards the interior of the shelter. Now, she only hoped that her family was safe. Brother, I just got back from outside, and I'm not very familiar with the current camp. I don't know how strong our commander is, Ling Shuang inquired, as she had indeed just returned from outside. Very strong. The commander is an evolver, and no one can match him, Zhang Dafu said with some envy and admiration. Evolver? Ling Shuang did not expect to hear such a term. Yes, after the disaster, a very few people evolved and gained strong powers. Our commander is one of them, Zhang Dafu said proudly. This was not a secret, but rather something that needed to be widely promoted. Ling Shuang took a deep breath and immediately asked, how strong? Can he hunt mutated beasts? Zhang Dafu glanced at Ling Shuang, seemingly a bit displeased. The commander can repel mutated beasts with his bare hands. It's very difficult to kill them. They are not afraid of bullets, and even if shot, the bullets will be pushed out by their muscles. Ling Shuang's pupils constricted, and then she said, when I left, the mutated beasts weren't this terrifying. Have they become stronger now? Yes, the commander said so too. The strength of the mutated beasts is increasing. Therefore, we need to invest more combat power to clear them out. Today, the commander took a tank out to deal with the mutated beasts. Thankfully, there aren't many mutated beasts. Otherwise, this camp will be scattered by them in just a few days. After hearing this, Ling Shuang's frown deepened. If the mutated beasts weren't eliminated, the safety of the shelter could not be guaranteed. The strength of the mutated beasts was too strong. Bullets couldn't even harm them. No wonder they needed to use tanks to deal with the mutated beasts. Throughout the journey, Zhang Dafu shared a lot of information. Now, there are already 130,000 survivors in the camp, most of whom were brought here by them. Ling Shuang then realized why the management of the shelter had changed. It turned out that the end times army had a larger population and stronger power, so it was normal for them to take over the shelter. After all, if they were to confront them, there would be no chance of winning. Ling Shuang couldn't believe that such a big change had happened in such a short time since she left. Soon, Ling Shuang was taken to a busy place. Many people were digging the ground with their hands, and there were many people in bulletproof vests, armed and watching closely. They were cultivating the land, which was very fertile, and the commander thought it was suitable for growing vegetables. Zhang Dafu explained briefly and then began calling out the names of Ling Yue's parents. Ling Shuang's own parents were already 70, and such physical work was definitely not suitable for them, so they had other jobs. Xiao Shuang. Ling Chun saw Ling Shuang, and his eyes immediately turned red. He had originally thought that Ling Shuang had sacrificed herself. After all, she was the only one who left back then, with no one else by her side. Big brother. Ling Shuang ran over and hugged Ling Chun. Xiaoyu is fine, but I can't say it out loud right now. Ling Shuang quickly whispered, so only Ling Chun could hear. That's good, as long as our family is okay. Ling Chun happily patted Ling Shuang's back, not expecting that his daughter was also fine. As for why she couldn't say it, Ling Chun guessed a bit. The current shelter was implementing a high-pressure system, and they had also lured many children to serve those people. His daughter was so beautiful. If she entered here, what would be the difference between that and entering a den of wolves? Yi Ji, who was beside them, initially did not react, but she sensed the underlying meaning in her husband's words. Their daughter was safe, but it couldn't be said, so she also walked over and excitedly hugged Ling Shuang. Obtaining the exact news from her. Where are Mom and Dad? Ling Shuang asked, not seeing her parents. They're doing cleaning work. This way they can get a bit of food, Ling Chun explained with some shame. After all, he had no ability to feed his elderly parents and felt he had no face to face his sister. I am now the captain of the security team 3. With 4 rations a day, they shouldn't need to work anymore, right, Brother Zhang? Ling Shuang turned to ask. Now, she had no say. The power was in the hands of the end times army. Zhang Dafu shook his head and said, "This matter is not up to me. It has to be approved by the commander. In the camp, everything is decided by the commander." Zhang Dafu thought that with Ling Shuang's beauty, it shouldn't be a problem for her to enter the management's upper echelons. After all, she had not only beauty but also strength. A woman like her could definitely gain the commander's favor and special care. Chapter 37. Inside information of the shelter. My stomach is a bit uncomfortable. Can I go to the restroom? Please wait here for me. I still need to see my parents. Ling Shuang rubbed her stomach, testing it. Zhang Dafu hesitated for a moment and then nodded, thinking that since Ling Shuang's parents and family were here, there shouldn't be any problems. Be quick, I have other tasks. Zhang Dafu emphasized. Thank you, I'll be back soon. With that, Ling Shuang covered her stomach and quickly walked towards the distant building. Since everyone was working, there was no one in the restroom. Once inside, Ling Shuang decisively took out the walkie-talkie. Sui, can you hear me? Received, loud and clear, came Sui's voice from the walkie-talkie. This area is controlled by the end times army, and their control over food is very strict. Anyone caught hoarding food will be executed. The control over personnel is also very harsh. Even those in their 70s or 80s have to work to support themselves. Moreover, the status of women in the shelter may be very low. Beautiful women are likely to become someone else's plaything. Also, the leader of the end times army is an evolved being. He can fight against mutated beasts and force them away. Today, they went out in tanks to deal with the mutated beasts. Xiao Yu, your parents are safe. I will take good care of them. I don't have much time, so you all weigh your options. I will act as if I have never encountered you. After saying this, Ling Shuang flushed the toilet. Received, take care. Suyi's voice came again. Ling Shuang took a deep breath and opened the door to go out. Once outside, she took off her helmet and washed her face. Then, she patted her face. Ling Shuang, this is the end times. The way of life before has to be discarded. Come on, you can do it. Go for it. After cheering herself up, Ling Shuang left. Did everyone hear that? Su Yi scanned the crowd, as the walkie-talkie's voice was not quiet. Boss, no matter what decision you make, I will follow you, Wan Ran stated decisively. Seeing him raise his hand, others also expressed their opinions. They came to the shelter seeking a stable life. But from Ling Shuang's words, it seemed that it was not as beautiful as they thought. After she returned, she might not be able to come out again and could only secretly find opportunities to send out information. If there was no walkie-talkie, they might wait several days without receiving any information from Ling Shuang. Hoarding food will lead to execution? That's too cruel. Are they any different from Boss Shuang? The end times army doesn't sound like good people at all. Let us retreat from this block and find a community to hide in. They must have searched this area thoroughly. Although there may not be food, safety should be guaranteed. Ling Shuang had just entered, and she and T fully grasped the situation yet. They would wait for 2 days to see how things went. If you agree with my decision, raise your hand. If you disagree, you can go to the shelter and join them. But the premise is that you must not disclose our situation. Su-Yi looked around, and then everyone raised their hands. Okay, let's go now. Everyone follow, move a bit faster. After saying that, Su-Yi quickly walked to the door. He and Ling Yu did not communicate and directly made a decision. Ling Yu did not express her opinion throughout, even though she was only a few kilometers away from her parents. But she knew that if she showed up, seeing her parents would not necessarily be that easy. The statement that beautiful women could become playthings, she felt, was something Ling Shuang specifically said for her to hear. Additionally, Su-Yi's decision was absolutely fine. Finding a nearby community to hide out would allow them to gather more information. The food they had would definitely last them for 3 or 4 days. That much time would be enough to think clearly about whether to rely on the shelter or not. The group circled around to the back of the block and entered a community. As Su-Yi had guessed, the community had already been swept through. Apart from the doors that were open, the others had all been smashed open. At the same time, no corpses of the infected were seen. Only some charred bones piled up like mountains. Clearly, they had burned the corpses of the infected together. Men in this room, women in that room. Don't wander around casually. And do not visit each other's rooms. If I find out that you are coercing them, it will be castration. Su-Yi warned. as he did not want these people to cause any trouble at this time. Don't worry, boss. I'll keep an eye on them. Fong Ran volunteered. Hong Jie here. Su Yi took out a nail gun and handed it to Mo Xiaohong. Ling Yu had told him that Mo Xiaohong had been performing very well these days. She used to be a senior executive in a company and often worked out, making her someone Ling Yu thought was worth recruiting. Thank you for your trust, boss. Mo Xiaohong said gratefully, not expecting Su Yi to give her a nail gun. Although it had only one bullet, its main purpose wasn't to deal with anyone. It was Su Yi's attitude. Su Yi didn't say anything and silently walked to the third suite. That was where he and Ling Yu belonged. Can you see anything? Su Yi chose a high floor so he could observe the situation inside the shelter. Yes, the defenses inside are very tight. They all have guns. With just our numbers, we probably can't do much, Ling Yu said. Her eyesight was far superior to that of ordinary people, at least twice as good, so she could clearly see what was happening inside. Su Yi walked to the window, took a glance, then turned to look at Ling Yu. Your eyesight has improved a lot. I'm a bit envious. I even want to hunt a mutated cat and eat its brain. It seems like my eyesight has indeed improved a lot, but unfortunately, I can't see my parents, Ling Yu said, hugging Su Yi. I'm all yours now. What is there to be envious of? At worst, we can hunt other mutated beasts so you can have this ability too, she said, hugging him a little tighter. Su Yi stroked Ling Yu's soft hair and said, Sister Shuang just mentioned that the leader of the Apocalypse Army is an evolved one. He probably didn't gain his abilities from mutated beasts. Maybe no one else has gained their abilities from mutated beasts like you. Through the information from Ling Shuang, Su Yi confirmed that someone had indeed evolved and gained powerful abilities. They could fight against mutated beasts and repel them. Such strength he probably didn't possess yet. It seemed he needed to sign in at a suitable place as soon as possible. I wonder if anyone can gain power in this way. Ling Yu turned around and touched Su Yi's cheek. Chapter 38. They're dealing with mutated dogs. Su Yi didn't discuss this issue with Ling Yu. After all, conclusions couldn't be drawn just through discussion. Boom! An explosion sounded from a distance. Are they dealing with mutated beasts? Ling Yu glanced at the door. Su Yi rubbed Ling Yu's head and said, I'll go check it out. You stay here. Ling Yu nodded. Be careful and come back soon. Su Yi took out a submachine gun and handed it to Ling Yu, along with 30 rounds of ammunition. Ling Yu accepted it without thinking much. Su Yi kissed Ling Yu and quickly went downstairs, then ran towards the street. If those people didn't know that mutated beasts could give people abilities, Su Yi might be able to pick up a great bargain. After running for a while, Su Yi took out the Silent God drone. After flying to a certain height, he could see the situation on the nearby streets. Got it. Su Yi spotted the tank, controlling the Silent God drone to fly over there. At the same time, Su Yi quickly accelerated towards the area where the tank was located. The streets were clearly cleared. Vehicles were all pushed onto the sidewalks. All of this should have been done by the Apocalypse Army, unrelated to the previous shelter number 1. After running for more than 10 minutes, Su Yi arrived near the tank. The tank was still firing. Clearly, the mutated beasts had not been taken down yet. Su Yi hid in a convenience store, which had also been looted. Only some shelves and counters remained, along with a floor covered in paper money. Everything else had been taken away. Su Yi sat behind the counter, controlling the drone. Fortunately, he had such a gadget. Otherwise, it would have been really difficult. I wonder if I can upgrade it to have an invisible feature, Su Yi muttered, then zoomed in the camera. Is it a mutated cow? No, it's a mutated dog. Absurdly large, the size of a cow. Su Yi frowned at the mutated dog in the footage. Such a powerful, mutated beast. No wonder they needed a tank to deal with it. Additionally, Su Yi noticed its legs were bound with iron chains. Not far away, a tall man was holding a large knife, staring at the mutated dog. Su Yi observed that this man was extremely tall, probably over 2 meters, and muscular. This person should be the leader of the Apocalypse Army, Su Yi murmured, surprised by his imposing figure. Boom! The tank fired again, but the mutated beast dodged, and the shell hit a building behind the mutated dog. However, the mutated dog let out a painful howl. The shockwave. They were using the explosion shockwave. Just as Su Yi finished speaking, the leader of the Apocalypse Army suddenly charged forward and swung his large knife at the mutated dog. This strike hit the dog's back directly. The mutated dog let out a series of painful howls, clearly suffering fatal damage from his blow. Hey, beast. The leader of the Apocalypse Army leaped high and then brought his knife down, decapitating the mutated dog. Strong, unmatched. After witnessing the strength of the Apocalypse Army leader, Su Yi immediately felt the gap between them. You beast! You let 8 of my subordinates die. He kicked the mutated dog's head, sending it flying out of the community. Meow. Suddenly, a loud cat scream came from a distance. On a rooftop far away, 2 mutated cats appeared, larger than tigers. The leader of the Apocalypse Army's expression changed, and he shouted loudly, "Retreat, hurry!" Clearly, he knew he was no match for these 2 mutated cats. He decisively cut off a large piece of meat from the mutated dog, not daring to take the whole corpse. Thus, they quickly withdrew from the community. Sui saw the 2 mutated cats jump down from the several-meter-high rooftop and pounce on the mutated dog's corpse. They retreated swiftly, with the leader of the Apocalypse Army jumping onto the tank, sitting on top as they moved towards the shelter. A few minutes later, Sui walked out of the store and quickly ran towards the direction of the mutated dog's head. Clearly, the leader of the Apocalypse Army didn't know about using brain pearls to gain abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kicked the mutated dog's head off in anger. However, he knew that the meat of mutated beasts was edible. After eating mutated beast meat for so long, Sui felt that this meat seemed to enhance strength. Soon, Sui found the spot and stored the mutated dog's head in his storage space. He couldn't deal with the 2 mutated cats. These 2 were definitely much stronger than the mutated cat he and Ling Yu had previously encountered. They were significantly larger. Sui didn't provoke them, but decisively left. Sign in. Sui now just wanted to sign in. Only by enhancing his strength could he have enough power to face these mutated beasts. Sui took out his phone and opened the navigation. Since he had the city's offline map, he could still use it. The satellite above is still operational. Sui's goal is to find places like boxing gyms, fitness centers, and taekwondo dojos. Sui searched directly for boxing gyms, and many options popped up. 5-star taekwondo, 14717, Weiye Road, High Dog Boxing Gym, Building 4778, 4 Tiananmen Road, Flying Man Muay Thai Gym, 1232, Xinshin Road, 5th floor, 3rd level. Lu Fuqiang Boxing Gym, Building 6 Wudong Community. Lu Fuqiang Boxing Gym, Wudong Community? Sui remembered seeing this name on the map just now, so he chose it. Sure enough, it was only over 300 meters away. Sui quickly followed the navigation to arrive at Lu Fuqiang Boxing Gym. The gym is located on the basement level, and Sui saw many photos on the wall. They were mostly pictures with celebrities, and Sui didn't pay much attention. Internal martial arts, 9 extremes collapse. Collapse fist seems like an arrow leaving the bow, relying entirely on the rear foot for propulsion. Nourishing the kidney water to enrich the liver wood, relaxing the shoulders and lowering the elbows to balance the chi. 9 extremes collapse combines the collapse fists of 9 families, using breathing techniques to maximize the power of the collapse fist. After reading the introduction, Sui found it quite impressive. Entering the gym, Sui saw many boxing training equipment. Should he sign in here? What if this so-called internal martial arts 9 extremes collapse is just a scam? He would be at a loss. Forget it. Sooner or later, he needs to try this kind of place. Trust the system. Saying this, Sui closed his eyes. System. Sign in. If he truly got what he wanted, then his choices would change in the future. If internal martial arts really exist, then their power would definitely not be comparable to ordinary martial arts. Chapter 39 rewards are too generous. Sign in successful. Received 9 extremes collapse experience package. Ding. Obtained 1 Peiyuan pill. Survival points 70. Hearing the system's voice, Sui almost jumped up with joy. 9 extremes collapse, Peiyuan pill, 70 survival points. All of it indicated how correct Sui's decision was. System, received 9 extremes collapse experience package. As soon as he finished speaking, Sui felt like his brain was playing a movie, and then his body moved involuntarily. After about 10 minutes, Sui's body finally stopped. Then, Sui took out the Peiyuan pill. It was a green pill, and as soon as Sui took it out, he knew its effect. It increases chi and blood. Enhancing strength, a good item. Sui directly put the Peiyuan pill in his mouth and swallowed it. This Peiyuan pill does not take effect immediately. It requires some time to absorb the medicinal effect. Sui approached a sandbag and then punched it with a bang. The sandbag was directly exploded by Sui's punch, creating several seams, and sand flew out from inside. So strong. Sui was very satisfied with this 9 extremes collapse, not expecting its power to be so fierce. Unfortunately, it was almost dark, and he couldn't sign in too far away. He needed to sign in twice nearby. Otherwise, if he waited until after midnight, he would only increase his sign-in opportunities by 1, which would be a loss. Survival points, 151 sign-in times. 3, 810 after glancing at the light screen. He took out his phone again. Flying Man Muay Thai Gym. Over 5,000 meters. You're the one. He immediately activated the navigation and quickly started running. My speed has improved again, so refreshing. He found that his speed had increased again. Running felt like the wind rushing past his ears, especially exhilarating. He felt that his speed was probably comparable to that of an electric vehicle. So, in less than 10 minutes, he appeared at the bottom of the Flying Man Muay Thai Gym. Before entering, he saw several infected individuals behind the glass door. They seemed excited upon seeing him. He took out his tang knife and opened the glass door. The infected individuals rushed out towards Su-yi. What greeted them was Su-yi's sharp tang knife. With clean and swift movements, in the blink of an eye, several infected individuals' heads rolled off their bodies. Su-yi felt like a master from a martial arts movie on Earth, looking incredibly cool. Holding the knife, Su-yi walked up the stairs. Soon, he reached the second floor. There were still infected individuals inside, and Su-yi easily took care of them and walked in. Taking a look, Su-yi found that this was a fitness center. System, sign-in. Su-yi silently thought. Ding, sign-in successful. Received a medium body enhancement potion. Survival points 30. Su-yi's thoughts moved, and a green potion appeared in his hand. This is medium level. Did I receive a beginner one last time? Is it because this gym is larger and has more facilities? Su-yi wondered, then temporarily put the potion away. It was getting dark quickly. If he injected this potion, his body would expel a lot of impurities, and he wouldn't be able to go back without taking a shower. After leaving the gym, Su-yi went upstairs. Since the upper floor also belonged to the Flying Man Muay Thai Gym, the door was open, and there were no infected individuals inside. Su-yi walked in directly and observed. He found that this area was not marked, indicating he could sign in here. If it were marked, he would see a symbol indicating he could not sign in. This should be the Taekwondo teaching area. Besides 2 boxing rings, there were other facilities. Su-yi walked around, confirmed, and then silently thought. System, sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Received a Muay Thai experience package. Ding, obtained a strong bone pill. Survival points 40. Su-yi smiled happily and then silently thought. System, received Muay Thai experience package. Su-yi involuntarily closed his eyes, and his body began to practice Muay Thai. 5 minutes later, Su-yi opened his eyes. Su-yi took out a yellow pill, and a rich medicinal fragrance rushed over. Strengthening the body and bones, a good item, and it also has unexpected effects when taken with the Pei-yuan pill. System, you are too powerful. Su-yi directly took the strong bone pill as well. And after swallowing it, he left the hall. There was still one more floor upstairs. He didn't know what it was, and Su-yi planned to take a look. After all, he still had 1 sign-in opportunity left. Survival points. 221 sign-in times. 1. Seeing the content of the light screen. Su-yi knew that after midnight tonight, he could obtain 2 sign-in opportunities. That way, Su-yi would feel more confident. For example now, Su-yi was not so worried about the leader of the Apocalypse Army. As long as he was given a few days, Su-yi could track him down and smash his head. This is the confidence brought by strength. Rushing upstairs, Su-yi saw many infected individuals behind the glass door. Su-yi did not draw his knife, but directly opened the door. He wanted to test his abilities against these infected individuals with bare hands. Bang! A 9 extremes collapse. And Su-yi found that the infected individuals had exploded. Damn, so strong. Su-yi couldn't help but curse, his eyes suddenly flashing with brilliance as he threw a punch at another infected. Slow. Su-yi realized that these infected were moving very slowly. Perhaps it was because his strength had increased, his speed had quickened, and his reaction time had improved. Looking at these infected, their movements seemed sluggish. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch exploded ahead, surprising even Su-yi himself. He felt that these infected were simply too weak. With his current strength, he thought there was no danger in moving around outside at night. With such strength, could the leader of the Doomsday Army be that strong? Looking at the dozen or so infected with their heads blown apart on the ground, Su-yi couldn't help but want to challenge the leader of the Doomsday Army. If he could defeat the leader, it would be very likely that he could take over the shelter. Once he secured the shelter, Su-yi could confidently sign in all over the city. Su-yi thought about going outside the city, where he might encounter more mutated beasts. After all, there were relatively few animals in the city. The area outside the city was the domain of animals. Without sufficient strength, he couldn't venture out. Moreover, The animals outside would eventually invade the city. Therefore, taking over the shelter was very necessary. Putting aside his thoughts, Su-Yer glanced around the hall and understood what this place was for. A mixed martial arts center. It was actually mixed martial arts. Su-Yer knew that mixed martial art competitions allowed competitors to use boxing, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, wrestling, taekwondo, karate, judo, sanda, and jeet-kune-do among various techniques, making it known as the decathlon of combat sports. What would he gain from signing in at such a venue? Chapter 40. A dozen mutated rats attack the shelter. System. Sign in. Ding. Obtain a mixed martial arts experience package. Ding. Obtain the dragon step. Survival points 100. There are actually 100 survival points. The more survival points, the higher the value of what Su-Yer obtained from signing in, and the more beneficial it was for survival. After thinking for a moment, Su-Yer decided to accept the dragon step first. The mixed martial arts experience package would likely take a lot of time, and by the time he finished, it would be dark. System. Accept dragon step. As soon as he said this, images appeared in his mind, and then Su-Yer's body began to move. He darted left and right, up and down, his body very agile, flashing around the hall like a swimming dragon. What great footwork! With this technique, even facing mutated beasts, it wouldn't be so easy for them to hurt me. After exiting the hall, Su-Yer quickly went downstairs. Once downstairs, he found a bicycle at the entrance. Grabbing the chain, he pulled hard and broke the lock. Then, Su-Yer recalled the silent drone and rode the bicycle towards the direction of the shelter. Su-Yer rode the bicycle at high speed, and in less than 20 minutes, he entered the community where Ling Yu and the others were. Ling had been worried about Su-Yer as it was getting darker. If it got dark, Su-Yer might not come back. Their phones couldn't even send messages, making it impossible to contact each other. So, Ling Yu was very concerned that something had happened to Su-Yer. She didn't stay inside, but was waiting at the bottom of the building for Su-Yer. When she saw Su-Yer appear on the bike, she breathed a sigh of relief. Top, top, top. Just as Su-Yer got off the bike, he heard a gunshot, the sound of a machine gun. Quick, let's go upstairs and take a look. Su-Yer knew that something must have happened at the shelter for someone to start shooting. Moreover, the gunfire was becoming more frequent, and more people were shooting. Mutated beasts. It must be mutated beasts attacking the shelter again. The two quickly went upstairs and rushed into the room. The gunfire continued, almost forming a line of fire. Were those? There were other people in the room, and they exclaimed in shock at the creatures attacking the shelter. Because they weren't infected. They were mutated rats. Those were mutated rats. Ling Yu became somewhat excited, her pupils changing slightly. She didn't know if it was because she had gained some abilities from the mutated cat, but she had a strange reaction to the mutated rats. Her nails involuntarily grew longer. It was only after Su-Yer held her hand that she calmed down. There were at least a dozen mutated rats. Su-Yer frowned as he counted. How could there be so many? Wasn't it said that mutated creatures were rare? Ling Yu looked worried, as her parents were inside the shelter, and she feared that these mutated rats would break in and harm her loved ones. The information we received was sent out by the shelter at the time. Perhaps their data wasn't very comprehensive. Don't worry, their firepower is strong enough to hold them off. Judging by the situation, this wasn't the first time they had encountered such a thing. Su-Yer reassured her while closely monitoring the situation below. Then, lights turned on below. Since it was dark, without illumination, it would be hard to see the situation outside. Why has the gunfire started to become sparse? Ling Yu noticed that the gunfire was not as dense as before, and her brow furrowed. Su-Yer patted her shoulder and comforted her. Don't panic. Let's go downstairs first and check the situation nearby. Su-Yer still wanted to get control of the shelter. If these mutated rats broke in, many people inside would likely die. This was not a situation Su-Yer wanted to see. Additionally, the meat of mutated beasts was edible and very beneficial to humans. Su-Yer also needed the meat of these mutated beasts to enhance his own strength. Hearing Su-Yer's words, Ling Yu instantly became happy. With Su-Yer acting with her, there might be a chance to rescue her parents from inside. After all, Ling Shuang was still inside. You stay here and don't act rashly. The strength of mutated beasts is very strong. After leaving the sentence, Su-Yer and Ling Yu directly went out and down the stairs. Once they reached their destination, they quickly approached the shelter. Bullets! I need bullets. I'm out of bullets. Me too. Hurry and give me some bullets. Boom! A grenade exploded, sending a mutated rat flying. However, the mutated rat didn't die. It stood up with a scream and charged towards the shelter again. I'm about to be breached here, requesting support. Grenade! Throw a grenade. I'm going to fight with you beasts. Come on. Ling Yu's face turned pale as she looked at the mutated rats suppressed by the firepower. Shocked, and said, "Why aren't they afraid of the bullets? That mutated cat could be killed, so why not these? We're out of bullets. We won't be able to hold these mutated rats off for long, and if they rush in, then my parents will be in danger. It might be due to different mutations, or perhaps they have evolved. After all, the infected can evolve." Su Yi drew out his tang knife and then handed the walkie-talkie to Ling Yu. "It's so unfair. Why can't we humans evolve?" Ling Yu complained. Then pressed the talk button. "Hello? Hello, can you hear me?" Ling Yu actively contacted Ling Shuang, hoping to know the situation inside the shelter. At that moment, Su Yi saw a figure rush out from inside. It was the leader. Perhaps they could hold him off. The leader charged in front of the mutated rats with a giant sword and swung it, but did not hit any of the rats. The mutated rats seemed even more excited and rushed towards the over 2-meter-tall man. "Come on, beasts, let Grandpa kill you." His voice was loud as thunder, and he swung his fists, constantly knocking the rushing mutated rats away. However, there were too many mutated rats, more than a dozen. He couldn't handle so many alone. "Brothers, their armor is about to disappear. Charge with bayonets, kill the beasts." A group of people rushed out from inside to help their leader. Ling Shuang did not respond. "Should we go help?" Ling Wei looked at the battlefield in the distance, watching people being knocked away or tackled by the mutated rats, her eyes slightly reddening. Her nails were growing longer, but she did not act rashly. She was waiting for Su Yi's decision. If Su Yi did not speak, she would not rush out on her own, as that would be equivalent to forcing Su Yi to make a decision. Chapter 41. The interior was breached. Su Yi saw the leader being tackled by 7 or 8 mutated rats and decisively made a choice. If he did not take action now, the shelter would fall, and these people would probably all die. By then, Su Yi could only lead the others to escape. But if he left here, would he not encounter other mutated beasts? Only by charging in would he know his own strength. Only by rushing up would he have the chance to save these people. Su Yi dashed towards the leader of the Apocalypse army with great speed, reaching him in just a few seconds. He swung his tang knife towards the neck of a mutated rat. Su Yi saw the rat's head fall off and immediately revealed a slight smile. It turned out he was stronger. The blade flashed, and wherever it went, there were the corpses of mutated rats. After killing 4 in succession, Su Yi found that his tang knife had become bent. One could only say that the bones of the mutated rats were too hard. Even though it was bent, Su Yi still relied on his immense strength to behead another mutated rat. The knife was now completely ruined. Su Yi discarded the knife and punched a mutated rat that was biting the neck of the Apocalypse army leader. With a crack, the rat's cervical vertebra was directly broken by the punch, and its body collapsed onto the leader. "How is it? Are you okay?" Su Yi pried open the rat's mouth and reached out his hand. "Thank you. Thank you for saving my life. My life, Qinli, belongs to you now," he said as he pressed down on the wound on his neck and grabbed Su Yi's hand to stand up. On the other side, Ling Wei was riding on a mutated rat, plunging her hands into its chest and pulling out its heart. Then, she pounced on another mutated rat. "It turns out it's not that I'm strong, but that these mutated rats are too weak. But why were they not afraid of bullets? They should not be this weak if they were not afraid of bullets." Ling Wei seemed to be hunting without much effort, without giving Su Yi much time to think. Several mutated rats charged at him. Su Yi decisively made his move and used the 9 extremes collapse. The charging mutated rats were all blasted away by Su Yi, collapsing on the ground and screaming in agony. 2 minutes later, all the mutated rats lay on the ground. Some were dead, while others were still alive, but had no fighting capacity left. It turns out that there are indeed evolutionists much stronger than me. Qinli looked at Su Yi, his eyes reddening. Although the mutated rat's hard armor had disappeared, their attack and defense were still exceptionally terrifying. Yet, Su Yi had killed more than 10 mutated rats by himself. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't have such strength. He felt that if Su Yi wanted to kill him, it would be very easy. His dodging ability was more terrifying than that of the mutated cat. During a confrontation, he might not even touch Su Yi. "We won. We won. This group of hateful mutated rats has finally been exterminated." Some members of the Apocalypse army cheered. They had been fighting these mutated rats for 4 days. They originally thought they were all going to die here today, but 2 powerful evolutionists had emerged to save their lives. It could be said that Su Yi and Ling Wei were the saviors of their entire Apocalypse army. "Saviors, you are our saviors in the Apocalypse army. From now on, We will follow your orders. Saying this, Qinli looked at Su Yi with admiration and gratitude. First, treat your wounds. Those who are uninjured, clean the battlefield, and move these mutated rat corpses inside. As he spoke, Su Yi picked up Qin Li's giant sword and began to chop off the heads of the mutated rats. He intended to collect these heads, as there might be brain beads inside that could grant abilities. Xiaoya. Suddenly, Ling Shuang's voice came from the crowd as she ran to Ling Yue and hugged her. Aunt, what about my parents? Are they okay? Ling Yue asked anxiously. Ling Shuang nodded quickly and replied, They're fine. They're all well. There were no mutated beasts attacking in other areas. The camp is very safe. The Rat King is not here. Damn it, it escaped again. Qinli suddenly shouted in anger. Su Yi frowned and asked, What Rat King? I can assure you that all the mutated rats attacking you are right here. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted from inside the camp. Help, help. Come quickly, help. Rats, such big rats. Help. The expressions of everyone changed. They did not expect that mutated rats had breached the interior of a shelter. You stay here, Ling Yue go. Saying this, Su Yi directly stored the heads of the mutated rats into his storage space. Shouldering Qin Li's giant sword and charging towards the interior of the shelter, Ling Yue said nothing and went all out. She realized that her original speed advantage had been surpassed by Su Yi. You continue to clean up the battlefield and be alert for new mutated rats. Qinli dropped a sentence, not caring about his injury that had only been half bandaged, and decisively chased after Su Yi. Clearly, Su Yi was unaware of the existence of the Rat King. As long as the Rat King was still around, it would regroup the mutated rats and attack the shelter again. When Su Yi rushed in, the crowd was in a panic, with many people trampled, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Su Yi jumped towards the center, each jump reaching about 2 meters high. When Ling Yue ran in, she also saw Su Yi's method of advancing. She wanted to learn it, but found she could only jump a little over a meter and had difficulty clearing the heads of others. Ling Shun, Yeji, where are you? Ling Yue shouted her parents' names as she rushed in, only wanting to save her parents and protect them. She couldn't care less about anything else. Xiaoya's voice. Wife. Where are you? Ling Shun discovered that his wife had been swept away by the crowd. Ling Yue's hearing was exceptional, so she naturally heard her father's voice. She jumped up, stepping on someone's shoulder, and then bounced toward her father's direction. She discovered that she could nimbly step on the shoulders of others, like a flexible cat. Yeji, where are you? Ling Shun shouted, trying to find his wife. Suddenly, Ling Yue heard a faint voice. She quickly ran toward the source of the sound and saw a person curled up on the ground, hugging their head with both hands. She jumped directly to the side, quickly pushing the people around away. Mom. After clearing the crowd, Ling Yue immediately picked up her mother. At that moment, Qinli also rushed to the scene. Seeing the panicked crowd, his brows furrowed. Chapter 42. The ability of the mutated rats. Everyone stop. No one is allowed to run. Whoever dares to run, I'll smash their head with one punch. Stop. Everyone stay still, don't move. His presence in the shelter was quite intimidating, and his loud voice stunned everyone immediately. Help the fallen ones up. Someone is already dealing with the mutated rats. What are you running for? Whoever dares to move again, I'll smash them. And I mean it. Saying this, Qinli suddenly ran up, grabbed a person, and swung him high before smashing him to the ground. That's right. He was smashed to bits. Others were instantly terrified, not daring to move at all. Good. Everyone stand still. You over there, clear a path for me. Anyone who moves without permission, I'll kick you out of the shelter and let you feed the infected. So, you better keep an eye on each other. When Qinli first arrived at the shelter, he had killed a few people who were unwilling to cooperate in front of everyone. So everyone in the shelter knew how brutal he was. Moreover, he meant what he said. If he said he would smash someone, he would use a gun to kill them. Mom, are you okay? Ling Yue stopped in an open area, holding her mother. Where? I'm fine, Mom is fine. Yeji hugged Ling Yue, her emotions running high. She never expected her daughter to miraculously appear and save her. Mom. Ling Yue also embraced her mother, and the two held each other tightly for a while. Nothing felt more exciting and joyful than a reunion. In this apocalyptic world, having family members alive was such a blessing. Ling Yue felt truly lucky. After a while, the two released their embrace. Ling Yue naturally heard Qin Li's words. Mom, stay here. Don't move. I'm going to help Su Yi. I'm worried he might be in danger alone. After speaking, Ling Yue didn't wait for her mother to agree and dashed out. In the crowd, everyone was watching each other, not allowing anyone to move around. Since Qin Li was someone who could back up his words. If someone were to cause a commotion that led to everyone being kicked out of the shelter, they would all die. No one wanted to be kicked out, nor did anyone want to die. Besides, there was no danger now. No mutated rats were rushing at them. When Qin Li arrived at the scene, he found a pile of human corpses stacked together. There were also 7 or 8 mutated rats attacking Su Yi, and a few had already fallen nearby. Su Yi was continuously throwing punches, knocking the mutated rats away. However, they didn't fall like the mutated rats outside that Su Yi had broken the bones of. Their bodies were covered with something like scales, which seemed to dissipate most of the force. Now, Su Yi understood why so many firearms couldn't deal with these mutated rats. Because the defensive ability of these scales was astonishing, bullets couldn't harm them at all. However, the lethality of the 9 Extremes burst was still very strong. As long as Su Yi grabbed a mutated rat and kept delivering punches for over 10 times, it would still be killed by him. The ones that had fallen outside were killed this way. Later, these mutated rats began to use hit-and-run tactics. Unfortunately for them, Su Yi possessed the Dragon Step, which meant they couldn't bite him at all, and he could find opportunities to grab one, then output a flurry of punches to smash it to death. Ling Yue also arrived, and without saying a word, pounced on one of the mutated rats. Her sharp claws dug into the mutated rat's body, creating sparks. Then, she changed her strategy and continued to attack. Qin Li did not join the battle. He just watched from the side, looking for the Rat King. Su Yi alone could actually withstand these mutated rats. He realized that Su Yi had a certain ability. Therefore, finding the Rat King was key to solving the problem. At the same time, he also noticed that Ling Yue's combat power was not inferior to his, and her agility was far superior. Qin Li's evolution was focused on strength, and in terms of reaction speed and agility, he was about the same as an ordinary person. However, because of his large size, he seemed less capable than an ordinary person. Thus, he envied Su Yi's type. The military referred to him as a full-type evolver, which was the king among evolvers. But he found it hard to understand Ling Yue. He felt that Ling Yue was like a cat. Could there be cat-type evolvers? Although he thought his strength was superior to Ling Yue's. In a real battle, Ling Yue could wear him down. Qin Li noticed the pile of corpses moving slightly and immediately rushed over to it. He flipped all the corpses away. Boss, here, the Rat King is in the hole. We need to kill it. Otherwise, it will come back again. Qin Li shouted loudly and charged towards Su Yi, wanting to hold off the mutated rats attacking Su Yi and give him a chance. At that moment, Su Yi noticed the mutated rats attacking him began to flee, quickly burrowing into the hole, escaping swiftly. What does the Rat King look like? The mutated rats could dig holes to come in and had organized some rats to attract firepower, indicating its high intelligence and strategic thinking. Su Yi wouldn't feel at ease if he didn't kill such an existence. Its whole body is covered with scales, and its eyes are particularly large. Seemingly able to emit light, Qin Li described. I'm going to chase it. You guys take care of this. After Su Yi dropped this line, he jumped into the hole. The hole was quite large, able to accommodate the dragging away of bodies. Su Yi, be careful, Ling Yue shouted, then picked up a large sword from the ground, preparing to chop off their heads. She thought Su Yi asked her to stay back just to collect the heads of these mutated rats. If there were brain beads inside, it could grant abilities. The strength, speed, and reaction ability of these mutated rats were all very strong. If humans could gain these powers, they could also become powerful. After chopping off the heads, Ling Yue immediately envied Su Yi's storage space. With the ability to have a storage space, collecting these things was incredibly convenient. 11 heads of mutated rats, each about the size of a human head, were impossible for one person to carry. Just then, Ling Shuang appeared just in time, anxiously asking, Xiaoya, are you all okay? Did you kill all the mutated rats? It's fine now. Su Yi has gone to chase the Rat King. And these mutated rats are no match for him. Little ant, you keep watch. I'm going to find my parents. After handing these heads over to Ling Shuang, Ling Yu went to look for her parents. After all, her mother had been trampled, and it was still uncertain whether she was truly uninjured. Chapter 43. Fierce battle with the mutated Rat King. Su Yi walked forward in the tunnel, bending over as the height was only a little over 1 meter, making it impossible to stand up. Su Yi quickly discovered that these tunnels were connected to the sewage pipes. Fortunately, he had not lost track. After more than half an hour, Su Yi arrived at an underground space. This should be an ancient tomb? Su Yi shone his phone flashlight around and could almost confirm that this place was a tomb passage. Squeak, squeak. The sound of rats reached Su Yi's ears. They had clearly discovered him and were rushing towards him. Su Yi took out a steel knife and charged forward. Passing through the tomb passage, Su Yi entered the tomb chamber. There were some eternal lamps in the chamber. It seemed that after these mutated rats excavated the tomb chamber and let in air, the white phosphorus reignited the lamps. With these lamps, Su Yi could clearly see the surroundings. More than 20 pairs of eyes emitting a ghostly glow were watching him. The mutated rats did not approach, seemingly quite restrained. Suddenly, a sharp squeaking sound reached Su Yi's ears, causing a severe pain in his brain. The Rat King. Su Yi saw a larger mutated rat, about the size of a tiger. Roar! Su Yi shouted and swung the knife toward the Rat King. He had to interrupt this sonic attack, otherwise he might not make it out alive. Damn! Just as Su Yi saw the knife getting close, it suddenly veered off course. However, it did interrupt the Rat King's sonic attack. A submachine gun appeared in Su Yi's hand, directly locking onto the Rat King. What kind of ability is this? Magneto? Su Yi found that the bullets were immobilized and could not hit the mutated Rat King. To be honest, this ability made Su Yi envious. Squeak! Hearing this sound, all the mutated rats lost their restraint and charged towards Su Yi. He punched one mutated rat away and took out another steel knife. System upgrade to Tang Dao. Survival points 15. The knife in his hand instantly changed its appearance, and Su Yi swung it at a mutated rat charging at him. It was still in the air when Su Yi chopped off its head, with left and right strikes. He killed 6 mutated rats before the Tang Dao in his hand was rendered useless again. So, Su Yi took out another knife, which was upgraded to a Tang Dao. With the Tang Dao in hand, Su Yi swiftly killed the remaining mutated rats. Su Yi had also sustained some injuries, with several bites, but fortunately, no flesh was torn off. Now, only the mutated Rat King remained in the tomb chamber. After discarding the second broken Tang Dao, Su Yi took out his last steel knife. A thought crossed his mind, and new text appeared on the interface. You can use 15 survival points to upgrade to a fine steel Tang Dao. You can use 100 survival points to upgrade to a super alloy Tang Dao. Upgrade to super alloy Tang Dao. Su Yi made his choice directly, feeling somewhat regretful for not looking at the options before and wasting 30 points on the ordinary Tang Dao. Su Yi noticed that the Tang Dao in his hand was now black and thicker and wider. Come on, let's try my new knife. Su Yi beckoned to the mutated Rat King. Throughout the encounter, it merely observed him. Su Yi felt its gaze was somewhat disdainful, as if it looked down on him. Huh? A mutated rat actually made a hess sound? Su Yi's pupils constricted, and he charged forward. It was too strange. Su Yi felt like it was more like a person than an animal. After rushing up, Su Yi felt as if he had been blocked by an invisible wall. So this is your reliance, which makes you look down on me. Su Yi felt the invisible wall blocking him, no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't get any closer. I don't believe my knife can't break through defense. Su Yi refused to back down, swinging the alloy knife and chopping repeatedly. One strike after another, each with all his strength. Su Yi had no idea how many strikes he had made. He was drenched in sweat, with no dry spot on him. The mutated Rat King sat on a bronze chair like a human, not moving from that position at all. Its expression, however, had lost its disdain and turned serious. Su Yi knew this was absurd, but he saw its eyes were indeed so human-like, almost indistinguishable from a human. Its eyes were large, even larger than a human's. Strength? Su Yi was running low on energy, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. If it weren't for the warm flow in his stomach, he might not have been able to persist. He felt his body rapidly absorbing the medicinal power. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yi took out the intermediate body enhancement potion and injected it directly into his chest. Strength returned instantly. Su Yi let out a loud roar and jumped up, swinging down at the mutated Rat King. Squeak! The mutated Rat King let out a cry of pain as Su Yi's knife struck its body, creating a wound. However, Su Yi was also knocked back by an invisible force. Su Yi stood up and wiped the sweat from his face. I thought your defense was truly unbreakable. You're injured, right? Don't worry, you'll die soon. As soon as Su Yi's words fell, he shot towards the mutated Rat King like a cannonball. He swung the Tang Dao wildly at the Rat King. Although he was still being blocked, the distance between him and the mutated Rat King had shrunk to less than 5 centimeters. The intermediate body enhancement potion had given Su Yi a surge of power. At the same time, the The warm flow in his stomach grew stronger. He knew his body was wildly absorbing the medicinal power, nourishing itself and strengthening its bones. Swish! Another wound appeared on the mutated Rat King, causing it to squeak in pain and start to flee. He would not give it a chance to escape, blocking its path and continuously striking. Gradually, it accumulated more and more wounds. The two of them, one human and one rat, darted back and forth, not knowing how long they had been fighting in the tomb chamber. He suddenly exploded with power and swung a knife at the mutated Rat King's head. This strike met no resistance, directly splitting the Rat King's head open. The mutated Rat King was dead. He was completely drained and collapsed to the ground. Hungry. Extremely hungry. He dragged himself to the side of the mutated rat. He pried open its head and extracted its brain matter. A purple orb was found, which he put into his mouth. The mutated Rat King's extraordinary strength was likely directly related to this purple brain orb. Lingyue ate the brain pearl of the mutated cat and gained abilities similar to that of the mutated cat. She should also be able to gain the abilities of the mutated Rat King through this brain pearl, right? Chapter 44 Sign-In Count 2. After swallowing the pearl, took out a set of his cooking utensils and cut some meat from the mutated Rat King. After rinsing it with mineral water, he directly cooked a large pot and also boiled some rice. He hadn't had dinner and had fought for several hours, so he was definitely starving, which is why he cooked something to eat underground. Lingyue felt delighted and pressed the call button, saying, "I think I found Little ant, you go back to the shelter to take care of Grandpa, Grandma, and my parents. I might be back a bit later. Are you sure?" The intercom transmitted Ling Shuang's doubt. "Sure, I smelled the aroma of cooking something. Yes, it's definitely the smell of cooking. He must have killed the mutated Rat King and cooked it." Ling Shuang looked at a tomb passage that was quite large, and she thought he should be in that place. Additionally, the meat aroma had become much stronger. When Lingyue walked into the tomb passage, the intercom could no longer receive radio waves. It was likely too far away, as its communication range was limited. Lingyue used the headlamp she brought from the shelter to illuminate her surroundings, feeling that this place resembled an ancient tomb. Following the passage, she entered the interior of the ancient tomb through an opening. Then, she saw corpses all over the ground. "Oi!" Lingyue shouted because there was only the sound of a pressure cooker releasing steam, with no other sounds. This indicated that he must be here. Lingyue did not hear a response from and search around inside. Lingyue saw leaning against the corpse of the mutated rat and rushed over immediately. Just as she thought something had happened to she heard snoring. Asleep? Lingyue was overwhelmed with joy. Upon closer inspection, she noticed Yi's chest rising and falling. This meant that Yi was indeed asleep. The ground was littered with plastic packaging and 3 milk cartons, confirming that Yi had fallen asleep. So, Lingyue turned and walked out, returning to the outside. "Little ant, can you hear me?" "I can hear you. How is Yi?" Ling Shuang asked anxiously. "It's fine. He wasn't injured. The mutated Rat King has been killed by Yi. However, he was too exhausted, ate some food, and fell asleep. Little ant, you go back and let them know. I'll stay here to take care of Yi. When he wakes up, we'll come back." "Okay, take care of yourselves. I'll head back first to avoid worrying Qin Li and the others." Ling Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Yi was now the benefactor of this shelter, especially the military personnel from the apocalypse, who were very grateful to Yi. Therefore, Ling Shuang wanted to bring back this good news as soon as possible. After ending the call, Lingyue returned to the tomb chamber. "It smells so good. I'll eat a little first." Lingyue opened the rice cooker and scooped out a bowl of rice. It was already past 9 o'clock at night, and she had only eaten a little before coming to find Yi. Now, the tomb chamber was filled with the enticing aroma of meat, making it hard for Lingyue to resist. She poured some water over the pressure cooker to lower its temperature. After opening it, the aroma became even more intense. Placing the headlamp on the ground, the light illuminated the tomb, making the chamber much brighter. After adding some salt, she scooped out a large bowl of soup. Taking a spoonful, she blew on it to cool it down and took a sip. Delicious, even better than the soup made from mutated cat meat. Lingyue's eyes turned crescent-shaped, and she instantly felt happy. Cooking rice and eating in an ancient tomb. I guess only you would do that. She glanced at Yi, who was sleeping soundly. He was sleeping so well, occasionally letting out a snore, that Lingyue couldn't bear to wake him. After finishing a large bowl of rice and a large bowl of mutated beast soup, Ling Yue felt warm all over. Indeed, the mutated rat king's meat was even more energizing than that of the mutated cat. She touched her belly, rested her hands on her knees, propping her chin up, and stared at Sui. Emptying her mind, Ling Yue thought of nothing and just watched Sui. Her heart was filled with sweet feelings. In the past, she had heard people talk about the feeling of liking someone and thought it was ridiculous. How could just looking at someone make you feel happy? Isn't he just a man? No matter how good-looking he is, can you really feel happiness from just looking at him? Now, she experienced it. It turned out that it really could make a person feel very happy and sweet. Although it was absurd, it was indeed her own personal experience. Ding! Sign-in count 2. A sound echoed in her mind, startling Sui awake. He opened his eyes and sat up. Sui, you're awake. Ling Yue blinked her big eyes. Sui glanced at Ling Yue and then stood up, saying, "How did you find this place? Are your parents all right?" "Yes, they are fine. Only my mom's foot is slightly sprained, but Dad and Grandpa and Grandma are all good. Now little Aunt is taking care of them. You must be hungry. I'll serve you some rice and dish out the meat soup. It's all warmed up." Saying this, Ling Yue stood up to serve Sui rice and meat soup. Sui picked up the alloy tang knife on the ground, and when Ling Yue finished serving, he handed the knife to her. "I ate the brain pearl of the mutated rat king. You can chop open the remaining mutated rat heads and see if there are brain pearls inside." After finishing, Sui began to eat. Actually, he was also woken up by hunger. The bread and milk were not enough to sustain their energy consumption, and they would be hungry soon. Only the meat of mutated beasts could last for a long time. Chapter 45, an astonishing reward of 10,000 survival points. Sui. "I can't find a brain pearl." Ling Yue chopped open a mutated rat's head and found no brain pearl inside. "Chop open the others and have a look," Sui said, then picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Ling Yue then split open the head of the second mutated rat and pulled out a milky white brain bead from inside. "This one is here too, but it's milky white and a bit smaller than the one I ate last time." As she spoke, Ling Yue displayed it. "Perhaps the brain beads of different mutated beasts are different. The one I ate was light purple and about the size of an egg. These brain beads probably aren't present in every mutated beast. Only some have them." Hearing Sui's words, Ling Yue nodded in agreement and continued to split open the remaining mutated rat heads. Only 3 beads, too few. After Ling Yue finished cutting, she found only 3 brain beads. Sui directly took out the heads of the 13 mutated rats from his storage space and let Ling Yue continue cutting them open. Then, Ling Yue found 2 more brain beads. "This is the head of a mutated dog. You can cut it open and see." Sui took out the head of the mutated dog as well. Although Ling Yue was curious, she didn't ask further and directly split open its head. None. After Sui finished the last sip of soup, he said, "It seems not all mutated animals have brain beads. Only some do. I don't know what the formation mechanism is. It would be great if we could grasp some rules." Ling Yue handed all 5 brain beads to Sui and then started tidying up the pots and bowls. "Let me take a look at this tomb chamber," Sui said, picking up the headlamp on the ground, preparing to explore around. "This place doesn't seem to be the main tomb chamber. There should be side chambers as well. I wonder what kind of things I will obtain by signing in here." Previously, he had never thought about signing in at a tomb chamber. Since he was here, Sui naturally couldn't miss the opportunity. Now he could sign in twice a day. Even if the obtained items were not very useful, Sui could accept it. After all, he had to try different places to have more options in the future. Soon, Sui arrived at the main tomb chamber. Upon entering the main tomb chamber, Sui was attracted by a long spear. In the center of the main tomb stood a long spear, with a light shining on it, causing the spear to shimmer with a ghostly glow. Unconsciously, Sui walked in front of the spear and pulled it out. So heavy, Sui found that this spear was very heavy. The Overlord's spear? Sui saw that there were inscriptions on the spear shaft, clearly showing the word Overlord. He didn't know what material it was made of. It definitely wasn't iron. Iron's density wasn't this great. It wouldn't be this heavy. After all, this was not Earth, but another world. This should be the tomb of an ancient military general, right? Otherwise, how could there be an Overlord spear? System, sign in. He wanted to know what he would obtain by signing in here. Ding, sign in successful. Obtain the spear technique, 7 kills. Survival points, 10,000. Sui's eyes widened. 10,000 survival points, that many? Sui was directly stunned. 2,000 points. How powerful must this spear technique be? Could it be that the system made a mistake? Previously, When Su Yi obtained the 9 extremes burst of the internal family fist, it only added 70 points. But this 7 kills had 10,000 points? Because the reward was so generous, Su Yi doubted whether the system had made a mistake. System, accept the spear technique, 7 kills. In Su Yi's mind, a fierce military general appeared. Then, that military general in his mind spoke. Greedy wolf kill, giant gate kill, Lucy Yuan kill, literary star kill, pure integrity kill, martial star kill, breaking army kill, host mental strength is limited. Please choose one of the techniques to fuse first. Goodness, Su Yi exclaimed. This 7 kills was actually named after the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, the 7 Star Lords. Was this 7 kills spear technique really within the realm of martial arts? 1,000 points indicated the extraordinary nature of this spear technique. I choose Greedy Wolf Kill. Su Yi directly followed the order since Greedy Wolf was the first star. Fusion begins. As soon as the military general's voice fell, Su Yi felt all the muscles in his body tense up. Then his body began to move. In the tomb chamber, the spear shot out like a dragon, its momentum like a rainbow. 10 minutes later, Su Yi returned to normal. He only felt sore muscles, as if he had been tortured for several hours, and could barely stand. Looking at the marks left on the surrounding walls and the dust in the tomb chamber, Su Yi knew how powerful the Greedy Wolf Kill was. Su Yi's physical strength couldn't support him using Greedy Wolf Kill. Although it was very strong, it wasn't suitable for Su Yi to use in battle right now. Once used, he would be weakened. Additionally, this 7-kill spear technique really wasn't within the realm of martial arts anymore. It required the combination of killing intent to cultivate, needing Su Yi to condense killing intent from battles. In the recent fusion, Su Yi not only obtained Greedy Wolf Kill, but also acquired the killing intent technique, a special method specifically for cultivating killing intent. In Su Yi's view, this killing intent technique was an alternative form of Qigong. Su Yi, how are you? Ling Yu saw Su Yi leaning against the long spear, looking like he might fall at any moment, and hurried over to support him. Just now, when Su Yi was performing Greedy Wolf Kill, the commotion was huge, as if he were tearing down a house. Ling Yu couldn't have not heard it. When she came over, she saw Su Yi wielding a long spear with terrifying power, and she didn't dare to get close, fearing she'd be accidentally killed. It's fine. Just a bit drained. I just need to rest, Su Yi explained briefly, then sat down heavily. Fortunately, he had also taken vitality pills and strong bone pills. Otherwise, he would have probably broken several bones by now. This 7-kill spear technique is too powerful and too domineering. Su Yi strongly suspected that the person who created this spear technique was definitely not an ordinary human. He felt that even an evolved person like Qin Li might not be able to perform the 7 kills. Moreover, if Greedy Wolf Kill was this impressive, how strong would he be if he mastered all 7 kills? No wonder the system would give out 10,000 survival points. You go open that ancient tomb and see if there are any weapons or something inside. This is the tomb of a top-tier military general. There might be other divine weapons. Saying this, Su Yi grasped the long spear and slowly stood up. To possess the 7 kills spear technique, the tomb's owner must be extraordinary. Unfortunately, this world seems to have no historical figures that can correspond with this military general. After all, Su Yi inherited all memories and is quite knowledgeable about this world's history. Chapter 46. Ingenious armor. Ling Yu nodded and helped Su Yi to the edge of the stone coffin. Then, Ling Yu directly pushed open the coffin lid. Using the headlamp to shine inside, she saw a dry corpse lying there, dressed in a set of exquisite armor. Take this armor off. It should have good defensive capabilities. Su Yi directly urged Ling Yu to take action. Sorry, General, Ling Yu said, then directly flipped herself inside. After a bit of effort, Ling Yu removed the armor. This armor is so light and very soft. I wonder what material it's made of. The style is completely different from ancient armor, divided into a top and pants, with the pants resembling modern ones quite a bit. Hey, Su Yi, it seems that there's also a set in this bag, Ling Yu said, picking up a cloth bag and taking out a red set. It is very light, probably made of the same material. This set should be women's clothing, perhaps prepared for his beloved woman. Unfortunately, it seems he didn't have one. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been placed in his coffin. After searching the stone coffin again, Ling Yu didn't find anything else. Once she came out of the coffin, Ling Yu placed the lid back on. After all, having taken someone else's things, she couldn't just leave the lid unattended. Come on, try this set on and see if it fits. With this on, I think the mutated beast won't be able to break through the defense of this armor. Ling Yu was unreserved and directly started putting it on herself. The design of this armor was very clever, similar to chainmail, and it was a single piece. Soon, Ling Yu had it on her body. It seemed a bit too big. It would be better if it could be tightened a little. Ling Yu felt it was too loose. He stepped forward and touched Ling Yu's soft armor. The phoenix here could rotate. Perhaps when He turned the phoenix on her shoulder, he found that it could indeed tighten the clothing. Ingenious. How could the ancients be so amazing, even giving a waist adjustment? Ling Yu exclaimed with great delight. So, she turned the other phoenix on the other side, and sure enough, that side tightened as well. So amazing. I love this armor so much. Ling Yu was as happy as a child. Besides the armor being particularly powerful, it was mainly because it matched Su Yi's set. Couple's armor. That general must be quite romantic. It's a pity there are no couple's weapons. However, she still liked Su Yi's Tang Dao. It was of a suitable weight and extremely sharp. She wondered if Yi would give his Tang Dao to her after getting a spear. Come on, let me help you put this on. Ling Yu picked up the black soft armor on the ground and helped Yi wear it. In fact, Yi had just wanted to upgrade Ling Yu's soft armor. However, it required 5,000 points, and he directly gave up, although he had just gained 10,000 points. Spending 5,000 points to upgrade a piece of soft armor still made Yi reluctant. Fortunately, this soft armor had a tightening function. This design was indeed very clever. Saying it was ingenious was no exaggeration. With Ling Yu's help, Yi also put on soft armor. After slightly adjusting the twin dragons on his shoulders, Yi's soft armor fit snugly. This soft armor was so strong, very close-fitting, but did not hinder movement at all, and it was particularly light. Moreover, it had a hood that could protect the head when worn, feeling more convenient than a helmet. After Ling Yu put on the hood connected to the armor, she moved around a bit. It was indeed very effective. She hadn't expected that killing the Rat King would yield them 2 sets of precious armor. She wondered how many more ancient tombs like this existed. Unfortunately, they hadn't obtained any information about this general. Yi was very curious about the general. After all, they had taken so many benefits from him. I'll go look for more. Hopefully, there will be some gains. You rest here, Ling Yu said to Yi, taking the headlamp and Tang Dao to begin searching. Yi looked at the spear in his hand, feeling it might also have a very intricate design. Sure enough, Yi discovered a mechanism. It was retractable, capable of shortening its length by nearly a meter, and could also be disassembled into 2 sections. Yi really liked this spear. However, his body still couldn't support the spear technique, so using this Overlord spear was not convenient. After putting it into his storage space, its heavy weight became unnoticeable. Yi, come quickly. There are many weapons here, and a lot of gold too. Ling Yu called out excitedly upon discovering something. Following the sound and light, Yi arrived at another chamber. Here, he saw a red mark indicating he could not sign in at this location. Upon entering, Yi saw many chests filled with gold bars. He took one. It had no markings on it. There was a rack with some beautifully crafted swords and daggers. At least, the sheaths were exquisite. Ling Yu took a weapon that resembled the Tang Dao, but leaned more towards a Miao knife. Its sheath was red, matching her soft armor perfectly. Yi also took one down, drew it out, and found it was not rusted. Here, try my Tang Dao. Yi wanted to see which was stronger, the sword in his hand or the super alloy Tang Dao enhanced by the system. Ling Yu put down the red knife, held the Tang Dao with both hands, and slashed at the sword in Yi's hand. The long sword in Yi's hand was directly severed. However, the Tang Dao in Ling Yu's hand remained intact, proving its worth after being upgraded for 100 points. Looks good, but not useful. I thought it was quite strong, Ling Yu said, feeling a bit disappointed. Yi smiled slightly, collecting the 2 swords from the rack and the one Ling Yu had discarded. He planned to upgrade the red one and then give it to Ling Yu. Let's go. We still need to get the bodies out. Back in the ear chamber, Yi stored the Rat King's body in his storage space. With limited space, it was impossible to bring all the bodies back, so they naturally needed someone to come and take the mutated rat bodies back to the shelter. Okay, let's head up first. As Ling Yu said this, she prepared to leave with Yi. Just then, Yi suddenly screamed in agony. The brain pearl has cracked. Yi pushed Ling Yu away. You go outside first. Don't get hurt by me. Yi felt as if his stomach was on fire, spreading to other parts of his body. Ling Yu immediately understood and ran towards the tomb passage. She had experienced it before. That feeling was as if the body was being torn apart with pain. Chapter 47. The ability of the mutated Rat King. She wondered how powerful Su-Yi would become after obtaining the ability of the mutated Rat King. Ling Yu was very curious about how strong Su-Yi would be. After all, Su-Yi was already much stronger than her. And now he had absorbed the brain pearl of the mutated Rat King. Su-Yi's heart-wrenching screams lasted for more than 3 hours, much longer than Ling Yu's. Once Su-Yi calmed down, Ling Yu returned to the tomb chamber. Su-Yi was eating the meat of the mutated beast at that time. However, Su-Yi just cut a piece from the mutated rat's body with a knife. After Su-Yi finished eating, Ling Yu walked to his side. How do you feel? Ling Yu was curious about what abilities Su-Yi had gained. Su-Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "It's amazing. I seem to have mastered an ability to control air. Like the Rat King's ability. I can condense some air near my body to form an air shield like a shield to block external attacks. Additionally, my strength and speed should have increased as well. Overall, I'm very satisfied. It seemed that everyone could use the brain pearl. I'm not sure if a person can use brain beads from 2 different mutated creatures and gain completely different abilities. Also, if you bite it open directly, won't you be able to acquire the abilities much faster? I feel like once the shell is digested, it begins." Lingwa looked at Su-Yi and couldn't help but throw out some questions. "Do you want to try?" Su-Yi glanced at Lingwa and then took out a pale white brain bead. "You should know that this kind of attempt is very dangerous. If you fail, the result might be unbearable." Lingwa nodded, took the brain bead from Su-Yi's hand, and then asked Su-Yi, "Don't you feel an urge to eat it when you see it?" For Lingwa, she definitely felt that urge. Su-Yi nodded, frowning as he said, "I didn't feel that before, but after absorbing the energy from the brain bead and gaining the ability to control chi, I do now." Lingwa nodded and said, "Maybe it's because we need the energy inside." After saying that, Lingwa directly put the brain bead in her mouth and bit it open. A rush of heat surged into her stomach and then began to spread throughout her body. Soon, Lingwa let out an incredibly comfortable moan. She felt an enjoyable sensation in every cell of her body, which made her involuntarily emit such sounds. Su-Yi, the energy, our bodies need that kind of energy. I feel like my strength has increased again. Saying this, Lingwa licked her tongue as if still a bit unsatisfied. "It's so comfortable. If you eat one, you'll know. It really can make us stronger." Ling Yue's voice was full of temptation. Su-Yi hesitated for a moment and took out one. "There are too few of these things. Using one means there's one less." He put it in his mouth and bit it open, experiencing the same feeling as Ling Yue. It felt like every cell was being massaged. It was indeed wonderful. Moreover, it could indeed enhance one's strength. He had to admit that the second time eating this felt very strange. However, he felt that the strength gained was almost negligible. He thought that eating the second brain bead had a similar effect to injecting a strength-enhancing agent. Perhaps it was because his body had been injected with enhancers, making this brain bead less effective. So, the effect of strengthening the body with the brain bead was poor. Ling Yue and the others were different. They had injected enhancers and relied on brain beads to gain abilities and strength, so the effect would be more obvious. Additionally, he felt that the effect might weaken over time. He hadn't planned to reveal this, as it was merely his speculation and might not be the truth. After thinking for a moment, He said, "So you can only gain the abilities contained in the first bead, and the second one can only absorb its energy." Lingwen nodded, fully agreeing with this inference, saying, "It should be like this. At least for the two of us, it's the case. Next, we'll know when the others take one." He snapped his fingers, already having someone in mind. Ling Shuang, her strength is decent. Yesterday, her belief should have been shaken, and she should firmly stand by Ling Yue's side from now on. They are family and can unite completely. Also, Ling Yue's father can take one. In this dangerous world, no one would refuse to become stronger. Even Ling Yue's mother could take one. As long as they dare to hunt the infected and deal with mutated beasts, they qualify to become stronger. Now, he still had 3 left. He wondered how many brain beads were still in the heads of those mutated rats in the shelter. These things are more valuable than the meat of mutated beasts. Previously, he would actively avoid mutated beasts. Now he wanted to actively seek them out, hunt them, and obtain their brain beads. Moreover, perhaps no one else knew about the wonderful use of brain beads yet, and there was no competition with them. Once everyone knows, competition will become fierce. Let us go. Let us head up first. It's almost dawn, and your family must be worried. After Su Yi said this, he crawled out of the ancient tomb. Soon, the two passed through the tomb passage and rat tunnels and returned to the surface from the sewer exit. Here, it was still quite far from the shelter. Ling Wei took out a flare gun and fired a signal flare into the sky. This was agreed upon with Ling Shuang. Upon seeing the flare, they would rush over immediately. The sky was already slightly brightening. Su Yi and the others had spent quite a bit of time in the ancient tomb. After about 10 minutes, 3 military vehicles appeared. Xiao Ye Su Yi. Ling Shuang saw the two and happily shouted. With manpower and vehicles, Su Yi quickly led them to move all the mutated rat corpses back to the shelter. Upon returning to the shelter, Su Yi received a warm welcome from everyone. Because it was Su Yi who single-handedly hunted down all the mutated rats and chased after the remaining mutated rats and the Rat King. The biggest crisis in the shelter had already been resolved by Su Yi. With such a powerful person, everyone hoped he would stay. If he stayed, the safety of the shelter would be guaranteed. They already knew that the infected were not scary. What was scary was the powerful mutated beast that could appear and disappear unpredictably. Previously, they thought that the giant Qin Li could protect them. But last night, Qin Li almost died. Su Yi's strength far exceeded Qin Li's. The shelter needed such a strong presence to maintain security. Boss, did you kill the mutated Rat King? Qin Li rushed up to ask as soon as he saw Su Yi get out of the car. His biggest worry was still the Rat King. As long as the Rat King was alive, he wouldn't be at ease. It's dead. I split its head. Su Yi squinted at Qin Li. What would his attitude be? Boss, please take over our Apocalypse Army and take over the shelter. From now on, the Apocalypse Army will belong to you. Saying this, Qin Li directly kneeled on one knee, expressing loyalty to Su Yi. In the Apocalypse Army, some people knelt like Qin Li, while others saluted Su Yi. Clearly, those kneeling were Qin Li's confidants, all of whom were on the same side. Chapter 48, She is My Woman. I don't like the name Apocalypse Army. From now on, let's call it the 7-Kill Army. Su Yi accepted Qin Li's loyalty, whether it was genuine or just to keep himself safe. The sign-in at the ancient tomb had opened up more possibilities for Su Yi. Therefore, he might not even stay for 3 months before leaving directly. There are few mutated beasts in the city. The number of mutated beasts in the wild is much larger. To become stronger, besides signing in at various places, Su Yi also needed to hunt mutated beasts and collect brain beads. As long as he helped Ling Yue's family control the shelter, Su Yi could leave. Did you hear? From now on, we are the 7-Kill Army. Come and meet the commander. Qin Li Shouta Ludli. No, the commander is her, Ling Wei. Saying this, Su Yi pointed to Ling Wei, who was dressed in red armor. Meet Commander Ling Wei. Saying this, Qin Li saluted Ling Wei, the gesture very standard. All members of the 7-Kill Army, salute. Seeing this scene, Ling Wei couldn't help but feel a surge of blood, as if something was sprouting in her heart. At ease. Dismissed. Ling Yu's loud voice echoed above the camp. Boss, what about you? Qin Li looked at Su Yi eagerly, curious about what decisions Su Yi would make. She is my woman, Su Yi said without further explanation. What happened to the corpses of the mutated rats? Su Yi wanted to know where the heads of those mutated rats had gone. The freezer. We sent them all to the freezer. Don't worry, boss. Apart from you and the commander, no one else has the right to touch the meat of mutated beasts. Qin Li's statement clearly included himself, indicating he also did not have the qualification to touch it. Su Yi was quite satisfied with this expression of loyalty. Absolute strength can suppress everything. You are an evolved being. Ordinary food can no longer sustain your consumption. We are still very generous to our own people. Su Yi expressed his stance, and then asked Qin Li to lead the way and also store the remaining corpses of the mutated rats. In the shelter, all the balconies were equipped with photovoltaic power generation systems, so electricity could be self-sufficient. The freezer was also built in. The freezer, located in the underground basement, was 500 square meters, which is quite large. Besides the corpses of mutated rats, there were various other frozen goods inside. Most of these were collected by Qin Li and others, as well as the previous inhabitants of the shelter. Qin Li, do you have some information we don't know about? Su Yi was eager to find out if there were any exclusive news regarding the apocalypse that only Qin Li and his group were aware of. Yes. The military passed on some messages to me, telling us to be independent in different places, govern ourselves, rescue more civilians, establish shelters, and create a new order. Outside the city, there are more mutated beasts, and in the future, our main enemies may be these mutated beasts. Fighter jets can't even take off. Many avian mutated beasts are even stronger than fighter jets. Additionally, we knew from the start that the meat of mutated beasts could be consumed and could enhance human strength. Also, the infected might continue to evolve. By the way, satellite communication equipment is still operational, and we are in contact with independent armies everywhere. The military has designated the day of the disaster as the first year of a new era. Every 3 days, the independent armies must report their situation to the military. This is all we currently know. Su-Yi did not expect Qin Li to have so much information. Are there many independent armies? How many are there in total? Su-Yi wanted to know if there were still independent armies in his parents' area. Not many. There are currently only 27 independent armies. The disaster was too terrifying. Many people died before they even realized what was happening, and some directly turned into infected. Some independent armies have fewer than 30 people. Our 7 Kills army still has a relatively larger force. The largest has barely 5,000 people. Are there independent armies in the southern Fujian area? Su-Yi asked again. Qin Li shook his head, probably guessing that Su-Yi's family might be in southern Fujian. This is the map. It shows the locations of all the independent armies. As he spoke, Qin Li took out a map from his pocket and handed it to Su-Yi. Su-Yi glanced at it, frowning deeply. There were only 2 large cities left. The rest had all been wiped out. The independent armies were mainly in small cities or even county towns. Their Yuntian city was a quasi-first-tier city, and there were no other independent armies in the surrounding area. This is what it means to fight alone. The military had no other way but to let them be independent. After all, they still needed to save their compatriots. Only by being independent could they have more autonomy. Moreover, for development, independent armies also needed more population. It must be said that the military's decision was quite wise. Yuntian City had a total population of 36 million, and the number of survivors should be more than that. Currently, they had only searched a few nearby neighborhoods. Other areas were too infested with infected, making it impossible to get through. There was no choice but to seal off the streets and ensure the safety of this area. Once they trained more soldiers, they would expand outward to search for other survivors. However, the attacks from mutated rats and other mutated beasts had left Qin Li and his team overwhelmed, leaving them no time to train new soldiers. The situation could only get worse. Su-Yi thought for a long time and then said to Qin Li, "Go tell the military immediately that some mutated beast heads will have pearls. Eating these brain pearls can grant some abilities possessed by the mutated beasts." Qin Li's body trembled with excitement. "Boss, is this true? That's great. Humanity has hope. We have hope. This way, we not only have evolved beings, but can also cultivate a batch of super soldiers using brain pearls. Wait, don't rush to report. First, go call Ling Shuang and Ling Yu's parents over." Su-Yi felt it was necessary to be more cautious. After sending Qin Li away, Su-Yi glanced at Ling Yu. "You won't blame me for revealing this secret, will you? After all, it was Ling Yu who discovered it first. This is a secret between the two of us." "Of course not. This kind of thing should be known by everyone. If humanity is left with just us, then the complete extinction is not far off. So, I fully support your decision. Su-Yi, you did the right thing. I didn't fall for the wrong person because we are still human, still have humanity, and still worry about our kind." As she spoke, Ling Yu walked up to Su-Yi and kissed him directly. Soon, they parted because Su-Yi needed to cook some meat from the mutated beasts. Gaining the power of the brain pearls should mean they wouldn't have to eat raw meat, right? Su-Yi wanted to confirm this, which is why he asked Qin Li to call Ling Yu's family over, taking the opportunity to cook some meat. Chapter 49. Upgrading to Vibranium Battle Blade. Su-Yi, thank you for saving my daughter. Ling Chun had just arrived, and, upon seeing Su-Yi, stepped forward to shake his hand. He had already heard from Ling Shuang that it was Su-Yi who rescued Ling Yu from school and escorted her all the way here. For Ling Chun, even a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude, let alone a life-saving grace. You not only saved Xiaoyu, but you also saved all of us. Thank you so much. If you ever need me, Ling Chun, just say the word. I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you. Uncle, you're being too kind. Ling Yu and I are mutually supportive. It's not about who saved whom, Su-Yi explained. I asked you here to find out if you want to gain power and if you dare to go out and deal with the infected or even the mutated beasts. After saying this, Su-Yi looked around at the three of them. One, of course. Ling Shuang was the first to express her eagerness, her eyes filled with desire. Whether it was Su-Yi or Ling Yu, they both displayed extraordinary strength capable of fighting against mutated beasts. Hearing Su Yi's words, it was clear that there was a way for her to gain this power. So how could she not be excited? Right now, she felt too weak, powerless to deal with the mutated beasts. This made Ling Shuang feel very frustrated and painful. Rather than living in the shelter, feeling stifled, it would be better to go out and kill those beasts. Ling Chun also expressed his attitude seriously. If I could have the ability to go out, I wouldn't want to stay in the shelter and live in hiding. Yates glanced at his daughter, remembering the moment she fell from the sky and pushed away the people crowding around her. She wanted to have the power to protect her daughter. Good. I can feel the sincerity in your words. Here are 3 brain beads taken from the brains of mutated rats, which can give humans strength and even some abilities of the mutated beasts. Of course, the process will be quite painful and can last for several hours. Think carefully, and when you're ready, come up and take one, then eat it directly. As he spoke, Su Yi opened his palm to reveal 3 brain beads. Ling Shuang was the first to come up, took 1 brain bead, and directly put it into her mouth. She believed Su Yi's words wholeheartedly. After biting it, Ling Shuang felt a surge of heat flowing into her stomach and then spreading throughout her body. Qin Li recorded the entire process, preparing to send it back to the military. Ling Chun and Yi Ji also came up, each taking 1. Like Ling Shuang, they bit down immediately. Just after biting, a scream from Ling Shuang echoed in their ears. Keep an eye on them to prevent them from biting their tongues, Su Yi said, turning and entering the cold storage. Inside, there was still a batch of mutated rat heads, and perhaps a few more brain beads could be found. Once inside the cold storage, Su Yi took out the red knife. After drawing it, he immediately began to chop open the heads of the mutated rats. Su Yi found that the knife was quite sharp, but its strength was somewhat lacking. After chopping 11 mutated rat heads, the tip of the knife had developed a small nick. In ancient times, this would have been considered quite strong, as the skulls of mutated rats were very hard. A person without enhancements couldn't chop open a mutated rat's head with a single blow. Surprisingly, he had 4 beads. The haul was good. Su Yi was very satisfied to collect the 4 brain beads and then check the knife in his hand. Can use 50 survival points to upgrade to a super alloy knife. Upgrade. Survival points, 50. Seeing the knife in his hand turn black while its shape remained unchanged, Su Yi was satisfied and flicked the blade. Then he took out the remaining 2 knives and upgraded them to super alloy material. These 2 were slightly weaker, costing 80 survival points each. Afterward, Su Yi glanced at the light screen in the upper right corner to check his survival points. Su Yi survival points, 9,991 sign-in times, 1, with 9,000 survival points left. Su Yi was very satisfied. With so many survival points, he could upgrade quite a few things. After thinking for a moment, Su Yi picked up the red knife again. Can use 1,600 survival points to upgrade to a vibranium knife. Upon seeing this option, Su Yi couldn't help but twitch his nose. Vibranium. Isn't that a fictional metal from Marvel Comics on Earth? Also known as Nirvana steel or sound-absorbing steel. It is one of the hardest materials in the Marvel Universe. Upgrade. Survival points, 1,600. Su Yi noticed that the color of the blade changed, turning red. It was blood red and looked incredibly beautiful. Good knife. Su Yi couldn't help but swing it a bit, feeling its weight was still quite heavy. However, for Ling Yu, it shouldn't be a problem. So Su Yi walked outside. He would also upgrade a knife for himself. When he got outside, Ling Yu was still watching over her parents and little aunt, while also keeping an eye on the meat soup in the pressure cooker and rice cooker to prevent them from being knocked over. They would need to eat it soon to replenish energy. Here, take a look and see if you like it. Su Yi tossed the knife to Ling Yu. Ling Yu caught the knife, drew it out, and her eyes lit up at the sight of the red blade. She loved it, absolutely loved it. Ling Yu happily stowed the battle knife and then pounced on Su Yi, hugging him. I wouldn't give you a knife that's not good. Although she didn't know how Su Yi obtained so many fine knives, Ling Yu wouldn't ask. Asking would only put Su Yi in a difficult position. If it was something he could tell her, Ling Yu knew he would do so without her needing to ask. Moreover, such matters shouldn't be known by others. The swords in the ancient tomb weren't very good, but the knives were excellent. These 2 were for her parents, and the previous Tang knife was for her little aunt. Su Yi arranged for them to all have weapons. The super alloy material was already enough to deal with mutated beasts. As for the infected, that was even easier. A single chop could send their heads flying. Their suffering lasted for 2 hours before it ended. Afterward, Su Yi and Ling Yu took the cooked meat. After using the brain beads, they needed an energy supplement, which could be provided by eating the flesh of mutated beasts or a new brain bead. Since he had already mentioned the function of the brain beads, he simply shared everything he knew. Even if he didn't say it, others would experiment. Humanity's current strength was simply too weak. They couldn't even protect themselves. Su-Yi shared the function of the brain beads to help more humans survive. Hearing Su-Yi's words, Qinli finally couldn't hold back. He had a question he had wanted to ask for a long time. Boss, can evolvers gain power through brain beads? Su-Yi smiled slightly and tossed a brain bead to Qinli. You can try it yourself and find out. Su-Yi himself wasn't an evolver, so he naturally couldn't answer that question. Letting him try was the best way. Qinli took a deep breath, handed his phone to Su-Yi for safekeeping, and then shoved the brain bead into his mouth and bit down. A surge of heat instantly spread throughout his body. He felt his cells tearing apart, then multiplying and strengthening. He didn't fall to the ground but stood there, silently enduring the pain in his body. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang and the others had eaten their fill and regained their strength. What a magical feeling. I feel full of power. It's unbelievable. Yiji looked at her fist, feeling she could now kill a cow. Not only that, but I also have armor. When Ling Shuang exerted force, her body was covered with a layer of black scales. This is the ability of the mutated rat. You should have it too. As she spoke, Ling Yu glanced at her elder brother and sister-in-law. Sure enough, Ling Chun also had black scales appearing on him, and then Yi Ji had them too. Although this appearance was quite ugly, Ling Shuang felt very secure. The ability of this mutated rat, these scales could withstand bullet attacks, showing how strong their defense was. She didn't know how long it would last, as it seemed the duration for mutated rats wasn't very long. Ling Shuang touched the scales on her body, still envious of the armor that Su-Yi and Ling Yu wore. It looked particularly beautiful, unlike her own, which looked quite ugly. I've already started timing you. Saying this, Su-Yi picked up the tang knife he had used before and handed it to Ling Shuang. The other two were given to Ling Chun and Yi Ji. Now all three had weapons, and, combined with their own abilities, they already represented top combat power in this shelter. They held super alloy knives and began to practice on the side. They had never learned any knife techniques, so their movements were naturally very stiff. Ling Yue was actually the same. They couldn't be like Su-Yi, who could gain various martial arts through signing in. Currently, Su-Yi had not mastered any knife techniques either. The closest he had was fencing. However, fencing and knife techniques were completely different, so teaching them would be of no use. Unless Su-Yi could find a place to learn knife techniques, sign in to gain those techniques, and then pass them on to them. All right, time's up. Your scales can last for 12 minutes, which is quite good. Now, how do you feel? Su-Yi glanced at the three of them. I feel a bit hungry. This ability consumes energy quite a bit. Ling Shuang expressed her feelings first. Your ability is much better than mine. I only gain speed, strength, and agility from eating the mutated cat's brain pearl, Ling Yu said enviously. Having scales is definitely a good thing. No wonder you fight so flexibly like a cat. Plus, don't you have nice armor? It seems its defensive capability isn't weak either. Ling Shuang walked over to Ling Yu and touched the armor on her body. If we could trade, I would prefer to have Ling Yu's ability and armor. She felt that Ling Yu was probably saying this to comfort her. You two should rest for a while. You probably didn't get much sleep last night, right? Qinli suggested. After all, Su-Yi had been fighting all night, and a lot might have happened. It's fine. We're not tired. We're in great condition. Su-Yi rejected Ling Shuang's suggestion. After more than half an hour, Qinli stood up. It's amazing. I feel like my strength has improved quite a bit, and I have indeed gained the ability of scales, Qinli said excitedly. After all, he was an evolver, and he didn't expect to gain the abilities of mutated beasts as well. He just didn't know if he could only gain one type of mutated beast ability. Knowing about the wonders of this brain pearl, he would definitely try other mutated beast brain pearls if he had the chance, to see if he could gain other abilities. In this world full of monsters, no one would complain about having too many abilities. The more, the better. Your body size has shrunk a bit more. You look even more fit. Maybe your reflexes and speed have improved, which has enhanced your overall combat ability. Su-Yi noted as he looked at Qinli, noticing the obvious difference compared to before. I'll give it a try in a bit. Qinli smiled happily and then took the pressure cooker Su-Yi handed him, grabbing a piece of meat to eat. After a while, they headed back up. Su-Yi packed up the things and then returned to the surface. Qinli took Su-Yi and Ling Yu to the communication vehicle. Currently, they only had this one. Contact the military. Inside, the communication soldier immediately dialed a satellite video phone, and then a senior officer appeared on the screen. Report, General Liu. We have important intelligence to report from the Apocalypse Army. Qin saluted. Recording. The general on the other side returned the salute and had someone prepare to record. Our Apocalypse Army has been renamed the 7-Kill Army. This is Ling Yu, our new commander, and this is Su Yi, also our commander. Our two commanders have discovered that the brains of mutated beasts produce a pearl, and consuming it allows ordinary humans to gain the abilities of mutated beasts and become ability users. Currently, we have limited brain pearls and have only found that one person can only gain one type of mutated beast ability. Additionally, evolvers can also use brain pearls to gain abilities. I have recorded the process. After using the brain pearl, one becomes extremely weak and needs to consume mutated beast meat or new brain pearls to replenish energy. We will now send the video. Vice Commander Qin Li for the 7-Kill Army. Report completed. After hearing Qin Li's words, the general on the other side was shocked. Good. Thank you, Commander Ling, for providing this significant intelligence. This information holds immense value for all of humanity. On behalf of the military and all survivors in the capital, I express our gratitude. Your names will be remembered by all survivors. Saying this, the other party saluted Su Yi and Ling Yu. I will announce this important news now, and I may contact you again shortly. After saying this, the other party hurriedly went offline. This news was too important. It could potentially change the fate of humanity, so he felt he couldn't delay even a moment. A minute later, Su Yi and Ling Yu's phones vibrated. The military, in addition to contacting independent armies in other areas, also used the communication system to broadcast the information provided by Su Yi and Ling Yu to all mobile phones. They stated that the information was provided by Su Yi and Ling Yu of the 7-Kill Army, and they were heroes of all humanity. Chapter 51. It's getting harder after leaving the communication vehicle. Qin Li gathered the mid-level personnel of the former Apocalypse Army to hold a meeting. The meeting was chaired by Ling Yu and Su Yi, along with 3 new members, Ling Shuang, Ling Chun, and Yi Ji. Everyone, you have received the information, right? The brain pearls of mutated beasts can allow ordinary humans to gain the abilities of mutated beasts. These 3 are our new commanders in the 7-Kill Army. They have all used the brain crystal of the mutated rat, gaining the ability of the mutated rat, allowing incredible defensive scales to cover their bodies, while also greatly enhancing their speed, strength, and other aspects. Qin Li first introduced the situation of Ling Shuang and the others, as they would be the rulers of the 7-Kill Army starting today. Ling Shuang and the others demonstrated their scales, but they couldn't control it very well. They couldn't expose their faces, which were also covered. In comparison, Qin Li's performance was much better. He could control the scales to only cover below his neck. This ability to control was what Qin Li was most satisfied with. Otherwise, being covered in fine scales all over would make him look like a monster, instilling fear. Now, let's have our commander Ling Yu speak. Qin Li started to applaud. First, I want to say that regardless of who the commander is, the purpose is to lead the people in the shelter to survive in this increasingly difficult world. I can't guarantee much, but one thing I can guarantee is that when danger arises, I will be the first to charge forward. I understand that our base lacks cement and ammunition. Tomorrow, a few of us will lead a team to the nearest cement factory, and we need 20 people to accompany us. After returning, 3 people will be able to obtain brain pearls. Going out, there is a high chance of dying outside, so I hope everyone spreads this message. All right, the meeting is dismissed. Ling Yu didn't want to say much else. After all, she had just become their leader and wasn't very familiar with the overall situation of the shelter. Commander Ling Yu, can we participate as well? Someone quickly asked, as they also wanted to gain abilities. Having abilities is essential for survival. Ordinary people can't even withstand the impact of mutated beasts, let alone attack. Originally, there were 500 of them, but now only 369 remained. The casualties were all due to attacks from mutated rats. Of course, anyone in the 7-Kill Army can participate. However, we only have 20 spots, and the place we're going to is an uncleared area, and you should understand how dangerous it is. Encountering mutated beasts is also quite normal. Only the most outstanding performers have a chance to obtain brain pearls. After saying this, Ling Yu glanced around at everyone. Going out means facing death. Outside, there are not only vast numbers of infected, but also mutated beasts, and they might even be attacked by other humans. After the meeting ended, Su Yi and the others drove away from the camp. They needed to take Ling Shuang, Ling Chun, and Yi Ji out to hunt the infected. Although they had mastered their powers, they still lacked experience dealing with the infected. This is also why Ling Yu said that she would take people out to collect cement tomorrow. She needed to take them out first to grasp some combat skills and familiarize themselves with their own powers and abilities. At the same time, He also wanted to look for mutated beasts. Inside the armored vehicle, Ling Chun and Yi Ji were holding long knives, feeling a bit nervous. After all, they had never dealt with the infected before. Ling Shuang was much calmer. Although she had previously used firearms, she had now switched to a tang knife. Suddenly, the machine gun on the roof started firing. What's going on? Why are they firing? Qin Li jumped down from another military vehicle and rushed to the front of the armored car to question one of his subordinates. Infected have appeared on the street. The soldier explained. Impossible. We have already cleared that street. How could there still be infected? Qin Li had personally led the team during the clearing, and they had checked every spot. Because the infected are also evolving, they can now climb. So it's likely that the infected have crossed over the barriers you set up earlier, which is why they are here. Notify the camp to be on guard. There may be more than just these. Currently, the camp still has some ammunition left. It's not enough for dealing with mutated beasts, but it's sufficient for the infected. Hearing Su Yi's words, Qin Li's brows furrowed. Damn it, this is so unfair. Even the infected can evolve. Why can't we humans? Qin Li cursed angrily, as there was no other way to vent his frustration. This disaster seems to be targeting humanity specifically. Not to mention that 60 of the population has turned into the infected. Nearly 20 have been killed by them. The remaining 20 still face the crises of food shortages, lack of weapons, attacks from mutated beasts, and assaults by the infected. Surviving is becoming increasingly difficult. Originally, it was thought that the emergence of brain pearls would allow humanity to fight back, but the infected have started to grow stronger. Drive at full speed to the nearest interception point, Su Yi said to the driver beside him. Along the way, gunfire was constant, as the figures of the infected appeared one after another. Fortunately, the speed of the infected had not increased significantly, and they were still easy to shoot in the head. Soon, the vehicle stopped in front of an interception point. Several infected were climbing in from outside. Get out and prepare for battle. After Su Yi got out, he patted the vehicle and signaled the Ling family inside to exit. Su Yi immediately jumped onto the roof of a vehicle blocking the road and then ran forward. Qin Li also followed suit with his big knife, as the area was filled with infected. Boss, should we use grenades to blow a gap? Looking at the densely packed infected below, the entire street was crowded, probably with tens of thousands of them. No need, they are too weak for us. Su Yi sneered and directly jumped into the midst of the infected. Damn, boss, awesome. Qin Li did not expect Su Yi to be so fierce, jumping into the infected with his bare hands. Even with his big knife, he didn't dare to be too aggressive. Su Yi. Just as Ling Yu brought her parents up, she saw Su Yi jumping towards the infected and gasped in surprise. Su Yi's fists danced, and wherever they landed, an infected's head would explode. Boss, amazing. Qin Li now understood why Su Yi dared to jump down with bare hands. Su Yi's fists were harder than steel, so violent, so cool. Fist shadows filled the sky, and bodies fell in heaps. Kill. Boss, I'm coming too. Qin Li felt his blood boiling and jumped to Su Yi's side. Chapter 52. Upgraded Vibranium Twin Knives. Ling Yu also leaped to Su Yi's side, swinging her red knife horizontally. Then, she saw 3 heads fly up. With one slash, she decapitated 3 infected. Let us go. Ling Shuang also jumped down. Then, Ling Chun and Yi Ji followed closely, as they noticed that the infected seemed quite weak. However, when they actually went down, they realized that it wasn't that the infected were weak. It was that Su Yi and Ling Yu were too strong, especially Su, who was powerful like a god of death. If he had 2 knives, when they looked back at Su Yi, he was wielding 2 cleavers, chopping wildly. Everywhere he went, there were bodies on the ground. Every minute, a dozen infected heads would be severed by him. To him, the infected were indeed very weak, very pathetic. The 2 cleavers in his hands were made of super alloy material and were extremely sharp. Ordinary kitchen knives couldn't withstand the wear. They would become dull after a while. The infected had no sense of fear. They wouldn't turn to flee even when their companions fell, but would desperately rush at you. Wanted to rip out your heart and smash your head open. This was their terrifying aspect, because their numbers were astonishing. After half an hour, Su Yi clearly felt that his combat ability had decreased somewhat. However, it didn't significantly affect him. But for the others, it was a completely different story. They lacked technique and relied solely on brute strength. Their moves and agility were all aimed at conserving energy, using the least force to exert the greatest power. Thus, their consumption was much greater than Su Yi's. Once their stamina declined, their strength, speed, and reaction time would also follow suit. Mom, be careful. Ling Yu noticed this situation and decisively rushed to Yi Ji's side, decapitating 2 infected. Su Yi observed that besides himself, Ling Yu, and Qin Li, the 3 members of the Ling family, were struggling a bit. Su Yi quickly cleared a wave of infected around a nearby hamburger shop, pushed open the glass door, and shouted, "Everyone, get inside and rest for a while." Everyone quickly gathered and entered the shop. 40 minutes. It seems your current limit is 40 minutes. Not bad. Better than I expected. Su Yi closed the door and wedged a chair against it. The others quickly moved a pile of things over and leaned them against the wall. Only this way could they hold off the infected, because the number of infected outside was too great. Without such measures, they could easily be pushed inside. I never thought I could kill so many monsters. Yi Ji looked at the infected outside and exclaimed, "Yes, it's unbelievable. After gaining the ability of mutated beasts, we've become so powerful. If we had a few hundred superpowered individuals, we could quickly take back our city, right?" Ling Chun swept away the previous despair and was now filled with hope for the future. This is the power that comes with strength. A few hundred? That's too unrealistic. Out of a dozen mutated mice, only 2 or 3 brain beads come out. Moreover, hunting mutated beasts is not easy at all. Ling Yue straightforwardly poured cold water on her father's expectations. The reality is cruel. Without Su Yi, they would never have become ability users. Additionally, the infected are gradually getting stronger. Perhaps the mutated beasts are also becoming stronger. In the future, things will only get harder, not better. While they were talking, Su Yi took the opportunity to run upstairs and took a quick look around. There were no infected, and he didn't find any food. Looking at the machete in his hand, Su Yi felt it wasn't very useful. So he thought of the 2 swords used by Deadpool. The Tang knife is a straight knife, and it just doesn't feel satisfying enough for chopping. Ling Yue's red knife is similar to the style of a sword, but the blade is wider. With a thought, words appeared in his mind. Can use 1620 survival points to upgrade to vibranium sword. Upgrade. Su Yi upgraded both machetes to vibranium swords. The blades were black, not red. Then, Su Yi took out a quiver. With a thought, words appeared again. Can use 10 survival points to upgrade to double sword backpack. Perfect. Su Yi strapped it to his back, and then attached the 2 vibranium swords to the quiver. He walked to the bathroom, saw his reflection, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Such a handsome face combined with such a cool style would definitely make women scream, right? After striking a few poses, Su Yi took out a cigarette and lit it. He glanced at the screen to check the situation. Su Yi survival points, 5,741 sign-in times. 1, he withdrew his gaze and went to the bathroom. After coming out, Su Yi returned downstairs. Luck was really good. He had found 2 nice swords upstairs. Su Yi casually made up a reason. So cool. Su Yi, your look is too cool. Is this like ninja gear? I also want a strap to carry my sword on my back. Ling Wen knew that Su Yi must have taken it from his storage space. Seeing her daughter rush to Su Yi's side, Ling Chun revealed a gratified smile. He no longer needed to worry about his daughter's future. He had been thinking about whether to match Su Yi and Ling Wen together. It seemed that they were already in a romantic relationship. That's not difficult. I'll find materials to make it for you when we go back, Su Yi said with a smile. Carrying it on his back was indeed more convenient. Do you guys drink cola or other drinks? There are many drink powders here. Ling Shuang found some drink powders and asked. She also thought it was very cool and charming. Unfortunately, this man already belonged to Ling Wei. Give me a glass of cola. Su Yi walked directly to the bar and smiled. This was a hamburger shop, but unfortunately, now only the powdered drinks had some value. Others also asked for a glass. This stuff was something they hadn't drunk before the apocalypse. Now, it had become a luxury. During the time in the shelter, whether before or during the military takeover of the apocalypse, they hadn't lived well, and the food available was quite limited. Drinks were even more unimaginable. Want to smoke? Su Yi pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Qin Li, then to Ling Chun. It's hard to imagine that we are sitting here smoking and drinking cola while separated from the infected by glass. Ling Chun blew a smoke ring. Looking at the infected outside, feeling it was very surreal. This is the confidence that strength brings. Qin Li glanced at Su Yi. curious about what he had gone through to become so powerful. He already knew that Su-Yi was still a university student who hadn't graduated. Of course, that was Su-Yi's secret. He wouldn't foolishly ask. Without ice, the taste is really different. You guys rest first. I'll go clean up, or the glass will be broken by them, Su-Yi said, turning and heading upstairs. He opened the window on the second floor and jumped directly into the midst of the infected. Chapter 53. The call for help from the community. Su-Yi found that killing the infected had become much easier. Hacking at those infected felt like chopping vegetables. The vibranium swords and the previous super alloy tang knives were not on the same level at all. No wonder Linghua looked to be in better shape than him. It turned out that the divine weapon helped her save a lot of energy. The 1620 points, although expensive, were truly worth it. Su-Yi swung his swords wildly, cutting down the infected one after another. He charged through, directly cutting a path down the street. Ridiculous. The boss's combat power is too outrageous. This combat power is super godly. The boss must be the strongest existence in the world. Qin Li's eyes turned red with envy. If he had such power, he could go anywhere in this world. Such ability could completely hunt mutated beasts and obtain brain beads from them. The strong remain strong. It's that simple. After several rounds of slaughter, Su-Yi rushed to the end of the street. On another street, there were also densely packed infected. Killing them all was impossible. Tens of thousands of infected were simply endless. Clearing a street was really too difficult. This was still just the infected. If they were all mutated beasts, Su-Yi would have been directly overwhelmed. Su-Yi turned back and continued to kill. Wherever he went, infected fell down. He felt that he had killed at least 400 or 500 infected. However, the street was still crowded with a large number of infected. Unfortunately, Qin Li and the others had very limited grenades. When they escaped from the military camp, their ammunition was limited. After all, the military's base was mainly in the suburbs, where the mutated beasts were most numerous. At that time, the greatest threat to them was the mutated dogs. Many people had been killed by them. It was already impressive that he managed to bring over 500 people out. However, he felt that there should be other forces in the city. Occasionally, they could hear explosions, which should be the sound of bombs exploding. But due to the loss of communication and lacking drones or anything similar, they had no way to contact others. In such a large city, there were still many survivors. Help! Great God, save us! Suddenly, a cry for help came from distance. Su-Yi looked up and saw a dozen people waving their hands from a balcony, shouting for help. It was a community several hundred meters away from the street. Su-Yi's dual swords danced, cutting down the infected that lunged at him. These infected kept pouring in like water, and Su-Yi felt that even if his strength was not weak, if this went on for too long, he too would be overwhelmed by them. Because there were simply too many, it felt like they could never be killed. The best way to deal with them was still with firearms. With tens of thousands of bullets pouring out, at least close to 10,000 infected could be killed. Clearing a street. If there were grenades, the lethality would be even greater. With the density of the infected, a single grenade could shatter 40 to 50 of them. Shui now just wanted to find a weapons cache, grab bullets, grenades, explosives, and rockets, and then organize the 7 killers to clear out these infected. Clear one street, block another, and eventually eliminate all the infected in the city. Linghua and the others also heard the cries for help and poked their heads out from the second floor. Boss, should we go save them? Qin Li jumped down directly, smashing a few infected with his sword. Save? How do we save them? Shui glanced at Qin Li, feeling that he was being a bit naive. If the infected on this street weren't cleared out, the people inside couldn't be saved at all. Do you know that there are people outside who survive by eating their own kind? Would you save such people? Shui asked 2 questions in succession. Qin Li was momentarily stunned and then awkwardly said, I got too excited, sorry boss. I know there are such people outside, and I definitely wouldn't save them. We've encountered them before, and we just shot them down. Those who eat their own kind have no bottom line. Once they enter a shelter, who knows what even more outrageous things they might do. Ask them if they still have food and how many more days they can hold on. Shui said to Qin Li, since Qin Li had the loudest voice. After saying that, Shui rushed towards the hamburger shop. Linghua didn't jump down, but moved the tables and chairs blocking the store's entrance with her parents and aunt before opening the door and coming out. Shui had been fighting outside for half an hour, and they had mostly recovered, able to join him in battle. Handling infected from all directions alone was still quite strenuous for him. Without his armor, he would have countless wounds by now. A person's strength is indeed limited. Even someone as formidable as Shui would find it difficult to escape unscathed from a place swarming with infected. With the addition of Ling Yue's family, the pressure on Shui and Qin Li was significantly reduced. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Li quickly shouted, "Do you have any food left? There are too many infected here. You need to hold on for a few more days. Not much left. Our food is almost gone. Great ones, you can throw some food into our community, and we can hold on as long as you're willing to save us." Hearing the survivors' words, Shui felt that these people were relatively restrained, not demanding that they go save them outright. Every community has walls. As long as the survivors inside are bold enough and united, they can clear out the infected and gather supplies from every household, and it wouldn't be a problem for everyone to hold out for a while. Promise them there's a convenience store ahead, and the food inside should be enough for them to last for a while, Shui said, then charged forward. The four from the Ling family immediately followed. Soon, they reached the convenience store. Shui and Ling Yue, along with Qin Li, guarded the entrance while Ling Shuang led Ling Chun and Yi Ji into the store. "Instant noodles, look for instant noodles," Ling Shuang said, then began searching. "Over here, there are more than 10 boxes of instant noodles," Ling Chun shouted happily. Then the three of them carried all the instant noodles out. "This should be enough for them to eat for a while. Let us go," Ling Shuang said happily. "You three stay in the middle. We'll protect you as you go," Shui said, quickly positioning himself. Ling Yue and Qin Li immediately followed, forming a triangular formation to escort Ling Yue and the others closer to the community. Chapter 54. Pray for yourself. As they approached the community, Ling Yue and the others threw the boxes into it. Just then, someone jumped over the wall from inside. "What is going on? Why did you come out? Hurry back," Qin Li questioned. "They eat people. They are demons. We can't save them. They've killed many people," the girl exclaimed. "Please, save my brother. He has no strength left and can't climb up." The girl knelt before Shui and began to bow repeatedly. "Qin Li, break down the wall. Everyone inside, please step back." Qin Li glanced at Shui, took a deep breath, and scales appeared on his body. He stepped back a few paces and directly rammed into the wall. "Wow, I really can." Qin Li laughed happily as he saw a hole break open in the wall. "Quick, get out." Qin Li saw a boy and immediately picked him up, squeezing out of the community. Great ones. How did you break the community wall?" A group of people on the balcony rushed down, ready to grab the food that Ling Yue and the others had thrown into the community. As a result, they saw a large hole in the community wall. "Ling Yue, you four take the people back to the armored vehicle. Qin Li, go on top of the wall and wait for further instructions." After issuing a command, Shui squeezed through the hole. The Ling family quickly protected 2 survivors in the middle and swiftly approached the interception point. "Great one, let us hurry and block the wall. Otherwise, those monsters will come in." "Great one, what are you doing?" Upon seeing the knife in front of him, that person instantly trembled. "You eat people?" Shui coldly stared at him. Eating people was crossing a line. Such people would not be saved by Shui, because, in order to survive, they would directly cross the bottom line of being human. They dare not take risks, but are willing to eat the flesh of their own kind. Such people are unacceptable to Shui. "We didn't want to, but they were already hanging when we ate." He confessed part of it, as killing and eating people is not accepted, and he didn't dare to say more. "Indeed, then pray for yourself." Shui moved the knife to his arm, directly slicing off a large piece of flesh. Blood immediately gushed out. "Ah!" That person screamed, not expecting Shui to act so swiftly. The infected outside smelled the blood and went into a frenzy. Following the scent, they rushed into the community through the hole. That person's face changed, and he turned to run. He had no time to blame Shui now. Escaping was the most important thing. Several people had already grabbed instant noodles, and, upon seeing the infected rush in, decisively ran deeper into the community. "Upstairs. As long as we get upstairs and hide, we can still survive." They didn't know why the incident occurred, but it was no longer the time to investigate. Surviving was the most important. Qin Li on the wall finally realized what Shui was planning. Luring the infected into the community was indeed a good strategy. The people in this community were no longer worth saving. Eating people had crossed the line. Not killing them was already quite merciful in Qin Li's view. As the infected continually poured in, the number of infected on the street quickly decreased. It is clearly difficult to attract all the infected over. Sui ran to one end of the community and climbed up the wall. The walls of this community are made of bricks and are flat on top, allowing him to walk along them. Outside, There was another street, also filled with infected. Perhaps they smelled the blood, as they all surged towards the wall. Sue-E quickly ran along the wall. In the past, he would never have been able to run in such a place. But now, with his agility and reaction ability improved, he could easily run in such areas. Soon, Sue-E reached the opposite side of Qinli. From within the community, curses could be heard. They cursed Sue-E and Qinli to an untimely death, hurling all sorts of unpleasant words. Sue-E scoffed and raised his rifle. Bang! At a distance of 400 meters, Sue-E made a precise headshot. The curses inside abruptly stopped, and the person who was shot fell from the building. Just in time, the blood wasn't enough. Thanks for that. Sue-E slung the rifle back onto his back and glanced at the situation outside the street. Due to the falling body, a pool of blood formed, attracting more infected to surge into the community. Have you ever tried burning them? Sue-E thought fire might be a good method, as the infected were densely packed together. Moreover, they had no pain sensation, even if they were burned. They wouldn't flee, likely leading to a large-scale fire. Boss, we've tried. These moving infected can't be burned at all. Only the completely dead ones can catch fire. Qinli complained. The best method is to use machine guns. We've cleared several streets this way. Unfortunately, our ammunition is limited. Sue-E opened a waist pouch and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. After lighting one, he tossed it to Qinli. Where can we find ammunition in the city? Sue-E asked directly, as relying solely on their melee combat was too slow. Heavy firepower like machine guns would be much more efficient. As far as I know, there isn't any. To get bullets, we can only go to the outskirts where the troops are stationed, or to a few other military bases. But there are too many mutated beasts outside. It'd be very difficult for us to rush out. After saying this, Qinli took a deep drag on a cigarette. He had considered going for ammunition supplies, but unfortunately, their strength didn't allow it. Although they had plenty of food now, it wouldn't last long. As it stood, finding cement tomorrow would be nearly impossible. Sue-E glanced at Qinli, feeling that tomorrow's operation would most likely be postponed. There were too many infected outside, making it too difficult to clear a path. Without cement, they couldn't repair the shelter's walls, and thus couldn't ensure everyone has safety. Qinli knew it was not easy, but he had no other choices. The only way to ensure the shelter was strong enough was for the people inside to feel secure. This won't work. We can't always think about protecting them. The only ones who can protect them are themselves. Taking up arms and fighting is the way to survive. Sue-E directly rejected Qinli's assertion. Chapter 55. The Evolver Lu ran. I know, but we don't have that many firearms, let alone that much ammunition. A nation armed is indeed the best way. Qinli did not deny Sue-Yi's viewpoint. He also agreed that one must protect oneself. Without firearms, cold weapons could be used. Now, it was the era of cold weapons. This age was not lacking in steel. Kitchen utensils, cars, doors, and windows, many were made of steel. And, as long as they figured out a way, they could be processed into weapons. Firearms without bullets are just scrap metal. Since Qinli was a soldier, he had a special feeling for firearms. In their view, guns are their second lives. Naturally, they held modern weapons in higher regard. Moreover, modern weapons indeed had strong lethality and very noticeable effects. It was normal for him to have such thoughts. Only when they truly ran out of bullets would he consider cold weapons. Sue-E was different. He only pursued practicality. He had no special feelings for firearms. Once we go back, we should immediately start conscripting soldiers to use swords, knives, and bows to deal with the infected. While the infected aren't too strong yet, we can still eliminate them. Maybe in a few months, they will be stronger than us humans. Sue-E felt that following Qinli's advice in the morning was a completely wrong decision. Just like when they were at the village stronghold, leading people to hunt the infected was the best way out. Even if they couldn't deal with the strong, mutated beasts. If the infected were too scared to face them, they didn't deserve to live. Naturally, they didn't deserve to have food. A group of able-bodied people relying on others for protection and food collection had no right to exist unless they were elderly and unable to wield weapons, which was understandable. However, most people in the shelter were young or middle-aged. They absolutely had the strength to wield weapons and fight the infected. To clear more neighborhoods, they needed more manpower. Otherwise, even if Sue-E and his team worked for a year, they wouldn't be able to eliminate the millions of infected in the city. Only if everyone participated in the fight would it be possible to clear the city and gain a larger living space. They couldn't go to the outskirts to survive. They had to produce and farm in the city. Without land, nothing could be accomplished. Additionally, there might be survivors in every community, and the population would likely increase in the future. Qinli did not question Su Yi's words. He knew Su Yi made a lot of sense. Relying solely on them as soldiers was not enough. In such a short time, they had already lost about 200 people. If this continued, would there be any combat personnel left? Recruiting soldiers to clear the infected was imperative. Only after clearing could they transport cement and sand to the shelter to build high walls. All right, let us block the gap. Seeing that there were only a few scattered infected on the street, Su Yi instructed Qin Li to block the gap directly. Qin Li jumped down from the wall and ran towards the hamburger shop they had been to before. The tables and chairs inside were more suitable for blocking that gap. Ling Yu also returned to the street with her family, working alongside Qin Li, and soon they blocked the gap. Su Yi decapitated the remaining infected on the street and piled them together, preparing to burn them later. Thousands of corpses piled together, resembling a small mountain. Let South go block the road at the end of the street, then come back to burn these bodies. Su Yi led the group towards the end of the street. Along the way, they searched for suitable items to block the street. Shelves, tables, cash registers, and vehicles were all quite suitable. They pushed the cars to the intersection of the street and quickly blocked that section. After completing this, they returned to ignite the corpses and decisively withdrew from the neighborhood. Two siblings from the community ran out, eating something. Get in the car, retreat, Su Yi said, leaping onto the roof of the car. This height was nothing for him. Others also got in the car, including the brother and sister who had just come out of the community. When the car returned to the shelter, there was a crowd outside, seemingly wanting to enter. It wasn't easy to enter the shelter. Many questions had to be answered, and inspections had to be complied with. Su Yi noticed that nearly 100 people, mostly young girls, were there. Su Yi. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted his name. Ding Yin? Su Yi didn't expect to run into a classmate. He jumped down from the car and went to Ding Yin's side. Without saying a word, Ding Yin rushed into Su Yi's arms and hugged him tightly. For her, Su Yi was the person she was most familiar with. Su Yi's body stiffened. He didn't expect Ding Yin to be so emotional and just hug him like that. Their relationship wasn't at that level yet. It's so great that you're alive, Su Yi. There are only 2 of us left from our class. Woo woo woo, she said, starting to cry. At that moment, someone stepped out of the crowd and waved at Su Yi. Benefactor, we meet again. Do you remember me? Su Yi looked at her and shook his head. He didn't remember saving such a beautiful girl, even prettier than Ling Yu. I'm LV Ran. You gave me a lot of chips, so I didn't starve, and I realized I was an evolver. Saying this, LV Ran walked up to Su Yi and seriously examined him. Compared to before, Su Yi had changed quite a bit. Because Ding Yin called out Su Yi's name, she was sure he was the one who had given her chips that day. You're an evolver? Su Yi was surprised. He didn't expect LV Ran to be an evolver too. Yes, my speed is very fast. Saying this, her body swayed and she appeared hundreds of meters away. Su Yi opened his mouth, not expecting LV Ran's speed to be so fast. No wonder she could bring so many people to the shelter. She relied on her abilities. They were all wet, obviously having come along the river. All right, it's okay now. You're safe once you're at the shelter. Su Yi glanced at LV Ran, who had reappeared in front of him, then patted Ding Yin to comfort her. Let them in. No need for inspection. After all, they're my classmates. Su Yi exercised a privilege. With Su Yi's words, the inspectors immediately saluted him, moved the concrete barriers aside, and let them in. Xiao Yu, you need to step up. Don't let Su Yi take someone away, Ling Shuang whispered to Ling Yu. She didn't want to say it too loudly in front of her brother and sister-in-law. They had all heard Su Yi's conversation with LV Ran. An evolver would definitely become an elite in the shelter, and her speed was indeed impressive, which would greatly benefit the team and surely be valued by Su Yi. Although nominally Ling Yu was the leader of the 7-kill army, everyone knew that the actual person in control was Su Yi. If Su Yi and Ling Yu issued different orders at the same time, the members of the 7-kill army would definitely execute Su Yi's orders. Moreover, LV Ran was even prettier than Ling Yu, appearing more delicate and charming. Such a woman easily stirred protective instincts in men. Ling Yu bit her lip, remaining silent. She didn't expect LV Ran to bring over 100 people here. Something must have happened to her. Additionally, she saw several girls carrying bows and arrows. Those bows and arrows might have come from the boys in the gym. This indicated that LV Ran was not simple. Qin Li, arrange for them, Su Yi ordered. The 7-kill army will hold a meeting half an hour after dinner. Bring LV ran along. An evolver is already qualified to attend the meeting. After all, he had only encountered 2 evolvers so far. One was Li, the other was LV Ran. Such rare talents were naturally needed by the 7-kill army. Additionally, Su-Yi planned to reform the 7-kill army, establishing 7 regiments: Tanlang, Ju-Min, Lu Xiyuan, Wen Chu, Lian Zhun, Wu Chu, and Pajun Lingyu, Ling Shuang, Ling Chun. And Li would each lead a regiment, while the remaining 3 would be selected from other leaders of the 7-kill army. If nothing unexpected happened, LV Ran might also become one of the regiment leaders. The other 2 would likely be chosen from other leaders in the 7-kill army. Of course, not right now. He still had 3 brain beads, preparing to reward 3 people in a different way. After receiving Su Yi's order, Li immediately executed it. Ordinary people would sleep in a hall, but the members of the 7-kill army had their own rooms. Of course, they were converted from offices, and they brought back some mattresses from nearby communities. These people knew Su-Yi, and they were all girls, so Li knew how to arrange it. The girls needed special care in the shelter, otherwise they could easily be bullied. Survivors were even spreading rumors that they controlled the girls and forced them to become playthings. They should not let the girls stay alone in one area to do things. Otherwise, they would truly become everyone as playthings. Su-Yi, why do we have to hold a meeting again tonight? What are we preparing to discuss? Lingyu ran to Su-Yi's side and linked her arm with his. You saw today's situation. It's no longer suitable to go out looking for concrete. We can't go out at all. Therefore, we must get more people to step up, just like we did in the villa stronghold, to let more people clear out the infected. Staying in the shelter serves no purpose. Only by having them step up do they have a chance to survive. The infected will become stronger, and the mutated beasts will become stronger too. If humanity is cowardly, the only result is death. Lingyu nodded vigorously, strongly agreeing with Su-Yi's viewpoint. The infected were so weak that they couldn't even lift weapons. They truly didn't deserve to receive food or to live. They had the ability, but why should they support those cowards? Su-Yi lit a cigarette and continued. After the meeting, we will officially recruit personnel to join the 7-kill army. Those who do nothing will only receive 1 meal a day, while those who join the 7-kill army can receive 4 meals a day along with other supplies. Additionally, those responsible for planting, weapon making, and other work will be given 3 meals a day. In the end, we might have to abandon this place and choose another location to establish a new shelter. Although this place has an independent power system and a dedicated communication system, it is not suitable for long-term development. It is only suitable as a stronghold. During the meeting, everyone will mainly discuss this matter. Prepare yourself. After all, you are the commander. After saying this, Su-Yi fell silent. Lingyu pondered for a moment and then nodded. She felt that Su-Yi's points were very reasonable. This place was indeed not suitable as a shelter. Moreover, she sensed Su-Yi's intentions. He doesn't want to stay. He still wants to travel around the country and sign in everywhere. Otherwise, he wouldn't be dealing with all these matters himself. However, she is not worried. She believes she has ways to keep Su-Yi. Tonight, she will let him know how happy it can be to stay. Let's go get a map and see where is suitable to establish a shelter. After Lin Yu figured it out, she linked arms with Su-Yi and headed toward the Qisha army camp. There, they had maps and sand tables, which they had seen in the morning. Upon entering the battle analysis room, everyone inside stood up and saluted Su-Yi and Lin Yu. Do we have a detailed map of the entire city? Su-Yi walked to the sand table and took a quick look. This sand table is a 3D projection, not manually constructed. Yes, switch to the urban map. A responsible person immediately replied. It was a satellite map, very detailed. Looking at the map, Su-Yi directly asked, Good. Do we have any smelting or steel factories in the city? Report, there are 24 smelting-related factories and companies in the city, 18 of which are in the 11th Industrial Park of Yushan District. The responsible person reported the data directly. Mark the locations. Su-Yi immediately became interested. If they want to mass-produce tools and armor, there is no better place than smelting and steel factories. Red dots began to flash on the map. Moreover, routes and distances from here to those locations were provided. Su-Yi glanced at it, then picked up a stick and gestured. Lin Yu, we can reach here from this river, then switch to this river, and after reaching the upstream area, we can cross from the right and arrive at this area. Su-Yi drew a route. Now we can only use the rivers. Zoom in on the 11th Industrial Park. He had never been to this area, but he had visited Yushan Lake Park nearby twice. There were quite a few green areas there, indicating that the greening was well done. After zooming in, Sui saw many factories and open spaces. Not bad, it really is a good place. There should be a large amount of steel plates there. We can completely use steel plates to build walls to prevent infected individuals from entering. Alright, it's decided. This place will be our shelter. Sui chose this location after taking a look. It had plenty of water, land, and, most importantly, a large amount of steel. He felt there was no more suitable place. Chapter 57. Is this classmate normal? Sir, there are mutated beasts active in this area. A few days ago, we received a satellite map. Saying this, the person pointed at the wall, and immediately some photos appeared. In the photos, Sui saw several gigantic figures. Although mutated beasts are difficult to deal with, they're not impossible to handle. As long as there aren't too many, I think it won't be a problem. There's a park nearby with some animals living in it, which is not surprising. As long as there aren't hundreds or thousands of them, I think we can still take a chance. Because they definitely need steel to make weapons. Without weapons in this place, they will eventually starve to death. Instead of that, it's better to go out and take a risk. Lin Yu looked at the map, stroked her chin, and then said, "We can block the river. That way we can use boats. With steel, we can build our own boats for transporting personnel and supplies." Sui, you are right. This place is more suitable for long-term development. These areas can be enclosed to grow grains and vegetables for long-term survival. We definitely need to clear out the mutated beasts. For the brain beads, we need to take the initiative, not to mention clearing out the mutated beasts within a 10-kilometer radius of the shelter. Let's hold the meeting here tonight. After saying this, Lin Yu glanced at Sui. This place is quite large and can accommodate 300 to 500 people without any problem. Alright, it's settled. Sui agreed directly. Let's go back, rest a bit, and then cook some meat to eat. After fighting for so long, I'm a bit hungry. Saying this, Sui left the battle analysis room. After coming out, Sui saw thick smoke in the distance. That was where they were burning the corpses of the infected. I wonder how many people are still alive in this city, and how many have fallen into darkness. Sui looked at the smoke and couldn't help but sigh. Lin Yu said nothing, just silently tightened her grip on Sui's hand. The two returned to the place arranged for them by Qin Li. This was an internal lounge prepared for leaders, like a hotel. Other places only had some emergency lights, but this one could use electrical appliances, with a refrigerator and a small kitchen. Sui took out the meat of the mutated rat king from his storage space, preparing to cook dinner. Since there were cooking utensils here, Sui didn't need to use his own. He just needed to take them out and wash them. Sui, there's still vegetables. Eggs, tomatoes, and potatoes in this fridge. It's amazing. I'll go call my mom to cook. Her skills are quite good. Lin Yu's cooking skills weren't that great, so she didn't want to embarrass herself. However, she had already secretly decided to learn cooking from her mother and then cook for Sui. If you want to keep a man, good food is also a way. Alright, since we have so many ingredients, let's not waste them. Sui agreed directly. Since he had only eaten one meal of the food he signed in with when he crossed over, the rest couldn't compare to what it was like before the catastrophe. Mainly because the ingredients were limited. Even if Sui's skills were good, he couldn't make anything fancy. Lin Yu hooked her arms around Sui's neck. And after they kissed for a while, she went to call her mother and Ling Xuan. After a while, Qin Li also arrived. However, he brought along Lu Ran and Ding Yin as well. He settled these two here since there were still some empty rooms. However, Lu Ran and Ding Yin did not come to disturb Sui. When they saw Sui, they simply nodded in acknowledgement and then followed Qin Li to a room. This room has 2 beds. In a bit, I will have someone bring the food over. After dinner, someone will take you to the meeting. After saying this, Qin Li directly left. Thank you. Lu Ran expressed her gratitude and then went into the room. Once inside, they locked the door. Ding Yin jumped onto the bed, hugged the soft quilt, and excitedly said, "Great, we finally entered the shelter. We won't have to live in fear anymore." Moreover, I didn't expect Sui to become the leader of this shelter. His strength is very strong. He should be the strongest evolver among us. What a pity. I met him too late. Lu Ran flipped her hair and started taking off her clothes. I haven't bathed for several days. I want to take a shower and relax. I envy you guys. I really wish I were an evolver. Saying this, Ding Yin looked at Lu Ran with envious eyes. Don't be envious. You also have the chance to become a superhuman. Didn't you see the military news? This news was provided by Sui and our school flower Lin. Who knows, he might still have brain beads left. Why not go ask him? Saying this, Lu Ran blinked her beautiful big eyes. Ding Yin pouted and said a bit unhappily, "What? Just because I hugged Sui, are you jealous?" Seeing LV Ran roll her eyes with a look of disdain, Ding Yin immediately said, "But you promised me that you'd get me a brain pearl." My relationship with Su Yi is actually quite ordinary. After 3 years of being classmates, the total number of words we've exchanged doesn't even exceed 100. With that, why would he give me a brain pearl? If it were you, he might be more willing. After all, I look too average and he is not interested. Hearing Ding Yan's words, LV Ran couldn't help but laugh. My dear Yin Jia, it seems you really don't understand your classmates. Back in the dormitory building, I told him he could come sleep with me anytime, but he had no interest at all. As for the brain pearl, I will do my best. After all, you saved me once, and I will repay you. Also, once you enter the shelter, you must abide by its rules. After dinner, go and let them know. If something happens, we can't protect them. With that, LV Ran tied up her hair and walked toward the bathroom. Hearing LV Ran's words, Ding Yan's eyes widened. She didn't expect Su Yi to actually refuse LV Ran's beauty. Is this Su classmate normal? LV Ran is so beautiful, and he actually turned her down? It seems I have even less hope with my average looks. After a while, lying on the bed, Ding Yin took a deep breath, then silently sat up and took off her clothes. Her body was covered in bruises. There was not a single good spot. Fortunately, she remained unyielding, preserving her purity until LV Ran appeared. Otherwise, she might not have had the courage to follow LV Ran out of school and escape to this place. Rely on Sui? Forget it. If even my cousin can't be relied upon, how can I count on a classmate with whom I have little connection after 3 years? She gritted her teeth as if recalling unbearable past events. Then, she rubbed her face. Ding Yin, become stronger. Only by becoming strong can I have the ability to survive and the right to take charge of my own life. After boosting her spirits for a while, Ding Yin walked into the bathroom. Chapter 58. You can start now. After having dinner with the Ling family, Su Yi and the others went downstairs. On the way down, Su Yi also called for LV Ran. From the dormitory to the situation analysis room, LV Ran didn't say anything except for a brief greeting. When they arrived at the situation analysis room, the members of the 7-kill army were already present. Let us begin. Su Yi glanced at Ling Yu and directly asked her to start. Ling Yu stood up and looked around at everyone. This was her first time hosting such a meeting. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. Can someone tell me how much ammunition we have left? As soon as Ling Yu finished speaking, someone stood up. Report, we have 754 rounds of ammunition, 76 grenades, and 16 rockets. Ling Yu didn't expect someone to actually provide her with an answer. This meant that we would soon run out of ammunition. Today we went out, and the streets outside the interception point are filled with dense infected. Moreover, some of them have already gained climbing abilities and have crossed the interception points you set up. If nothing unexpected happens, more infected will cross the interception points and approach the shelter. What do you think we should do next? Everyone fell silent. They hadn't expected that the infected could now climb over the interception points they had painstakingly established. It wouldn't be long before the safe area they had cleared with a large amount of ammunition would be reoccupied by the infected. Their shelter would ultimately fall due to running out of supplies. Report, we can use our bayonets and knives to deal with those infected. They're not difficult to handle. A young soldier stood up. Ling Yu stared at the soldier, questioning, with just us, how many can we kill? To survive, everyone in the shelter must pick up weapons and fight against the infected together. Therefore, starting tomorrow, the 7-kill army will begin recruiting soldiers. Additionally, this place is short on supplies and lacks arable land. Hence, we have chosen the 11 industrial parks in the Yushan urban area as our new shelter. There are 18 smelting and steel factories there, with a large amount of steel plates and materials. We can use steel plates to build sturdy walls and use steel to make swords. This is not up for discussion. It is a notification. Su Yi and I will take people to deal with the mutated beasts over there, aiming to relocate everything within 10 days. As Ling Yu spoke, a map was projected, showing the situation in that area. Furthermore, the 7-kill army will establish 7 regiments: Tanlang, Juming, Lutzen, Wenxiu, Lianjin, Wuqing, and Pujuan. I am the commander of Pujuan. This is my father Ling Chun, commander of Tanlang. This is Deputy Commander Qin Li, commander of Juming. And Ling Shuang is the commander of Lutzen. Wenxiu, Lianjin, and Wuqing will have 2 leaders chosen from among you. Here are 2 brain pearls from mutated rats. Whoever can withstand 3 of my moves has the right to win one. In this apocalypse, strength is paramount. Whoever obtains the brain pearl can become one of the remaining 3 commanders. Now, do you have any questions? After speaking, Ling Yu scanned the crowd. Then she saw Su-Yi giving her a thumbs up. Clearly, Su-Yi was very satisfied with her performance. All right, anyone who thinks they have enough strength to take 3 of my moves, step forward. With that, Ling Yu stepped out, drew her battle knife, and easily drew a circle on a concrete floor. If you can stay in the circle after 3 moves, you pass. After speaking, Ling Yu threw the knife to Su-Yi. Su-Yi suddenly remembered that he had promised to make a few battle knife straps for them. I'll do it. A person who couldn't contain themselves was the first to step forward, cupping their fists at Ling Yu and saying, "Commander, I'm sorry." With that, their fist flew toward Ling Yu. Bang! Ling Yu kicked the person out, but didn't injure them. Continue. Ling Yu scanned the crowd. I'll do it. Another person rushed up. Soon, countless people were eliminated. After more than 100 were eliminated, one person finally dodged 2 of Ling Yu's attacks, blocked 1, and still stood in the circle. Very good. What is your name? Ling Yu handed over a brain pearl and asked with a smile. Report, Commander. My name is Chu Jun. Chu Jun saluted. Congratulations. You can choose a regiment and become its commander. Ling Yu smiled. Wuching. I choose Wuching. Chu Jun decisively made his choice. Thus, Chu Jun was called aside by Qin Li to consume the brain pearl. Continue the competition. After a while, all the remaining people were eliminated. Surprisingly, there was no second person in the 7-kill army who could withstand 3 moves from Ling Yu. LV Ran, do you want to become one of the commanders? Su-Yi suddenly asked. Yes. LV Ran answered without hesitation, giving her answer immediately. All right, defeat Qin Li. If you win, you'll be one of the commanders. Su-Yi smiled at LV Ran, wanted to see if she really had that capability. Boss, isn't this a bit too much? My strength has improved quite a bit now. It would be bad if I accidentally hurt someone. Qin Li scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Let him fight Su-Yi. He can accept it. A delicate girl. Qin Li really doesn't dare. Moreover, it's clear that this L Ran has something going on with his boss. If weapons could be used, I should be able to kill him easily. As for the fight, I'll give it a try. L Ran gave her answer. Hearing this, Qin Li shivered. Wow, she's quite ruthless. Killing me easily? Is she really that boastful? All right, you can start. Su-Yi gestured for them to begin, then entered spectator mode. He opened his backpack and took out a bag of peanuts. This afternoon, when they were blocking the street, he picked up some snacks at the convenience store. Do you think Elran can win? Ling Yu leaned over, curiously asking, because she didn't even have confidence in defeating Qin Li. If there's a chance. Her speed is too fast, and Qin Li would be very passive. Su-Yi handed a bag of sunflower seeds to Ling Yu and pulled a stool to sit beside her. Ling Yu boldly sat on Su-Yi's lap. Su-Yi didn't expect Ling Yu to sit on his lap. He guessed it had something to do with Elran. While they were talking, the battle had already started. Elran's attack was very direct and quite unceremonious. Bang! Qin Li took a hit to his back. The sound was loud, but he didn't move an inch. Where is he? Why can't I even see him? Is he invisible? What kind of ability is this? It's too strong. Big Brother Qin was hit several times right from the start. It seemed like he just saw a shadow flicker. Qin Li was bewildered. He found that he couldn't even touch Elran, only receiving hits. He kept swinging his fists, but Elran always managed to hit his back. Now, he finally understood why Elran said it would be easy to kill him with weapons. Really, if she used a knife, even if his body was covered in scales, he would still be covered in wounds. Big Brother, I admit defeat. There's no way to fight back. I fully support Elran becoming the leader. Qin Li straightforwardly admitted defeat because he simply couldn't counterattack. What about you? Su-Yi glanced at the other members of the 7-kill army. Agreed, we agree. With such strong abilities, who has the right to oppose? The Qin Li they once admired couldn't do anything, let alone them. All right, it's settled then. Elran, you choose one. Saying this, Su-Yi looked at Elran who appeared in front of him. When Elran made her choice. Who just took a couple of hits from Ling Yu? Su-Yi took out a brain bead. Reporting, it's me, Su-Rue. A soldier stepped forward voluntarily. Then, you will be in charge of the military intelligence department. Saying this, Su-Yi tossed the brain bead to him. Because this person was the head of the military intelligence analysis room. Yes, sir. Su-Rue caught the brain bead and excitedly saluted. The last one, tomorrow. Choose someone from the civilians who can take 3 of your hits. Now, strength is paramount. For every infected you kill, you can earn 1 merit point, which can be used to exchange for brain beads. Of course, there are many things that merit points can be exchanged for, not just brain beads. If you want to become stronger, if you want a better life, then go hunt infected or even mutated beasts. After finishing, Su-Yi looked at Ling Yu. Stand at attention, rest. Each team needs a deputy leader, company commander, platoon leader, and squad leader. Temporarily, each team needs 40 people. Except for personnel related to reconnaissance, information, and military analysis, you can make your choices now. Soon, everyone made their choices. The 7-kill army will now be militarized. Because in the end times, militarization is simpler. It turns out these people can serve as a foundation and then train new members of the 7-kill army. 280 people became various ranks of officers in the 7-kill army. Besides the original few team leaders who became deputy leaders, everyone else was promoted. There were still 89 people left, 68 of whom Sue assigned to the Military Intelligence Department. Most of these people had reconnaissance experience, and some were related to communications. The remaining 21 people became part of the Logistics Department. The Military Intelligence Department was headed by Ling Yu and the Logistics Department by Yi Ji. However, Sue planned to have Mo Xiaohong, who was stationed at the villa, assist Yi Ji. This way, Ling Yu's family could steadily control the 7-kill army. After the division and reorganization, everyone got to know each other a bit and then dispersed. However, those at the company commander level and above needed to stay for a continued meeting. The meeting's content was to discuss the future implemented system, which relates to the future development of the 7-kill army. After discussion, besides merit points, soldiers could also receive salaries, which could be used to purchase supplies. Ordinary people could also earn salaries through work to buy supplies. All materials collected by the military organization belonged to the logistics department. Privately collected materials could be kept or sold at a fair price to the logistics department. Details like how much salary for what position had not been determined yet. As this couldn't be decided through simple discussion, it required careful calculation to provide suitable data. These were too complicated, so Sue didn't worry about them. After the meeting, Sue went back to rest. Continuous combat indeed made one tired. Ling Yu had many things to do, especially regarding logistics and intelligence. She still needed to learn a lot. After Sue returned to his dorm, someone from the logistics department delivered new clothes. After taking a shower, he went to the balcony to light a cigarette before going to bed. At night, mutant beasts often attacked, so he needed to be ready for battle at any time and had to grab every moment of rest. As soon as he reached the balcony, Sue saw El Ran on the neighboring balcony. El Ran was wrapped in a towel, drying her underwear on the balcony. Upon seeing this, Sue calmly lit his cigarette. Sue, my promise back then is still valid. When will you come to fulfill it? El Ran said playfully, giving a wink. Cough, cough, cough. Sue was choked by the smoke and started to cough violently. Are today's girls all this bold? No wonder they say boys need to protect themselves when they go out. I'm serious, not joking. But you seem like you have no experience just like me. So, I don't mind if you practice with Yujia a bit more before coming to fulfill it with me. Unlimited times, valid for this lifetime. After saying this, El Ran threw Sue a flirtatious glance. Sue stared at El Ran for a few seconds. Then he moved his gaze away. This woman isn't joking. She's serious. Just as Sue was about to jump over, he heard Ding Yan's voice. Ran, what are you and Sue talking about? Why are you having a meeting so late at night? I've already taken a nap. Saying this, Ding Yan also walked onto the balcony. Sue immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thankful he hadn't jumped over. Otherwise, how awkward would that be? Nothing much, just a casual chat. I should go rest now. You all carry on. Saying this, Sue flicked the cigarette butt and turned back inside. At night, Ling Yu didn't come to disturb Sue. Or perhaps she was busy until very late. The next day, when Sue woke up, he learned that more than a dozen infected individuals had appeared outside the shelter the previous night and had been killed by the watch soldiers with bayonets. If there were more than a dozen infected outside the shelter, then there must be more that had broken through the interception point, likely still on the streets or on their way to the shelter. Therefore, after Sue received this news, he immediately ordered that these infected be carried into the shelter and displayed. These people had become accustomed to being protected in the shelter without some stimulation. It would be difficult for them to choose to pick up weapons and fight for survival. In this society, refined egoism was too prevalent. Many people were unwilling to take risks themselves, thinking instead that others should fight and sacrifice. Thus, Sue had mentioned to Ling Yu that they might have to abandon many people. Chapter 60. I don't want to build a manure machine because many people might be unwilling to pick up weapons and would demand to maintain the previous food supply. Those who were unwilling had lost their value of continued protection. Why should the soldiers of the 7-kill army risk their lives to collect resources for a group of manure machines? The older ones couldn't wield a knife, which was unavoidable. Such people also needed to do what they could manage. After Sue, and the others had breakfast, they went to the open space in front of the shelter. Then, they turned on the loudspeaker to notify everyone to come out for a meeting. It took nearly half an hour for everyone to gather together, as there were nearly 130,000 people. And it was indeed a bit cramped for so many in this place. Everyone, you have seen that the infected have reappeared outside the shelter. They are evolving, and some of them have already developed climbing abilities. As soon as Ling Yu finished speaking, the crowd erupted. They were worried that the infected would rush into the shelter. Moreover, our ammunition was quickly running out. We could no longer guarantee the safety of the shelter. If you want to survive, you must join our 7-kill army and pick up weapons. Those who want to join our 7-kill army, please step forward to register your information. After speaking, Ling Yu put down the microphone and looked at the crowd. I, Wan Ran, want to join the 7-kill army. I want to pick up weapons. Wan Ran from the village stronghold shouted out first, showing great enthusiasm. Me too, I want to join. Mo Xiaohong also raised her hand in time. They wouldn't miss this opportunity to show their willingness. Having spent so many days with Su Yi, they knew he was very reliable. Furthermore, they thought that dealing with the infected was not too difficult. They believed they could handle it. Therefore, everyone from the village stronghold stood up. These people all joined the break army. Ling Yu said to the crowd that these villa stronghold people were trained by her and could be considered trusted subordinates. One after another, others joined in. However, the total number of people was still less than 200. Sisters, if you want to avoid being bullied and toyed with, join me in the 7-kill army. The infected are not terrifying. Even someone like me can kill them. Ding Yin suddenly shouted from the crowd. Then, the girls who had appeared from the school also raised their voices. Soon, some women were persuaded and joined them, stepping forward to prepare for registration. Su Yi scanned the crowd and estimated there were about 300 to 400 people. Most of these people would become part of the Wensu Corps. Ling Yu silently watched below, hoping more people would step forward to join the 7-kill army. However, after several minutes, only a few sporadic individuals came forward. This lady commander, I want to ask, what will happen to us ordinary people if we don't join the 7-kill army? A man stepped forward and asked sincerely. Finally, unable to hold back, Ling Yu picked up the microphone again and said, nothing will happen. This camp belongs to you. Our 7-kill army will soon withdraw. As soon as Ling Yu's words came out, the crowd erupted. How can you withdraw? You are soldiers. You should protect us. We are just unarmed, ordinary citizens. And during this time, we have been participating in labor to reinforce the shelter. How can you leave us behind and run away, you cowards? No, you can't leave. You must stay and protect us. How can you do this? You have no right. You must protect us. You cannot be so selfish. Don't be fooled. They just want to push us to become cannon fodder. Joining the 7-kill army? Nonsense. This is to trick us into dealing with those man-eating monsters. Right. We can't join the 7-kill army. They must have ulterior motives. We need to unite. Looking at the crowd, Ling Yu suddenly didn't know how to respond. These people were so ordinary, yet why were they so confident? However, after they said a few words, they fell silent, because they were pulled out by El Ran. Throw them out of the camp. Anyone who dares to break and will be shot on sight. Su Yi looked coldly at the men and women thrown forward by El Ran. The soldiers of the 7-kill army immediately stepped forward, grabbing these people and preparing to drag them out. You're committing murder. Do you have no law? Let me go, you hillbilly soldiers. Do you know who I am? Bang, bang, bang. Su Yi fired several shots, turning them into a sieve. That's right, I am committing murder. But what can you do about it? You have 3 choices. One is to join the 7-kill army and pick up weapons to deal with the infected. One is to become laborers. The last is to die. Choose for yourselves. Don't talk to me about morality and law. The words of the 7-kill army are the law. If you don't accept it, you can come up and die. All right, start making your choices. To the right, become laborers. To the left, join the 7-kill army. Regardless of age or gender, make your choice within 3 minutes. Those who stay in place as manure machines will be shot on sight. Everyone dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak, quickly making their choices. Joining the army was impossible. Only a little over 2,000 people chose to join the 7-kill army, while over 10,000 chose to become laborers. Seeing this result, Ling Yu didn't know what to say. Out of 130,000 people, those who joined the 7-kill army didn't even reach 3,000. However, they had made their choice, and Ling Yu respected their decision. At this point, could they still cling to fantasies about life? In fact, they could completely force these people to join the 7-kill army. But Su Yi disagreed. He wanted to select a batch of volunteers to join the 7-kill army. Regardless, with so many people joining, the total number of the 7-kill army had surpassed 3,000. Compared to the previous 500, the number had increased significantly. Additionally, there were still 300 security personnel in the camp, mainly former SWAT, police, and grassroots government personnel. After excluding 123 grassroots government personnel, the remaining 177 police and SWAT members all joined the 7-kill army and became Ling Shuang's subordinates. The security personnel would continue to maintain their positions. They could recruit new staff later, but not now. After the registration for the 7-kill army was completed, they would be assigned to 7 different groups. Each group has 400 new recruits, among which all the recruits in the Chinese music group are female, while other groups also have some female soldiers. After completing the registration, they will undergo military training. Su Yi did not concern himself with these matters. By the time registration began, he had already taken Qin Li, Lu Ran, and Ling Shuang away from the shelter. They headed along the river towards the 11th Industrial Park, preparing to hunt the mutated beasts in the industrial park to clear the area for a new shelter. Chapter 61. Hunting mutated fish. The river water became clearer. Qin Li noticed that the water was much clearer than at the beginning of the disaster. Due to the lack of human activity, the damage humans had done to the natural environment was indeed significant. Ling Shuang also expressed her feelings. Qin Li looked at the river and said seriously, "The riverbed is still quite wide here. Once we reach the confluence, we can block it off and then we can use boats." The 4 of them started moving downstream along the river. Su Yi carried a rifle on his back. In the morning, he had spent 40 survival points to upgrade 4 straps and gave them to Ling Yu and the others for their battle knives. Qin Li's knife was too large to carry. In fact, Qin Li wasn't too fond of the giant sword he had picked up. It was heavy and not sharp enough, making it inconvenient to use. This thing was created by a group of anime enthusiasts, not forged by him. He envied Su Yi and Ling Yu's weapons, which were not only stylish but also particularly sharp. Unfortunately, Su Yi had no plans to upgrade Qin Li's weapon for the time being. Firstly, their friendship hadn't reached that level, and secondly, survival points were quite precious. Su Yi had already taken Ling Yu as his woman, so he was willing to spend some survival points on her family. Ling Shuang, Lu Ran, and Qin Li were also carrying rifles. Lu Ran had 2 bayonets on her, which Su Yi had specifically asked Qin Li to find for her. Previously, she only had a dagger. The dagger was fine for dealing with infected, but would be useless against mutated beasts. She had straps on her thighs to hold the bayonets. Lu Ran's legs were particularly long, and with the 2 bayonets, it not only looked cool, but also had a special aesthetic. Therefore, Su Yi couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Lu Ran seemed to notice Su Yi's gaze and approached him directly. "Su Yi, where did you get that armor? Is it a pair with sister use?" she asked, as Su Yi's armor looked really cool and made her a bit envious. "I got it from an ancient tomb. It really is a pair." Su Yi straightforwardly revealed the truth. Anyone with eyes could see that the 2 armors matched. "An ancient tomb? Your knife is also from an ancient tomb. That's some good luck," Lu Ran said, a bit envious, as this type of armor seemed to have strong defensive capabilities. The 2 chatted along the way, feeling relaxed as if the apocalypse hadn't happened, as if the occasional infected appearing in the river didn't exist. "Wait, don't move." Suddenly, Su Yi's expression turned serious, signaling everyone to stop. At the same time, he drew a battle knife, looking vigilant. Splash! A shadow leaped out of the water, lunging towards Ling Shuang. However, it was not as fast as Su Yi. He dodged and positioned himself in front of Ling Shuang, swinging his battle knife. Mutated fish? Everyone was startled. They did not expect that such a creature existed in the river. The fish looked deformed, very strange and frightening. After falling back into the water, it suddenly shot countless water balls at the group. What ability is this? Qin Li was stunned, not expecting the mutated fish could shoot water balls at them. Moreover, they hurt a lot. At this moment, Lu Ran moved, chasing after the mutated fish. The 2 military bayonets stabbed repeatedly, attacking the mutated fish. Soon, the water was stained red. Using her speed advantage, Lu Ran quickly killed the mutated fish. Su Yi pulled the mutated fish out of the water. It was quite large, about the size of a small pig, weighing around 70 to 80 pounds. Its fins had become very sharp, like knives, and its body was covered in wounds. Probably several hundred. One must say, Lu Ran's abilities were indeed strong. Su-Yi cut open the mutated fish's head and took out a transparent brain bead, handing it to Lu Ran. According to the rules of the 7-kill army, whoever hunted the mutated beast would own the brain bead. So it belonged to Lu Ran. This is the brain bead? Lu Ran curiously took the brain bead, gently squeezing it, finding it somewhat soft, with a layer of soft gel on the outside. Su-Yi handed the corpse to Qin Li and said, "Yes, the mutated fish's ability probably allows it to attack targets with water balls. This ability should be quite rare. You are an evolver, so you should be able to gain this ability. Controlling water, it's just like those supernatural abilities in movies." Lu Ran's big eyes widened, seemingly in disbelief. Her ability was actually quite weak. Her body strength was insufficient, and if she were hit, she could easily be seriously injured. Additionally, her speed could only be sustained for about 10 minutes, and after that, she needed to rest for 2 hours to recover. This was her secret. No one knew except herself. After all, she couldn't tell others about her weaknesses. She knew that evolvers could gain the supernatural abilities of mutated beasts. But she didn't expect that shortly after joining the 7-kill army, she would obtain a brain bead. Carefully placing the brain bead from the mutated fish into her clothing pocket, Lu Ran planned to consume it that night. The more abilities one had, the more means of survival one would possess. She really liked the idea of controlling water. There shouldn't be many mutated fish, right? Ling Xuan glanced at the mutated fish corpse on Qin Li's shoulder, finding it quite disgusting. However, the meat of mutated beasts was very delicious. Not only tasty, but also particularly good to eat. Su-Yi put his battle knife back and said, "It's hard to say. If there are more, we can obtain more brain beads and mutated fish meat, which is not a bad thing for us. After all, its strength is not impressive and is much weaker than mutated rats." Qin Li agreed with Su-Yi's point. Although the water ball attacks were painful, they were not fatal. At this moment, some movement came from both sides of the riverbank. Su-Yi saw that infected had suddenly appeared on both sides of the riverbank and said, "These blood effects are too good. They attracted a lot of infected. Luckily, the railings on the riverbank are quite high." "Oi, how did you just now notice the mutated fish?" "We didn't sense anything at all." Lu Ran was more curious about how Su-Yi had detected the mutated fish, as she had been happily chatting with him and hadn't noticed anything unusual. A sort of intuition, a feeling of danger. Perhaps it's the ability of the mutated rat king. Rats are usually very alert, Su-Yi explained. Su-Yi actually had not fully researched the ability of the mutated rat. He felt it was not just a simple manipulation technique. Perhaps there were other abilities as well. So he planned to study the supernatural abilities he obtained thoroughly after securing the new shelter. Chapter 62. The cargo ship filled with rice, the blood of the mutated fish, flowed downstream with the river water, continuously attracting infected to the riverbank. Fortunately, the railing was sturdy enough. Otherwise, those infected would have surged into the river and blocked the waterway. Additionally, with continuous dilution, the impact was decreasing. The four of them continued to move downstream, sometimes walking, sometimes drifting, and their speed was quite fast. After 2 hours, they reached the confluence of two small rivers. "Let's look downstream and see where it's suitable to block off, preferably starting with blocking it up," one of them suggested. The downstream river was much larger. There used to be some fishing boats catching fish in the river. Further down, it became even livelier as another river merged, heading straight for the sea. There would be more fish downstream, and possibly more mutated fish as well. After all, in the river they were currently in, due to pollution, live fish were scarce, and it was normal for mutated fish to be few. However, it was uncertain what lay further down. Perhaps there were large numbers of mutated fish. After walking for a while, they made a discovery. A yacht had run aground. Lu Ran shouted excitedly. "Let's go ashore first," said Su-Yi, making his way to the riverbank. Although there were some infected near the riverbank, the threat they posed to Su-Yi and the others was negligible. Once ashore, Lu Ran darted out. Within a minute, the infected by the riverbank were cleared. Moreover, Lu Ran returned to Su-Yi's side. "Captain Lu's ability is too strong. Luckily, we are not enemies, or it would be terrifying," Qin Li remarked, looking at Lu Ran with a wary expression. If Lu Ran were to gain another ability, it would be even harder to deal with. After obtaining the mutated rat's armor ability, his strength had clearly increased. However, Lu Ran had not yet, as she was still a pure evolutionist. Once she consumed the brain pearl of a mutated fish, her strength would surely rise. Lu Ran simply smiled and did not explain. However, Su-Yi felt that Lu Ran could not use her ability indefinitely. Just like Qin Li and Ling Shuang's armor abilities, there were time limits. But as their strength increased, they could extend the duration of their armor. In Su-Yi's view, the strength of a superpower depended more on the person who possessed it rather than the power itself. For instance, if Ling Shuang's armor could defend against all attacks, she could remain invincible and exhaust the opponent to death. The four of them soon approached the yacht. They were still trapped infected on board, and Ling Shuang went straight up, using a tang knife, to behead 3 infected on top. Who can operate this thing? Su-Yi asked. After all, he couldn't do it unless he was willing to use a sign-in opportunity to see if he could acquire driving skills after signing in here. I can. I learned when I was in the army, Qin Li replied. As a special forces soldier, he had no problem operating on land or sea. During the disaster, he had been an instructor for the troops. His trusted confidants in the 7 Kills army were his trainees. After placing the bodies of the mutated fish onto the yacht, Qin Li pushed the yacht back into the river. Once on the yacht, he inspected it and successfully started the small sightseeing yacht. Nice with this yacht. As long as we manage to block the waterway smoothly, we can use this yacht to travel back and forth, he said. The river downstream was widening, so it was no longer suitable. They should block off the confluence about 50 or 60 meters downstream. Qin Li nodded, agreeing that Su-Yi's suggested location was appropriate. He hesitated for a moment before asking, Boss, should we check downstream for other boats? Sure, let's head downstream and teach me how to drive, Su-Yi replied, thinking it would be good to learn how to operate the yacht. The basic operation was quite easy, especially in this relatively stable water area. It was just like driving a car. As he spoke, Qin Li began teaching Su-Yi, starting from the ignition and covering all operations. If they really found other boats, they would need to drive them away. He couldn't operate 2 boats by himself. After sailing downstream for about 10 minutes, they spotted another boat. It was a small cargo ship that had run aground, still loaded with goods. Qin Li maneuvered the yacht closer and then jumped onto the cargo ship. Boss, we've struck it rich. It's rice. Qin Li shouted excitedly after inspecting it. In the apocalypse, food was the most valuable thing. Everything else could take a back seat. If they couldn't even fill their stomachs, what right did they have to pursue anything else? Su-Yi smiled happily upon hearing Qin Li's words. Ling Shuang, go over and help Qin Li. I'll try to get the yacht moving, he instructed. As Ling Shuang jumped onto the cargo ship, Su-Yi began to attempt to reverse the yacht. After successfully backing up, Su-Yi turned the steering wheel and adjusted the direction. The process went smoothly, so he directed the yacht forward. After Qin Li and Ling Shuang dealt with the infected in the cabin, they checked the cargo ship's power situation. Confirming there were no issues, Qin Li and Ling Shuang pushed the cargo ship back into the river. Without their powerful strength, the two wouldn't have been able to do this step. After pushing it back into the river, they decisively jumped back onto the yacht to catch up with Su-Yi. When Lu Ran saw this, she immediately reminded Su-Yi, Su-Yi, they are catching up. Su-Yi then accelerated. Once both boats entered the shallow area upstream, they ran aground. They jumped into the water and began looking for large rocks nearby to block the narrow part of the waterway on a small scale. They were all quite strong, and the nearby concrete piers and large rocks were thrown to the riverbed, blocking the waterway. This form of blockage wouldn't raise the water level because the water could still flow through the gaps downstream, but it would prevent both boats from drifting downstream. That was their original goal. They didn't expect to completely block the waterway within an hour with just the 4 of them. After completing the blockage, Su-Yi and the others began to move upstream towards another river. If all went well, they would reach the nearest steel factory in half an hour. 10 minutes later, they heard sounds resembling rifle fire. This indicated that there were survivors nearby, and they likely possessed firearms, possibly military or police personnel. Thus, the 4 of them quickly went ashore and approached the source of the gunfire. Chapter 63. People worth saving. They rushed to the entrance of a factory, where there were a dense crowd of infected outside. More than 20 people stood on the wall, wildly shooting. It was evident that they were suffering from hunger. Each one was emaciated. They were all wearing military uniforms, clearly soldiers. These people surely hadn't resorted to cannibalism. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so thin. Moreover, their fighting spirit was still strong. Such individuals joining the 7 Kills army would be immensely beneficial. So, Su-Yi decided to save them. You all go look for food nearby. I'll rush in, Su-Yi said and charged towards the infected. Su-Yi, Be careful, Lu Ran shouted, then followed Qin. Once Su-Yi attacked, the gunfire from those people stopped. Su-Yi was too fierce, wielding dual knives as infected fell in droves. Squad leader, am I seeing things? How is there an ancient warrior cutting through the infected like chopping vegetables? A soldier turned to his squad leader with disbelief. The squad leader moved his parched lips and exclaimed excitedly, No, there really is someone fighting their way in. Brothers, hold on, someone is coming to save us. Tears welled up in his eyes. After so many days of enduring, there was finally hope. Such a fierce person must have some food on him, right? They had relied on the water in the factory to last this long and were really close to their limit. Su-Yi fought his way to the bottom of the factory's wall and then climbed up. Inside, there were over 100 emaciated people, clearly starved and exhausted. Without hesitation, Su-Yi took out food and milk from his storage space. Even if it exposed his storage space, Su-Yi didn't care. Quick, distribute the food. 1 box of milk and 1 bag of bread for each person, Su-Yi shouted. At that moment, the people on the wall came to their senses. Quick, help! The squad leader shouted urgently and jumped down. If he can move, come get food. 1 box of milk, 1 bag of bread. No taking more, no overeating, or you'll burst. Su-Yi yelled as he swiftly opened the milk boxes. The people lying there heard Su-Yi's words and opened their eyes one by one. Food? Am I dreaming? Someone is giving us milk and bread? Whatever, I'm going to eat until I'm full. Being a starving ghost is too miserable. Discipline. What are you all doing? Don't grab. Is there no discipline left? Form a line. Line up for me. Even if you're dead, don't forget your identity. Most people crawled over to Su-Yi. Su-Yi picked up a box of milk and a box of bread and delivered it to those who couldn't move. A few minutes later, the only sounds in Su-Yi's ears were swallowing and chewing. He was filled with admiration for these people. They had managed to fight and maintain discipline while surviving on just water for so many days. Although everyone ate quickly, they didn't take more food than allowed. Their current situation didn't permit overeating, as it would burst their stomachs. In just a few minutes, they finished the milk and bread. Hero, thank you for saving our entire squad. This great kindness cannot be repaid. From now on, our lives belong to you, Lu Tao said, kneeling on one knee before Su-Yi. They understood very well that without Su-Yi's appearance, they would have starved to death. The water in the factory was already gone, and there had been no rainfall during this time. They couldn't bring themselves to eat their comrades' flesh. They'd rather end it all with a gun than resort to cannibalism. You all rest for now. There's no rush with these matters, Su-Yi said, taking out more food to pile together. Then, Su-Yi took out a walkie-talkie and began to call Qin, since he had already exposed his storage space. Su-Yi decided to have them gather first and check the situation of the factory. Ling Yu already knew about the storage space, so it wouldn't matter if a few more people knew. His strength was now enough to protect himself. He no longer needed to be wary of others as he did at the beginning. Qin and the others received Su-Yi's instructions, immediately abandoned their search, and quickly made their way to the mechanical parts factory, jumping over the wall to meet Su-Yi. Major Qin? The squad leader called out tentatively upon seeing Qin. You are Lu Tao. Qin recognized him immediately. Qin, discuss the situation with him. We'll check the factory and see what resources we can use, Su-Yi said. Leading Ling Shuang and Lu ran away. Su-Yi, where did you find so much food? Lu Ran asked curiously. If there was food nearby, those people wouldn't have been too weak to stand up, right? One of my abilities is having a few cubic meters of storage space. I took those out from there. Su-Yi explained. Wow, space ability, that's impressive. Lu Ran's eyes widened. So that's how it is, Ling Shuang thought to herself, finally understanding how Su-Yi could produce things so easily. Aren't your speed impressive too? Su-Yi glanced at Lu Ran, his eyes inadvertently sliding down to her long legs. He was curious whether her long legs were a result of her speed ability or if her speed ability made her legs particularly long. It seemed that the abilities of evolvers were all different. He had speed, Qin had strength, and she had space. Lu Ran looked at Su-Yi. Thinking Ling, you must have known about Su-Yi's ability long ago. In her opinion, having a storage space in the apocalypse was like possessing a divine artifact. If it were someone else, they likely wouldn't have been able to save those soldiers or earn their gratitude and loyalty. But Su-Yi could, as he had food in his storage space that he could take out at any time, while others feared being trapped in one place. Su-Yi had no worries because he could access food at will. Moreover, he could store powerful explosives in his storage space, making surprise attacks on certain places without anyone suspecting him. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that having a storage space was an incredibly overpowered ability, allowing for many things that ordinary people couldn't do. Therefore, Lu Ran's gaze towards Sue-Yi grew even more fervent. Chapter 64. Approaching the steel factory, these mechanical parts must be steel, which can be reused to forge steel bars for making tools. Ling Shuang said happily as she looked at the various sizes of steel blocks in the factory. Sue-Yi nodded. These materials could indeed be remelted and used to make weapons. After all, they couldn't obtain other raw materials now, and once the stockpiles from these steel factories ran out, there would be none left. Building a steel wall required a lot of materials, so the more steel they could find, the better. They walked around, but didn't make any special discoveries. This place was just a production workshop, with only production equipment and materials inside. Besides that, there were warehouses and offices. Neither of these places had anything valuable, so Sue-Yi and the others returned near the main gate. Most of the people were lying on the ground, as their strength hadn't yet recovered. When Qinli saw Sue-Yi return, he immediately approached and said, "Boss, it's all settled. They're willing to join our 7-kill army, but they only want to join the breaking army." Sue-Yi understood that these people were grateful for him providing food that saved their lives. However, Sue-Yi from the 7-kill army did not become the team leader. The leader of the break army is Sue-Yi's woman. The others have no direct relationship with Sue-Yi, so they chose to join the break army instead. Sue-Yi took out a cigarette, lit one, and glanced at Lu Tao, saying, "All right, then let's join the break army. I have no objections. What's your situation? When did you arrive here, and how much ammunition do you have left? If there's enough ammunition, they could clear out the nearby infected. I estimate we have just over 1,000 rounds left, not much. We're from the Airborne Division. We were ordered here at the beginning of the disaster to deal with a monster. But we never encountered a monster and instead got trapped in this factory by the infected, losing over a dozen comrades. There should be other survivors nearby. We can occasionally hear explosions, which should be caused by ordinary people, as we haven't heard gunfire." After listening to Lu Tao's report, Sue-Yi's gaze fell on the dug-up grass, speculating that they must have relied on grazing in the beginning. "You should keep these bullets for self-defense. Once you have the strength, move to that office building over there. Qinli should have told you that our 7-kill army is preparing to relocate here. So for the next few days, you can rest well here. You have walkie-talkies, right? Leave one behind. We'll take the others with us." After speaking, Sue-Yi took out boxes of instant noodles and several boxes of milk. These supplies would be enough for them to last 2 or 3 days. With over 100 people, the consumption is considerable. The conditions here aren't great either, as there's no water or kitchen. Otherwise, Sue-Yi could have brought some rice for the new members of the 7-kill army. After sorting out these matters, Sue-Yi left the place with Lu Ran and the others. They needed to find the largest steel company, Yuntian Steel Plant, where tens of thousands of people could live without issues. They needed to investigate the situation inside Yuntian Steel Plant, eliminate the infected there, and then incinerate the bodies. If there were mutated beasts, they would also need to be dealt with. "Thank you, boss. With so much food, we should be able to regain our combat capability in 3 to 5 days, right, brothers?" Lu Tao said as he turned to look at his comrades. They had initially prepared for death, but unexpectedly, Sue-Yi descended from the sky and saved them. "Yes," everyone shouted in unison. Looking at these iron-like men, Sue-Yi was moved. "Rest well. I'll come back in a couple of days to bring you more food." With that, Sue-Yi jumped directly over the wall and disappeared from their view. They struggled to stand up and saluted towards the outside of the wall, holding it for a long time before lowering their hands. After breaking out, they quickly leapt into the river because they still needed to continue moving upstream for a distance. The land was filled with infected, numbering in the tens of thousands. Charging through wasn't impossible, but they would exhaust themselves. If they encountered a mutated beast along the way, it would be disastrous. After walking for over 20 minutes, Sue-Yi and the others stopped. "Boss, we have reached the designated location. We are only 3 kilometers away from Yuntian Steel Plant." Qinli glanced at the military navigation on his arm and reported the situation. Sue-Yi took out a pink box, opened it, and revealed the figure of a pink drone. "A drone? Boss, you actually have a drone, that's great. We were in such a rush when we left that we didn't bring one. It would have made things much easier." Qinli was a bit excited because the drone's function was very significant and ideal for scouting. Sue-Yi smiled slightly, activated the pink drone, and let it ascend. Ling Shuang looked at the ascending drone and said regretfully, "That noise is quite loud. It could easily attract attention. I remember they are releasing a silent version this year." We have a batch of new silent ones in the military, but unfortunately, the base has been occupied by mutated beasts. Otherwise, Qinli would also be filled with regret. With their current strength, they couldn't go back to the base to gather supplies. Whether it was mutated rats or mutated fish, they were relatively weak mutated beasts. One reason was that their original sizes were small, and the other was that they weren't aggressive. In contrast, mutated carnivorous animals were much more terrifying. The last mutated dog Qinli dealt with, if it hadn't been injured and with the help of a tank, he wouldn't have been qualified to face it at all. So when a mutated cat appeared, Qinli decisively chose to retreat because he knew he couldn't win. Moreover, the mutated beasts in the suburbs and wilderness were even stronger. He had seen a mutated wild boar, larger than an elephant, easily demolishing houses. Animals in cities were inherently limited. Even in parks, there were at most some rats, squirrels, and weasels. And it was impossible for any ferocious beasts to exist. In cities, aside from rats, the most common animals were pets, primarily cats and dogs, along with some snakes, turtles, and lizards. Furthermore, not every animal would become a mutated beast. If they all did, humanity would have long been extinct. Just a massive number of mutated rats could wipe out humanity. There were indeed survivors in the steel plant, and quite a few of them. They had reinforced the walls, indicating they had found the right place. He saw the situation inside the steel plant through the remote screen. They've already spotted our drone. He noticed someone looking up, so he pushed the drone forward, preparing to see the situation inside the steel plant. Chapter 65. Someone controls the mutated dog Sue. He noticed someone inside waving their hands, so he zoomed in to check the status of these people. He found that although they were also emaciated, it didn't seem too severe. They should have some food, but it was limited. Suddenly, the image shook. Someone must have attacked the pink drone, but the drone had an emergency evasive function and avoided this attack. Then, he saw someone shooting at the pink drone. Zooming in, he discovered they were using slingshots. A group of people was continuously attacking with slingshots. He controlled the pink drone to retreat to avoid being hit. Suddenly, he spotted a mutated dog the size of a cow lying on the ground. There were two people sitting on it. What? Someone is controlling the mutated dog? Qinli's eyes widened when he saw this. A mutated dog can actually be controlled by humans? That person must be an evolved being, capable of controlling mutated beasts? In that case, their ability is too strong. Qinli felt extremely shocked. After all, the strength of mutated beasts was formidable. He thought Sue was powerful, but he might not be able to single-handedly kill a mutated dog. Sue zoomed in to take a look and found that a man and a woman were having intercourse on the mutated dog. The man was very into it, while the woman looked quite pained. Shameless. Ling Shuang flushed upon seeing this and immediately cursed. Sue decisively shifted the camera away and began to check other areas. Then he saw a group of people beating those who were previously waving their hands, forcing them to continue working. Are they digging a tunnel? Qinli noticed they were transporting soil, and there were many mounds of dirt nearby. Sue zoomed in on the camera and said, "That's right. They must be digging a tunnel. They probably want to reach another location to search for food. It's actually a good method. There should be many people in the tunnel passing along the dirt. Perhaps this isn't their first tunnel. There are quite a few mounds of dirt inside." As Sue was preparing to check out other factories nearby, he suddenly noticed that the people below had brought someone out of the tunnel. They carried this person directly in front of the mutated dog, which immediately bit down. He is not dead yet. How can they be so inhumane? Ling Shuang's sense of justice exploded, and she couldn't help but kick her foot, splashing water everywhere. It seems that those inside are not good people either. Perhaps they have eaten their own kind. Sue commanded the drone to leave the sky and then began to move towards other locations. Yintian Steel covers an area of 90,000 square meters, about 135 acres. It is not just a steel company, but a semi-closed small society. It once housed more than 20,000 people with dormitories, schools, hospitals, supermarkets, and various shops. Such places are natural shelters in the apocalypse era because they have walls and are isolated from the outside world. Sue estimated that there should be a few thousand survivors inside now, with the leader being the one who can control the mutated dogs. The distance was too far. There was no way to fly over. Sue reluctantly prepared to recall the flying dragon, as he had no plans to use the spirit calming technique yet. One must always keep some trump cards. Let's find a place to rest, cook some lunch, and then directly attack the steel factory in the afternoon. Sue glanced at the time. It was almost 1 o'clock, and they hadn't had lunch yet. This residential area is only 300 meters away from us. Although there are some infected people inside, they're negligible. Sue-E quickly found a target, an old residential complex that was very close to them. The complex was small, with only 5 buildings, and they were all 7 or 8-story walk-up apartments. From the looks of it, there didn't seem to be any survivors inside. Therefore, they began to move towards that complex. There were some infected people along the way, but they posed no problem for them. Wherever they went, clusters of infected people fell down. Although the infected now were stronger than before, for these ability users, a few thousand of them posed no threat at all. A few minutes later, Sue-E and the others entered the complex and reached one of the buildings. It seemed that this place hadn't been scavenged for resources yet, as the door hadn't even been pried open. "Let me open the door. This kind of lock is quite easy to pick," Chinli said happily, as it hadn't been scavenged, meaning there might still be supplies inside. Chinli had received specialized training and had tools with him. In just a few seconds, he pulled the door open. Inside, there were 2 infected people who immediately lunged at them. However, before they could get close, they fell down. Ran took action, not giving the infected a chance to approach. Then Chinli dragged the 2 infected corpses outside and threw them out. After Sue-E entered, he went straight to the kitchen, which was well equipped. He turned on the gas stove, and it still worked. So, Sue-E took out the meat of the mutated rat king and prepared to cook. "Let me do it. I can cook. If you don't mind, you can help out." Ran volunteered, seeing it as a good opportunity to gain favor. "I'll do it. You two just go rest," Ling Shuang interjected. She felt that since Ling Yu was not around, she needed to keep an eye on Sue-E. After all, her relationship with Sue-E was not strong enough, and she didn't want Ran to take advantage of the situation. Ran was not only good-looking, but also very strong, possibly even surpassing Ling Yu. Giving her a chance to be alone with Sue-E could lead to unexpected situations. Sue-E was indifferent and walked directly to the living room. Chinli searched the house and found a few packs of cigarettes and some alcohol. "Boss, these are all we have. Nothing else is valuable." Chinli thought that Sue-E had a storage space to carry these items. Cigarettes and alcohol were luxury items in the apocalypse. In the future, they wouldn't be able to use food to brew alcohol or land to grow tobacco. Sue-E took a pack of open cigarettes, threw a pack to Chinli, and then stored the rest in his storage space. "Boss, shouldn't we call on more people to attack them? Just the 4 of us?" Chinli asked while lighting a cigarette. After all, there were many survivors in the steel factory, and he had no idea how many evolved beings and ability users were inside. In the face of uncertainty about the enemy's strength, Chinli felt that they needed more manpower. Ordinary people might not be useful, but they had 6 other ability users. Their chances of success would be greater if they acted together. Sue-E flicked the ash off his cigarette and said, "No rush. Let's first test the enemy's strength. This afternoon, I will probe, and you all will provide backup outside. Under normal circumstances, as long as we take down that mutated dog, the problems inside will be resolved." Sue-E still had some confidence in his own strength. Even if he couldn't take down the mutated dog, he believed he could still escape. Chapter 66. Scary upgrade cost. Sue-E made his decision, and Chinli no longer spoke. All he could do was execute the orders. This was easier for him, as he didn't need to think too much. After a while, the aroma from the kitchen wafted out. Sue-E couldn't help but run to the kitchen to take a look. Although it was just the meat of the mutated rat, Ran had made it into a variety of dishes. Not only did she use some to make soup, but she also found some pickled vegetables from the fridge to stir-fry with the meat. In addition to the stir-fried meat slices, Ran also made a braised dish with the mutated rat meat. "It's ready, time to eat." Ran and Ling Shuang brought the dishes out from the kitchen. "Wow, it smells so good." Not only is Captain L beautiful, but her cooking skills are also impressive. It's really astonishing. "I wonder who'll be lucky enough to win Captain L's affection," Chinli said, glancing at Sue-E. However, considering that there was still Ling Yu above, and with Ling Shuang standing beside him, he didn't say it outright. Although he didn't say it explicitly, the implication was clear. Sue-E remained silent, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating. "This is so delicious. The cooking is exceptional, even better than our army's mess." The meat from a mutated rat king was much more substantial than that of the ordinary mutated rats, and once it was in his stomach, he felt the difference. As soon as Chinli finished a piece of meat, he couldn't help but praise it. After finishing all the mutated meat and rice, they still felt somewhat unsatisfied. As their strength increased, so did their appetite, which was something they currently couldn't solve. Otherwise, their combat effectiveness would be insufficient. This was also why Su-Yi hadn't gone directly to the steel factory. Only by eating enough could their combat effectiveness be maintained at peak levels. After they had eaten their fill, Su-Yi instructed Qin-Li to unlock the doors, and they swept through the residential area. Rice and flour were the key items Su-Yi focused on collecting. Additionally, they found 2 samurai swords, which had been collected by a household and looked quite sharp. Unless Su-Yi used survival points to upgrade them to super alloys, they would soon become useless. Su-Yi stored them in his storage space, as Qin-Li felt that the 2 swords were too light and not practical. Qin-Li actually wanted weapons like axes or hammers, which were more powerful. After taking over the steel mill, he could start having people forge weapons like this. Of course, convenience-wise, swords and knives are more practical, at least easier to carry. Strapped to the back, they have less impact on movement. You stay here on the balcony and keep an eye out. I'll go take a look. Su-Yi felt that this position was good. He could see the perimeter of the steel mill using binoculars. Su-Yi's decision made Lu Ran furrow her brow, and she couldn't help but worry. Su-Yi, do you really not need us to go with you? If we go, we can at least help clear a path for you and save you some energy. Ling Shuang also said with a serious expression, if we go together, we can at least provide support from the outside. Here, we can only watch from afar and can't help at all. Qin-Li glanced at the infected outside and said regretfully, if only we had individual flying devices, but unfortunately we didn't bring any. Otherwise, we could fly directly from here to the steel mill and avoid those infected below. Since Su-Yi had made his decision, he didn't need to persuade them. Besides, with 2 beautiful women advising him, did a rough man like him really need to persuade them? Individual flying devices? Su-Yi's eyes lit up, and the image of Iron Man's armor flashed in his mind. With a thought, a line of text appeared before him. You can use 1 million survival points to upgrade the armor to Iron Man's armor. Damn, 1 million, system, you're too ruthless? Where am I supposed to get 1 million? Su-Yi complained wildly in his heart, and then prepared to lower his requirements to see what the situation was. You can use 100,000 survival points to upgrade the armor with basic flying capabilities. What the hell? This also costs 100,000. Forget it. I give up. Su-Yi completely gave up. The upgrade costs were too outrageous, something he couldn't afford. Right now, his points weren't many. Glancing over, Su-Yi checked. Su-Yi survival points, 5,701 sign-in times. 5,000 points seem like a lot, but upgrading to something with advanced technology would be quite scary in terms of cost. Su-Yi found that the survival points spent on upgrade materials were still manageable, but for upgrades with a technological direction, the prices were ridiculously high. This indicates that knowledge is wealth? Bah! System, are you looking down on a poor student like me? Qin-Li and the other 3 arrived at the balcony, took out binoculars, and began to observe the situation at the steel mill. Su-Yi drew his dual blades, rushed out of the community, and headed toward an alley. Conserving energy was key to maintaining his combat effectiveness at peak levels. The infected in the alley were relatively few, making it easier to take action if necessary. Moreover, Su-Yi was now running directly over the heads of the infected, like a master using lightness skill in ancient times. His strength, jumping ability, speed, reaction ability, and balance were all very strong, allowing him to easily step on the heads or shoulders of the infected as he moved forward. This was something he learned from Lingyu. Su-Yi initially thought it would be difficult, but after leaping over the infected, he found it quite easy. He felt that as long as they were evolvers or supernatural beings, they could do this at the current stage. In the future, it will be hard to say. The current infected were still very weak, with poor reactions and slow movements. To Su-Yi, they were just like wooden stakes, albeit with varying heights. The people at the steel mill quickly noticed Su-Yi and started attacking him with slingshots. Su-Yi put on the hood of his armor and charged forward. Too lazy to dodge. His armor seemed to absorb some of the force. Anyway, the steel balls hitting him didn't hurt. Of course, if necessary, Su-Yi could also use his ability to form an air wall around his body to block the steel balls. However, he hadn't fully mastered this ability yet. He didn't have time to practice. Currently, the people attacking him in the steel mill were all using slingshots. The power of these slingshots was still considerable. Su-Yi saw some steel balls directly shoot into the foreheads of the infected. They didn't kill the infected, probably because their power wasn't enough. Su-Yi quickly rushed to the steel mill's wall, leaped over it, and entered the inside of the steel mill. Superpowers, he also had superpowers, go tell the leader. Someone shouted loudly, and they realized that Su-Yi was a supernatural being with extraordinary power. Chapter 67. one-on-one with the mutant dog without needing the other party to report. Su-Yi charged directly towards the mutant dog. The mutant dog seemed to have sensed Su-Yi's presence and became agitated. Dong-Lu, what are you doing? Don't make a fuss. If you keep it up, Daddy won't be happy. The man on the mutant dog hugged its neck and patted it a few times. Leader. Someone with superpowers has broken in. Someone with a walkie-talkie shouted immediately. It turned out someone had intruded. What's the panic? ISNT, it's just a little weakling with superpowers? My Dong-Lu baby has dealt with people like this before. Saying this, he patted the mutant dog's head. Good Dong-Lu, bite that clueless weakling to death, and your strength will increase even more. After saying this, he slid off the mutant dog. After all, he was just an ordinary person. When a mutant dog fought, he not only couldn't get close, but also had to hide. His mutant dog had very strong combat power. You all keep watch. When the fight is over, notify me, he said, wrapping his arms around two naked women and directly entering the factory, hiding. Freed from constraints. The mutant dog immediately became happy, bouncing around a couple of times before rushing towards Su-Yi. Mutant beasts like to eat other mutant beasts and humans who are evolvers and mutants because it can make them stronger. At this moment, on the balcony of the closest community to the steel mill, 3 people were all holding binoculars. The mutant dog moved, probably having spotted Su-Yi, and headed in his direction. This mutant dog looks quite fierce. Can Su-Yi handle it? Ling Shuang was very worried. Although she had gained the ability of the mutant rat, if she were to face a mutant rat one-on-one, she probably wouldn't be able to kill it. Because the combat power of mutant beasts is very strong. Even if she had a super alloy tang knife in her hand, she might not be able to gain the upper hand against the mutant rat. This kind of mutant dog is much stronger than the mutant rat. Before getting close, the alarm sounded in the camp. Those on the walls all left the walls and hid. Soon, there was no one on the ground. Seeing this situation, Qinli couldn't help but frown. This is definitely not a good thing. It indicates that the mutant dog might have some kind of supernatural ability that can launch large-scale attacks. Because he had dealt with a mutant dog before, its combat power was terrifying, but if ground down slowly, it could still be defeated. Let's go support the boss. The situation with that mutant dog might be different. Qinli decisively made his choice and went downstairs. Lu Ran and Ling Shuang didn't hesitate and directly followed Qinli. The two of them were already worried about Su-Yi and wanted to help. They also tried to run past the infected from above, which meant they didn't have to kill their way through. Once they reached the ground floor, Lu Ran said something and then jumped directly onto the head of an infected. Such a height was not difficult for them. After jumping up, Lu Ran found it easier than she had imagined. At first, she was a bit unsteady, but she quickly mastered the technique. The more challenging one was Qinli. His agility was somewhat lacking. Additionally, he weighed over 300 pounds, so the infected struggled to bear his weight. When Qinli exerted force with his legs, the infected would fall directly. However, he could also use this method to move on top of the infected's heads. As long as the distance wasn't too great, he could move smoothly. As they approached the steel mill, Su-Yi had already encountered the mutated dog. Su-Yi also noticed that everyone inside the steel mill was hiding, but he didn't care. A sound similar to that of a Tibetan Mastiff came from the mutated dog's throat. It lunged at Su-Yi, trying to bite him to death. However, what greeted it was Su-Yi's twin blades. Such strong defense and sturdy muscles. Su-Yi initially thought that with his vibranium sword, he could easily cut off the mutated dog's forelimbs. Instead, he realized he had taken it for granted. His sword only left 2 wounds on the mutated dog's leg and did not successfully sever it. The injury made the mutated dog howl in pain and then begin to bite wildly. Its speed was incredibly fast. If Su-Yi didn't have a dragon step, he would have surely been bitten. Once bitten, his bones would be crushed. Such a large size, and yet so agile. It was ridiculous. Su-Yi quickly dodged while continuously swinging his twin blades, leaving cuts on the mutated dog's body. Its defense was indeed very strong. Even with his divine weapon, he didn't gain much advantage. Of course, if he had used an ordinary sword, it might have been difficult to leave any wounds at all. Suddenly, the mutated dog barked loudly. Su-Yi felt as if he had been hit by a cannonball, and his whole body flew backward. A sound wave attack? Su-Yi rubbed his ears, feeling his head buzzing. Woof! The mutated dog launched another sound wave attack. He was knocked back again, blood oozing from the corner of his eyes. Without a word, Su-Yi retreated. This sound wave attack was too powerful. He currently had no way to defend against it. Su-Yi! Ling Shuang shouted as she saw Su-Yi rush out. Let's go at Soundwave. Before Su Yi could finish speaking, they heard the mutated dog bark again from behind. Woof! The loud sound, accompanied by a terrifying sound wave, rushed towards Su Yi and the others. Ling Shuang and the others were all knocked back and couldn't defend themselves at all. Let's go split up. Su Yi pulled Ling Shuang. Lu Ran was fast. She would definitely be able to escape. Qinli not only had abilities, but was also an evolved being, much stronger than Ling Shuang. Thus, Ling Shuang was the one who needed Su Yi's rescue the most. The mutated dog did not intend to let them go and continued to pounce. However, Su Yi and the others did not want to engage with it because they currently had no way to defend against the mutated dog's sound wave attack. Now, Su Yi understood why the people in the steel mill were hiding. If they didn't hide, they would be attacked. It was clear that the mutated dog had set its sights on Su Yi. It didn't chase after Qin Li or Lu Ran, but locked onto Su Yi and Ling Shuang. However, soon Lu Ran turned back to attack the mutated dog. She felt that her speed was fast enough to time her attack on its throat when it barked, preventing it from launching a sound wave attack. But she underestimated the terror of the mutated dog. Before she could get close, the mutated dog had already noticed her and let out a roar in her direction. This roar was relatively smaller and less powerful, but it still knocked Lu Ran back. Chapter 68. Repelling the Mutated Dog Puff. Lu Ran stood on the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. The recent attack had injured her lungs. The infected outside immediately erupted in excitement. The blood of evolved beings and those with abilities stimulated them more, or rather, the energy contained within would make them stronger. She glanced back. The mutated dog and Su Yi had vanished at the end of the street, and she didn't know where they had gone. After hesitating for a moment, she decisively followed. This way, Boss and the others ran this way. Qin Li had also been keeping an eye on Su Yi's movements. He knew Su Yi had intended to draw the mutated dog away to prevent them from being affected. One must repay kindness. This was Qin Li's life motto. Such adventures shouldn't be left solely to Su Yi. The two of them hurriedly chased in that direction, fearing they would be too late to catch up with Su Yi and Ling Shuang. You can put me down, I'm fine. Ling Shuang blushed as she looked at Su Yi, who was carrying her, feeling a mix of emotions. Being held by a man was something she only remembered from when her father and brother held her as a child. A sense of security mixed with other complex feelings made Ling Shuang somewhat mesmerized. However, her rationality told her that this man was her niece's, and she couldn't let Su Yi hold her like this. Hold tight, I'm going up. Su Yi spotted a building and reminded her. Okay. Ling Shuang tightened her grip on Su Yi, pressing herself against him. Su Yi leaped onto the second floor of a building, then kicked the door open and charged inside. The mutated dog also jumped up, but its large size got stuck. The mutated dog stopped at a building, probably because the boss and the others had entered that building. Qin Li saw the mutated dog on the second floor of a building and immediately stopped. Over there, let's go to that building. Lu Ran pointed at a distant building and said. Qin Li nodded and quickly stepped onto the shoulders of the infected, moving towards the building Lu Ran indicated. Su Yi took out a crossbow arrow that hadn't been used for a long time and shot directly. Ling Shuang was also set down by Su Yi. She raised her gun and fired. Then they found that the crossbow arrow embedded itself into the mutated dog's body, but the bullet only made a small blood hole on the surface. Bang! The mutated dog crashed into the house, trying to pounce on Su Yi. However, what greeted it was Su Yi's sharp sword. After quickly firing 2 arrows, Su Yi drew his sword and stabbed at the mutated dog's head. Taking advantage of the fact that it hadn't used its sound wave attack, Su Yi went all out. He finally used his swordsmanship skill. In just 1 minute, Su Yi had stabbed nearly 100 times. The flesh on the mutated dog's face was almost completely sliced off by Su Yi. It was frightened. The mutated dog quickly retracted its head and jumped back into the street, knocking over countless infected as it ran towards the steel mill. Su Yi did not pursue it because he was injured by the mutated dog's sound wave attack. If he chased again now, it would only lead to trouble. ZZ Boss, how are things over there? Is everything all right? Qin Li's anxious voice came through the walkie-talkie. It's fine. I've driven the mutant dog back. I sustained a minor injury. Nothing serious. How about you? Saying this, Su Yi turned back to take a look at Ling Shuang and noticed her flushed face. We're fine too. We'll be over soon. Lu Ran's voice came through. That's good. Stay safe. After finishing, Su Yi put away the walkie-talkie. He walked up to Ling Shuang, placed his hand on her forehead, and asked, were you hurt? Is it the capillaries on your face that burst? No, it's not. Ling Shuang was startled and quickly shrank back. At this moment, Su Yi realized why Ling Shuang was blushing. It turned out she was shy. Isn't she supposed to be a tough girl? How could she be shy? Su Yi rubbed his chest, feeling as though his lungs had been injured by the sound waves. This sound wave attack is really powerful. If this ability could be mastered, it will be formidable. Su Yi spat out a mouthful of blood foam and then glanced at Lu Ran and Qin Li coming from distance. Ling Shuang was relatively far away, so she wasn't much hurt. They were initially just blown away and fell on their butts. Although hurt quite a bit. Ling Shuang felt too shy to rub it. She sighed. It's a pity we can only acquire one ability. If we could gain multiple, humanity wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Su Yi nodded. Ling Shuang was right. If a person could master multiple abilities, humanity could indeed turn the tide and dominate the infected and mutant beasts. Unfortunately, it seems they can really only master one ability for now. However, that might not necessarily be the case. After all, they had just begun utilizing the mutant beast brain beads, and perhaps hadn't truly grasped the subtleties of the brain beads. If they had enough brain beads, he could start trying to see if he could acquire multiple abilities. Additionally, whether that mutant dog had a brain bead in its head was another matter altogether. Lu Ran, how are you? Are you hurt? Su Yi immediately expressed concern when he saw Lu Ran enter. He had seen her trying to attack the mutant dog and watch her get blown away by its sound wave. Lu Ran smiled sweetly at Su Yi and said, I'm fine, just a minor shock injury, it won't affect me. Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief and noticed the motorcycle helmet Lu Ran was holding. His eyes brightened. The most uncomfortable part of sound wave attacks is the head. The eyes and ears can bleed, and if it happens a few more times, one could easily go deaf or blind. Wearing the helmet should help mitigate some of the sound wave damage. The mutant dog's sound wave attack should also have a time or frequency limit, just like your armor. Although my own strength is decent, I can handle it. The troublesome part is its sound wave attack. Having this helmet should help me. Saying this, Su Yi took the helmet into his hands. He definitely wouldn't let Lu Ran take risks, as her strength was still inferior to his. Everyone has sustained minor injuries. Let's rest directly. You should have noticed that our self-repair abilities are quite strong now. With this, Su Yi held the helmet and prepared to go upstairs to find a room to rest, and also search the house for supplies. Or maybe see if he could check in. After all, he still had 3 chances to check in. If there was a suitable place, his strength could be enhanced again. Going after that mutant dog tomorrow would be even more certain. Chapter 69. Lu Ran's new ability in this building. Su Yi and the others didn't find anything valuable. Just some bulk rice. Choosing a room, Su Yi laid down on the bed. Resting is when self-healing abilities are the strongest. Ling Shuang was in the opposite room. He didn't know if it was intentional to pick that room. Lu Ran and Su Yi took some mutant meat, planning to use the mutant fish's brain bead shortly. She felt her strength was too weak and couldn't help Su Yi at all. In fact, she didn't even have the chance to fight alongside him. This situation was intolerable for Lu Ran. In the apocalypse, strength is paramount. Without strength, one is bound to be at the mercy of others. Only by gaining powerful strength can one do what they want. She wanted to take her fate into her own hands. With strong abilities, she could seek out her parents, find her family. Even if they were no longer around, she still wanted to go back. Otherwise, her heart would be forever unsettled. After cooking some mutant beast meat in a pressure cooker, Lu Ran took out the mutant fish's brain bead. She put it in her mouth and bit down. A warm current surged toward her stomach, then spread throughout her body. It was indeed painful, as if her bones and flesh were being torn apart. This process lasted nearly an hour, and by the time it finished, the meat in the pressure cooker was also done. Lu Ran hurriedly started eating, and after filling her stomach, she regained some strength. Her body's surface was covered with a layer of dark substance, like sludge. She hadn't heard Su Yi mention this condition. Searching the wardrobe in the room for some clean clothes, Lu Ran went into the bathroom. After half an hour of cleaning, Lu Ran stood in front of the bathroom mirror. She noticed her skin had become more delicate and pink. She couldn't help but want to touch and kiss it a few times. She looked even more charming and aesthetically pleasing. She hadn't expected to undergo a second development. This brain bead was amazing. Lu Ran was particularly satisfied with her changes. With a thought, the water in the basin transformed into a small ball and slowly floated up. It then began to spin around her. She could create more and wrap it around a target to suffocate them, while it was still weak for attacking. It didn't mean this ability was ineffective. As long as it was utilized well, it could play an astonishing role. Lu Ran was very satisfied with her ability. The water control technique could continuously develop new attack methods. After putting on her clothes, Lu Ran still felt a bit unaccustomed to her new size. However, she believed Su-Yi would definitely like this change of hers. Men tend to prefer larger things. Lu Ran quickly went downstairs, wanting to see if Su-Yi was awake. As soon as she reached the bottom, she found Su-Yi standing on the balcony smoking. So, she walked over and stood beside him. "How is it? What ability have you mastered?" Su-Yi guessed it was Lu Ran when he heard the footsteps. Water control ability. Lu Ran leaned against the balcony, tilting her head to glance at Su-Yi. Su-Yi's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing Lu Ran, because Lu Ran's changes were significant. The brain bead can also make someone more beautiful, get bigger. The changes in Lu Ran's figure were too obvious for Su-Yi not to notice. But why didn't Ling Yu have any changes in this regard? And Ling Shuang was the same. Is it only the evolved who experience such changes? Yes. Just like Qin Li, his body has shrunk significantly, looking much more normal than before. Envy. Su-Yi indeed feels a bit envious of the evolved. They have greater advantages. If Su-Yi didn't have the system, he wouldn't be able to compare himself to the evolved at all. Unfortunately, there are too few evolved individuals. Can they create something out of nothing? Su-Yi is curious if El Ran can conjure water from thin air. It's not really creating something out of nothing. There's already some moisture in the air that I can condense. It's just very difficult. Saying this, El Ran extends her hand, her fingers moving slightly. After a few minutes, a small droplet of water appears. "This is it. This is my limit," El Ran says with some effort. "This really consumes a lot of energy." "That's quite a good ability. I believe our abilities can be continuously improved through training," Su-Yi comforts her. Then he asks, "Do you feel that every time you use this ability, you become particularly weak? Not physically weak, but mentally weak?" El Ran quickly nods. She just felt that way. Su-Yi shifts his gaze away from a certain part of El Ran's body and continues to analyze. This ability should be related to our energy or mental power. We can refer to it as mental power or telekinesis. It should be something that can be cultivated, continuously using this ability to enhance the duration and power of our skills. El Ran deeply agrees, her face reddening as she says, "I think what you said makes a lot of sense. I think the concept of telekinesis is great. The stronger the telekinesis, the stronger our abilities. So, we can continuously use our abilities to improve our telekinesis. All right, next time we contact the military, let's share this information. I wonder if anyone among them has gained special powers." Su-Yi flicks the cigarette, but greedily breathes in the air. He feels a faint fragrance in the air. This fragrance comes from El Ran's body. Perhaps it's a change after she absorbed the brain pearl of the mutated fish, something she might not even realize. The two chat on a balcony for a while, and soon, Ling Shuang joins them. Downstairs, the infected crowd together, looking up with a hungry expression. Upstairs, the three are occasionally laughing. The two scenes form a stark contrast. "All right, it's getting late. We should start cooking dinner." Ling Shuang concludes the pleasant chat, and then pulls El Ran to the kitchen. El Ran's cooking skills are indeed excellent, and Ling Shuang wants to learn a bit. Su-Yi looks outside. There's still some time before it gets dark, so he plans to go outside for a stroll and see if he can find a suitable place to sign in. There's a community hospital over there. I will check it out and be back soon. Ling Shuang's head peeks out from the kitchen, asking, "Don't you need to take Qin Li with you?" "No need. There are only infected outside. They can't hurt me." Su-Yi confidently replies. He's still wearing armor, so even if he falls into a crowd of infected, he wouldn't actually get hurt. Just be careful and come back quickly, Ling Shuang reminds him, feeling a bit strange afterward. What's strange? She can't quite put her finger on it. Chapter 70. Signing in at the community hospital, there are no mutated beasts, so the infected pose little threat to Su-Yi. By the time they react, Su-Yi has already reached his destination. The infected here seem very excited. Su-Yi notices that the infected in the community hospital are quite agitated and excited. This usually indicates that there are survivors in the hospital. Su-Yi directly jumps down, drawing his dual blades. He slashes and cuts, with blade lights flashing, sending countless heads flying. Su-Yi's swordsmanship has become increasingly sharp. This is thanks to the 7-kill gun technique. He has gained a lot of skills from it and applied them to his swordsmanship. Su-Yi feels that what the system provides is just the basics. To truly become stronger, he needs to keep learning and practicing. This way, he can continuously improve and gain greater strength. After clearing the infected at the hospital entrance, Su-Yi rushes into the hospital and pulls the glass door shut. This electric sensor door cannot open automatically without power. After pushing the door shut, he isolates the infected outside. Then he picks up his gun and begins shooting. There are no other people here, so Sui can use firearms without worry. Every shot hits the head, taking down one infected with each bullet. Hunting infected is indeed much more satisfying with a gun. He can kill 100 in just a few minutes. Sui reflects while reloading. He has a limited number of magazines, only able to load 100 rounds. He didn't bring much, mainly because the 7-kill army's ammunition is limited. And Sui doesn't want to reveal that he can use survival points to upgrade nail gun bullets to rifle rounds. With 10 survival points, he can upgrade 100 nail gun bullets to rifle bullets. Thus, Sui decisively spends 100 survival points to directly upgrade to 1,000 rounds. He uses 2 guns interchangeably so that the barrels can withstand such high-speed shooting. Soon, the 500 to 600 infected in the hall are cleared out by Sui. Hey, are there any survivors inside? I've cleared out the infected outside. Sui knocks on the door, as the infected in this area are the most excited. This place has a rescue room. Yes, there are people. Great, someone has come to save us. It must be the army. An excited voice comes from inside the door. Judging by the voice, the speaker is likely quite old. Then, sound of moving things come from inside. Taking this opportunity, Sui circles around the hall and walks to the pharmacy. This place is where nurses prepare injections and medications. It can also be considered a storage room. System. Sign in. Sui's purpose for coming to the hospital is to sign in. He thinks this place is worth a try. Ding. Obtain a body quick recovery potion. Survival points 100. Sui's eyes light up upon hearing the prompt. The body quick recovery potion allows for rapid healing of injuries. Even severe wounds can be treated quickly. This is amazing, a great item. With this, Sui feels like he has an extra life. No wonder it grants 100 survival points. When Sui comes out of the pharmacy, the door to the rescue room across the way also opens. Wow, so many infected. The hall is full. How terrifying. A nurse peeks her head out, looking terrified. Then, a few more nurses peep out. Sui didn't expect there to be more than 1 or 2 survivors inside. Do they eat their own kind? Yes, you saved us, killed so many infected, just you alone. A man in his 40s, wearing a white coat. Seems a bit incredulous that Sui could kill so many infected by himself. Yes, how many survivors are there? What have you all been relying on to survive during this time? Sui found that they were not very thin, so he became a bit suspicious. 7 of us. We have 7 people, 2 doctors, and 5 nurses. A female doctor in her 30s quickly replied. We have been surviving on glucose and other nutritional injections. Is there any food? We haven't eaten anything for a long time. A nurse looked at Sui eagerly. If Sui hadn't appeared, their energy-supplying injections would have run out soon. There's a box of snacks over here. I'll bring it to you. Saying this, Sui turned and went back to the medicine room, then took out a box of snacks from his storage space and gave it to the survivors. Doctors and nurses are both very important. A shelter cannot lack these 2 professions. When hunting infected, there are always injuries in the 7 kills army. At that time, doctors and nurses are needed. Sui walked in and looked around to check. He found no bodies or remains, indicating that they indeed had not resorted to cannibalism to survive. Such people still have a bottom line and are worth saving. You all eat first. I'll go check other places for other survivors, Sui said and headed towards the pharmacy. In the hall, there were 2 pharmacies, a traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy and a Western medicine pharmacy, separated and considered 2 independent places. Both doors were open, and there were many medicines scattered on the floor. Sui entered the Western medicine pharmacy, ready to sign in here first. System, sign in. Ding, sign in successful, obtained a primary body enhancement agent. Survival points, 30. Huh, a primary body enhancement agent? I can actually get this from the pharmacy? Sui initially thought he could obtain a body rapid repair agent, but did not expect it to be a primary body enhancement agent. This was not very useful for Sui, as he had already used an intermediate enhancement agent. Of course, if he wanted to, he could give this primary body enhancement agent to someone else. This was probably only suitable for ordinary people. For evolved individuals like Lu Ran and Qin Li, it was likely useless. Ling Yu and the others were not evolved individuals. They only gained abilities from brain beads, so it might still have some effect on them. After all, the main purpose of the brain beads was to grant them abilities, and body enhancement was just a side effect. The body enhancement agent rewarded by the system was different. When Sui used it before, his strength was even greater than Ling Yu, who had gained abilities. Therefore, Su-Yi felt that this primary body enhancement agent could be given to Ling-Yu. Furthermore, Su-Yi was currently only willing to give it to her. He couldn't trust the others and was not willing to give it to them. Ling-Yu was different. She was already considered Su-Yi's woman. Su-Yi was relatively generous towards his woman. Then, Su-Yi walked out of the Western medicine pharmacy and entered the traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy. There were no markings indicating that Su-Yi could sign in here. He was curious about what rewards he could obtain. System, sign in. After silently reciting in his heart, Su-Yi waited for the result. Ding! Obtained 1 Pei Yuan Dan. Survival points, 80. Pei Yuan Dan? Su-Yi's pupils contracted. He did not expect it to be this. He had eaten Pei Yuan Dan before, and, after absorption, it significantly enhanced his strength. This item was even more powerful than a primary body enhancement agent. Moreover, it would still be effective for him now. Additionally, the last time he signed in and received Pei Yuan Dan, it was for 70 survival points, and now it had increased by 10 points. The same went for the primary body enhancement agent. The survival points gained had also increased. Did this mean that the stronger his strength, the higher the value of these items he obtained? After thinking for a moment, Su-Yi directly took out the Pei Yuan Dan and swallowed it. With this Pei Yuan Dan, Su-Yi's strength would undoubtedly increase again. After swallowing it, Su-Yi felt a warm flow surge in his lower abdomen, particularly comfortable. He glanced at the light screen to check his data. Survival points, 5,771, sign-in times, 0. The sign-in times were reset again. But Su-Yi had only explored the first floor of this hospital. After leaving the traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy, Su-Yi returned to the emergency room. The people in the emergency room had not eaten anything. They were whispering to each other about something. Upon seeing Su-Yi, they immediately quieted down. Why aren't you eating? Are you worried about the food? Su-Yi asked directly. The female doctor adjusted her glasses and quickly explained, no, it's not that. It's just that we have been using medication to suppress stomach acid, so we can't eat a lot of food at once. Su-Yi nodded and said, as expected of a doctor, very professional. You all stay here. I'll go upstairs to see if there are other survivors. Let us go together. We can help a little, said the male doctor as he picked up a steel pipe polish from a handheld force stand. Su-Yi smiled slightly and said, good. With this attitude, you can survive in the apocalypse. I'm Luo Ding. May I ask your name? Luo Ding tightened his grip on the steel pipe and stepped out of the emergency room. The others also picked up similar weapons and followed. I'm Su-Yi. I'm Zhang Yuan. And these are Li Xiaoxia, Zhao Wan, Yi Ping, Yi Lulu, and Sun Xuanan. Zhang Yuan introduced the nurses of varying ages beside her. Su-Yi glanced over. The oldest looked to be in her 40s, while the youngest was likely just starting her internship, with interns still written on her badge. Don't make any noise, no matter what you encounter. Infected individuals are quite sensitive to sound. Also, if you need to attack, aim for the infected's head. That's the only way to kill them. Additionally, the bones of infected individuals have become brittle, so you can pierce their heads with the steel pipe if you use enough force. After thinking for a moment, Su-Yi added, after all, their bones have weakened. After speaking, Su-Yi drew his battle knife and headed towards the stairs. Luo Ding, Zhang Yuan, you two come open the door. The door to the stairwell was closed, with a wooden stick wedged in it. There were clicking sounds from behind the door, indicating the presence of infected individuals. Luo Ding and Zhang Yuan exchanged glances, then stepped forward together to open the door. Just as the door opened, the infected inside had not reacted yet when Su-Yi charged in with his knife and began killing. Luo Ding and the others saw Su-Yi chopping the infected's heads off as if he were slicing vegetables. In just 1 minute, dozens of infected at the stairway had all been beheaded, lying on the ground. Su-Yi, is it just you? Don't you have any companions? Zhang Yuan, receiving the hint, hurriedly moved closer to Su-Yi and asked quietly, yes, but our manpower is at the city government. You all need to hold out in this hospital for a while. My people will gradually arrive at the steel factory to establish a new shelter. Su-Yi explained while continuing to ascend the stairs. As he walked, he kept chopping down the infected that tried to bite him. Are there no survivors in Yungang? Zhang Yuan was very shocked. Because her husband was from Yungang, she had been trying to inquire about this, but worried that Su-Yi might be difficult to get along with. She held back. However, after testing and finding that Su-Yi was willing to communicate, she quickly started to ask. There are probably thousands of people, but they are all being controlled, and I can't take that place for now. Even if we manage to deal with the infected in Yungang, they might not have the courage to come out and clear the streets. If you want to leave here, you'll have to wait until our main force of the 7-kill army is relocated here. At that time, we will clear the nearby neighborhoods. After speaking, Su-yi rushed up to the second floor. The fire door on the second floor was closed, and the infected were swaying in the corridor inside. The door was locked from the inside, but it didn't pose a challenge for Su-yi. With one kick, he directly kicked the door open. Seeing Su-yi's actions, Luo Ping couldn't help but widen his eyes. Su-yi, how is your strength so strong? Su-yi explained while slashing. You still don't know that there are evolved humans, right? Evolved beings will gain immense strength. Additionally, animals can also evolve into mutated beasts. Some mutated beasts can produce brain pearls, allowing humans to gain supernatural abilities and become ability users. Su-yi's words made the several medical staff present light up. Outside, there were flesh-eating infected, but in front of Su-yi, these infected posed no threat at all. Naturally, they hoped to possess this kind of power. With such power, they would have the qualification to survive. Su-yi hacked his way through and discovered that the entire outpatient department had fallen, with no survivors. However, a few people had starved to death in the consultation room, and their bodies were different from those of the infected. The corpses of the infected were like mummies and were hard to decay. Most of the decaying bodies were human corpses. Then, Su-yi led them to the third floor. The third and fourth floors belonged to the laboratory department, where there were fewer infected. The fifth floor was pediatrics, where Su-yi and the others saw many infected children. After clearing the area, there were still no survivors. The sixth floor was obstetrics, which also led to another building, the inpatient department. However, the door to the passage was already closed, which meant that there were no infected in the building they were in. They had all been cleared by Su-yi. The sky was getting dark, so Su-yi naturally needed to leave. Do you have a blood bank here? Before leaving, Su-yi inquired. Blood can be used to attract infected, and this could be used to lure the infected into a certain factory, thus quickly clearing the streets. If there were large machinery, deep pits could even be dug to lure the infected in and bury them directly. Plasma will be very suitable to use as bait. Chapter 72, with the dog god. What is there to fear? Happy New Year's Eve. No, we are just a community hospital. We don't have a blood bank. Only a small amount of emergency plasma stored in a blood storage room on the basement level. It has its own power supply system, and the plasma should still be usable now. Hearing the information provided by Luo Ding, Su-yi nodded in satisfaction. All right, you stay here, and tomorrow I will send some supplies to you. Additionally, I will come to collect the plasma tomorrow. If all goes well, I will try to use the plasma to lure the infected nearby away as soon as possible. After saying that, Su-yi directly went downstairs. Luo Ding and the others were relatively restrained and did not try to keep Su-yi from leaving. They returned to the hall, went back to the rescue room, and locked the door. After staying there for so long, they knew that the door to the rescue room could withstand the test. Su-yi left the hospital directly, hacking down a pile of infected on his way out, and closed the hospital's glass door again. It must be said that the quality of the glass made in this country is still quite good, not worse than that of China on Earth. Then, Su-yi leaped onto the heads of the infected and quickly ran towards the building where Qin Li and the others were. After a while, Su-yi successfully entered the room. Boss, how is it? Are there any survivors in that hospital? Qin Li asked with great concern. As the 7-kill army only had 5 military doctors, and he hoped that some doctors could survive and join the 7-kill army. Su-yi replied as he entered the room. 2 doctors and 5 nurses survived. They have managed to hold on with various nutrient solutions and are in decent condition. Additionally, their mindset is also good, making them suitable to join the 7-kill army. Furthermore, I haven't checked the inpatient department yet. There may still be survivors there. Once we take the steel factory, we can check the inpatient department. At this moment, Ling Shuang had come out with dinner. Su-yi, go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. After the 4 had dinner, they chatted for a while in the living room and arranged tasks for the next day. Su-yi would continue to attack the mutated dogs, while Qin Li and Ling Shuang would search nearby for materials suitable for blocking the river. Lu Ran, who had speed abilities, would be responsible for agile support, no matter whether Su-yi or Qin Li needed assistance. Lu Ran would quickly rush over to help using her speed. Then, they each went to rest. At night, there was no need for a night watch. They were all very alert. If someone really came to attack, they could respond quickly. Moreover, Su-yi did not think anyone would have the audacity to do so. While Su-yi and the others went to rest, a factory building in the steel factory was brightly lit. Due to the clean energy transformation, many factory buildings had their own photovoltaic power generation systems, ensuring daily electricity use. Yungang naturally also had its own photovoltaic power system, and the power supply was quite substantial. The face of the mutated dog was sewn all over, as without the stitches, the entire skin would fall off. Now the entire head of the mutated dog was swollen, and its appearance had changed significantly. It kept making whimpering sounds, looking very aggrieved. Next to it stood a man, constantly stroking the neck of the mutated dog, comforting it. Master, those people seem to be all evolved beings, and their strength is very formidable. What should we do now? Yes, they actually managed to escape smoothly and even injured our dog god. If they attack tomorrow, what should we do? With the dog god here, what are you afraid of? Do we, the followers of the dog god, need to worry about those evolved beings? The dog god can defeat them once, and it can defeat them a second time. If other evolved beings want to seize this place, they just be eaten by our dog god? Exactly, our dog god is invincible. The man, referred to as the master, pressed his hand down, and nearly 100 people in the factory suddenly quieted down. He impatiently asked, "How is the tunnel digging going? Have you reached the riverside yet?" Immediately, someone responded, "Almost there, it will take at most 2 days." 2 days? That's too long. We must reach the riverside by tomorrow. Give the order for them to dig without rest. As long as we break through, everyone can escape and flee to Jiangxin Park. That is our territory. There are plenty of fish in the river, so we won't have to worry about food. During this time, he would take his mutated dogs to the river to fish. Otherwise, the people in the steel factory would have run out of food long ago. Going to other places to collect supplies was too dangerous for him. The river was still relatively safe. Although there were mutated fish in the river, they were no match for the mutated dogs and would not actively provoke his mutated dogs. During this time, he had already blocked the bridge leading to Jiangxin Park and had planted rice there. As long as the tunnel is completed, he can transfer the steel mill workers and steel to that island in the river. Although Jiangxin Park is not large, it can still accommodate thousands of people. Don't just stand around. All of you go dig the tunnel. Anyone who dares to slack off will be fed to the dog god. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone shuddered. This mutated dog needed to eat a person every day. So, they all left the factory to prepare to dig the tunnel. Seeing everyone leave, the cult leader grabbed 2 women and began to indulge himself again. His name was Jia Shunping, originally just an ordinary slacker at the steel mill, living off his parents' pension. Besides being lazy, he was also quite ugly. So at 40 years old, he didn't even have a wife. Who would have thought that after the global disaster? The dog he raised turned into a mutated dog, and it remained as loyal to him as before. Now, Jia Shunping had completely turned his life around. He used the mutated dog to rally a large number of workers and establish the dog god cult. Every day, he needed to play with several women, but only once, never repeating. Some of these women were willing, while others were forced by their families. Those who were unwilling had to work and dig tunnels, because digging tunnels could earn them a meal. They might not be full, but they wouldn't starve to death. Although the world had collapsed, some people still had their own bottom line and refused to trample on their dignity just to survive. Of course, many became Jia Shunping's vicious dogs, bullying former co-workers and humiliating their wives and daughters. Those who entered the underground tunnel clearly had no intention of actually working. They were just pretending to please Jia Shunping, capturing some of the women he had played with to have fun in the tunnel. In truth, they looked down on Jia Shunping. However, more than that, they envied him. They also wanted to have a powerful mutated dog. That way, they could do whatever they wanted. At night, the seemingly calm world was actually rife with countless filthy deeds. Chapter 73. The Mad Mutated Dog. Happy New Year. The next morning, when Su-Yi woke up, he found that El-Ran had already prepared breakfast. El-Ran not only cooked porridge with mutated rat meat, but also made some fried meat strips. This was the first time Su-Yi had such breakfast since the apocalypse. Not just him, but Qin Li and Ling Shuang also praised it after eating. After breakfast, Su-Yi and the others rested for a while. And then Ling Shuang and Qin Li began to take action. Su-Yi observed for a while on the balcony to see what was happening in the steel mill. He noticed that the workers were still digging the tunnel and transporting dirt. They were using wheelbarrows to continuously haul dirt out of the tunnel. It was unclear where their tunnel was leading, and today there were no guards on the wall. El-Ran stood behind Su-Yi, curiously saying, "We'll know soon. I'm going to deal with that mutated dog." Saying this, Su-Yi put on his helmet and directly went downstairs. After going downstairs, Su-Yi rushed towards the steel mill. Soon, he entered the steel mill. As soon as he entered, He heard the barking of the mutated dog. "It's anxious." Su-Yi sneered and didn't rush into action. The mutated dog was clearly frightened by him and panicked when it smelled his scent. The louder the barking dog, the more cowardly it often is. Many animals like to bluff. Su-Yi ran towards the tunnel exit and saw someone coming out, quickly putting a knife to the person's neck. "Where is your tunnel leading?" "To the river. The new tunnel is being dug towards the river." A worker answered honestly. The news of Su-Yi's attack on the steel mill had already spread among them. "To the river?" Su-Yi asked with some confusion. "Why dig toward the river?" "Jiangxin Park. Our leader wants to take us to Jiangxin Park. He says it's very safe there." Su-Yi immediately understood. He remembered that Jiangxin Park was a place he had visited during his freshman year with his classmates. Jiangxin Park covers more than 10 acres and can easily accommodate thousands of people. However, Su-Yi felt that Jiangxin Park was not safe. If mutated beasts became stronger, the mutated fish would soon attack Jiangxin Park. "Are there other routes?" Su-Yi casually asked. "Yes, there's one leading to the nearby residential area, Yuntian Yuewang." Su-Yi retracted his knife and let the worker go. This was just an ordinary person being bullied. Su-Yi saw no need to harm him. The mutated dog was still barking over there, and Su-Yi wasn't sure if it was using soundwave attacks. After all, the distance was a bit far. He decided not to wait any longer. He needed to absorb the essence-nourishing pill through combat. Besides, as long as he could protect his head, he wasn't worried about injuries to his body. He still had a fast-acting recovery potion that would heal his injuries immediately after use. So, as long as he could withstand the mutated dog's sound wave attack, that would be the mutated dog's death knell. "Nanlu, what are you doing? Why are you acting crazy?" Jia Shunping slapped Nanlu. He had just been dreaming of becoming the king of the world, surrounded by beautiful women, when he was suddenly awakened. So, he was very angry and slapped Nanlu as he usually did. As a result, the mutated dog suddenly turned around and bit Jia Shunping. The mutated dog bit off Jia Shunping's arm. Jia Shunping was stunned at first. "You're my dog. How can you bite me? I'm your master." The next second, Jia Shunping looked at the blood gushing from his arm, and then intense pain engulfed him. "Ah!" Several women screamed when they saw Jia Shunping's arm bitten off by the mutated dog. "Ah! It hurts so much. You dead dog, how dare you bite me? Damn it, how dare you bite me? I will." The mutated dog swung its tail, sending Jia Shunping flying. Then it dashed out. It felt danger. It thought Su-Yi was too dangerous. It originally wanted to intimidate Su-Yi with its barking to make him leave. But it didn't expect Su-Yi to re-enter the steel mill after backing away. So it panicked. Jia Shunping had just slapped it, which angered it, causing its beastly instincts to erupt. "Stop. You're mine. You can't run." Jia Shunping shouted because he knew that without the mutated dog, he would be nothing. He wanted to chase, but the mutated dog had already bolted out of the factory. Su-Yi tightened his grip on his battle knife as he saw the mutated dog charge out, preparing to confront it. However, what Su-Yi didn't expect was that the mutated dog didn't charge at him, but fled in another direction. Su-Yi was taken aback for a moment, then immediately chased after it. The mutated dog was the biggest threat in this steel mill. As long as he dealt with it, everything else would be manageable. Elran, go directly into the steel mill. The mutated dog has run away. You call Qinli to take control of the steel mill. I'll chase the mutated dog. No matter what, the mutated dog was injured yesterday and ran away upon seeing itself today. This indicates that it knows it can't defeat itself. It's very likely that its sonic attack hasn't recovered yet. Taking advantage of its weakness to end its life is an opportunity that Su-Yi cannot miss. It likely has a brain pearl in its head. The sonic attack is a very strong ability, and Su-Yi feels he cannot let this chance slip away. If he misses it, he might never encounter it again. The mutated dog's speed is very fast. After it dashed out of the steel factory, it ran towards the park. Su-Yi's speed is also not slow. While chasing, he continues to shoot, as long as he can affect the mutated dog's speed. Su-Yi thinks wasting bullets is worth it. Boom! The mutated dog suddenly tripped and crashed into a shop on the street, its body half embedded inside. Su-Yi seized the opportunity and sprinted with all his might. Finally, just as the mutated dog was about to escape, Su-Yi rushed to its side. He leaped high and aimed his strike at one of its hind legs. The sharp battle knife sliced directly into the mutated dog's leg bone. It let out a horrible scream and turned to bite Su-Yi. Su-Yi dodged, leaping into the air and kicked the mutated dog in the head, preparing to stab down with the battle knife. The mutated dog jumped up and collided with Su-E. In midair, Su-E couldn't dodge in time and was directly knocked away by the mutated dog, but he wasn't injured. As the mutated dog landed, it pounced at Su-E again. Su-E crossed his dual knives in front of him, stepped forward, and charged at the mutated dog. Su-E locked onto the mutated dog's neck. If he could injure it, the threat it posed would decrease significantly. Chapter 74. Discovering New Changes in Infected Individuals. Happy New Year! The mutated dog suddenly barked and launched a sonic attack at Su-E. Su-E's body was hit like a cannonball, flying backward and crashing through a glass door onto the street, landing inside the shop. Luckily, he was wearing a helmet. Damn! Su-E realized that the helmet provided some protection, but he was still a bit dazed, and as he rushed out, his ears were still buzzing. One of the mutated dog's hind legs was injured, so its speed had decreased significantly. Su-E quickly caught up with it, his own speed unaffected. Su-E targeted the leg that he had previously slashed and made a powerful cut. With all his strength, he severed the mutated dog's leg. The mutated dog let out a scream and turned to bite Su-E. However, what awaited it was Su-Ye's incredibly hard vibranium battle knife. Its eye was pierced by Su-Ye's right knife, while the left knife chopped off the mutated dog's nose. The mutated dog screamed in agony, continuously trying to bite. Its hindquarters were pressed to the ground, front legs supporting its body, glaring fiercely at Su-E while attempting to bite, but it only bit into thin air. The moment its leg was severed, its fate was sealed. Su-E kept circling behind the mutated dog, attacking its body. More and more infected individuals were gathering nearby, soon crowding Su-E into a tight space. He attempted to store the mutated dog in his storage space, but living creatures couldn't be stored. Additionally, Su-E noticed that these infected individuals were actually eating the mutated dog's flesh. Their claws were extremely sharp, tearing off chunks of meat from the mutated dog and stuffing them into their mouths. Su-E and the mutated dog gradually shifted their targets to the infected individuals. Su-E wanted to use the infected individuals to tire out the mutated dog and, once it died, store its corpse in his storage space. The warm currents from the nourishing pills in his abdomen continuously supplied Su-E with strength. He also found that his own power was slowly increasing. Soon, Su-E cleared a large area. The mutated dog was on its last legs, completely overwhelmed by the infected individuals, constantly howling in distress. Su-E charged over, cutting down several infected individuals, then jumped onto the mutated dog's back and made a powerful slash. The mutated dog's head was severed by Su-E, and he stored it in his storage space along with its corpse. Su-E noticed that the infected individuals had become more agile, and one even avoided his attack and turned to flee. Could it be that they could evolve rapidly after eating the mutated beast's flesh? This is not good news. Su-E wielded his dual knives and charged at the infected individuals. If the infected individuals became stronger after eating the mutated beast's flesh, then they couldn't be left alive. Leaving them would pose a threat. While killing these infected individuals, Su-E realized that they were indeed different from the others. Their movements were no longer stiff, and their attacks had become much stronger. However, they were still not too strong, so Su-E managed to kill all the infected individuals in just over 10 minutes. Only the one that escaped was not killed by Su-E because he couldn't find it anymore. Unless Su-E killed all the infected individuals in the entire block, it would be too difficult for him to kill thousands of them alone. So, he left the street. Even if there was only one, Su-E was confident he could kill it, even if it grew as strong as the mutated dog. However, this incident made Su-E realize that survival would become increasingly difficult in the future. Humanity must strengthen itself quickly. Otherwise, the crises faced in the future would become too numerous, and survival would become increasingly challenging. After about 10 minutes, Su-E returned to the interior of the steel factory. At this time, a large number of workers had gathered in the factory, and some were gradually emerging from the tunnel. Su-E, holding the mutated dog's head, arrived in front of the crowd. The mutated dog's corpse was too large, weighing several thousand pounds, like cow. Although Su-Ye's strength was great, lifting something weighing several thousand pounds was still quite difficult. He also didn't want to expose his storage space in front of ordinary people, so bringing out just the head was the most appropriate choice. He tossed the mutated dog's head to the ground and removed his helmet. "Boss, you're amazing. You took down such a strong mutated dog so quickly." Chenli knew Su-E could kill the mutated dog, but he didn't expect Su-E to resolve it so quickly. It hadn't even been an hour, right? Is this person's arm bitten by the mutated dog? Su Yi glanced at the unconscious Jia Shunping on the ground, realizing he was on the verge of death. Yes, he was the former owner of the mutated dog. This person had done many bad things, abused many women, and even fed workers to the mutated dog. Ling Shuang said through gritted teeth. Then kill him. Su Yi glanced at him and said indifferently. Without hesitation, Ling Shuang drew her knife and stabbed it into Jia Shunping's chest. I'll give you a chance. If any of you have followed this scum and abused the workers, step forward. If you've abused women, step forward as well. Those who step forward will have a chance to survive. What I have dragged out is nothing but corpses. As Su Yi finished speaking, several people in the crowd collapsed to the ground. Then, silently, a few people walked out. They had already become opposed to the ordinary workers. If they didn't step out, they would definitely be exposed. At that point, there would be no room for maneuvering, and they could only be killed. These four people looked like no good characters. Being able to kill mutated dogs, their strength was much greater than that of the mutated dogs. If they couldn't even handle the mutated dogs, let alone the more powerful evolvers. Stepping out, there was still a glimmer of hope for survival. So, they planned to seize this opportunity. A 10-second countdown began. Su Yi directly started the countdown, clearly dissatisfied with the speed of these people. As soon as Su Yi's words fell, many people in the crowd rushed out. These four individuals were not soft-hearted. Killing a person was no different from killing a chicken. They wouldn't even wrinkle their brows. Very good. Su Yi smiled slightly and then looked at the crowd, continuing, you can start reporting now which people have bullied you after the apocalypse began. Remember, it's after the apocalypse began. Anything before that doesn't count. As soon as Su Yi finished speaking, several people in the crowd collapsed. Clearly, these were the ones holding onto a glimmer of hope. Chapter 75, Decisive Killing. When it came to killing, there was no hesitation at all. Qinli went in to drag people out and personally executed them. They couldn't possibly let Su Yi do it himself. If Su Yi did it, wouldn't that be a dereliction of duty? Spare me, I was wrong, give me a chance. There were still some hopeful people in the crowd. Lu Ran directly pulled someone out and slit their throat. And him, he bullied my 7-year-old daughter. Someone pointed out in the crowd. I didn't. After the apocalypse, I really didn't. I dig soil every day. How could I? That person quickly defended himself. You get over here too. Scum should be with scum. Su Yi suppressed the impulse to kill him and told him to go to the other side. It was simple to kill those scum, but it was better to leave the dirty work and hard labor to them. It would be best if they worked until they died. Now, with everything in ruins, a large workforce was needed. There were many forklifts and shovels in the steel factory, but they had been used to transport steel to reinforce the walls at the beginning and had already run out of gasoline and diesel. To get them moving again, they would need to gather gasoline and diesel. You continue digging tunnels. Anyone who dares to slack off will be killed. Su Yi directly sent these people to dig tunnels. Digging to the water's edge was indeed a good idea. This way, they wouldn't have to rush to clear the infected on the streets. And the 7 Kills army could directly enter the steel factory from the riverside. After seeing those scum walk into the tunnel, Su Yi picked out a dozen people who clearly had grievances against those scum to supervise. With these people supervising, those scum wouldn't be able to slack off. All right, this problem is solved. Now on to the next issue. Saying this, Su Yi looked around. Apart from the 264 scum just now, there were still over 3,000 survivors left. They all looked emaciated, clearly having not fared well during this time. Food must be very limited. What have you been eating during this time? Su Yi had already sent Lu Ran and Qin Li to check nearby to see if there were any signs of them eating their companions. Boss, during this time we've been eating fish and rice porridge once a day. A middle-aged man stepped out. Although he looked somewhat nervous, he was trying hard to control himself. Where did the fish come from? Su Yi squinted. It wasn't easy to catch fish at this time. It's from the dog god. No, it's that monster dog that takes its owner to fish at Jiangxin Island, able to catch hundreds of pounds at a time. There are several large freezers in the employee cafeteria, all filled with fish caught from the river. Besides that, there were some rice stocks originally hoarded in our factory, as well as other supplies, all hidden by those scum. They should know. Su Yi turned to Ling Shuang and said, go check it out. Ling Shuang immediately took action. She also didn't want these people to survive by eating their own kind. If that were the case, they shouldn't be kept alive. With over 3,000 people, if it came to killing, she felt she couldn't do it. After Ling Shuang left, Su Yi asked, what is your name? What did you do before the apocalypse? Su Yi felt this person should be a manager. Boss, my name is Zhong Picheng, and I was the scheduling director at the factory. Zhong Pingcheng answered truthfully. Su Yi nodded and continued. It seems you had quite a reputation in the factory, so I'm giving you a task. I need weapons, knives, bows and arrows, long guns, and other cold weapons. This should be no problem for you, right? Rest assured, as long as the workers are willing to work, we will provide 3 meals a day and also extra wages. Zhong Pingcheng nodded vigorously, a bit excited as he said, You can rest assured, we can definitely make weapons. We can modify some equipment in a few days and then start production. This was an opportunity to show himself, and Zhong Pingcheng didn't want to miss it. His family was alive, and he wanted to ensure they had a better life, allowing his children to live as normally as before the apocalypse. This opportunity had fallen into his lap, so he wanted to seize it well. Very good. I am very satisfied with your answer. I hope I haven't misjudged you. Additionally, our 7 Kills Army is preparing to recruit soldiers. Those who become part of the 7 Kills Army will receive better treatment. Of course, this also means you'll have to take up arms and go out to deal with the infected. Soon, my people will arrive at this place. By then, you'll be able to enlist. After finishing, Su Yi looked around at the frail survivors. Everyone silently lowered their heads. Since they could choose to continue working in the steel factory, why would they want to take risks outside? Many of their co-workers have been bitten to death by the infected. Now, asking them to take up arms against monsters? Impossible. They wouldn't even dare to face the monsters. Even if it meant starving to death. Being bitten by a monster, how painful would that be? Even if it meant digging tunnels, they wouldn't dare to confront the monsters. Seeing their actions, Su Yi knew they had no courage to face the monsters. This couldn't be blamed on them. After all, they were originally ordinary people. Moreover, they still had at least 1 meal a day to fill their stomachs and had not experienced despair. These workers were still quite valuable. At least they still had certain skills. If they could control the steel and the other factories around the steel factory, they would have a solid refuge. There would definitely be other survivors in this city. Perhaps some groups would even have a larger population than Su Yi and his team. After all, this city was large and densely populated. Su Yi had been to many places, all of which had survivors. And once the refuge of the 7 Kills Army was stabilized, they would begin searching for other survivors. Those who did not accept them might still be accepted by other refuges. Some madmen might even prefer to eat the flesh of their own kind. In the end times, nothing would surprise Su Yi. He didn't test the ordinary people. If they had food, they would definitely not hide it. Qin Li and the others could easily find out. A few minutes later, Ling Shuang returned to Su Yi's side. They were right. There were indeed many frozen fish, as well as some rice and flour. So far, no suspicious items have been found. After hearing Ling Shuang's report, he nodded. Once Qin Li and the others returned, if everything was fine, they would settle these people. As soon as the tunnel was opened, they would bring the airborne troops over to guard them. With just the 4 of them, it would be difficult to keep an eye on these thousands of people, so they needed to draw some people from the airborne troops. The airborne troops were not far from here. If the tunnel to the riverside was opened, they could enter the steel factory through it. With the airborne troops and themselves, even if other mutated beasts attacked, Su Yi could handle it. At that time, Qin Li and the others could return to the city government to relocate the 7 Kill Army and ordinary people. Chapter 76. The community hospital has issues, boss. No problem. I've checked around and nothing unusual was found. Additionally, I found their storage place for supplies. There are a lot of supplies. Enough for the people here to live for 2 or 3 months. So, they have no need to resort to cannibalism. I didn't find anything unusual unless they are hiding it very well. However, I doubt that's the case, as the supplies are not insignificant. Lu Ran also returned to Su Yi's side, as she was acting separately from Qin Li. Su Yi nodded. As long as they weren't resorting to cannibalism, they hadn't crossed their bottom line. Zhong Changping, where is everyone staying during this time? Su Yi asked directly. Now, this was the property of the 7 Kill Army. The previous staff dorms belonged to the 7 Kill Army, and Su Yi planned to use them to accommodate the 7 Kill Army. For ordinary people, the vacant factory buildings could be modified for living quarters. The factory buildings over there were spacious enough to accommodate so many of us. Zhong Qingping knew he couldn't cause trouble for Su Yi at this time, so he didn't plan to improve the living conditions for his co-workers. If they wanted improvements, they just needed to work hard. Su Yi looked at Zhong Qingping with satisfaction and continued, Among you, who can cook? I need 30 people. For miscellaneous tasks, I need 20. For the miscellaneous tasks, mostly women. My wife can cook, and my son can handle the miscellaneous tasks. Zhong Changping immediately sought to secure opportunities for himself, while also wanting to gauge Su Yi's attitude toward this matter. All right, you choose the people. No slackers. Just throw them out to feed the infected. Su Yi directly gave the power to Zhong Changping, signaling that those who ingratiate themselves and work for him could gain certain power and benefits. Quickly, 50 people were selected. Most were women, with only a few men. Su Yi guessed that these men were likely all cooks. He handed these people over to Qin Li. The kitchen needed to have their own people watching it to feel secure. Today, Su Yi planned to let everyone eat a hearty meal. Starting tomorrow, if they wanted to eat well, they would have to work. Although Su Yi and the others had discovered a small cargo ship full of rice, it wasn't enough for the more than 3,000 people to eat for 3 days. Feeding these people was not an easy task. Collecting food and supplies will be the focus of their work moving forward. Without food, there would be no future. Only with a stable food source could they talk about development. After everyone had left, Su Yi split open the head of a mutated dog. Sure enough, there was a brain pearl. The effort was not in vain. Su Yi took out a colored brain pearl from the dog's head and stored it in his storage space. He didn't spare the dog's head either, planning to cook it to provide nourishment for the airborne troops. Let's go take a look around. Then grab some cookware from the kitchen and see how the airborne troops are doing. We'll make them a pot of dog head soup. Su Yi said to Ling Shuang before setting off. The steel factory had iron smelting plants, steel mills, rolling mills, raw material factories, fuel plants, various warehouses, and a research center. In addition, there was a living area, including various dormitories, activity centers, supermarkets, and so on. This place was really good. It was much better than the municipal center. It was like a small society with everything available. Life and entertainment facilities were all present. In such a place, one could feel that civilization had not been destroyed by the cataclysm. Ling Shuang walked on the quiet streets, sincerely expressing her feelings. In this place, she felt grounded. Su Yi also fully agreed with Ling Shuang's words. This place indeed didn't feel too damaged. However, there were no people on the streets, and the shops were empty. Compared to the world outside, where the infected were everywhere, this place was indeed quiet. Moreover, there was no foul smell from decay. The corpses had been burned, and the interior of the steel factory was relatively clean. Su Yi and Ling Shuang rode shared bicycles and quickly made a round. Then they went to the cafeteria to take a look. Qin Li was keeping an eye on things, and the cooks and miscellaneous workers were busy preparing lunch. Su Yi and Ling Shuang took some large cooking pots and left the steel factory. After exiting the steel factory, Su Yi stored the items in his storage space and quickly made his way to the processing plant where the airborne troops were located. Upon arrival, Su Yi set up a large pot, processed the head of the mutated dog, and made a large pot of soup. It wasn't that Su Yi was reluctant to cook the dog's meat. Rather, they hadn't eaten for so long that they couldn't recklessly consume greasy food. Additionally, the soup made from the dog's head contained slightly less energy, which was better for them. They were in a state of deficiency. They currently couldn't handle too much nourishment. Everyone only received a small bowl, but each person was very happy to eat. After such a long time without tasting meat, they were naturally very eager for it. In their conversations, they learned that Su Yi and the others had secured the steel factory, which made them very happy. As long as the tunnel was opened, they could relocate to the steel factory. After Su Yi had lunch with them, he left with Ling Shuang because they still needed to gather some food from nearby supermarkets to send to the few survivors in the hospital. The steel factory actually had quite a bit of supplies. It was just that Jia Shunping and the others had collected them, preventing ordinary workers from touching them. The airborne troops had enough supplies for a few days, so there was no need to worry for now. However, the community hospital needed some supplies. Yesterday, Su Yi had only given them a box of food, which wouldn't last 2 days. Given the current situation, it was difficult for Su Yi to allocate manpower to clear the infected from the streets. He had observed in the morning that the streets were filled with infected individuals, estimating there were over 100,000. With so many, it couldn't be cleared all at once. Finding a sufficiently large place to trap these infected individuals was currently beyond even the capacity of the steel factory. If there were too many people crowded together, no wall could withstand their push, unless a sufficiently deep pit could be dug. A deep pit buried with over 100,000 infected individuals is no small project. It's not something that can be done in a short time. So now, we can only send them some food to help them last a little longer. Su Yi and Ling Shuang quickly found a small supermarket on the street, collected some instant noodles and the like, and then rushed to the hospital. With plenty of time, Sui planned to work with Ling Shuang to clear out the inpatient department to see if there were any survivors. Doctors are rarer in the apocalypse than usual, and having one more is a good thing. When Sui and Ling Shuang arrived at the community hospital, they found a corpse in the hall, and the floor was covered in blood. The blood had not yet dried, indicating that the person had died not long ago. Chapter 77. The one sending you to hell is Sui. This person, not wearing a white coat, although headless, looked relatively young and should not be Luo Ding among them. However, the operating room door was open, and the survivors who should have been hiding inside were also missing. Additionally, the head of this corpse appeared to have been directly torn off. The strength required to tear off a person's head is not low. An ordinary person definitely cannot do this. Sui felt that the person who killed this individual was likely an evolver or supernatural being. Mutated beasts? The likelihood of that is low. Mutated beasts usually bite directly and are unlikely to tear a person's head off. Go upstairs, search. Sui was not at ease and said, "Stay close to me. The other party might be an evolver." They decided to go directly to the top floor, thinking that it could be the survivors from the inpatient department. The two moved quickly, and within a few breaths, they reached the top floor. Sui noticed that the corridor door was open. Sure enough, Sui drew his battle knife, took a deep breath, and walked towards the end of the corridor. Ling Shuang trusted her firearms more. She raised her rifle and followed Sui. "Eat. Give me that to eat. This is all meat, fresh meat. Eat it all. Don't waste a bit. If you don't eat, I'll feed your guts to the dogs." "Damn it, you filthy bitch. What kind of expression is that? Do you want to die, huh?" Slap. Before Sui and Ling Shuang could get closer, they heard the voice. Thus, the two quickened their pace. Bursting through the door at the end of the corridor, Sui saw a group of people. Luo Ding, Zhang Yuan, and several others were tied up with their hands behind their backs and their legs bound with tape, unable to move. A short person, resembling a gorilla, was riding on a boy's back. She was stuffing a bloody piece of meat into Zhang Yuan's mouth. There was no need to guess. This meat must have been cut from a person on the ground. Sui glanced and noticed not only Luo Ding and Zhang Yuan, but also about 10 others. However, the other dozen individuals had been tortured by this group, particularly the women, whose breasts had all been cut off. "Stop! Let them go, or I will shoot." Ling Shuang aimed her gun at that person and shouted loudly. Hearing Ling Shuang's words, those people turned around. Their expressions were filled with disdain. There were 7 of them, and they looked relatively young. "Hey, I really like your knife and your clothes. Hurry up and give them to me, and I'll spare your life." The gorilla-like person looked at Sui with excitement in her eyes. Her nails were very long, and her hands were covered with scales. Additionally, her eyes looked like those of a snake, giving a chilling feeling when stared at. "A bunch of beasts, go die," Sui said with disgust. Ling Shuang hesitated for a moment and then directly fired. Indeed, they had become a pack of beasts, no longer deserving to be called humans. Humans would never bully their own kind like this. These beasts no longer deserve to live. Da-da-da. The rifle spat fire, shooting at those several people. Ling Shuang's shooting was extremely sharp, capable of hitting the head with every shot. However, they did not get shot. The bullets were all caught by that gorilla-like person. Then, with a flick of her hand, all the bullets shot back at Ling Shuang. Sui slipped and stood in front of Ling Shuang. Chi manipulation technique. A shield made of air appeared in front of Sui, blocking the bullets. At the same time, Sui's expression became serious, because all 6 of the opponents had scales shimmering on their bodies. This indicated that they were either supernatural beings or evolvers, or even both. "Retreat," Sui said, but he did not turn around quickly. Engaging here would inevitably affect Luo Ding and the others. "Want to run? Too late. If you dare to shoot at us, you're dead. Go kill them. Cut off the women's upper parts, the men's lower parts, and drag them back to feed the giant snake. Their meat can help the giant snake grow a few brain jewels." From their words, Sui directly obtained intelligence. Their supernatural ability should be derived from consuming the brain jewels of some mutated snake. What shocked Sui was that the brain jewel of that mutated snake could actually continue to grow. This could entirely be used to create a powerful supernatural army. It seemed necessary to leave one person alive. "Go to the balcony," Sui said to Ling Shuang. Then they ran towards the balcony. Out of the 7 beasts, only one could be left alive. Ling Shuang also drew her battle knife and accelerated towards the balcony with Sui. A few seconds later, they appeared on the hospital balcony. Upon reaching this place, Sui discovered there were a dozen corpses. The flesh of these corpses appeared to have been cut, with many knife marks visible. These little beasts deserve to die. Ling Shuang couldn't help it, her eyes turning red. This was the first time she encountered such a thing. She had never imagined that those beasts could be so cruel. Kill, kill, kill. Now, only this word remained in her heart. Look how confident they are. TSK, TSK, they probably think we are weak, right? In the past, no one cared about us. But now it's different. No one looks down on us anymore. Those who look down on us will be killed. What if they have supernatural powers? Don't we have them? He suddenly put away a knife and took out a cigarette to light it. Little brat. Haven't you heard that villains die from talking too much? Saying this, he cleaned his ears and pointed his battle knife at the other side. Go, let them see the power bestowed upon us by the snake god. The gorilla woman roared in fury. The 5 people behind her screeched and charged at Yi and Ling Shuang. Remember, the one sending you to hell is Yi. Don't be reborn in your next life. I'll kill every beast like you that I see. Saying this, Yi swung his battle knife and charged forward. With a slash, one beast was cut in half by Yi. Trash! Yi's cigarette emitted a spark and then transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards another monster. They were not supernatural beings. It can only be considered a monster when its abilities are unleashed. Its head is already transformed into that of a snake. This situation is completely different from Ling Shuang and the others who have obtained the ability to wear mutated rat armor. Yi swiftly killed one of them with a single stroke, causing the gorilla woman to change her expression drastically. She had encountered evolvers before, but they were not on the same level as Yi. How could this person be so strong? She licked her tongue, which resembled a snake's. Her eyes filled with desire. Eating such a powerful being would definitely enhance her strength significantly. She and her companions had already consumed 2 evolvers and gained great benefits from it. Chapter 78. Supergiant Python compared to Yi. Ling Shuang found it more difficult. She had to keep chopping away to force the 2 beasts attacking her to retreat. However, she was not able to kill them. Just avoiding being hurt by these monstrous beasts was already her limit. Weak. She felt her own weakness. Ling Shuang shouted, her strength in her hands increasing a bit more. She felt she couldn't always wait for Yi to save her. Yi could save her once or twice. But what about later? What if Yi was no longer by her side? What if no one was there to save her? Killed by monsters, tortured by monsters. And then eaten? She couldn't remain so weak. She had to become strong, must become strong. Kill. The knife in Ling Shuang's hands became sharper, forcing the 2 beasts attacking her to continually retreat. On the other side, Yi, holding a cigarette, charged toward a monster. With a thrust, Yi's battle knife pierced through the monster's belly. Then he forcefully pushed to the right, slicing the monster's body open. Another monster jumped onto Yi, its claws frantically scratching at his head. If Yi hadn't used chi manipulation to create a protective shield around himself, he would definitely have been injured. Yi reached back and pulled the monster off himself, slamming it down to the ground. Boom! With a stomp, Yi directly crushed the monster's body into the balcony, causing it to sink in completely. Simple and brutal. These young monsters had no real combat skills. This was not a battle of equal levels. It was a complete one-sided suppression. While Yi stomped the monster into the balcony, his battle knife was not idle either, directly cleaving through the monster's head. Then Yi leaped forward, charging towards the gorilla woman. The gorilla woman and her companion beneath her had realized something was wrong and turned to flee. Yi was just too strong, far beyond them. However, they were already too slow. A spear appeared in Yi's hand, and he threw it. The spear pierced through the monster beneath the gorilla woman, nailing it to the balcony. The immense inertia caused the gorilla woman to be thrown off. Yi did not hesitate, but quickly ran towards the gorilla woman. He could not let this inhumane creature escape. She was more deserving of death than the infected. The infected had lost their human consciousness, reduced to instincts for killing and feeding, devolving into some kind of beast without even language. This little creature was different. She could still speak, but what she did was devilish. No, please, I was wrong, brother, I was wrong, don't kill me. The gorilla woman began to plead as Yi closed in. However, Yi did not listen. She must die. She was undoubtedly the most vicious of them all, having committed countless evils. The opponent was very fast, and it wasn't easy for Yi to catch up. Soon, she jumped from one balcony to another. Yi did not hesitate and leaped to the opposite balcony. In midair, Yi glanced back. Ling Shuang had already killed one of the monsters, so the remaining one no longer posed a threat to her. Sui felt more at ease. He knew that the gorilla woman was likely trying to lead him to the giant snake she mentioned. Sui was curious about the relationship between the gorilla woman and the giant snake. The mutated dog Sui he had previously killed had remained loyal to its former owner, which had given Jia Shanping the opportunity to bully his workers. The two chased each other across countless balconies for over 10 minutes, some of which were more than 5 meters apart, but none could hinder Suyi's pace. He was determined to send her to hell. After catching up to one balcony, Sui saw the gorilla woman running into the hallway. Finally, he thought with a cold smile, knowing she would definitely try to lure him to the giant snake's lair. However, Sui didn't care. No one could protect the gorilla woman. She had to die. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Sui heard the sound of a snake, and it was loud. Without a doubt, that giant snake was massive. Sui quickly rushed downstairs and entered a yard. In the yard, there coiled a gigantic python. The python was enormous, like a car. Come kill me. The gorilla woman stood beside the giant snake, triumphantly beckoning Sui. Huh. Sui looked at her, unafraid. He still had one last rocket in his storage space from the 7-kill army, which could be enhanced with survival points. However, for Sui, that was his most powerful attack method and would not be used lightly. With a stomp, Sui charged towards the gorilla woman. His abdomen still had not fully absorbed the Peiyuan Dan, allowing him to utilize his strongest 7-kill gun and the greedy wolf kill he had mastered. The spear he used earlier on the balcony was taken from the Iron Gate by Sui and Ling Yu at the villa stronghold. The Overlord gun was still in his storage space. However, Sui had no intention of using the Overlord gun just yet. His body shot towards the gorilla woman like an arrow. The gorilla woman let out a strange cry and tried to flee. She had not expected Sui to be so formidable, completely ignoring the giant python. The giant python looked terrifying, making people tremble in fear. Hiss! The giant python reared up, roaring. A wave of foul wind rushed at him, making him nauseous. You beast must have eaten many humans. Today, I will end you. Saying this, Sui rushed to the giant python, thrusting his dual knives at its body. Sui found that his dual knives were directly blocked by the python's skin and did not pierce through. This defense was as strong as Sui had anticipated. Having failed his first move, Sui circled around to the back of the giant python, chasing after the gorilla woman. The giant python could wait for later, but the gorilla woman had to be killed first. The gorilla woman did not expect Sui to appear in front of her again and hurriedly swung her claws to counterattack Sui. Her claws were incredibly hard, like metal. However, they were still much weaker in front of vibrating gold. So, her nails were quickly whittled down by Sui. Upon seeing this, the gorilla woman immediately became terrified, retreating while trying to fight back. The giant python also turned its head to bite at Sui, attempting to latch onto him. Unfortunately, Sui, possessing the dragon step technique, was extremely agile and dodged the python's repeated attacks. Under Sui's assault, the gorilla woman developed numerous wounds on her body. Chapter 79, offering the giant python's blood to the Overlord spear. Bite him, you useless creature, bite him to death, the gorilla woman shouted while dodging. She knew Sui was stronger than her, and she was about to be killed by him. The only chance to change this outcome lay with the giant python. If the python could bite Sui, he would undoubtedly die. Unfortunately, the python was too heavy and its movements were slowing down. Its strength couldn't keep up with its size, so it could only stay in place waiting for the gorilla woman to feed it. Otherwise, given its size, dominating the city at this stage would have been no problem. Hurry up, grow that snake brain crystal faster. The gorilla woman alternated between crying and laughing, behaving like a madwoman. The wounds on her body were increasing, and her blood flowed more freely. Suddenly, she leapt onto the giant python's head. On its head, a crystal the size of a quail egg began to grow. Then, the gorilla woman stuffed that crystal into her mouth and ran towards the exit. Sui decisively chased after her, determined not to let her escape. After the gorilla woman dashed out, she jumped to the building across, through various air conditioning units. She quickly climbed to the balcony. Sui caught up along the way, and just as he reached the balcony, the gorilla woman suddenly attacked him. If it weren't for Sui's agile dodging with the dragon step, he might have been injured. Sui noticed her momentum had strengthened, and her attacks had become sharper. Furthermore, the claws that Sui had cut off had regrown. It was clear that this was due to the red crystal. Sui felt pressure. thinking the gorilla woman's attacks were extremely fierce and frenzied. Her fighting style was utterly reckless. Each move was vicious. Su Yi's chi manipulation technique was still lacking, causing his defenses to weaken. After half an hour of frenzied combat, Su Yi bore dozens of claw marks. If he hadn't cut off the gorilla woman's claws again, his injuries would have been even worse. Meanwhile, Su Yi had been knocked down countless times. Of course, the gorilla woman fared worse. One of her wrists had been severed by Su Yi, and her body was riddled with wounds. Now, she was barely holding on, because if she tried to retreat, she would be met with Su Yi's relentless attacks. Her wrist was severed under such circumstances. "You're going to die soon," Su Yi taunted. He aimed to provoke her, hoping to throw her off balance. There was still a giant python to deal with. Su Yi wouldn't let it live. Perhaps these people were so crazy and had lost their humanity because of consuming the crystals that grew on the giant python's head. Su Yi certainly wouldn't risk letting anyone try that crystal. If it had any effect, it would be harmful to others. "I'm going to tear you apart." The gorilla woman angrily attacked Su Yi's lower body. Su Yi performed a backflip, leaping over her head. At the same time, his battle knife slashed across the gorilla woman's back. She let out a tragic scream and fell to the ground. Su Yi seized the opportunity to attack, slicing outwards. The gorilla woman's jaw was directly severed by Su Yi, blood gushing forth, leaving her unable to even scream. Su Yi continued to strike, severing her other arm as well. She shook her head repeatedly, seemingly wanting to beg for mercy. Su Yi stepped forward and cut off her legs. The gorilla woman slowly died in agony, and Su Yi finally felt a sense of relief. "Take your time experiencing death. Enjoy this despair," he said before leaping gracefully onto an air conditioning unit. Soon, Su Yi stopped on the second floor. He needed to rest for a while. Otherwise, if he stayed on the balcony, he feared he might end up torturing that gorilla woman. The warmth in his abdomen was diminishing, indicating that the nourishing pill had almost been fully absorbed. Su Yi took out a piece of marinated meat that Lu Ran had made for him, made from the flesh of the mutated Rat King. This was prepared exclusively for him, unlike the others. After fighting for so long, Su Yi had depleted a lot of his stamina. To deal with the gigantic python, he needed to recover his strength. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage. "Buzz, Su Yi, can you hear me?" Ling Shuang's voice came through the intercom. "Received. I'm fine. No need to worry," Su Yi replied. "That's good. Have you taken care of things over there?" "I've finished my side. Those doctors are in the operating room, helping those people. I hope they can be saved," Ling Shuang said with some emotion. Clearly, she couldn't bear to see those people being bullied and harmed. Su Yi found this quite normal. After all, she used to be a police officer, and having a sense of justice was natural. Without a sense of justice, it would be somewhat frightening. Such a person would be a treasure for shelter. Because humanity still needs to continue civilization, it requires people like Ling Shuang who possess a sense of justice. With her in a managerial position at a shelter, Su Yi felt a sense of safety being in such a place. "I still need to deal with a mutated giant python. It might take some time. You stay at the hospital, and if you need support, I'll call you." Su Yi had no intention of bringing Ling Shuang along, as her strength was rather ordinary, and she wouldn't be able to help much. There was no sound from the intercom. Su Yi guessed that Ling Shuang might want to come find him. However, she might be worried about affecting him, so she didn't ask about his location. After finishing the marinated meat in his hand, Su Yi took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit one. Although it couldn't relieve stress, he felt that smoking one would psychologically help him feel less pressured. This was essentially a form of mental suggestion. Su Yi understood this well. After finishing the cigarette, Su Yi took out the Overlord spear from his storage space. "Buddy, this is your first appearance after being silent for thousands of years. Using its blood to awaken, you should be sufficient," he said, stroking the spear's body before leaping to the ground. Once his body landed, Su Yi reversed his grip on the spear, resembling an ancient general as he charged inside. The giant python seemed to sense the crisis. After Su Yi rushed in, its gaze became fierce. Greedy wolf kill. The gun's shadow was almost invisible, and the movements seemed slow. However, each thrust pierced through with a roar, akin to a wolf growling. Moreover, the momentum of the spear was astonishing. The giant python did not evade. It attempted to lunge and bite Su Yi. However, the Overlord spear pierced its body, leaving behind numerous blood holes. It wanted to attack Su Yi but had no chance. Su Yi's spear directly blocked its attacks, continuously leaving wounds and blood holes on its body. Chapter 80. light pink brain pearl. The giant python kept screaming in agony, constantly retreating. He is simply not a match for Su Yi, because Su Yi's greedy wolf kill is too powerful. With over 30 blood holes, the giant python gradually lost its ability to sustain life. Su Yi held the gun, feeling utterly drained. His marksmanship was simple and unadorned, but it took all of Su Yi's strength. Right now, he still couldn't freely use the 7-kill gun. This gun technique was truly too strong. It was also because there were no other dangers around that Su Yi dared to use the 7-kill gun. The Pei Yuan Dan in his abdomen had already been completely absorbed by Su Yi and could no longer provide energy. Ling Shuang shouted from the balcony. She had come over after hearing the commotion. Su Yi gestured with his hand, as he really didn't have the strength to lift his head. Ling Shuang was amused by Su Yi, but there were clearly tears in her eyes. A giant python the size of a small car was truly terrifying. Su Yi had actually killed such a horrifying giant python. He was too strong and too dangerous. Ling Shuang quickly came down the stairs and reached Su Yi's side. "Help me, sit down, my muscles are stiff." Su Yi didn't mean to show off. His muscles had really stiffened up. The after effects of the 7-kill gun were too strong, and if his strength wasn't enough, using it forcefully was really damaging. Ling Shuang hurriedly helped Su Yi sit down beside her, then wiped her tears, afraid Su Yi would see. "Help me light a cigarette," slowly. After sitting down, Su Yi spoke again. Ling Shuang didn't say anything. She silently took out Su Yi's cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and placed it by Su Yi's mouth. "Let's deal with the corpse. The meat should still be edible." The meat of mutated beasts is all good stuff. Su Yi thought it could still be taken back. However, the giant python was too large. Even if his storage space was emptied, it wouldn't fit. "I contacted Qin Li when we came. He should be at the hospital now. I asked him to come over to move some of it." Ling Shuang knew Su Yi had storage space, but she thought it must be limited. "All right." Su Yi agreed directly. The storage space was still too small. It seemed he really needed to create more storage space. He would dare say more. But getting 100 cubic meters would be necessary. Although 100 cubic meters isn't actually that much. Ling Shuang had already marked a path on the way here. So after she contacted Qin Li via intercom, he quickly followed the marks left by Su Yi and Ling Shuang to their side. Su Yi's condition had only slightly improved. He still couldn't move freely. When Qin Li saw the giant python's corpse, he was also taken aback. "Boss, you are too fierce. I can't believe you killed such an exaggerated snake." Admiration filled Qin Li's eyes. Such a giant python, if he encountered it, he would have to take a detour. He simply didn't have the strength to deal with it. Although Su Yi looked weak, there were no signs of injury. It was just luck. Its size made it very clumsy. "If it were a bit more agile, I wouldn't dare provoke it," Su Yi said honestly. Ling Shuang found it somewhat difficult to cut, and she needed Su Yi's battle knife to easily dismember the giant python's corpse. There was a brain pearl, but this brain pearl was larger than the others. He didn't know what kind of ability it possessed. Ling Shuang quickly hacked open the mutated giant python's head and took out its brain pearl. Su Yi noticed that this brain pearl was light pink, so he stored it in his storage space. Now, he already had a brain pearl from a mutated dog and one from a mutated giant python. Outside the iron gate, excited infected individuals crowded around, constantly reaching out, seemingly eager to eat the mutated python's meat. After cutting it up, Qin Li carried several hundred pounds of giant python meat back first. This meat needed to be moved to the hospital and stored in the hospital's cold storage room. Since it was impossible to walk from the community hospital to the steel mill via the balcony, they had to go by ground. On the ground, they could carry dozens of pounds, but over 100 pounds was impossible. Ling Shuang stayed by Su Yi's side, worried about him encountering danger. Qin Li ran back and forth 7 or 8 times before Su Yi finally regained his ability to move. However, he found that he didn't experience muscle soreness, which was a good thing. After regaining his mobility, Su Yi stored the remaining giant python meat in his storage space and returned to the community hospital with Ling Shuang. When Luo Ding and Zhang Yuan saw Su Yi, they were very excited and repeatedly thanked him. If Su Yi hadn't appeared in time, they would surely have been slaughtered by those beasts. Su Yi learned that among the survivors, there were 5 doctors, 9 nurses, 3 patients, and 9 family members of the patients. These people were originally in the inpatient area, mainly relying on nutritional fluids and some snacks and fruits to get by. After all, many people visiting patients often brought some fruits, providing them with food. Compared to Luo Ding and the others, the survivors in the inpatient area were much better off. Their misfortune was that they encountered a group of inhumane beasts today, but they survived, which was a stroke of luck in their misfortune. Sui left enough food and took the mutated giant python meat with him using storage. This meat definitely couldn't be left here. So Sui made several trips to transport all the mutated giant python meat back to the steel mill. Additionally, Sui also took away 40 blood bags from the hospital. When leaving, Sui instructed Luo Ding and the others to collect the 4 equipment from the hospital. Once everyone was transferred to the steel mill, Sui would have everyone donate blood. The blood bags were still very useful. Sui thought he could stockpile some on himself. Luo Ding and the others wanted to leave with him, but they didn't have enough strength, so they could only stay obediently in the hospital. Outside the hospital, Sui and Qin Li reinforced the hospital's main entrance by pushing many cars against it. After finishing, they returned to the steel mill. As soon as they arrived at the steel mill, they received good news. The tunnel had been opened, leading directly to the riverside. Since it was getting dark, Sui didn't rush to have the air transport team move overnight. He just relayed the news via intercom to Lu Tao, asking him to prepare for the transfer tomorrow morning. Sui, once the air transport team is transferred to the steel mill tomorrow, can we return to the shelter? Ling Shuang was still very worried about Ling Yu and the others after being out for 2 days. Although there were quite a few people in the camp, it was very dangerous without a strong presence like Sui Yi's to deal with mutated beast attacks. Even though the shelter could notify Sui through one-way text messages, there was also the possibility that there would be no chance to relay the information outside. Chapter 81. Signing in at the warehouse is really refreshing, yes. Tomorrow I will return to the municipal building with Lu Ran, and you and Qin Li will stay here. There are many mutated beasts nearby, and we need someone to guard the area. Sui said while smoking, gazing at the starry sky. It had just gotten dark, and the stars were already visible. He didn't know if it was due to the absence of light pollution and industrial pollution, but the starry sky appeared much brighter. Ling Shuang nodded and had no objections to Sui's arrangement. This place was something Sui had risked his life to capture, and he had even sustained some injuries. If they were attacked by other mutated beasts and lost the steel factory, all their hard work would be in vain. At that moment, Zhong Picheng ran over to Sui. Report, Commander, we have cleared out 2 warehouses. Okay, got it. Hurry up with the weapons. Also, find a way to enhance the weapon strength. Sui had Zhong Picheng take people to tidy up the warehouses for the purpose of signing in. A warehouse is definitely more effective than a storage room. I wonder how much storage space I can get from signing in at the warehouse. By 12 o'clock, Sui would know the results. After dinner, Sui and Lu Ran went to rest. The night watch was temporarily handed over to Qin Li and Ling Shuang, with one guarding the first half of the night and the other the second half. If anything happened, Sui and the others would naturally be alerted. At midnight, Sui was awakened by the system's notification sound. He glanced at the screen and got up. Sui, survival points, 5,771, sign-in times. 2. He had Zhong Picheng clear out 2 warehouses because Sui wanted to sign in twice in a row. Sui lived on the 2nd floor, so he was too lazy to take the stairs and jumped directly from the balcony to the ground. Since the streetlights were solar-powered, the lighting at night was still normal. Boss, is there something going on? Qin Li, who was on a rooftop, saw Sui and hurried over to his side. No, I just woke up and came out for a walk. How's it? Is it relatively peaceful at night? Sui asked with concern. Qin Li said with some worry. It's not very peaceful. There are some noises outside, probably from mutated beasts. Maybe there are too many infected nearby, so they can't break in for now. Sui listened closely and did indeed hear some sounds. This was normal since they were close to the park area. In fact, there had always been quite a number of mutated beasts. They just encountered them less often. Sui felt that their encounters were infrequent because their range of activities was limited, so the probability of running into them was naturally lower. You go rest. I'll take care of things here. Ling Shuang will wake up soon, so you can sleep soundly. Sui sent Qin Li off to rest, and then walked towards the warehouse. The warehouse was cleaned very well, without a single piece of clutter. System sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Obtained 100 cubic meters of storage space. Ding. Survival points 200. Hearing the system's notification, Sui's eyes lit up. Getting 100 cubic meters at once was amazing. Previously, he had signed in so many times and only gained 10 cubic meters, but now he received 100 cubic meters all at once. Such a huge difference was astonishing. He quickly rushed out of the warehouse and headed towards the second warehouse. The more storage space, the better. Su-Yi wished he could carry an entire world with him. System, sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Obtained 100 cubic meters of storage space. Ding, survival points 200. Unexpectedly, even though the second warehouse was twice as large, the rewards were still the same. Was it that the maximum he could obtain at once was 100? Or was it that the more times he signed in at similar places, the lesser the rewards? He knew that asking the system was pointless. He could only ponder it himself. Additionally, he now had 210 cubic meters of storage space, a full 200 cubic meters more than before, allowing him to carry a lot more supplies. Now, he could carry supplies equivalent to a large truck. If it were all food, it would be enough for him to eat and drink for half a year. After checking the screen again, Su-Yi confirmed his survival points. Su-Yi survival points, 6,171 sign-in times. 0 Then, Su-Yi took a stroll around the steel factory. Ling Shuang had already woken up to take over the watch when Qin Li went to rest, so after walking around, Su-Yi returned to rest. The next morning, it was still Lu Ran who knocked on the door to wake Su-Yi up. After breakfast, the four of them entered the river channel through the tunnel and headed towards the factory where the Ground Air Regiment was located. The four of them charged through, clearing a small passage for the Ground Air Regiment to enter the river channel smoothly. The Ground Air Regiment itself also had combat capabilities, so they faced no danger along the way, successfully entering the river channel. Thanks to our country's excellent infrastructure, otherwise these infected would have rushed into the river channel. Lu Ran remarked as she looked at the infected along the bank. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if the guardrails by the river weren't high and sturdy, those infected would have easily surged into the river. All right, you all return to the steel factory. Lu Ran and I will head back to the municipal center. Su-Yi felt there was no need for him and Lu Ran to return to the steel factory. After parting ways, Su-Yi and Lu Ran quickly arrived at the confluence of the river channel. The two checked, and the two boats were still there, with plenty of supplies on them. However, Su-Yi still stored the mutated fish from the yacht's refrigerator into his storage space. Storing it in the storage space would preserve it just as well, if not better, than the refrigerator. Then, Su-Yi and Lu Ran moved upstream. Although the water level had risen somewhat, it was still far from being navigable. They hadn't found suitable materials yet. Otherwise, they could completely block the river channel and raise the water level to a navigable height. Going upstream took more time, and there were still some scattered infected along the way. As they approached the municipal center, Lu Ran curiously asked, Su-Yi, are we going to move everyone to the steel factory this time? Since she had seen the stored supplies, it was impossible to carry all the supplies at once with each person only able to carry 100 pounds. As much as possible. Our current situation isn't suitable for managing two shelters that are too far apart. Plus, the conditions at the steel factory are better, and it requires a lot of manpower for construction and planting. For now, I plan to temporarily abandon the municipal center. Their current strength was limited, and the distance between the two locations was too great. It was unrealistic to manage both. The municipal center was only suitable as a small outpost, and the focus should still be on the steel factory. While the two were chatting, they suddenly heard the sound of cannon fire. Boom! Su-Yi and Lu Ran's expressions changed. You move fast. You go back to support first. Su-Yi said to Lu Ran and quickly started running. Chapter 82. The unyielding 7 kills army. Lu Ran ran at her fastest speed, and within 3 minutes, she reached the municipal center. The outer wall had already been breached. A mutated giant python was attacking the camp. The 7 kills army was firing wildly, thanks to a cannon and a tank. They managed to fend off the attack from the mutated snake. However, the new recruits in the 7 kills army were already in disarray. They had just begun training, and most of them were armed with kitchen knives, lacking other weapons. They were just ordinary people and hadn't gained any abilities. It was perfectly normal to be afraid. The fact that they didn't turn and run was already quite brave. In front of them were Ling Wei, Ling Chun, Yeji, Shiruwei, Chu Jun, and Meng Qitong. Meng Qitong had received 2 blows from Ling Wei, which earned him the last brain pearl of the mutated rat, making him an ability user. If it weren't for the 6 of them standing in front and repelling a wave of mutated python attacks, the newcomers of the 7 kill army would have already fled in panic. Commander, what should we do? This mutated snake is too strong. We might not be able to hold it off, Chu Jun asked worriedly, looking at the notch on his large blade. Although they had blocked 1 wave of attacks, everyone had sustained some injuries. The mutated snake's tail was too powerful, striking like a whip at its targets. Each of them had been hit. To be honest, If it weren't for their armor, they would have likely lost their combat effectiveness. Fight! Ling Yue's response was simple. Fight. Because if they retreated, the people of the 7-kill army would suffer, and many would die. Thus, there was no option but to fight. All right, then we fight to the death. Ling Chun stood beside his daughter, the first to support her. Fight to the death, no retreat. Chu Jun and the others still had some fighting spirit, roaring as they charged forward. With the tanks and artillery out of ammunition, they could only engage in hand-to-hand combat. Fight to the death, no retreat. Everyone shouted, raising their weapons and charging at the giant python. The giant python let out a cry as it was attacked, swinging its body and knocking a few people away. However, they did not back down. Those who were knocked down quickly got back up and charged at the mutated giant python again, attacking it. They knew that every attack would inflict damage on the mutated giant python, giving others a slightly better chance of victory. Hold on, Su, he is almost here. Liu Ran's voice rang in everyone's ears. Everyone's spirits lifted. Don't force it, just entangle it, Liu Ran said again, then charged at the mutated giant python with her daggers. But she quickly realized that her daggers were like stabbing into a wall, unable to pierce the mutated python's body at all. Yet, she clearly saw that the weapons of the Ling family could break through the python's skin. Their weapons were all provided by Su Yi. Liu Ran suddenly understood and felt that Su Yi must have other secrets. Su Yi's own weapon was similarly powerful. If she could get Su Yi to find her a weapon, her strength would definitely increase. After realizing her attacks were ineffective, Liu Ran began to try new methods of attack. She wanted to control the mutated giant python's blood, reasoning that since blood is also a liquid, it should be controllable with water manipulation techniques. If she could control the opponent's blood, she could easily take their life. Thus, this water manipulation technique could also become a very powerful superpower. Since blood was too dangerous, she didn't dare to experiment with her own blood. So, this remained just a theory. When Liu Ran's military dagger struck the mutated giant python's body, she began to attempt to control its blood. However, she found she could sense nothing. After making contact with the mutated giant python, Liu Ran quickly retreated to a safe distance, or else she would have been hit by it. Then, she attacked again, this time targeting the python's wounds. Water manipulation technique. Liu Ran aimed to control the blood of the mutated giant python. If she couldn't control the blood inside its body, then surely she could control the liquid flowing from its wounds, right? It turned out that Liu Ran's idea was correct. She could indeed control the blood. However, it was much more laborious than controlling water. Thus, it caused no substantial damage to the giant python. After just a brief contact, Liu Ran quickly fell back. Then, she saw Ling Yue being flung away by the mutated giant python. Liu Ran rushed over, caught Ling Yue, and absorbed her force. Thank you, Ling Yue said gratefully. If Liu Ran hadn't saved her in time, she would have sustained serious injuries. Sustaining serious injuries would affect many things, even impacting her close relationship with Su Yi. After all, the two had not yet reached the final step in their relationship. This step should not be underestimated. It had a significant impact on their bond. Don't force it. Su Yi is almost here. He just hunted a mutated snake the size of a small car yesterday. He will definitely be able to easily slay this one, Liu Ran explained, then continued to attack the mutated giant python. Her goal was to entangle the mutated giant python and prevent it from rushing into the camp and harming the ordinary soldiers. Ling Yue glanced in the direction of the river. If Su Yi were to return, he would definitely appear from that direction. As Ling Yue looked toward the river, the others continued to attack, with no one stopping. If they stopped, the giant python would target one person and attack. Only by continuously attacking could they prevent it from locking onto a single target. He's here. Su Yi is coming. Ling Yue saw a familiar figure, her eyes lighting up. Su Yi saw the mutated giant python and immediately drew his spear. To be honest, Su Yi was very afraid of snakes. He had always been particularly afraid of snakes and disliked them intensely. When he encountered one, he would get goosebumps. Speed up, speed up. Su Yi held his spear and charged toward the giant python. As he got closer, Su Yi leaped into the air and brought the spear down hard onto the python's vital spot. Boom! That strike hit the giant python's vital spot squarely. Snake blood splattered, and dust flew. The giant snake let out a scream, twisting its head and body. Su Yi's spear had directly severed the flesh and bones of the giant python. Everyone was stunned. They had attacked for so long without injuring the giant python. Yet Su Yi struck once and incapacitated it? The difference was simply too great. Everyone looked at the nearly severed head of the giant python, filled with shock. Chapter 83. Consuming the mutated snake's brain, Pearl be careful. Lingwei saw the giant python's head lunging towards Su-Yi and immediately rushed up, stabbing its head into the ground. Su-Yi, are you okay? Lingwei jumped down from the giant python's head and ran to Su-Yi's side, helping him up. I'm fine, just a bit of muscle stiffness. A few hours of rest will do, Su-Yi smiled. That last blow had nearly drained all his strength. It was similar to yesterday's situation, but more severe. Today, just one move from the greedy wolf kill had drained all his strength. This condition was likely a residual effect from yesterday. It could only be said that this after effect was much more serious than Su-Yi had anticipated. Don't worry, this isn't an injury. It's just a side effect of my ability, Su-Yi continued to reassure Lingwei, knowing she was concerned about him. Upon hearing this, Lingwei finally relaxed and directly picked Su-Yi up. Fortunately, Su-Yi had a thick skin, or else this would have been quite awkward. Soon, Su-Yi was brought back to the command room, where there was a very nice massage chair. Then, Ling, you want to clean up. After all, the camp was destroyed by the mutated python, and some people were injured, which all needed Ling Yu to handle in comfort. Half an hour later, Ling Yu brought everyone to meet Su-Yi. Su-Yi, that mutated python had a brain pearl, light green in color. Saying this, Ling Yu took out a light green brain pearl and handed it to Su-Yi. Here you go, since you killed it in the end. I still have 2 brain pearls left unused. Su-Yi felt that Ling Yu needed the brain pearl more to enhance her strength. Even if she couldn't gain abilities, it could still improve her power. She was the commander of the 7-kill army, and her strength certainly shouldn't be weak. Ling Yu didn't hesitate and accepted it directly. If she rejected it, it would mean she was being distant with Su-Yi. This can be considered as a gift from Su-Yi. She didn't want to push Su-Yi towards Lu Ran. After not seeing each other for a few days, Lu Ran had become even more beautiful than before. If she pushed Su-Yi away now, it would be equivalent to handing him over to Lu Ran. Su-Yi, the steel factory has been taken care of by you. So when do we start the transfer? Ling Yu walked around to Su-Yi's back, placing her hands on his shoulders and began to massage him. We will organize everyone to move immediately. Everyone must relocate to the steel factory today. We can carry some supplies, and the rest will be transported by boats. Su-Yi said while enjoying Ling Yu's massage. The purpose of their return today was to transfer all members of the 7-kill army. Lu Ran obviously hadn't informed Ling Yu of this decision, only telling her that Su-Yi had successfully captured the steel factory. Although she was just a college student, she already knew how to take care of those in higher positions, which surprised Su-Yi. Hearing Su-Yi's words, Ling Yu instantly perked up. This place was becoming increasingly unsuitable as a shelter, not only because more and more infected were appearing, but also because the attacks from mutated beasts were coming one after another. They had just dealt with the mutated rats, and now the mutated python had come. If they delayed any longer, who knew what new mutated beasts would appear? I'll arrange it right away, aiming to leave within 2 hours. Saying this, Ling Yu went out to make arrangements. Due to the appearance of the mutated python, the people in the camp were already terrified. If they knew there was a safer shelter, they would definitely want to leave immediately. Lu Ran also went to help, as relocating over 10,000 people was not something that could be accomplished with just a few words. It required careful planning. After all, each person needed to carry supplies when leaving. Everyone started to move. No one was idle. Even the injured began to prepare. The only one who was idle was Su-Yi. After struggling to light a cigarette, he began to try to mobilize his psychic power and refine his abilities. His muscles were just stiff and his strength was drained, but it didn't affect his psychic power. Additionally, because of the severe aftereffects of the 7-kill gun, Su-Yi paid more attention to his abilities. Su-Yi began to experiment with whether he could use chi manipulation to attack targets. If he could only defend, it would be somewhat useless. Su-Yi believed in the saying, the best defense is a good offense. Therefore, Su-Yi started to use chi manipulation to turn the air around him into a sword. Then, he controlled the air sword with his psychic power and began to slash. Why isn't it working? Su-Yi found that the air sword only caused the target to move slightly, but then dispersed without being able to inflict any substantial damage. After several attempts, Su-Yi couldn't achieve his desired results. Moreover, he discovered that the range of his chi manipulation was very limited, only half a meter. Beyond that distance, he lost control over the air. Half an hour later, Su-Yi was drenched in sweat, feeling completely drained. However, his muscles had recovered quite a bit. After some thought, Su-Yi took out the brain pearl from the mutated python from his storage space. The brain pearl from the mutated dog might grant someone the ability for sound wave attacks, and Su-Yi felt that using it himself would waste this rare ability. As for the mutated python, Su-Yi hadn't sensed any special abilities from it. He took the pink brain pearl from the mutated python, put it in his mouth, and bit it open. A fragrant liquid flowed into his stomach, and a warm current spread throughout his body. Every cell felt as if it had been massaged. The aftereffects left by the 7-kill gun were instantly resolved. This discovery surprised Su-Yi. The brain pearl could actually alleviate the aftereffects of the 7-kill gun. At the same time, Su-Yi found that his psychic power was instantly replenished. Within just a few minutes of feeling comfortable, Su-Yi felt his body being torn apart. This familiar sensation, could it be that he could gain new abilities? Although it was extremely painful, Su-Yi was very happy. The first time he consumed a brain pearl and gained abilities, he felt this life-threatening pain. Therefore, Su-Yi suspected that he might be able to gain abilities again. Commander, what's wrong? A soldier from the 7-kill army rushed in, asking in a panic. I am fine. I consumed a brain pearl. Su-Yi tried hard to control himself, wanting to manage this pain. But he failed. The feeling of being torn apart in every part of his body was simply unbearable for a human. Soon, Lu Ran rushed into the command room, followed by Ling Yu and other commanders of the 7-kill army. Upon learning that Su-Yi had consumed the brain pearl, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, because they had all experienced this feeling before. At the same time, everyone was filled with anticipation. Would Su-Yi gain abilities again? Chapter 84. Neoption's new ability. After knowing that Su-Yi had consumed the brain pearl, Ling Yu had someone cook a large pot of mutated snake meat, then took everyone away. To transfer over 10,000 people, the high-ranking members of the 7-kill army couldn't be absent. They needed to coordinate the arrangements. More than an hour later, Lu Ran led her Wensu team to escort a batch of ordinary people out. Each person carried a not-too-heavy bag of supplies, ensuring they could manage to carry their belongings to the steel factory. After all, walking in water was quite strenuous, especially for those who were already undernourished. The ordinary people were protected by the 7 teams of the 7-kill army, and the journey was quite safe. When Su-Yi recovered and the pain subsided, only Ling Yu and a few ordinary soldiers from the 7-kill army remained in the camp. The others were already on their way to the steel factory. The ones at the front were almost reaching the steel factory. After Su-Yi recovered, he immediately grabbed the mutated snake meat and started eating vigorously. Ling Yu quietly stayed by his side, not disturbing him. After Su-Yi was full, he wiped his oily hands contentedly. Had they all relocated? Su-Yi felt that the camp was particularly quiet and guessed that everyone must have moved. Ling Yu nodded, using a tissue to wipe the corner of Su-Yi's mouth, and said, yes, they have relocated. Now in the camp, it's just us and some supplies left. Su-Yi smiled and squeezed Ling Yu's hand, saying, it seems you have adapted well to your position. You did a good job. Ling Yu smiled bitterly. She was also forced into the situation. After all, she had only recently become a commander. Regarding the military supplies, especially that satellite communication vehicle, we currently have no way to dismantle everything. If we lose this communication vehicle, we will lose contact with the military. The remaining personnel are mainly soldiers responsible for the communication vehicle, as well as tank drivers and gunners. It would be very difficult for them to leave via the river. Let me try to see if I can put it into storage space. Saying this, Su-Yi walked towards the communication vehicle. After all, Su-Yi's storage space has now reached 200 cubic meters, and the size of this communication vehicle is not even 200 cubic meters. There was no one inside the vehicle. So Su-Yi approached the satellite communication vehicle and placed his hand on it. Then, the satellite communication vehicle disappeared directly. Ling Yu was taken aback. She didn't expect Su-Yi's storage space to be so large. Don't waste space. Go move some things into the vehicle and fill it up, she instructed. Su-Yi took the communication vehicle out of the storage space again. Placing it inside took up more than 100 cubic meters of space, leaving part of his storage space still available. Go, you all go to the cold storage and bring some meat from the mutated beasts. Ling Yu immediately made arrangements. At this moment, everyone finally came to their senses. The ability to have a storage space was too shocking and disruptive for them. Carrying supplies of a communication vehicle made survival too easy. Su-Yi, is your storage space this large now? Ling Yu wrapped her arm around Su-Yi's shoulder and leaned against him. Yes, as my strength increases, so does the space, Su-Yi explained. By the way, Su-Yi, What new ability did you just gain? Ling Yu was very curious about what kind of ability Su Yi had obtained. Could it really be his second ability that would make him stronger? Ling Yu felt that she was too weak and that the gap between her and Su Yi was growing. If she could gain a second ability, then she would have a chance to catch up with Su Yi. For her, being by Su Yi's side was more enjoyable than being the commander of the 7 Kills army. However, without strength, she felt unworthy to be beside Su Yi. Following him would only make her a burden. In this world, no one likes a burden. It's a very strange ability. I can condense a type of crystal. Ordinary people who consume this crystal can gain part of my abilities. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Ling Yu's eyes widened. This ability is too powerful, right? Ling Yu was completely astonished by Su Yi's new ability. A single person could create an entire army? Su Yi was immediately amused by Ling Yu and gently pinched her nose. Then he laughed and said, "It's not that great. I need to consume a lot of mutated beast meat to condense a small amount of that crystal. Additionally, the effects of this crystal are inferior to that of the brain beads, and it's not permanent. It doesn't last long. I don't know exactly how long it lasts." Su Yi felt like he had become a pill furnace, producing a batch of pills that could make people stronger. However, this ability was indeed quite abnormal. Saying that Su Yi was a human pill furnace was not an exaggeration at all. After all, this ability did not harm Su Yi himself. It just required him to eat a bit more to condense the crystal using excess energy. That was still quite incredible and impressive. Ling Yu still looked at him with admiration. Su Yi, if someone eats the ability crystal you condensed, can they gain your storage space ability? If that were possible, that would be amazing. Ling Yu couldn't help but daydream, as she thought Su Yi's ability was so strong that it might be unique in this world. Su Yi shook his head. After all, the storage space was not his ability, but was given by the system. His actual ability was just chi control. His own chi control had little combat power, so even if he let others use his ability crystal, they would at most gain a weakened version of chi control. The main effect of the ability crystal was to enhance a person's strength, speed, reaction capability, and similar attributes. Su Yi took out a crystal, which was the first ability crystal he condensed after consuming several pounds of mutated snake meat. The specific effects needed to be tested. The previous little creatures gained strength by using the ability crystal from that giant python. However, unlike the mutated giant python, Su Yi did not have violent or bloodthirsty emotions, so he would not bring negative effects to the users. The ability crystals he condensed would not have side effects. Moreover, as Su Yi's strength increased, the effects of the newly condensed ability crystals would also improve. From this perspective, this ability was indeed very domineering and powerful. Thus, Su Yi was quite satisfied with his new ability. Additionally, this also directly proved that a person could obtain multiple abilities, not just one. However, obtaining 2 or more abilities was not that easy. Su Yi felt that it was related to the strength of the mutated beasts and perhaps also to the strength of the abilities. These could only be verified one by one. Guessing was useless. Chapter 85. Ling Yu's super strong new ability. So this is the ability crystal? It's so beautiful. Ling Yu took a crystal that looked like a ruby, her face filled with disbelief. It was indeed too beautiful and dazzling. When we get to the steel factory, you should try that brain bead from the mutated snake and see if you can gain new ability. Su Yi wrapped his arm around Ling Yu's waist, pulling her closer to him. After they indulged in some affection for a while, the others had already filled the communication vehicle with mutated beast meat. Su Yi stored the communication vehicle back into his storage space and instructed them to hide the tanks and artillery in the hall. There were still many supplies left here, which definitely needed to be transported back. In addition, although the tanks and artillery were out of ammunition, they might still be usable in the future. Besides that, all other vehicles were also hidden away. This place was not completely abandoned. It could still be used in the future. After finishing these tasks, Su Yi and the others set off towards the steel factory. When they departed, Lu Ran had already led people into the tunnel of the steel factory. The entrance of the tunnel was guarded by the airborne corps. The people from the 7 Kills army entered the steel factory one after another and successfully reached their destination. By the time Su Yi and Ling Yu entered the steel factory, it was already afternoon. They had eaten some dry rations on the way. The steel factory provided a sense of security for everyone, as it had high walls and looked particularly solid. Thus, the ordinary people felt particularly at ease. Su Yi and Ling Yu did not worry about settling these people, because they had important matters to attend to. The place where Su Yi and the others stayed was a separate courtyard, originally a row house where the leaders of the steel factory lived. This is a brain bead from a mutated dog. Its ability is sound wave attack and is very powerful. As for the one you have, I don't know what ability it has, but it has color, so it should have some ability. You can choose one and try its effects. You can start taking it. I'll go to the kitchen to cook some mutant snake meat for you. He thought the taste of mutant snake meat was quite good, particularly fragrant and tender, with a sweet broth, so he planned to cook more and have some himself. After all, he wouldn't gain weight no matter how much he ate, because he could condense ability crystals and convert excess energy. You've worked hard. Saying that, Lingwei kissed Su Yi's face and then took out the brain pearl of the mutant python. It was a light green brain pearl, looking larger than the mutant rat brain pearl she had consumed before. The other yellowish brain pearl was given to her by Su Yi with the ability of sonic attack. Lingwei thought for a moment and then put the mutant python's brain pearl into her mouth. She suspected the mutant snake's ability was rapid regeneration because Su Yi had almost smashed its head and it shouldn't have been able to attack him again. However, it actually turned around and lunged at him. At the same time, the damage she inflicted on the mutant python was not small, yet it seemed unaffected. Rapid regeneration. This ability is very strong. Additionally, the mutant dog pearl that Su Yi had given her earlier also worked for him, and he might need it even more. After biting it open, a warm current surged through her body. Since it was just her and Su Yi, she boldly let out a comfortable sound. Of course, doing so might have been a temptation for Su Yi. After all, she had always wanted to surrender herself to Su Yi and completely become his woman. Hearing Ling Yue's voice, Su Yi did feel a bit restless. After a while, Ling Yue started to scream in agony. Su Yi returned to the living room and looked at Ling Yue. Although gaining power felt great, the process was very painful. After more than 2 hours of suffering, it finally calmed down. Then, the two of them ate a large pot of mutant python meat. After finishing, Su Yi looked at Ling Yue curiously. Her appearance hadn't changed much, but her aura had shifted, becoming stronger. I think I have gained the ability of rapid healing. Saying that, Ling Yue pulled out a dagger from her leg and cut her finger. And it seems I can control it. Look. Saying this, Ling Yue wiped the blood from her finger with a piece of paper. Then, Su Yi saw the wound on her finger healing rapidly. This ability is truly abnormal. Su Yi held Ling Yue's hand, not regretting giving her that brain pearl. If it weren't for Ling Yue at that moment, he would have definitely been bitten by that giant python. The mutant python likely had venom. If bitten, he could have been in serious trouble. Ling Yue was his woman, and having such rapid healing ability was a good thing. The stronger she was, the less Su Yi would have to worry about her. Do you want to use the mutant dog's ability? The sonic attack is also quite strong. Ling Yue was very pleased with her ability. She wouldn't have to worry about injuries in the future. Especially for minor injuries, she could recover quickly. Furthermore, she not only gained this super healing ability, but her overall strength had also increased. Additionally, she felt she might have acquired resistance to toxins. When everyone gains abilities, there's a vague consciousness that lets you know what kind of abilities you have gained. Su Yi shook his head and said, "No rush. We haven't fully mastered our abilities yet. Also, a person's mental strength is limited. Having more types of abilities isn't necessarily better." Ling Yue nodded in agreement and said, "That's right. After gaining the second ability, I also felt this. I only just realized what my first ability was." Saying this, Ling Yue blinked. Su Yi suddenly felt that Ling Yue had become even more enchanting. Even the flutter of her eyelashes was filled with charm. Then, Su Yi sensed something was off and immediately shook himself awake. Is it related to mental strength? Su Yi speculated. Ling Yue happily nodded and explained, "Yes, it's in that aspect. My mental strength is quite strong, and I can amplify other people's emotions. It's a very mysterious feeling. I don't fully understand this ability yet, nor am I familiar with it, so there might be more ways to apply it. Abilities are more complex than we imagined. We currently grasp and understand too little." Su Yi also agreed with Ling Yue's statement. This realization came after he gained his second ability. Or rather, it was only after their mental strength reached a certain level that they perceived situations they hadn't noticed before. After chatting for a while, they embraced each other. Now, no one was there to disturb them. They could do whatever they wanted without worry. Chapter 86. The Real Purpose of the Iron Hand Gang. Su Yi. Ling Yue. Have you rested? Hearing a familiar voice outside, Ling Yue's skin turned a mesmerizing shade of pink. "Coming, Auntie." Ling Yue quickly picked up her underwear from the ground and hurriedly put it on. "Ling Shuang, what's the matter?" Su Yi said with a sullen face, feeling somewhat angry. They were so close to uniting, and now they were interrupted. How could Su Yi not be furious? Outside, Ling Shuang sensed Su Yi's anger, and her ears instantly turned red. Then she hurriedly explained, the people from another shelter want to discuss a business deal with our 7-kill army. This matter can only be decided by you two. Got it, we'll be right there. Su Yi glanced at Ling Yue, who had finished dressing, and his anger subsided. The people from another shelter had actually come to discuss business. What kind of business? What strength did they have? And what resources could they offer for trade? It was only the 20th day since the global disaster, and the 13th day since Su Yi arrived in this world. Other shelters were already coming to them to negotiate. Their strength seemed quite formidable. However, Su Yi knew there were indeed stronger individuals. The evolved beings who appeared from the very beginning must have some very strong entities among them. Perhaps they discovered brain pearls even earlier. After all, Su Yi arrived in this world on the 7th day of the disaster. In the previous 7 days, many strong individuals could have already emerged. It's worth noting that in these 13 days, the people around Su Yi had also become much stronger. Theoretically, if one continuously consumed brain pearls, they could keep becoming stronger. After all, it has been proven that humans can acquire multiple abilities, not just one. Once they were ready, Su Yi and Ling Yue opened the door. Outside, Ling Shuang was leaning against the wall, her face flushed. Although she had never been in a relationship, she wasn't completely clueless. Just now, she had guessed what Su Yi and Ling Yue might have been doing inside. How strong are they, and what are they like? Su Yi asked seriously, pretending nothing happened. After all, as long as you aren't awkward, it's the others who feel awkward. Ling Yue felt Su Yi's calmness as he held her hand. So she took a deep breath and adjusted her emotions. There are 10 of them, all claiming to be evolved beings, and their aura is very strong. They are in the square, and our people are keeping an eye on them, Ling Shuang quickly explained. 10 of them, all evolved beings? Su Yi frowned slightly, realizing that this strength was a bit formidable. To be clear, Su Yi only had 2 evolvers on his side, and the remaining 10 were just ability users. Let's go meet them. Su Yi exchanged a glance with Ling Yu and then walked outside. This was a test for the 7-kill army. Fortunately, Su Yi had used the brain bead today, completely eliminating the aftereffects left by the greedy wolf kill. Moreover, his combat power had significantly increased. While he wouldn't say he could take on anyone, against an evolver like Qin Li, Su Yi could easily take on 3 at once. Before long, Su Yi and the others arrived at the square. The ability users of the 7-kill army were already there, along with a large number of ordinary soldiers armed and ready on the sidelines. The atmosphere was tense, and Su Yi felt it even before getting close. As soon as Su Yi and Ling Yu appeared, those people's gazes locked onto them. When they left, Ling Yu wore a mask, fully aware that her looks could cause unnecessary trouble. When Lu Ran returned to the municipal center today, she also wore a pink mask as a reminder. The aura was strong. No wonder he was the leader of the 7-kill army. Hello, I'm Lin Xiaya. Nice to meet you. Lin Xiaya extended her hand towards Su Yi with a faint smile on her face. Oi! Su Yi shook her hand and felt the powerful aura emanating from Lin Xiaya, much stronger than anyone around him, giving him a sense of danger. It was even stronger than the aura of mutated beasts. The other 9 people also had formidable auras, significantly stronger than those of the 7-kill army members. Qin Li and Lu Ran were somewhat inferior compared to them. Ling Yu only introduced herself by name and did not shake Lin Xiao's hand because she felt that only Su Yi should touch her. Now, can we talk about your purpose? Our commander is already here. Qin Li asked, somewhat displeased. He was unhappy because these people had barged in and injured several patrolling soldiers, which made him quite annoyed. Unfortunately, his strength was insufficient, and after a few moves, he was forced back. We need women, gasoline, batteries. Whatever you have, we want it. We can exchange food for it, and you can also present your needs. As long as our Iron Hand Gang has it, we can trade with you. Lin Xiaya stared at Ling Shuang, since she was the only one present who showed her face. Lu Ran was wearing a mask and was wrapped up tightly, making it impossible to see her features. The prettier the woman, the more valuable she was. If she was an evolver, she would be worth 100 ordinary women. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Ling Shuang's expression changed noticeably. It was clear that her words were directed at her. Su Yi stepped in front of Lin Xiao, blocking her view. Sorry, we don't have what you're asking for, and we don't need to acquire anything through trade. If we need something, We can collect it ourselves. Since the opponent's strength was formidable, he didn't want to recklessly start a fight. He still didn't know how strong the Iron Hand Gang was. Dealing with these 10 evolvers was already challenging, let alone the possibility that they weren't all the evolvers the Iron Hand Gang had. Weak, he still felt too weak. He initially thought the 7-kill army was quite strong, likely the strongest shelter among all the survivors in Yintian City. Now he realized he had taken it for granted. There were definitely forces like the Iron Hand Gang in the city, and perhaps there were many. This was because he had missed the first 7 days after the disaster. 7 days could change a lot. In the 7-kill army, only Qin Li awakened on the first day. Lu ran awakened on the 5th day and only realized she was an evolver days later, missing a lot of time as well. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Lin Xiaya suddenly laughed. I'm sorry, but this area is all under the control of our Iron Hand Gang, and all supplies belong to us. If you want to collect, you can, but you'll have to pay tax. We don't ask for much, just 60 tax, and you can keep 40. Damn, that's not asking for much. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Qin Li exploded, his muscles bulging as he prepared for a fight.